Schnell. He paused. Have I ever told you how unlike him you are? I didn't have to ask who him was. With pretty much anyone who had met the man, Uther Pendraig simply became him, a vast and ineffable figure. Probably, I said.
Uther would have answered with a riddle, or proclamation, or something of that nature, rather than a quick check of my mathematical assumptions,
said Heschnell. Well, I hope it's helpful for you to know that we're not the same person, I said with a shrug. I have the feeling you're not the last person I'm going to have to convince of that. I looked to the ceiling for a moment, debating whether or not I wanted to call Bethel in and end this so that I could move on to more time-critical things.
I won't be staying with you,
said Heschnell. Why not? I asked. There had been something about the way he'd been talking that dulled my surprise at hearing that.
You don't need me,
Heschnell said.
Solace is an accomplished flower mage, though her style is unorthodox. Her strains are weak, and she's in a period of rebuilding. Essentialism was stripped from me at the end of the Second Empire, leaving me unable to teach it, even if it would only be in those very few areas you might still be lacking. I have little purpose on your councils, save as a lightning rod for old grievances with the Second Empire, a subject on which I have taken my lashes more times than I could count. Nor am I the elder that I might have served as, not when you have Raven and Pallida to tell you about the old days and the reign of Uther Pendraig. He looked down at the table. I don't even have a body.
None of that means, I began.
Do you want me here?
Asked Heschnell.
Is there some reason that my presence is helpful to you?
I hesitated. I value having many voices. I value dissent. The Second Empire stuff in particular makes you valuable, and as much as the others might not like me to admit it, as much as I don't want to admit it, I think that you and I have a pretty strong ideological alignment.
And so my dissent is even less valued,
said Heschnell with what I think might have been him trying to nod. If you want to go, I won't stop you, I said to the head on the table.
Then I will go,
said Heschnell.
I had always promised myself that death would be the end of my burdens.
I mean, there's a question of how you're going to do pretty much anything, I said.
Did you think that I wore this necklace for 300 years without having a plan for that?
Asked Heschnell. No, I replied. I guess not. Give it a day or two, when things have hopefully settled down, and we'll get you wherever you need to go. In the meantime, there are a lot of things demanding my time, Reimer and Lisi being one of them.
Go,
replied Heschnell.
Thank you for taking the time to speak.
How are you doing? I asked Bethel, while I took a break from combing through souls.
Poorly,
she replied.
Too many people, too many obligations, too much like a hospital, a ship, or an institution. I detest it.
Okay, I said. We appreciate it.
I'm well aware that you appreciate it,
replied Bethel, frowning at me. Sometimes humans make mouth sounds because we know a situation sucks and there's really not anything that we can do about it, I said. We could set up a makeshift hospital using the tongue and some staff that we've cleared for work and take the egress as a shuttle, but... Well, if you're at your breaking point, let's do that. Or, before you're at your breaking point, because I don't want you to be pushing past discomfort for too long.
I will be fine,
said Bethel.
This will last no more than a day. 2 at most.
This Article 86 business had better fucking get sorted out, I said. Either way, the Empire isn't going to sit by forever while a city crumbles. I'd say that I'm surprised that it's gone on for so long, but there was this thing called Hurricane Katrina back on Earth, and the upshot...
Yes, I'm well familiar,
said Bethel with a sigh.
You forget so easily that you're not the only one who knows of Earth.
Sorry, I said. I'm going to have to make some new friends who I can impress with my obscure references.
Hurricane Katrina was not obscure,
said Bethel. You're in a bad mood, I said. I get that. Let me know if there's anything we can do to make it better.
I will. If I think of anything,
said Bethel.
I would like to make it clear that you owe me dearly. And the longer this goes on, the deeper that debt grows.
When we get back to the Isle of Poran, we'll set you in place, kick out the Tuong, and have a solid week of you just being a house for our little extended family, I said. Deal?
You won't sleep in the bottle?
Asked Bethel. That, I said, snapping my finger. That's a little more sticky. I saw her eyes darken. But yes, it sounds like an acceptable compromise to me,
Very well.
said Bethel.
Valencia continues to line people up faster than Amaryllis alone can clear them.
Back to it then, I said. Any word from Pallida or Raven?
Not yet.
Said Bethel.
I will, among my many duties, keep you informed.
The locust is tapped out.
Said Solace. I had been pulled into the bottle room between clearing people, a place that hadn't changed at all, which was pretty atypical for Bethel. The bottle was still held by an upright stone hand, and the room was still full of plant life, though the sky overhead was still a sickly green color, even with Mome Rath dead. Okay, I said. You've been doing a lot of good work. We'll have this room made into the time chamber, set up some grow lights so that it won't be complete darkness, possibly on a timer, and give it a few days.
No.
Replied Solace, frowning at me. She was wearing her leaf cloak and resting up against her staff. She was wearing clothes, which I was thankful for, loose slacks and a loose shirt. Her hair was a bit longer than it had been, and it might have been my imagination, but she looked older too, 7 or 8 instead of 5, though I was terrible at guessing ages. No, I asked.
The locust is not some device that you give inputs in order to have outputs,
said Solace.
It is not a machine that needs oil and water to run.
I frowned a bit, then relaxed and allowed myself to get into what I thought of as Druid mode, even though Druid mode didn't like being called Druid mode. Some of getting into the headspace was just breathing and letting myself calm down, which felt a bit hard in the current circumstances. The first thing out of my mouth was very nearly, "I hear your concerns, loud and clear," which felt way too much like the opening to a PR massaged apology from a major corporation. "I understand," I said instead. "People are going to die because they didn't have healing. Our stockpiled fairies have already run dry, and we don't have limitless bones, nor do we have enough bone mages, even with the ones we've gotten from the collected survivors. And that's just the stuff that those methods of healing are capable of fixing, because Lord knows there are gaps. Bethel and the Tuong are, at the moment, pretty much the entirety of search and rescue, and the hospitals of Leo. Christ, we're pretty much outcompeting them, which is pathetic on their end and means that we have an obligation to do as much as we can." I paused and took a breath. And yes, I know that this doesn't actually change things from your perspective, and it doesn't magically mean that the locust will be charged up from grow lights and a couple days in the chamber. Even if that should work, it just won't. I trust you on that,
You find it frustrating.
said Solace. She had her arms folded. I do, I replied. And yes, I know. That's reflective of the worst impulses of the Second Empire. The desire to put everything in a nicely labeled box, especially in the name of doing the right thing. But I can't just deny how I feel. That wouldn't be what the locust would want of me. It would want me to feel those things, to acknowledge them, internalize my understanding of them, and then change. I have the first part, but I don't know how I get to the last part from where I stand now. How do you not find it frustrating, knowing that people are dying?
I find it frustrating that people are dying.
Said Solace.
I don't place the blame on that which holds no blame. The locust is finished with its help, likely for the next few days, not because it has particular desires, but because of its intrinsic character. Do you get frustrated at inanimate objects when they do things that you dislike?
Well, I said. Yeah. Solace furrowed her brows.
That's silly.
Sure, I said, but also very human, and I assume that the same holds true for the other mortal species. And in point of fact, the locust isn't inanimate. It's got well, I don't want to say mind, and I don't want to say soul, but it's got a something, a spark of life, a will, and it's very hard to distinguish whether or not individual things that happen are because the locust is willing them to happen, or because it's struggling against them.
Do you have time for this talk?
Asked Solace. Her voice had gone gentle, which I thought was probably intentional on her part, given how quickly it had happened and her previous near hostility. Not really, no, I replied.
Then it can wait for another time,
Said Solace.
It's not a conversation that you should be having with me. Your sessions with the locust have been going well, and it would be good for you to continue with them. This seems like something that the two of you could talk about.
Sure, I said. The locust didn't actually talk during our sessions. It just nodded or looked at me, or made facial expression that were nearly unreadable, given that it was a six-eyed deer. Thank you for understanding,
Thank you for at least attempting to understand.
said Solace. Anytime, I said. I tried to keep the sarcasm from my voice, but I wasn't sure that I was successful. I sent to Bethel, replied Bethel.
And Juniper?
Asked Solace. Yes, I asked,
We still need to find a solution to our problem.
said Solace. It was a reminder that I didn't need, an old point that had been brought up so many times before that I was nearly deaf to it. I hear you, loud and clear. Your concerns have been noted, and in the coming days I will be doing everything in my power, yada yada. I had nothing to say on the subject, nothing to add. I wasn't quite doing everything that I could, but we had already sacrificed a lot of time and effort for the locust, and we'd gotten pretty much nothing but the status quo and some bad news from the Second Empire in return. Thankfully, I was saved from having to make a response by Bethel yanking me away. You know, I said to Pallida, you would think that saving the city would get you a little bit of rest and relaxation,
City wasn't saved.
said Pallida with a raised eyebrow. She was sitting next to Raven in our common room, the large one that held chairs, couches, and a large fireplace with a discreetly rolled-up screen for when we brought out the projector. Aesthetically, it was like an inverted Fabergé egg. That might be a part of it. Okay, sure, I replied. The city is pretty much in ruins, and there were a whole lot of monsters running around, and this probably represents a failure on my part in some unknowable way, if it's not just chalked up to outright malice. But still,
Dealing with the aftermath is rarely pretty.
said Raven.
Uther always hated it. It was often possible to kill everyone involved, common that we fought enemies that were truly beyond reform or redemption, but every once in a blue moon we were mired in complicated moral situations or places where there were no easy solutions.
I'm really looking forward to the Empire coming in, no matter how that happens, I said. This isn't something that we should really have to be doing at all, not when we have comparatively few resources at our disposal.
The world's most amazing flying house with a literal mile of hospital inside it is comparatively few.
Asked Pallida. Plus a platoon of frogs, which don't count for nothing. Maybe I'm overestimating the Empire, I said with a shrug. Anyway,
The bad news is we haven't been able to find anything novel for your sleep problem.
said Pallida.
The good news is our looting did pay dividends.
Pallida rolled up a sleeve and showed a tattoo to me. The larger shape was that of an eye, but the pupil was like a goat's, squished in the middle, almost reminiscent of an hourglass. Kenner's eye. It took us a surprisingly long time to find a tattooist, even accounting for the general bedlam. I'm actually fairly surprised that Bethel didn't get one, I said. You'd think with all the people passing through, there would have been one with Kenner's eye. It was a disappointment, frankly. Amaryllis had her own copy of it, but there was a problem with that. which was that she had incurred a debt. Taking it from her while that debt was active would put her out like a light. It was a fallback solution, to be sure, especially since we could rush through her sleep with the time chamber, but we'd held off, hoping that we could find something better, so that Amaryllis could pay down the debt at her leisure,
Not so useful for what it is.
said Raven.
When it was a cheap spell, it was used by guards, firemen, physicians, and anyone who might have to work long shifts, the better to stave off sleep. As the price rose, fewer had it.
We actually found an abandoned tattoo shop before finding a different tattooist, and the owner didn't even have it in his book.
Said Pallida.
A book we brought, by the way.
Good, I said. I reached over and touched her arm. I was thinking that I would probably respect to a more ideal build in the near future. Maybe it's time to bring art back into the mix so that I can tattoo myself instead of using spells that others put on me. I slid the tattoo from her to myself, bridging our skin and settling the magical inks into place. Achievement unlocked. Exclusive. Fuck, I said, staring at the text. Fuck, fuck, fuck,
What is it?
asked Raven, going tense. Bethel, bring everyone in. Group meeting. As quickly as is reasonable, I said. I looked up at Raven and Pallida's alarmed expressions. I got an achievement. Exclusive, I said. I'm really hoping that it doesn't mean what I think it means. Our group appeared one by one, put into place around the table.
What is it?
Asked Amaryllis. She must have taken a moment to freshen up, because she was out of her immobility plate and wearing a t-shirt and jeans again. I had switched the vambrace to plain clothes, which was considerably less of a hassle. I think there might have been an exclusion, I said. Everyone stared at me. Come on, I said. Get seated. If it's happened, then we have at least a little bit of time to figure things out. I don't think that it's catastrophic. We sat around the table together, some of us more cautiously than others. Heshnell wasn't there, though I didn't know whether that was because Bethel hadn't grabbed him or because he hadn't wanted to come. To the rest, I explained, in brief, what had happened, which didn't take very much time at all.
But what would have been excluded?
Asked Amaryllis. Just Kenner's eye, just Prince's invulnerability, or something more. Her face was set into a scowl. Obviously, we're going to have to test it. You take the egress, go a few miles out, test your tattoos, I said. For what it's worth, all mine appear to still be functional, though I can't really test Kenner's eye.
If it's all of skin magic.
Amaryllis began. She was a bundle of tension. I know, I said. There would be implications. Take the egress and figure out if that's what it is.
It may be still magic,
Said Grack. If the dungeon master wanted to place limits. Midway through his sentence, Amaryllis disappeared from her place at the table, presumably to the garage where the egress was kept. Bethel would be stationary until it returned, but I was hoping that wouldn't affect our operations too much. Wait, I said. She had Kenner's eye with a debt on it,
Paid off as of 3 minutes before this meeting.
said Bethel.
She wanted to be prepared to hand it over.
Okay, I said, relaxing just slightly,
There's no way of second-guessing the dungeon master.
said Raven, picking that thread of conversation back up.
Smart girl.
Replied the dungeon master. You, I said, locking eyes with him. He had appeared without warning, though it was impossible for me to say how or when. He wasn't even in anyone's chair. It appeared as though the table had expanded to allow him a seat. When I looked over at Valencia, who was sitting next to him, I saw that she was stock still, unmoving and unblinking, and a quick look around the table confirmed that the same was true for everyone else.
Time for a chat.
Said the dungeon master with a genial smile. He was wearing a dark gray hoodie again, but this one said, "Of Dice and Men," with an emblem of a little mouse holding a sword next to a large D20. In front of him was a monstrously thick book, which would probably have been the largest that I'd ever seen, had I not done my stint in the Infinite Library. It was thick and bound in red leather. The spine, which was visible to me, said, "Worth the Candle" by Juniper Smith. Amaryllis had a list of questions prepared, I said.
Yes, yes, no, yes, maybe. It depends on my mood. Yes, no, and I'd have to look it up,
Replied the dungeon master. Literally none of the questions were yes or no questions, I replied. They weren't even ambiguous,
Well, I tried,
said the dungeon master.
or at least I pretended to. And isn't that what matters?
Why are you here? I asked. I was already getting tired of him.
Ah,
He said, "I'm here because you're here, and I thought maybe now would be a good time to talk." I stayed silent, waiting for him to go on. Amaryllis had a long conversation with me about how to comport yourself in front of a god, and I was trying to take her advice, even if I wasn't sure that it actually applied.
the first reason, of course, is that to fulfill the rule of 3, we need to meet an extra time before we meet at the end.
Said the dungeon master.
That's assuming that you get there anyway, given that we're about halfway through what I had prepared.
Half? I asked. There are only 5 months left,
I'm not giving you a clock, Lord, no.
replied the dungeon master.
You don't need a sword of Damocles hanging over your head.
There's a whole fucking armory of Damocles, I said,
Don't be a drama queen.
sighed the dungeon master.
The point being, no, it's not a clock. It's not even really a statement on anything that's going to happen. It's just that this is halfway through what I had planned from the outset. You can take your digressions if you choose. Rack up your wins and losses. Wander the hex, or settle down to have a family. Do as you please. Stretch this tome even further than it's already been stretched.
He patted the book.
But I would still maintain that this is the halfway point, more or less.
Okay, I said. I clenched my teeth for just a moment. Fine. Halfway to godhood. You said first reason. What's the second? Ah, he replied. Well, there we come to the crux of it. There was a sequence of events that I never intended to happen, and here at the end of it, there's you, in your current form, invincible except to a select few attacks, most of them ones that people won't know or think to try, given that your particular form of defense should, by all rights, be impossible. I'm too powerful, so you're cutting me down to size, I replied.
Oh, I let you have your fun.
He said with a wave of his hand.
You stomped your way through the annex. You did things that should have resulted in your death 100 times over, and it was all enjoyable enough, I suppose. You always used to let Reimer do that, didn't you?
Sometimes, I replied. I tried my best not to take his toys away,
I was always going to exclude it.
said the dungeon master.
Tricky thing, excluding something that's not degenerate on its own, only in combination with something else. I decided on cutting skin magic to save you the suspense.
You excluded all of skin magic, I asked. Scars and tattoos,
There were a few subfields that no one discovered.
he replied.
I always try to include little secrets like that, ways to expand things. I'd always wanted to do something with prehensile hair. But yes, all of it.
I said. That's overkill,
Oh yes,
he replied.
it's very much overkill. But there's no kill like overkill, is there?
Fuck, I said. The knock-on effects of that. You're taking away one of the primary advantages of being an elf. You're taking away translation tattoos and Parsons' voice,
Yes,
nodded the dungeon master.
with relatively little fanfare, it's a shame to say. Normally I prefer the exclusions to be big, grotesque, snarling things. But sometimes a magic goes out with a whimper instead of a bang. You've been to the illusion exclusion, obviously, not a site of any great tragedies.
How did Uther know it was there? I asked,
Well, that would be telling.
said the dungeon master with a smile. Look, this kind of thing happened to him all the time, albeit not with a little chat like this. Were you Vervain? I asked. The dungeon master laughed and thumped his fingers against the book. This, he said, tapping the book in front of him. This chronicles your adventures thus far. Uther has been on Erb and its associated planes for a long fucking time. His story, told in full, would fill a very large bookshelf. Has been, I said. He's actually on Erb, alive,
Erb or its associated planes,
replied the dungeon master with a nod.
though I didn't say alive or dead or somewhere in between. And you already have a clue that you need to follow up on. I don't even consider this meta-knowledge.
I'm not sure how I'm going to beat Felseed if you keep throwing up exclusions when I gain a scrap of power, I said. I was trying to stay calm. It was one thing to hear from Raven that Uther had last gone missing in what became the Felseed exclusion zone. It was another to hear the dungeon master talk about it, even if he was using veiled reference.
A scrap of power, he says.
The dungeon master chuckled.
If I were being mean, if this were retribution, then you would lose still magic and we'd be done with it. As it stands, you still have the strong synergy between essentialism and still magic.
And if I find another way to dodge sleep?
I asked.
You'll knock that out too? There's an Entad sitting in the temple right now. It would be child's play for us to take it.
The way I see it, there have to be limits. And if not limits, then costs or consequences,
replied the dungeon master with a shrug.
I won't say, one way or another, what will happen if you track down some other method. But Kenner's eye was always lame, and tattoo magic had always been for Everett anyway. Nothing really intended for you, not that you used it, so here we are. It's gone, wiped away, except for in this city. It will probably be good for Leo in the long run, actually.
You don't even know. That's the kind of world you're running.
I felt my voice strain.
I could know if I wanted to,
said the dungeon master with a shrug.
but I like surprises.
He tapped the book again.
I was debating giving this to you, but I suppose it can wait until you're done. Offer not valid if you die, obviously.
He tapped the book a final time, and it popped out of existence.
I should get going. Things to do, places to see. You know the drill?
It did occur to me to ask about the book, especially given the supposed author. The byline could have just been metaphorical, or it could have been a joke, or it could have been literal in some fashion, written by me after it was all over, or when I was asleep, or simply by yanking me out of time to write a chapter whenever anything important happened, then scrubbing my mind afterward. But the number of possibilities and the untrustworthiness of the dungeon master made it sort of pointless to ask about. Besides, I didn't really care about the poor schlub who was writing that book, even if it was, in some way, me. Why did you fuck with Amaryllis?
I asked, since it seemed like I wasn't going to get a better question answered.
Did I?
He asked, raising an eyebrow.
You made her childhood crush be an anagram of my childhood crush,
I said.
I get why you'd fuck with me. You don't like me. Hell, most days I don't like me. And we obviously have some kind of connection, even if it's just being kindred spirits, whatever the hell that means. But come on, why her? Why make her life into this joke?
It's a single anagram,
said the dungeon master.
I really don't think you appreciate how hard those are to set up. They take an extraordinary amount of planning, because you have to get both the family and given name right, if those apply in the culture. And that's really a lot to handle. Even before considering that the person who gets the name has to be perfectly suited to the task. Do you understand how much work is involved for an Alex Seifriend or a Lena Cordrew?
Why do the infinite library timelines look like they do?
I asked,
You're cheating and using one of Amaryllis's questions,
said the dungeon master with a frown.
You thought that you could just get me talking and I would prattle on? Reveal all my secrets? Disclose some hidden vulnerability? I'm the dungeon master, Juniper. I'm not your adversary. And if I am, the only way you can beat me is refusing to play. And you've made it abundantly clear that you're going to keep playing, even if you don't think the game is, well.
He moved his hand as if to tap at the book again, then looked down.
Damn it!
He looked back up at me.
How would you feel about wiping this conversation from your mind and doing it over?
Are you just fucking with me?
I asked,
Not just, I wouldn't say no.
replied the dungeon master, smiling at me.
There is a point, though I'm sure you won't like it when you find out what it is. Where were we? Oh, right, the same offer is still on the table. Don't think that a little exclusion between kindred spirits changes anything. You have it within you to win, if you want it bad enough, if you act with courage, and if the dice roll your way.
He vanished at that, and I swore, which caused everyone to look my direction in confusion. Level heads. Chapter 163. Level heads,
Something else the matter?
asked Raven. I really didn't want to get into it. What I wanted was to ignore the entire conversation and continue on as I'd been before, and I knew that if I said something, there would be an endless analysis of the specific phrasing the dungeon master had used, as well as its implications for our future. It wasn't irrelevant, per se, but I could see the guessing and second-guessing coming, how everything might look like a clue, and I just really didn't care. I'd suspected that the dungeon master wouldn't let virtual invulnerability stand, and I was right, and I would rather have just dealt with it without having to have a huge thing about it. Unfortunately, there was no way that I could keep it from the others, as agonizing as I was sure it would be. I just got a visit from the dungeon master, I said. I turned to Bethel. Did you sense anything? She shook her head. Also, can I have a pen and paper? I want to write down what I can remember. To my surprise, there was silence around the room as I wrote down what I could pull out of my brain. It was quiet enough that I looked up just to make sure that everyone hadn't gone still again. I was a little surprised to find that people were waiting for me to be done. Okay, I said. The upshot is that he excluded skin magic because he thought it wouldn't be interesting going forward. There was something about me going off the rails, but I had no idea where the rails even were, which I guess, when I think about it, was usually the fastest way for any campaign of mine to go off the rails. Supposedly Kenner's eye was too easy for his tastes, or I didn't do enough to earn it, but I don't think it would have escaped his notice that Prince's invulnerability is also a tattoo, and also a source of power.
Seems a bit of a hammer to take to the world,
said Pallida.
Skin magic was one of the big ones.
There will be repercussions,
said Raven.
And benefits,
said Valencia. I turned to look at her. She was out of the red armor of Aramor, instead wearing a tasteful cream-colored dress that screamed professionalism. She'd been talking to people nearly non-stop since we'd gotten Harold from the annex, convincing them to let me touch them for long enough that I could check over their spirit. Grak, I asked, looking over to him. He was already staring at Valencia.
It's hard to say,
he replied.
It is true that skin magic was always what gave her away. Without that, only blood would be visible. But the skin blocks it to my sight. She would still be vulnerable to entads and other magics.
But she could go out without having to worry as much about a warder, I asked. And with a bit more magic gone from the world, there's one fewer method of checking her.
Yes,
said Grak.
Which is a boon for any other of the non-anima,
said Pallida.
Pretty slim upside, if you ask me.
I didn't, I replied. I looked around the room. Nothing much from the dungeon master, really. Just hints at things I already knew, some explanation, threats that he was totally serious about killing me, which I'm not sure is actually true, but I'm never going to deliberately test, and, Raven, he had a book called Worth the Candle, which had Juniper Smith listed as the author. Any ideas on that?
None.
She replied.
We scoured the library for books with that author.
I raised an eyebrow.
Twice, actually. Once when I read the list that Uther gave to my father, the second time when you were in the library with me. Sorry. Neither time got any results.
And the title? I asked.
I could make a list of very tangential connections,
said Raven.
She shrugged. I will, I suppose, but I don't think there's anything that will bear fruit.
It's an expression, back on Earth, I said.
Here too,
replied Raven. I actually think that I might have said it to him. Before, in a prayer, I said with a frown. Might be nothing, but he was tapping the book like it was important,
Back!
said Amaryllis, appearing next to her chair.
The exclusion is for skin magic, though it might be localized to tattoo magic, since I don't have the proper scars to test on. At a best approximation, the radius is 100 miles from the center of Leo, though I only tested in 3 directions. It's the subtype suppressive, not deadening or annihilation.
Annihilation, I asked. You were worried that all skin outside the zone would be removed from existence. I was a little incredulous, given that she must have moved through the boundary going incredibly fast.
More likely all magical tattoos,
said Amaryllis.
There's no precedent for an exclusion killing everything on Erb.
That was dry humor on her part, the kind I'd grown to appreciate from her.
But tattoos that are brought into Leo should still function. They won't be directly rendered non-functional, which is good, because that means that translation tattoos still have somewhere to function. I don't think I can overstate how important they are for the international community.
Juniper spoke to the dungeon master,
said Solace. Her tone was flat.
What?
Asked Amaryllis, freezing in place.
When I was gone?
He stopped time, I said. I was going to ask him your questions, but he gave me nonsense in return.
Do you remember what his response was exactly?
Asked Amaryllis. Yes, no, yes, maybe. It depends on my mood. Yes, no. And I'd have to look it up, I replied, looking down at my notes. That one I had made sure to commit to memory.
That doesn't make any sense,
said Amaryllis with a frown. He rattled it off in a string. I think he just wanted to make a bad joke, I replied. I've been writing down everything that I could remember. You're welcome to pore over it. I stood up from my seat. In the meantime, I'm not actually sure that anything has changed. Prince's invulnerability will fail as soon as I leave Leo and its environs. Kenner's eye will keep me awake for the next month, or until I leave, though I'd obviously prefer not to pay it down. And I'm going to need some other method of staying awake in the long term. Still magic isn't excluded, and I really do think that I would like to keep it at 100 for as long as I possibly can. But all that can come later, because there are still people to save, and still people to check over. Though if we haven't found a sleeper agent by now, I'm skeptical that our current methods are going to do it.
You're going to brush off a visit from the dungeon master and a new exclusion?
Asked Amaryllis. No, I replied. But time is short right now, and these are problems and conversations that seem to me like they'll keep. There are implications to skin magic being lost, shifts in global power. If it took scar magic too, the elves are losing a lot of power, and you talked about the translation problems already. What else are we losing?
Or gaining.
Asked Valencia. Amaryllis looked at her for a moment.
It's a serious blow to steel and sweat. The kind of thing that every Athenaeum dreads. I don't think there's any way to leverage that, though, not in the near term. And it's going to be harder to get into a person's soul, which is a more immediate problem.
Not so long as we're in Leo, I said. And there's still blood magic, which I've always found to be a little easier, personally. And anyway, I'm off to clear more people, or maybe take the first crack at some of the people who are stuck in a coma state, because I'm becoming convinced that there weren't any sleeper agents set up at all. I spent a long time doing things that needed to be done. I had been finding people Harold had touched, but none of them looked like I would have expected a sleeper to look, and as I cut through all the slack lines that connected them to him, I couldn't see anything that looked like it was a time bomb waiting to explode, and I didn't wager that Harold really had the planning capacity necessary to both rig up a sleeper unit, and that he would have made it invisible to a lost art that I was the foremost practitioner of, the other being Amaryllis. Eventually, I moved on to the people who we'd found sitting in their pews, waiting for an activation that would never come. They were all comatose, or something like it, not responding in any way more complicated than having their pupils contract when I shone a bright light on their face. When I went inside the spirit of the first of them, my heart sank. It was an utter wasteland, threads snipped all over the place, and some new structure built in their place, Harold's lines leading off from it. I still had no real clue what the summoning was, and Elio hadn't known much, which was a good indication that I should use another sacrifice in order to boost spirit up to its max level. That was a lot more palatable, given that I would probably have it available for a much longer time, and with the level ups and Reimer's work, a respec was coming soon, meaning that the sacrifice and the way it slowed future skill ups wouldn't sting so much. New virtue, multi-threading. Multi-threading. Your thread utilization capacity is twice as high, though this cannot act as a flat increase on thread speed. Thread allocation works as before and is automatic. It took me a little bit to puzzle this out, but it seemed to be saying that I could focus on multiple things at once, but that it didn't actually give me any extra ability to think about things more quickly. A little more thinking, and I realized that this was actually really good, given how many damn things I had to think about in combat, including pulse timing for blood magic and burning abilities with bone magic. More than that, it allowed me to do something that I had been wanting to do for a long time, burning men abilities from bone while still carrying on a conversation, something that hadn't really worked well in the past. For a level 30 virtue, it was pretty fantastic, especially since it wasn't a buff to spirit itself, which I wasn't planning on using too much. Initial testing showed that I couldn't really cross the streams, so to speak, which was a bit wonky if I was trying to think about two related things at once, rather than something like singing the alphabet while doing sums. New virtue, thread priority. Thread priority. You may designate certain threads as high priority threads, which will be utilized first, taking precedence over competing threads. Rampant threads will automatically be set to low priority. Thread allocation otherwise works as before and is automatic. It seemed like the second half of the level 50 virtue related to mimetic or anti-mimetic threats, or possibly also to runaway emotional things, since those were a part of spirit's domain. The first part, though, I wondered whether it could be used as a concentration aid if you isolated the thread that was going during study or something like that. But I didn't have enough actual legitimate experience with spirit to know if that could be done. New virtue. Spirituality. Spirituality. You gain supernatural control of your spirit, giving you a number of benefits to a wide variety of magic. Emotions can be initiated and stopped at will for the purposes of passion. Magic with no associated qualia. Amount of mental strain is divided by your skill in gem magic for the purposes of gem magic. Branches receive a bonus to their Wilson score prior to rank calculation for the purposes of tree magic. When doing accounting, you can hold any number of numbers in your head simultaneously, though you are still limited as usual for the purposes of calculation. Connections, horticulture, pustule magic, etc., have their decay halved and gains doubled. More benefits apply in specific exclusion zones. Consult the manual for more detail. The only thing that interested me was the benefit for gem magic, which seemed like it might suddenly make the whole thing usable, or like gem magic in its entirety had been balanced around me eventually getting it. Everything else was a smorgasbord of minor or possibly major benefits, none of which was entirely appealing given how little I knew of the actual rules. I would look over Reimer's notes with Amaryllis and maybe bring him in on it. But I wasn't thinking that anything in there was a game changer except for, again, gem magic. New virtue. Spiritual amplification. Spiritual amplification. When using any skill, treat your effective skill as being 10% higher, rounded down, before any other modifiers. This applies only to raw skill, not including environmental modifiers, circumstance bonuses, entad bonuses, magical or pseudo-magical enhancement, or other bonuses or modifiers. Knowing now that this system was in whole, or in part, designed by the Airby version of myself, a lot of the idiosyncrasies of the wording and systems made a bit more sense. Some of the clarifications in the virtues I could see as being proactive defenses against munchkinry, or, in some cases, at least according to Reimer, reactive defenses after he'd broken something. The rules as intended were clear enough, and a bonus to all skills was amazing, even if it was a rich-get-richer type of bonus, one that I felt would probably have been better off as a lower virtue. But one of the other things this understanding of the system allowed me was that a lot of these virtues seemed like something that I would come up with. Some of them surely spat out because one was needed in the moment, others deeply considered as cool evolutions of what was core to the skill. New virtue, the loom. The loom. You have a full understanding of the history of any and all spirits you view, including historic changes to those spirits. You may alter a person's spirit to any state it has been in before. You are completely immune to memes and anti-memes that only affect the spirit, and are immune to the spirit effects of memes and anti-memes that affect multiple aspects of your being. With all that, fixing the people in their pews was nearly trivial, especially because I didn't have to worry about undoing anything beneficial. Mucking about with spirit couldn't affect memories, except insofar as the spirit interfaced with memories. But the spirit affected itself, threads weaving into each other, and at least some of those effects were beneficial, representing how people had changed and grown over time. Still, hacking away a few months of spiritual growth was worth it, if it could remove all traces of what Harold had done to the more compromised of the people he'd touched. We found the ruling council of Leo at around 4 in the morning, hidden in a secret bunker whose wards Grok had only been able to overcome by spending 4 weeks in the time chamber to build up concordance, and even then it was apparently a close thing. The ruling council was all dead, to the last, along with many of their closest advisors, killed in what looked like it must have been a ritual suicide. Elio helpfully explained to me that this had been one of his ideas, not just that the ruling council should be the first targets, even if that carried some risks, but that they should all die as soon as the summoning was in motion. He hadn't actually known whether Harold had been able to get them, given that the entity didn't like to reveal much of his plans. But after what Elio had said, I wasn't at all surprised to find that Harold had followed the advice, at least in this circumstance. The fact that the ruling council was dead had left Leo in the lurch as far as Imperial support, and it meant that unless Article 86 was invoked, it would probably be weeks or months before the Empire could come in. But as we'd already established with Finch, Article 86 was going to be invoked by daybreak, only a few hours in the future, which would cause the biggest political shitfest that the Empire of Common Cause had seen in its entire history. The Empire's forces would come in, onto a member polity's sovereign land, without so much as a token request from their ruler, and effectively take the place over. Worse, it was an Athenaeum city-state. The thinking of everyone who opposed this was pretty clear to me. This set precedent for the Empire to come in and act against a member polity. The thinking of everyone in favor was that this was one of the larger humanitarian problems since the Risen Land's exclusion, and the ruling council had been completely subverted and then killed, though it would be hard to say that definitively. These people were hypothetical, obviously. The Imperial mail system was fast, which meant that news went around the Empire pretty quickly, but it would take time for things to get untangled, especially because the biggest presence on the ground, the Council of Arches, didn't have a proper PR department. I was on the side of intervention. Hells, I was on the side of a single world government, so long as I could pick and choose who was sitting at the top. The Empire of Common Cause had worked to shrink down the world. It was pretty far from a monoculture, but cross-pollination had happened so far and wide that the polities had a lot more commonalities than differences. Pretending that there weren't enormous economies of scale to harvest, and a lot of pretty horrible human rights abuses by the worst members, seemed like it was dumb. It would all work better if it was more closely knit. Then again, I wasn't from Erb, and I had formed most of my opinions by listening to how Amaryllis described things.
What are you gonna do with Elio?
Asked Amaryllis, breaking me out of my thoughts. Finch thinks I should kill him, I said. We were standing just outside the bunker. We probably didn't have to come in person, but I had wanted to be there for Grack as he cycled in and out of the time chamber, 1 week at a time to build up and then expend his concordance.
I concur.
Replied Amaryllis.
Kill him, then never let anyone find out what you did.
It was necessary, I said, frowning at her.
I know it was,
said Amaryllis. She softened slightly.
I'm not arguing that at all. I'm arguing that it would be better if your existence as an unregistered soul mage were something that we could pretend was more innocuous than it really is.
Finch thinks that he can backdate authorization, I said.
He told me that too,
said Amaryllis.
But thinks is the operative word here, and we're already operating in extremely murky waters. We're an independent republic making a sojourn into a member polity of the Empire of Common Cause, in what will soon be declared an exclusion zone, with nothing even approaching approval by anyone who matters.
Pretty sure we're heroes in all this, I replied.
Of course we are,
Amaryllis said. She gave me a little laugh.
Do you think that being a hero actually stops people from being pilloried? From sanctions, from broken alliances, from every horrible thing that our opponents will want to bring down on our heads?
I'd think that it would be at least a little bit of a shield, I said. Not a big one, but in the court of public opinion, which seems like it would have some impact on what the politicians are willing to spend in terms of political capital. Amaryllis looked me over.
You put all those points into men?
I said I did, I replied. I don't even think that was a particularly SOC-worthy observation, if that's what you're thinking.
I'm just surprised,
replied Amaryllis.
But the point stands that we can't keep Elio around. Not when he's proof that you're willing to soul-fuck anyone when it's convenient.
That's unfair, I said. I held up a hand. And yes, I know you're making a point. That's how it's going to be framed. But killing a man just like that, in cold blood, when you have him dead to rights, when you could do all the reforms you wanted to him, it doesn't sit well with me.
That was what the Second Empire did,
said Amaryllis, giving me a dark look.
It's what Falater did. You have a raw ingredient, there's no victim because he's a self-confessed accomplice to mass murder and no one will miss him, and you want to turn him into something useful.
Isn't the fact that no one would miss him exactly why it doesn't really matter? I asked. Or, wait, are you arguing from a strict utility standpoint, or are you just creeped out by it? Or you just think that it's wrong, regardless of utility? That stopped Amaryllis dead in her tracks.
I'm thinking,
she finally said.
I might have biases because of what happened with Falater.
Okay, I said. Or it's a slippery slope thing.
We'd have to establish that the slope is in fact slippery,
said Amaryllis.
I do think that if you continued altering Elio, you might wear away some of your instinctive revulsion at the idea, which might make you more likely to create a problem in the future, even on a strict utility level.
Maybe, I said. I don't intend to ever do it again unless I have to. I added the unless I have to on reflex because I didn't want to make myself a liar, but as I said it, I could hear how flimsy it sounded. Anyway, killing him just because he might deserve it, or because he might be a personal problem for me, reeks of the kind of thinking that I'd also not want to get comfortable with. I sighed. I missed you, but this part, I'm not so sure that I missed.
I didn't either, for what it's worth,
said Amaryllis.
And you know I missed you too.
I think I might surrender him to Finch, I said, after a moment has passed. Kick the can down the road, pretend that I don't know Finch's opinion, pretend that the man who gives the order doesn't have to swing the sword. I paused, weighing that. Or, shit, I might have to give it a day to see what I think.
That might be best,
replied Amaryllis.
Talk to me, though, before you do anything rash.
I always do, I replied.
You climbed up the leg of an enormous creature from beyond time and space,
said Amaryllis. True, I said. I'll count that as a point against myself.
At any rate, it looks like Article 86 is going to get invoked, unless Finch thinks that he should do something insane like forging a distress call and the requisite authorization,
said Amaryllis. She covered her mouth with her hand and gave out a long yawn.
You know, I really liked having Kenner's eye. It was good insurance. If you'd gotten it when you should have, we wouldn't be in this mess.
She had sworn off the tattoo because it would almost certainly knock her out if she tried to leave the exclusion zone. The search for a cure for sleep was ongoing. The entad within the temple was an obvious one, but I would have to keep it on me at all times, and we would also have to steal it, which was a non-starter given how delicate things already were. Depends on which mess you're talking about, I said. I looked her over. It was nearly daybreak. Maybe you should take a half day in the chamber. My guess is that Article 86 is going to mean all hell breaking loose. Not that we need to be around for it,
We do.
said Amaryllis.
There's no possible way to deny that we were here. Most people won't have ever seen a Tung before. So maybe it would be hours before anyone figured it out and made the connection to the Republic of Miyunan, but it would happen eventually. Especially because our Tung speak perfect English. We haven't been telling the civilians much, but I think it's probably time to start. We can claim credit for all the good we've done, and hope that helps when the reckoning comes.
I nodded. Go get some sleep. I'll keep watch, and you'll be back out before anything of significance has happened. Maybe spend an hour or two preparing, but I know you tend to overplan, and who the hell knows what the Empire coming in will actually be like,
Finch has some idea.
said Amaryllis.
I'll talk more with him, but I think he's getting ready to pull out and pretend that he was never here, because Uniquities sure as hell looks suspicious. And my guess is that his department doesn't shield him from criticism as much as he might have wished it did.
Go on then, I said. I'll be helping as much as I can. Article 86 was invoked for the first time in history just after daybreak, when the sun began shining over the Pempati Valley. Bethel was stationary, the better not to spook anyone, but she'd included a spire in her design and was giving us a bird's-eye view of the proceedings through the telescopes that she'd placed on the spire's tips. I should probably point out that she had access to a smorgasbord of entads, because people tended to take their entads with them, especially in emergencies. I was a bit worried about that, both because the dungeon master had recently shown himself willing to fire off the exclusion gun, and because the right entad or combination of entads might have made her more powerful than was probably good. I liked Bethel, I did, but she was scary sometimes, and probably as close to chaotic evil as someone could get and still be my friend. In the meantime, I was trying to be happy with her incredible powers. A portal opened up in a small park not far from where Mom Rath had fallen, as wide as a 4-lane highway, and immediately began to disgorge hundreds of people, all of them moving quickly. They multiplied as they came out, as extra-dimensional entids allowed even more people to exit from being temporarily carried. A few vehicles came too, large, ruggedized ones, a few with treads instead of tires, all of them carrying more people. A beachhead was quickly being established by the first people who had made it through, and that included a handful of buildings springing into existence wherever they could be fit, most of them with the bespoke look of entid buildings. Almost everyone I could see was wearing shimmerplate or something better, decked out in the kinds of magic items that people like to complain about their taxes paying for. From the bird's-eye view, it was impressive, an operation carried out like clockwork, albeit one that would have been a lot more useful if it had come about 16 hours before it did. We got a knock on our door about half an hour later. I hated that Bethel was sitting still, but it wasn't just that we didn't want her to spook the Imperials, it was also that she needed a break from being the most important entity in a 1,000-mile radius, especially when that was butting heads with both her personality and her core values. We were going to get as many people out of her as quickly as possible once the Imperials had a field hospital set up that could take them all, but who knew how long that would take? My initial estimate of a day, maybe more, had been really optimistic. A lot of the people that Bethel had inside of her were perfectly fine, either injured people that had been healed and couldn't in good conscience be put back out on the street, or people who had never been injured at all.
It's like I imagine holding in feces.
Bethel had said to me.
or eating a food you find repulsive, or biting off a leg that's stuck in a trap.
It'll be over soon, I said. You can shit out all the people, you can vomit up the food, and you can limp away from the trap. Loyalty increased. Bethel level 18,
Thank you for understanding.
said Bethel.
I'm supposing that we'll make an attempt at getting things back to normal, rather than just allowing this to be interminable?
We're trying, I said. We'll see how this all shakes out. That was about as much as I could give her. Maybe it's best that I talk for a bit about the Office of Imperial Disaster Relief. Part of the impetus for the Empire of Common Cause was to get everyone on the same page as much as possible, especially with regards to trade and disputes between nations. A standing army was not at all on the table. Member polities would have their own standing armies, thank you very much. And while mutual defense had become a core part of the empire, it was still mutual defense on an individual basis, polities going to help each other out within a framework provided by the empire, rather than the empire doing anything on its own. There had been a time when disaster response had been handled in the same way, with a member polity making a plea to the other member polities of the empire, and individual members responding with what they could, sometimes headed by an ad hoc subcommittee. This was, naturally, horrifically inefficient and generally unjust, with disaster response being provided on the basis of how politically appealing it was. A great number of backdoor deals happened in the days or week following a disaster, and the general outcome was the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. It was with that sorry state of things in mind that legislation was drafted to create an imperial organization that would be funded by the member polities in relation to their ability to pay, constituting a standing response force for rapid assistance in times of disaster. The Office of Imperial Disaster Relief, the OIDR, got its inaugural call from the Kingdom of Paralanth when a star fell from the skies and caused severe destruction to one of their major cities. It probably comes as no surprise that the multicolored stars that dotted Erb's night sky worked differently than stars did back on Earth. Erbian stars weren't stars at all. They were enormous balls with skins as thin as a Christmas ornaments, which drifted around very, very slowly out past Celestar. Every once in a while one would pop, and more rarely one would plummet down to Erb, through the complicated dimensional fuckery that allowed a static sky to be overhead, a tessellating Erb, and usually it would cause a humanitarian disaster of some kind if it was unfortunate enough to land anywhere near where people lived. The star stuff was harvested for a few specialty uses, and everyone else tried to pick up the more metaphorical pieces. OIDR, usually pronounced OIDR, had been a controversial organization at the time it was founded, but a few decades had been enough to allow it to prove itself. There were still detractors, obviously, people who thought that they shouldn't have to pay for disaster relief that went to far-off areas, or people who saw it as imperial overreach, but they were the typical anti-imperial crowd whose opinions the Empire tried their best to work around. OIDR only moved in at the behest of a member polity, only when a standing imperial committee had found that there was cause, and they placed a heavy focus on doing as much as it could within its budget, which many of its detractors said had been bloated when it was first created and had become a corpulent monster in the time since then. Someone, somewhere, or more likely a big group of people, had decided that OIDR was going to be the face of the Article 86 invocation, most likely because there were a lot of people who thought well of the organization, and because it put a humanitarian spin on what was, effectively, the Empire ignoring the sovereignty of a member polity. Captain Elias Satter had been chosen as the face of the face. He was half animalia, half human, a literal satyr, though for all the Arabs seemed to have every single fucking fantasy race and monster in existence, they didn't have satyrs, and the name was just a coincidence of the sort that the dungeon master was fond of, and which brought to mind what he'd said about how difficult it was to set up anagrams. Satyr had been on the front lines of OIDR when it had helped deal with the aftermath of the starfall in Paralanth and shot up the ranks through what mostly seemed to be a powerful natural charisma. He was also a musician of note. People were often surprised to hear his songs on the radio and learn that not only was he a very rare half-animalia, half-human, he was also pretty highly ranked within the Empire. Physically, he was almost exactly my mental image of a satyr, with curled horns like a goat, hooves, and the weird back-and-forth joints on his legs. He was wearing entad armor of some kind, adorned with curled blue waves and shifting whenever you weren't looking straight at it, and a helm that left his slightly animal face exposed except at the place where a strip of metal protected his nose,
said Bethel.
I replied. I'd have done the same if I were going up against Bethel and I knew even a tenth of what she was capable of,
said Amaryllis.
I hadn't realized that Bethel had put us on the equivalent of a group call, but that made sense. It was just a little jarring, given that I thought we were speaking in confidence. I said Amaryllis. Said Bethel. Amaryllis had no response to that, other than to look slightly chagrined.
Captain Elias Sutter of the Office of Imperial Disaster Relief, he said, introducing himself as we came through the doors.
Bethel had made a grand entryway for us to have this little meeting in, with no chairs or tables that would serve as an invitation for an extended talk.
I'm to understand that you're independent citizens conducting disaster relief?
No,
said Amaryllis.
She was standing beside me, as were Grack and Valencia. We're not citizens of Leo. We're citizens of the Republic of Miunun, which isn't a member polity of the Empire. We were here in Leo because a member of our government was undergoing training at the Athenaeum of Sound and Silence. When the monster came down from the clouds, we engaged with it using every tool at our disposal, and when it was dead, we conducted as much disaster relief as possible.
I see,
replied Satyr with a frown. Maybe he was trying to parse how that was different from independent citizens.
Your presence was authorized by the government of Leo?
No,
replied Amaryllis. We acted independently.
I see Article 86 of the Imperial Charter was activated 40 minutes ago, said Satyr. Disaster relief operations will be handled by OIDR from here on out. Given your status as a non-member polity operating under unclear jurisdiction, to put it extremely favorably, you will immediately stand down and vacate as quickly as possible, along evacuation routes that are being established as we speak.
There are monsters around here, I said. 6 varieties we've encountered so far. More things had been fleeing from Momay Rath's corpse, all of them dangerous. I was pretty sure if that I killed any of them, they would have equally stupid names to the Mombats and Mome Rats, but I had been busy with the bigger picture and hadn't actually defeated any of them. We also have fairly powerful entads and a number of trained personnel.
I appreciate that,
said Satyr.
And candidly, the work that you've done here, if it's even a tenth as impressive as I've been led to believe, should be enough to have you branded heroes throughout the Empire. But from a legal standpoint, you had no business being here. If you're lucky, there will be no one to hold you accountable. But I doubt that you can remain that lucky for long, not when we're dealing with a new exclusion.
A new exclusion, I asked. Enough time had passed for him to know about that. But this was something that Amaryllis had said we should probably play dumb on. If it came out that I was solely responsible for getting skin magic excluded, well, who knew? But it probably wouldn't be good, even if it wasn't really that much my fault.
Skin magic, replied the satyr. You're standing in the Hex's newest exclusion zone. We don't know what might have caused it, but the end result is fairly clear. We don't know whether it's repeatable or not, but from prior experience, it's better to assume that it is. All the more reason for you to leave.
Candidly, said Valencia. What are they saying about us, up the chain of command?
Satyr looked her over, trying to get the measure of her. She was radiating calm collectedness, and just a touch of innocence. It helped that she wasn't wearing the red armor of Aramor.
Information came through a back channels,
said Satyr.
That means that you already had the ear of someone with at least a little power within the Empire, maybe a lot. You're a new polity supported by staunch imperialists with one or more of the highest tier entads operating on foreign soil and achieving a frankly astonishing success.
They're suspicious?
Said Valencia.
The term false flag has been floated.
You didn't hear it from me, said Satyr, nodding at her. It's above my pay grade, frankly, and I can't say that my own sphere of contacts reflects what popular opinion will land on.
Thank you,
said Amaryllis.
We'll leave then. We do have a number of people we've provided healing and rescue to, as well as a large number of corpses and souls that we'd like you to take possession of, if we're leaving the area.
The souls can be sent to our forward operating base,
said Satyr.
The people can leave here with me. Some of my men are outside to give us defensive support and transportation.
I'll take you to them,
said Amaryllis. I might have imagined it, but I thought I saw a slight gleam in her eye. We walked as a group toward a set of doors at the back wall, not a terribly far walk, but enough to build anticipation. My opinion of Satyr had risen as we'd spoken to him, but this little bit of theater was something that we'd planned out just in case whoever we'd spoken to ended up being belligerent. I opened the doors for him and led him out to the balcony that Bethel had created. He set a foot on the balcony, then stopped in place, looking out at the room Bethel had made to serve as a field hospital. It had started big and then grown bigger over hours of search and rescue until it was near the limits of her ability to stretch internal space. There were 4,000 beds, enough for everyone that we'd picked up, some of them still awaiting treatment, but the bulk of them cured and awaiting an all-clear signal from outside that I didn't think Satyr would realistically be able to provide for weeks or even months. The really mind-boggling thing about seeing it like this, aside from the dimensions of the room, was how much stuff there was in there, how many beds, blankets, pillows, how much food was being eaten, how many people were reading books, how many children were playing with toys, all of it clearly provided by us, said Amaryllis. I replied, I was watching Satyr, who was taking it all in. Replied Amaryllis.
He said, I hadn't realized how many people you had.
You don't have room for them all,
said Valencia. We're mobile, I said. If you have a refugee center, we can let them all out there. And I do mean mobile. We could land outside Kaledwich within the hour. But we don't have to, if you want them to remain in Leo. Some have lost their homes, but some haven't. And if it's going to be possible to rebuild Leo, then taking people far away isn't advised.
I'm going to have to make some phone calls,
said Satyr.
I'm going to have to. I'd thought dozens. The death count is probably a fraction of what we'd been predicting.
We can stay as long as we need to, I said. We're not members of the Empire, but we do want to help. Satyr stared out at the masses.
Give me time to find a place for all these people,
he said. I'll try to give you as much time as you need, I replied, in the house of God. Chapter 164. In the house of God. I was laying in my bed, staring up at the ceiling. Kenner's eye was pushing off sleep, and would continue to do so for another week before it started to wear on me, and another month before I would be forced into sleep, by which time we would hopefully have something to replace it, with which could eliminate sleep entirely. The Lord of Dreams could do it, as could the Elon Gar, but those were the only two methods that we knew of that would last forever without drawbacks, and both presented pretty serious problems. I wasn't in my room, lying on my bed, to sleep. I was just there because I had been through a lot and wanted some time to recuperate. I spent most of it wishing that Fen was there with us. She had always been easy to talk to, easier than any of my current companions, simple and uncomplicated, or at least that way on the surface, able to brush away worries and concerns so that we could settle into a friendly banter with each other. It hadn't really been all that healthy, because she wasn't as simple and uncomplicated as she pretended to be. but I still missed it. It was the first time I really, honestly thought about shoving every part of Fen's soul I could into someone else's body so that I could have a facsimile of her, just for a moment. It was hard sometimes, when I had thoughts like that, to know whether or not they were just the intrusive thoughts that everyone had from time to time, or whether it was because I really was sliding down a slippery slope toward becoming the vile kind of soul mage that everyone always worried about. A part of the complication here was that a few of my former barriers had been outright stripped away. We had a body that seemed destined for the oubliette in the person of Elio. All I would have to do was excise his memories and values, then replace them with Fen's, plus everything else I could grab and remap. It wouldn't be Fen, because try as I might, I couldn't access a person's spirit from their anima exa, and I suspected that it was simply unavailable. But it would be close to her, a way to talk to someone with her exact memories and values. I was mulling this over when I got a knock on my door.
Enter,
I said.
Hello, Juniper,
said Bethel, slipping inside. I sat up on the bed and looked at her. She changed form often, which I thought was fair given how easy that was for her. This was what I thought of as her human form, one that was our size instead of 9 feet tall, more normal looking, for lack of a better description. She was wearing human clothes too. Instead of the gossamer dress she favored, she had on a simple dress with a green earth tone. The more I looked at her, the more dressed down she seemed. She normally kept a bit of wood grain as a part of her cedar-colored skin, and her hair was typically in rope-like braids. Both those features were gone, bringing her close enough to human that if I didn't know better, I might not have been able to tell.
You came in through the door,
I said.
I'm not sure what I've done to deserve that level of politeness, but thank you.
She was looking me over.
What's up?
I asked.
I assume from the fact you're not using the mental link, this is a more social visit?
I was worried that she was going to harangue me about how long it was taking to get everything in order.
do you mind?
She asked.
No,
I said.
I was pretty much done with the decompression. Not really ready to get back out into the trenches just yet.
Well,
said Bethel, smiling at me.
the way I figure it, you owe me a favor.
Yes,
I said.
many. Unfortunately, my ability to do you favors is pretty lacking.
Somewhat, yes.
Replied Bethel.
Do you remember our earlier conversation?
I stopped, then frowned.
Which one?
Sexual pleasure.
She replied.
Oh,
I said. I straightened up. The near-human appearance seemed like it had more of a point now.
look, I know that's something that you expressed an interest in, but as I've said,
What you said precisely was that if I found an entad that allowed me to experience sexual pleasure, you would find the prospect of having sex with me appealing,
said Bethel. She gestured to her body.
Consider that accomplished.
I looked her over. What am I looking at?
I asked.
It's a body.
Said Bethel.
The entad that belonged to Oberlin. I have a physical body now. I have to say it's a lot less work than projecting one.
I said. That's... I shifted on my bed.
Look,
I began.
You're aroused.
Said Bethel. I tried to let the tension out of my body. Yes, I said. There was really no use in denying that. I'd spent too long looking at her curves. She was pretty. She had always been pretty, sometimes with a bit of alienness to her, but usually just pretty in an exotic way, instantly remarkable. Also, she had boobs, and who doesn't love boobs? Let me think for a moment,
I'm not sure what there is to think about.
said Bethel, smiling at me. Amaryllis?
Amaryllis,
I said.
that's definitely part of it.
so far as I'm aware, nothing has happened between the two of you.
Asked Bethel.
You are really much better at flirting with Fen than you are with her. So much attraction, wrapped up in polite conversation and businesslike demeanor.
She was looking at me.
Ah, and there goes the arousal, Such a pity.
Give me a minute to think.
I said.
Pros and cons.
You can think out loud.
She said. I might have been imagining it, but it seemed like there was a huskiness to her voice.
Yeah,
I replied.
but then I would have to voice my thoughts, and there are some thoughts that I'm worried might hurt various people, myself included, if I had to live with having spoken them.
Bethel sat down next to me on the bed, leaving barely an inch of space between us.
I'll wait while you think.
It's hard to think when someone is sitting there waiting for you to think, especially when that someone is a house who you're a little attracted to, one that could kill you even when no one else could. But I tried my best. Look, I was 18, and at pretty close to peak human physicality. As a natural consequence of that, I got horny on a regular basis, and while I did my very best not to let that interfere with executive function, it wasn't something that felt natural to rein in. Some of that was compounded by the lack of privacy, which made masturbating to clear my head a little bit awkward, because if I was inside Bethel, then I knew that she could choose to watch me. That hadn't historically stopped me much, and Bethel had thankfully never commented on it, though I was pretty sure she might in the coming conversation. It would have been great if I had been a sexless robot that could just ignore my hormones without the need for self-pleasure, but I wasn't. Given that, I certainly hadn't compounded all my other problems by starting on the NoFap challenge for a month when I first got to Erb. And if you think that I went 2 months in the time chamber with Amaryllis, the most beautiful woman conceivable, and didn't masturbate once, then I don't have any idea what your mental model of me must look like. And the appeal of having sex with Bethel wasn't just because of sexual frustration or high libido, the usual attraction of a warm and willing body. At least some of it was Bethel herself, an entity that I was pretty sure had been designed for me by the Dungeon Master, or at least manipulated into existence in the same way that all my other companions seemed like they had been, made for me in some sense, not that I had asked. Bethel had a mean streak that appealed to me, one that was likely a reflection of my own mean streak, my worst impulses. She had killed hundreds of people, maybe even thousands, and somehow that usually ended up triggering my empathy for her. If I imagined for a moment that Amaryllis were out of the picture, not dead, obviously, because that would be a whole thing, but just some alternate scenario where it was me and the house, or some kind of anti-mimetic effect that made me forget about Amaryllis. It was fucking terrifying to think about, but if that happened, then I could see Bethel and I getting closer, closer than we already were. Never in love, no, probably not, but there could probably be something between us, at least on my end. Loyalty was a bad and confusing metric, but hers was 18, and that probably wasn't meaningless, you know? She was a house, and she wanted me to live in her, and that was something. That just about covered the pros. Cons. Well, as it happened, Amaryllis hadn't been erased from my brain, and I was getting to be pretty confident that if it were possible for us to be together, I would want that, even if the whole sex thing didn't end up working out. I could have sung her praises to the high heavens if Erb had heavens, but it was really just a matter of the way that I felt. And to go and have sex with Bethel, or even just have her give me a handjob, felt like it would be a betrayal of a relationship that hadn't even started. I didn't think that Amaryllis would actually care that much, given what she'd had to say on the subject. What was important was how I would feel, which would be unclean, like I was a betrayer, and yeah, that was probably guilt about other things tainting how I thought. And the other downsides were mostly centered around Bethel, who—
Time is up.
said Bethel.
Are we going to do this or not?
She was giving me a very patient look, the kind of placid that lets people know that they're being waited on.
Not?
I said. I let out a breath,
I talked to her while you were taking time to think.
said Bethel. She was still sitting very close to me, and it might have been my imagination, but I thought I could feel the heat coming off her body.
She said that she hoped you would say yes.
I'm really hesitant to call you a liar,
I said.
but that seems very convenient.
She leaned over and kissed me. I was taken by surprise and put up a token struggle before I kissed her back. She smelled faintly of wood shavings and campfire, a pleasant smell. Her lips were soft, so convincing that I wouldn't have known she wasn't human. Maybe in that body she was human. It didn't really matter. That was just where my brain was going.
Bethel, no.
I tried to say, but she moved forward when I moved back, still kissing me, and I wasn't quite not kissing her in return.
Bethel, no.
I tried again. It felt good to kiss her, and I was fully erect. There was no doubt of that. But I hadn't actually decided that this was something that I wanted to do, and I felt a knot of fear forming, because she was more powerful than me. And if I said no, well, that was what I had been in the middle of thinking about when she'd interrupted me. I had Prince's invulnerability, and she could strip it away like it was nothing.
I want you, Juniper.
She replied into my head while still kissing me with her bodily mouth. I tried to move backward again, and she pushed against me, so that my back was resting on the bed. It didn't take her long to maneuver around so that she was on top of me, straddling me, the weight of her pushing down on my erection.
I can feel the arousal in us both.
She was kissing me hard, firm yet still soft, and moved down to kiss my neck as her hands worked at the buttons of the shirt I was wearing. I wanted to say that I couldn't, that I didn't want to, that I cared about her, but that it was still a bad idea for a fair number of reasons. And then I thought that we'd already gone so far, so fast, this would already need to be explained, or could be exploited by her if she really wanted to. And if I pushed her off and told her no, then if she really wanted to, she could overpower me, or kill me in 1,000 gruesome ways, or just hurt me, even if I could heal back. And I liked it. On so many levels, I liked it. Not just the purely physical, but the sense of the forbidden, the bad idea that I knew I would regret, giving in to basal impulses, the roughness and intimacy of it, the power she held over me, the fear and adrenaline, being her first, showing her what it was like. The more it was happening, the less I was thinking. The list of pros and cons got washed away into a confusing river of emotion and sensation, all moving toward the same destination. Afterward, I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, like I had been before Bethel had knocked on my door. The difference was that I was naked, slightly sticky, and feeling out of sorts. Bethel's new body lay beside me, staring up at the ceiling, same as I was.
I can see why people like it,
said Bethel into the silence. I didn't respond.
I always thought it was fumbling.
Said Bethel.
Two creatures who can barely see each other, barely feel each other, who have to guess what certain physiological responses must mean, groping and grappling while they seek their own pleasure. It always seemed so inefficient. But I think I can see it better, how the mutuality of it works.
I still didn't respond. I was thinking about what we had said to each other before it had happened, the specific words we had used with each other. I knew that what I should really be thinking about was what my next steps were going to be, or failing that, how I could best support and encourage Bethel, which my life might depend on. Instead, I was thinking about what I had said to her, and not just that, the tone that I had used, the context of my words, and I was thinking that I hadn't actually fought back very hard.
I stimulated my own clitoris at the end,
said Bethel.
A lot of women do,
I replied. My voice sounded hollow to my ears, despite my best efforts.
It's like you said, bumbling animals who hardly know each other.
Well, I enjoyed it all the same,
said Bethel.
More than I thought I would. It was at the upper edge of my predictions for how well I thought it might go.
Good,
I said.
I hope that I was as gentle and understanding as you thought that I would be.
I wondered if the game was giving me some penalties to my skills for whatever esoteric reasons it might be doing that. Everything out of my mouth felt like I was watching it at a remove, like there was some lingering dissociation from that entad that I'd been under at the temple. Through every conversation I'd had on Erb, nothing had ever felt so much like picking dialogue options from a menu, knowing that it wasn't what you'd actually say in that situation. I'd gotten achievement progress on A key for 7 locks, my least favorite achievement. There had been a time when I had worried that the game would set things up, or contrive ridiculous scenarios, just to make all 7 happen, convoluted plots lasting decades in service of incrementing that progress tracker. I hadn't imagined that it would simply be forced on me.
Are you okay?
She asked. Her voice was soft and gentle. She sat up slightly, rolling her naked body so she was on her side.
Fine,
I replied.
I just wasn't expecting it.
But that's something that you humans like, isn't it?
Asked Bethel. Spontaneity. Yeah, I said.
You're worried about what Amaryllis will think,
Said Bethel with a nod. I hadn't been, not until Bethel had said that. My brain was still catching itself up to speed.
I don't know what I'm going to tell her.
She doesn't need to know,
Said Bethel. She reached over and laid her hand against my chest, trailing her fingers, clearly experimenting with what it was like to have senses like a human.
I won't tell.
You said you talked to her.
I replied. I felt a chill go down my spine.
I lied,
Said Bethel, dropping that casually, effortlessly.
Oh,
I replied, because I didn't know what else to say. I felt a coldness in the pit of my stomach.
it should probably come from me, if it comes from anyone.
You don't owe it to her to tell her,
Said Bethel.
You clearly enjoyed yourself. That's all it has to be. I don't see myself doing this again. Or if I do, then not with someone so...
So what?
I asked, because it felt like she wanted me to ask.
conflicted.
Said Bethel.
You're a very moral person, in your own way, even as you stumble and fall. You have these ideas of who you should be, what you should do. It's sometimes attractive and sometimes not. Even now I can see you trying to find ways to hate yourself over this.
I felt my stomach churn. I'd thought that I was keeping my feelings from her, but she could still see through me as well as before. It was just that she was misinterpreting the signs.
I'm sorry,
I said.
You deserved someone less conflicted, someone who was fully committed to you, heart and soul.
Ropey,
Said Bethel. She removed her hand from my chest and sat up on the bed, hugging her knees. She looked down at her arms.
You know, this didn't really make me feel better. I'd always wondered.
Might be learned,
I said.
You've got a body, but I doubt it's got all the things that come with a body, all the stuff that gets packed into a mortal's brain.
I could feel myself coming back down to terra firma. I was going to have to deal with this reality, with this shitty hand I'd been dealt, all the baggage that I hadn't wanted, and then some. That seemed like the path forward. Bethel moved over to me and placed her hand on my chest. Her fingers were thin, like I imagined a violinist's, and she touched the sparse hair on my chest. It took me a moment to realize that she wasn't being affectionate. She was testing the motions that she'd seen before. A fair number of people had lived in her, through the years, first squatters after Uther had left her alone, and later the mayors of Headwater, followed by the Pendrigs and their help, and later the armies. I had no real clue how many people had lived in her over the years, and no way to guess how many people had sex in her, but it was probably a lot. She was touching me because she was curious about the human experience, about the things that these people did inside of her, the aspects of their lives that she had seen but never experienced. Maybe it was like a chef that never ate their own food, tasting one of their dishes for the very first time, just to see what it was like. I reached for her hand and pulled it up to my mouth, then kissed her fingers, letting myself feel the taste of her, slightly salty. There was a part of me that had liked it, and I tried to bring that to the surface, to think of the pros instead of the cons. And when that didn't work, I tried to instead think warm thoughts. Bethel had been mistreated by many people for a long period of time, and she was trying to come into her own, trying to be a better person or a person equivalent. If this, what we'd done together, was the result of that, it didn't speak well to how she was adjusting. But I couldn't just give her the cold shoulder, not when she was this huge, terrifying alien house with anger issues, privacy issues, consent issues, weird values, and damn, that cons list would have been long if she'd given me time to finish it. But while I was thinking that, I was also kissing her fingers and pulling her closer to me, pretending that we were lovers, that any intimacy between us hadn't been rent to shreds.
It would be a bad idea for you to fall in love with me,
said Bethel. She was watching me kiss her fingers, her stare intent. Oh? I asked. My mind was running on 2 tracks at once, multi-threading, one part caught in a loop and wholly silent, insisting that she'd betrayed me, that she'd gone a step too far, then second-guessing my complicity and replaying what I had said and done for the umpteenth time. The other part of me was slowly relaxing, trying to come to terms with the idea of it, accepting Bethel as she was, because she needed someone to care for her, because I did care for her. I was sure that any objective outside view would say that my mind was a mess, but it seemed to be working, at least so far as Bethel was revealing anything to me through her human form.
I don't think that I can love like a human,
said Bethel.
I've seen many lovers before.
I stopped kissing her hand and let it drop to my chest, and she moved closer to me, curling up in the crook of my shoulder so that she could use me as a pillow. I tried to believe that it felt nice, that it was a comfort, and I think I succeeded in convincing myself.
Arrogant of you to think I would fall in love with you,
I said. I kept my voice to a murmur. It was something that I would have said to Fen, a playful little joke that she would have appreciated.
Humans don't make sense,
said Bethel.
More than any other species, you don't have proper brains. It's not your fault.
Well, I'll try my best,
I replied. And in the thread that was thinking like her lover, or at least like a juniper that was trying to show her love, a thought occurred, one which might have been warm and pleasant if things had been different, but one which I couldn't help but speak, even with the roiling conflict inside of me.
Would it be so bad to do this again?
We'll see,
replied Bethel. There was no mistaking the warmth in her voice. She was practically purring like a kitten. I went back to my rounds, helping out where I could, until eventually there was an excuse to leave Bethel and have some time to myself when I wasn't trying to double-think, wasn't trying to push down the discomfort, unease, and downright dread I was feeling. Once I was gone from Bethel, so far away there was no possibility she was spying on me. I took a few deep breaths and tried to figure out what I was going to do. Politics, blah blah blah. Chapter 165. Politics, blah blah blah. We spent our days, yes, multiple days, being a support organ for OIDR's rapidly expanding efforts to get something resembling a workable government. They also took our assistance in hunting down and killing all the random crap that was coming out of, or falling off, Mom Rath's corpse. I took point on a lot of it, in part because I was somewhat immune to the memes, in part because I was virtually invincible, and in part because without sleep I had to do something with my time, and in part because I didn't want to be in the house. I hadn't told anyone what had happened between Bethel and I. Amaryllis didn't know, and I was sure that she would be angry once she found out, but I didn't want to complicate things. I just wanted them to go back to the way they were. It was making me feel slightly sick all the time, except for those moments when I could zone out and forget, more than the lingering problems my burnt-out bones had caused me, more than the danger of leveling up. It was just this gut-deep tension that didn't really make sense to me, because Amaryllis wouldn't actually be that angry. She would be more angry that I had kept it from her, and whatever drama came of it would probably be nothing in comparison to what I was feeling. But I kept silent because I didn't want to talk about it, and I didn't want to have to explain, and so long as I kept quiet, I wouldn't have to let Bethel stop believing her own version of events. There were a few dangling threads in Leo. The biggest was who would be in control of Leo once OIDR finished up their work there. The ruling council were dead to the last, and the rules of succession weren't as firm as anyone would have liked, nor did they have a strong continuity of governance. For anyone who was more concerned with the imperial side of things, this was especially troubling, because they were inevitably going to be a part of the conversation, not to mention that fact that if they were malfeasant, it would be entirely possible to install imperial-aligned interests on the new ruling council, if there was even going to be one. For the Empire to violate a member city-state's sovereignty was one thing, but it was another entirely for the Empire to perform what was, from some angles, a coup. Eventually, it came down to a giant meeting of 30-odd people at the forward operating base OIDR had set up. The optics of this had been cause for some criticism by Amaryllis, who thought that they should have chosen more neutral ground, but we hadn't exterminated all the monsters in the city, and it was the safest place for all the most important people to be, aside from Bethel. I had only barely heard of most of the people involved. The Dwarven Shadow City was there, represented by 3 dwarves, though they weren't vying for control, only there as stakeholders. Unsurprisingly, the dwarves had come off pretty well from the whole thing, given that they lived pretty deep underground. They'd had a few collapses from what went on above, and a handful dead in those collapses, but that was about it. Aside from them, there were business collectives, the remnants of the security apparatus of Leo, lower-level functionaries who hadn't been outright killed by Harold, and finally, the student council. Jiff settled into a scowl when she saw me. She was flanked by the Tyewood and the masked woman, SSSC Secretary Losh and SSSC Treasurer Maidal, I now knew. The man with gray at his temples, SSSC President Davin, was absent, which, given how things had been, meant there was a pretty good chance that he was dead. I wondered what she had heard about me in the interim, and whether she had made the connection that I was a master, still mage, shortly after I had been down in the temple, a place that I'd exited the same day that Mom Rath had come down. It was also somewhat common knowledge that I was a registered soul mage, given how many people I'd had to go through aboard Bethel. The paperwork would, Finch assured me, be backdated, as ironclad as he could make it, with a lot of strings pulled in the background. Jiff didn't approach me, which I was thankful for. Amaryllis and I had a seat at the table, as did OIDR, but we were only there in an advisory capacity. Amaryllis was pretty sure that the real reason we were there was because it was impossible to hide Bethel's involvement in things, both because she'd had an extended sortie and gotten the killing blow, and because there were thousands of witnesses who could speak to having been picked up. That made us heroes, sure, but it was in Sator's interest to parade us around so that he could assure everyone that the Empire had only acted when all other options had been exhausted, and in fact had erred on the side of extreme caution before taking the final step of invoking Article 86. There was a lot of crosstalk, especially at the beginning. Amaryllis had thought there would be. She'd had a lot of experience with meetings, and to hear her tell it, meetings were held together by strict procedure, clear hierarchies, and clear purpose. Amaryllis had argued that we should follow Pendraig's rules of order, the first and last word in procedural conduct, but Sator had declined. Hierarchies. That was at least in part what was being decided on, and the man with the highest, clearest position here, Captain Sator, was duty-bound not to actually exercise any of that power, given how contentious this whole thing was among the Imperial constituents. And as for purpose, that was up in the air too, because while the nominal goal of the meeting was to decide on rulership of Leo, the subtext was that we were deciding on the fate of the city-state, the Athenaeum, and roughly a tenth of Herb's remaining magics.
The biggest single driver of income to Leo is the Athenaeum,
said Jiff.
Her voice was strained. She'd been introduced as acting Sound and Silent Student Council president, which confirmed my suspicions. I wanted to know what had happened to Sonet, but there was no way for me to ask. The Athenaeum is, in a very real sense, the focal point of Leo, from a cultural, economic, political, and social standpoint. The ruling council of Leo was made up entirely of students who had been through SNS.
If that argument were persuasive, then it wouldn't be persuasive in favor of you,
said a member of one of the business collectives. One of the things that vibration mages did when they weren't off exploding heads somewhere was factory work, primarily in materials analysis and ensuring precision, thanks to both their heightened senses and their ability to manipulate vibration. Orkaz, one of the few orcs I had ever seen, owned one of a few factories in Leo.
The argument would instead be that someone of importance from the Athenaeum be appointed, someone with administrative experience.
We have administrative experience,
said Jiff,
and we're here having spoken to as many of the surviving staff and faculty as we could find.
Backroom deals, then,
said Orkaz with a shake of his head. He looked over at Satyr.
We can't elect a new council when half of the candidates have been excluded from the running before it's even begun.
I couldn't force the people to come to this meeting,
replied Satyr.
I did, as it happens, extend invitations to a number of likely surviving faculty and staff. Some don't plan to stay in Leo, others deferred to the decisions of the student council.
Orkaz didn't seem happy about that, but being shot down on that point seemed to take the wind out of his sails. I glanced over at Amaryllis, who had nudged me, and looked down at her rapidly moving hand beneath the table.
He should point out that the majority of people in Leo don't attend the Athenaeum, even if it is the most important place,
said Amaryllis, using Gim. Symbiosis gave her half my effective level in language, which was apparently rounded down. She'd gotten Gim rather than Groglir or Kindi, presumably because that was the first of them she interacted with, though we didn't have enough data to determine the rule. He's a businessman, not a politician, I replied. At least, that's my read.
I concur,
replied Amaryllis, signing rapidly.
But he would be a good check on the power of the Athenaeum. Historically, they end up dominating almost any region they're in. This is the first time in living memory that one of them has had a near-total reset. It might be the only opportunity.
The phrase "in living memory" meant something different on Erb, as you might imagine. Here I was pretty sure that it was exaggeration for effect rather than precision. Lisi would have called her on it, but I stayed silent. The weakness of his play might be because of how powerful the Athenaeum is, I replied. Gim didn't really have a way of marking emphasis on a word, so I tried to draw the charades out, which I wasn't sure was entirely effective communication. My increased spirit was mostly a boon as far as helping people went, but the multi-threading virtue was amazing in general practice, because it meant that I could pay attention to talking to Amaryllis and the conversation around the table at the same time, without actually having the feeling of split attention. My experience with fighting the monsters that roamed Leo had shown it was equally valuable in combat, if not more so. And thankfully, it was something that I got at level 30, which, after mucking with the spirits of hundreds of people, I had already passed and wouldn't go back down below. Unfortunately, the meeting itself was irritating, mostly because there wasn't much we could say. We weren't citizens of Leo. Even if you were a student, you needed a year of residence and some paperwork that I obviously hadn't and couldn't have filed nor faked. I didn't even think that being a student would really count in my favor either, given that Jiff thought I was a cheater. I wondered whether she thought I was under the employ of the Empire.
Jiff has this,
Amaryllis signed.
She has no opposition. I'm surprised that Irma Reiter isn't here. She was always politically minded.
She's dead, I replied. I found out this morning. Not dead in the attack, dead in her office, bottled suicide. She had a husband and 2 children, all of them crushed, souls unretrieved.
Unfortunate,
replied Amaryllis. Her sign was terse, but she seemed genuinely saddened to hear it, and I spent a bit too much time looking over at her,
There has been too much death and destruction,
said Jif.
We need to clean up, clear out, and rebuild. The only question that anyone should be concerned with is what shape that rebuilding will take. There are people who will argue that Leo should become a ghost town, that the temple and Rod should be moved somewhere else. Mortality has been extremely high. Infrastructure is in a sorry state. There is a corpse sitting in the middle of the city, smelling more every day.
The Empire is attempting to pass a legislation that will bring a group of star mages in to take care of it,
said Satyr.
That is beyond the scope of this meeting.
Thank you,
said Jif, nodding at him.
But my point is that things are stacked against us, and I can perfectly well understand why people might want to flee from this place. But the Athenaeum is the beating heart of this city, and so long as I have a say, it will stay right where it is.
It's in the best interests of everyone who is staying to have others stay as well,
said one of the dwarves, speaking up for the first time since we'd made introductions. I was used to Grak's slightly stilted way of speaking, and it was weird to hear one of them speaking perfect English with no trace of an accent.
The question is whether we can shoulder the burden of staying, and whether we can stay should enough others leave. The site is, I should remind, an active exclusion zone.
We don't understand the connection between the enormous creature and skin magic,
said Satyr.
Until we understand that connection, there's an inherent risk in staying here.
The fact that it's an exclusion zone could be a boon,
said Amaryllis.
This is the only place on all of Arab where tattoo magic still works. There are relatively few tattoos that are still worth anything given the circumstances, but...
It was my understanding that you were only at this meeting in an advisory capacity,
said Jif.
She is,
said Satyr, giving Amaryllis a displeased look.
Have you interfaced with the Athenaeum of Steel and Sweat?
Asked Amaryllis. She was firm and unflappable, with the kind of stoic determination that I'd come to expect of her. I was pretty sure that she knew the answer to that question. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked it.
Speaking to Steel and Sweat seemed inadvisable,
said Satyr.
Why?
Asked Amaryllis, pressing him.
There are hundreds of thousands of tattoo mages who have lost their primary form of employment. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of scholars whose expertise is only useful within this city and the surrounding areas. Worse, tattoos completed outside the exclusion zone will not be active within the zone.
That was per our experimentation.
Which means that this is the only place that a person can have a tattoo added to them.
Be that as it may,
replied Satyr.
It is imperial policy to allow governance of exclusion zones to fall under the purview of the original governmental authority. And while it is entirely the case that Steel and Sweat might have an interest in the exclusion zone, that interest is completely subordinate to determinations of sovereignty.
Amaryllis looked around the table. I suppose she was hoping that someone else would object, but there were no takers. Satyr cleared his throat and moved the meeting onward, but it was pretty clear that Jif had taken the reins on the matter, both because she was being quite forceful about it, and because she'd clearly done a fair amount of work in the lead-up to this meeting. It wasn't really a surprise when there was general agreement that the SSSC would have provisional control over the city-state of Leo, subject to further discussion once things had settled. That I viewed as a formality. Once someone had power, it was pretty damned unlikely that it would be stripped from them, especially not when the Empire was in a precarious spot.
It's fucking bullshit,
Amaryllis signed to me as we left the meeting.
She's going to take over without any of the other stakeholders having their say.
We were in a room full of stakeholders, I replied. I was listening in on other conversations, though there was nothing terribly important. We got a few looks, but we weren't dumb enough to say anything incriminating in Gim, on the off chance that someone knew it. And she might be least worst. One of the remaining low-level governmental functionaries had spoken up and made a fool of himself, which had made Jif look better.
It doesn't put us in a good position,
signed Amaryllis. No, I agreed. It doesn't. But I'm not sure how important any of it will be going forward. Jif hates me, but it's pretty clear that the Athenaeum is going to be on the back foot for a long time, and the timescales we're dealing with are pretty damned short in the scheme of things. This is all heavily translated, by the way. Gim was a weird as fuck language without a lot of the features that I took for granted in English of Anglish. It was supposed to be signed by a species with gravity senses that could effectively do 3D mapping of the fingers, which meant that we were doing a bastard version of it that was slightly more calibrated to our regular old human eyes.
Quest,
replied Amaryllis, which I think was as much as she wanted to say on the matter. I wasn't actually sure which she meant. We had two that were likely measured in years, the one to stop the Void Beast, and the one to make the Republic of Miunun a member in good standing of the Empire of Common Cause. Jif could potentially fuck us there, not through an overt use of power, if she did end up becoming the top of the pyramid of power at SNS, but by poisoning the well if she was in conversation with other Imperial members. Point taken, I replied. Not much we can do about it. Amaryllis was silent at that, but she didn't seem very happy about it. We headed back to Bethel, and when I saw the house looming, I wasn't very happy either. On the fourth day, Angelsin showed up. With the matter of Leo's governance at least partially settled, there was an entity that could send out requests for aid. OIDR had been established as a collective disaster response force, but that hadn't fully eliminated the backroom deals, and it was often the case that a member polity could lend additional support, expertise, or magic. I was vaguely reminded of the way that intelligence services in the United States had historically squabbled with each other and duplicated work, or the way that developing a standard meant that there was one more standard to comply with. It was almost funny to see it here on Erb. Officially, Angelsin was lending additional troops from their host to assist with final extermination of the remaining monsters that had come down off Mom Rath. Some of those creatures were incredibly resilient to our efforts, hard to spot, hard to kill, and worst of all, fast breeders. The arachnid Mom Raths could burrow into any humanoid that they had killed and lay 100 eggs, during which time she would be anti-mimetically hidden, the corpse nest only visible to me or through an expansive ward that Grak developed. It remained to be seen whether or not they could actually be contained, but we were doing our best. One of the big risks, long-term, was that Leo would become ground zero for a number of invasive species. The saving grace was that most of them were incredibly, unthinkingly hostile. If the Mome Rats had the wherewithal, they could have fucked off without anyone being any the wiser. There was a possibility that this had happened. We couldn't be confident that it hadn't. That Angelsin was showing up was certainly not coincidence, though it was hard to tell whether this was the work of the Dungeon Master or the work of our enemies, not that those were mutually exclusive. I had always thought that if I were the Dungeon Master, Angelsin would come back into play, not just because of Amaryllis's history there, but because we'd left a few dangling plot threads behind. Of course, I would have been paying attention to what my players found most interesting, engaging, and fun, which would have ruled Angelsin out almost completely. One of those dangling plot threads came to Bethel's door on the morning of the 7th day. She was wearing different clothes from the ones she'd been wearing when I'd seen her in Boastrovino. Black mourning clothes rather than the frilly red dress she'd been in before, though she was still wearing the circlet with gemstones on it, an open display of both opulence and power. She had 4 guards with her, all of them in Entad armor, with Entad weapons, and almost certainly mages of one kind or another.
I should kill them all,
said Bethel.
Pendraigs!
She spat. She was wearing her human body, which she'd been doing a lot of lately. Seeing her still set me on edge as emotions came racing back, some of them good, some bad. I had finally broken down and made a few changes in my spirit, which had helped immensely. Isolating the specific thread was difficult, and knowing how much of a change I should make was impossible. But I had tamped down on my fear and my sense of violation, which were both, in my opinion, greater than they should logically have been. One sign of that was that I was going into muck with my internals in the first place. I didn't remove the feelings, not entirely, but I swung the balance a bit, so that it was a thing I hadn't wanted to happen, not something more and worse. Bethel hadn't meant anything by it, I was sure of that. She'd only thought that my reluctance was petty morality, or that I was too much inside my own head. If she realized that I was more spooked than I was letting on, or that my anxiety and discomfort was more about the act than my worry about Amaryllis, she hadn't said anything. She also didn't appear to have said anything to anyone else, so far as I could tell. So my feelings toward her were maybe, on balance, more good than bad. But it wasn't a calm neutral. It was the good and bad smacking up against each other like two warring armies. The memory of her borrowed body moving against mine, the look in her eyes when she came, matched against the sickness I felt in the pit of my stomach, and the fear of something like, say, penile degloving.
Don't kill them,
Replied Amaryllis.
Public assassination would put us at war with not just Anglesyn, but the entire Empire.
But private assassination?
Asked Bethel, arching an eyebrow.
If it couldn't be traced back to us in any way,
Said Amaryllis. She looked over at me.
it likely wouldn't be worth the risk, given that there would be no way to guarantee that there was no evidence, not with the wide range of entads available.
I could tell that she didn't want to so much as invoke the term remote viewing, which was a real problem.
Come on, let's get this over with.
Who do you need for this? I asked.
You, Valencia.
Said Amaryllis. She gave Grack a guilty look.
It's fine,
Said Grack.
I have found myself not caring for Pendrigs. I exclude present company.
I couldn't help but see that as a slight against Lisi, which I made a note to ask him about later.
And I suppose Raven and I will stay behind, as is our custom,
Said Pallida with a sigh.
You know, I really wish that I had that hat. It could give me any disguise, really was a thing of beauty. I could be by your side without anyone the wiser.
It wasn't fair to leave them, really. But Pallida was Renatsym, and her kind were recognizable, easy to place. Raven was a bit less suspect, but she was a figure of myth, and the longer we could go without revealing her, the better. You've said, I replied. If we find a way, we'll search for it. We didn't have a quest, obviously.
I've heard that Doris Finch can find things,
Said Pallida, raising an eyebrow. Yes, well, let's take our adversaries one at a time, I said. We went out into the main entryway, which Bethel had kept more or less static since Seder had paid us a visit. It was far too grand, but at least it made an impression, one that I hoped might give us a tiny bit of leverage in the coming negotiations.
Amaryllis Pendraig,
Said Hyacinth as we walked forward.
I had heard rumors, but I hadn't thought that they'd actually be true.
Hyacinth Prentice had heard more than rumors. The unfortunate thing about running a combination field hospital and refugee camp was that there were a ton of people, and at least a fraction of them were coming and going at any given time, a necessity because we couldn't in good conscience keep family members from each other, nor could we really keep anyone from leaving if they really wanted to. That meant that anyone who really wanted to could throw on a disguise and get inside with relative ease, and short of killing them and then hiding their corpse in extra-dimensional space, there was virtually nothing that we could do about it. Of course, one of the fortunate things about having both Valencia, Bethel, and Grack working together was that there was virtually no way that a spy could get onto Bethel without us knowing about it. Grack, in particular, could use the Pendraig line against them. If anyone with Uther Pendraig as a direct ancestor passed through one of the inner wards, Grack would immediately be notified. We were pretty sure that the 4 spies we'd clocked coming in ahead of Hyacinth's visit were the extent of what she'd sent, because they'd have to be very, very good for us to have missed them.
Cousin Hyacinth,
Said Amaryllis with a curtsy.
I was sorry to hear about your husband. I don't know if you knew this, but he and I were once quite close.
It is the risk that we take in service to the kingdom of Anglesyn,
Said Hyacinth, seeming unbothered.
A perennial fault of yours, it would seem.
I don't even know what my legal status in Angelson is,
said Amaryllis.
I think we can agree that I survived the trial by adversity.
You are, technically, a deserter from the host,
said Hyacinth, smiling at Amaryllis. She looked over at me.
As are you, Juniper Smith.
I wasn't too surprised that she knew my name, but I was a little surprised that she deigned to speak to me. And the kingdom of Angelsin intends to enforce that, I asked.
No,
said Hyacinth, laughing softly with an absolute lack of warmth.
We could, obviously, attempt to extradite you from Leo, but as soon as we tried, you would fly off in this marvelous entid. When the common folk talk about the accountability of the Lost King's court, it's people like you they think of. People who perceive themselves as being beyond the rule of law.
So you say,
replied Amaryllis.
From where I'm standing, we saved thousands of lives and rescued thousands more from an eternity of torture in the hells.
And you just so happened to be in Leo at the time?
Asked Hyacinth.
You happen to have all the tools at your disposal to kill a beast the like of which has never been seen on Herb.
If you want to make an accusation, make it,
said Amaryllis.
If you had the evidence, you would already have presented it, but you don't have the evidence because we had nothing to do with any of it.
She was convincing. I believed her, and I knew that she was lying.
Tell me,
said Hyacinth.
How did you arrange for Juniper to be granted the special returning status at the Athenaeum?
Amaryllis frowned.
Tell us why you're here, Hyacinth. Stop fishing.
Hyacinth once again gave us her soft little laugh.
Oh, well, you have to understand that Angelson is, as always, the heart of the Empire. What would it look like if we turned our back on a member in times of need, especially one of the Athenaeums? We're here to help. To that end, we have travel arranged for those who don't wish to stay in Leo, and housing has been secured for anyone that wants to take up residence in Kaledwich or one of the other cities. We need to talk to the people you have here to let them know of our generous offer. Obviously, having you act as intermediaries would be unacceptable for a whole host of reasons.
If that was all you wanted, then go right ahead,
said Amaryllis.
This is the single most secure place in all of Leo right now. Your people can move freely.
Hyacinth seemed nonplussed. I suppose she had expected us to refuse, or at least to quibble.
I'll have a detachment over soon,
she replied. She briefly touched her collar.
I do have to ask, in case you might give me a straight answer, what your endgame is. You should know that foreign control of an ethnostate rarely works out, even when compliant species are involved.
She'd shifted topics to the Tuong and the Republic of Miunun. The Tuong were of considerable interest to the people inside Bethel, in part because their species was so rarely seen outside of their hidden-away enclaves. I wasn't surprised that Hyacinth would look at them and wonder what the hell's Amaryllis was planning.
A student of history wouldn't look at the failures of the past and conclude that nothing could be done about them,
replied Amaryllis.
They would instead learn lessons from those failures and correct for them.
One of the big things was that they weren't culturally Tuong at all. They were Amaryllis's own custom blend of culture, plus what she called drift, an inevitability given that she wasn't spending a decade of her life in the chamber.
You understand, of course, that the Republic of Miunun is put in a delicate position by having two of its most prominent members be citizens from Angelson and wanted criminals on top of that,
said Hyacinth.
The Republic will be unable to fulfill its aims if the will of the Empire is against it.
Amaryllis pursed her lips.
The Empire would be much more effective than it is if it could be said to have a will at all.
Amaryllis had, on more than one occasion, described the Empire as a sack of ornery cats. Hyacinth laughed.
Very true. She took a moment to look around the room. Of course, it doesn't have to be that way.
You're offering a deal, said Amaryllis, nodding slightly. Give up your lands, drop any wards, surrender your entads, and undergo sterilization, said Hyacinth. The matter of your desertion will be put behind you, and your republic will rise or fall on the merits of your rule, rather than the circumstances of your birth. I'll consider it, said Amaryllis with a slight nod, and I could see from Hyacinth's expression that she definitely didn't see that coming. My lands are held in trust for the time being, forfeit to the kingdom in the event of a trial in absentia. Hyacinth nodded. She seemed slightly off balance, which made me feel a little better about how things were going. And if I were to forfeit everything that rightfully belongs to me, it would go to you, asked Amaryllis. It would have gone to Larkspur, said Hyacinth. But as the Foreign Security Director was murdered by parties unknown, your lands would pass to his widow instead. She placed her hand on her chest. There was a bit that I didn't understand, and was forced to figure things out on the fly. Maybe Amaryllis hadn't told me, or maybe I had simply forgotten, but from what they were saying. Legally speaking, Amaryllis was supposed to have completed the trial by adversity in the Risen Lands, and then report to the host, where she would spend a mandatory minimum of 2 years in service to Anglesyn. Because she had completed the trial by adversity, she was cleared of her crimes, but because she hadn't reported to the host, she was guilty of desertion. If she didn't report back to Anglesyn, there was a possibility that they would just hold a trial without her there, which would probably not go well for her. Amaryllis had a bunch of stuff in Anglesyn, because while there were potentially recoverable caches of stuff, a few of which we'd already hit, those hadn't made up the bulk of her material possessions back when she was a princess in good standing. All her stuff was being held onto, for the time being, by parties unknown to me. Probably many of them because all that stuff was spread out across a few different countries. Hyacinth was Amaryllis's next of kin in some manner, and would get all of Amaryllis's stuff in the event that Amaryllis died. Some of that was legal. Some was just the nature of magic, because Hyacinth, despite being older, was next most direct female descendant behind Amaryllis. For whatever reason, even though it had been a few months by this point, there hadn't been a trial, and Amaryllis and I weren't convicted deserters. To me, this meant that there was a glimmer of hope, even though I had the political savvy of a wet sponge. The fact that it had been months without trial in absentia meant that there was some reason for them not to, either an ally working for Amaryllis, or some kind of leverage that we could use. All the stuff that rightfully belonged to Amaryllis was part of it, but I wondered whether that was the whole story. I knew jack shit about how the law worked in Anglesyn, except that it was different if you were a part of the Lost King's court, so I didn't really have a good grip on what was going on there. I need time to think, but we have time, said Amaryllis. We'll be here until you can help these people to clear out. We can also deliver them for you. Deliver them how? Asked Hyacinth. Not in this ship, I hope. The word ship caught in her throat, which I thought was probably Bethel being petty. She really didn't like being called a ship, and had worse and worse reactions to it as the days went on.
That was our plan,
replied Amaryllis.
You risk raising the ire of the Draconic Confederacy,
said Hyacinth.
To do so on your own would naturally be your own prerogative, but to risk the lives of others would be unconscionable.
Per the 501 FE Sky Treaty, the dragon's domain over air doesn't begin until 300 feet,
said Amaryllis.
We can keep below that for the entire trip, though it will make us significantly slower. Even if that weren't the case, we could file priority paperwork with the DDACN. It's a non-issue.
Is it?
Asked Hyacinth.
Surely you're aware that the Sky Treaties are forged between the Empire of Common Cause and the Draconic Confederacy. If you claim to be of the Republic of Munun, which you certainly seem to, you have no standing so far as the Sky Treaty is concerned.
Imperial non-members are afforded a blanket protection by the Sky Treaty even if they're not signatories, so long as they comply with the terms as outlined,
said Amaryllis. Her face was set. I was pretty sure that she could have done this without the pedant's pendant, but that probably made it a lot easier.
And in point of fact, you did not comply,
said Hyacinth.
which means any protection under the Sky Treaty is null and void.
You have proof of this supposed non-compliance?
Asked Amaryllis, but I could see something in her face change as she said it. This whole conversation with Hyacinth didn't really matter. It was fact-finding, but you still didn't want to ask questions that you didn't know the answers to, and you definitely didn't want to fall into traps.
You've been crowing about it since it happened,
said Hyacinth.
There are thousands of witnesses.
That was when it clicked for me. With the egress inside of her, Bethel was incredibly fast, and with a combination of a reflective coating and all that speed, plus a few other tricks, there was pretty much no way to catch her violating the Draconic Confederacy's rules about air travel, and it wasn't like a dragon, fast as they could be, would be able to catch us. In point of fact, we had violated those rules when we'd come to Leo, and a few other times before and since, mostly in the name of not having to spend an inordinate amount of time waiting for paperwork to be completed, along with a desire to keep our capabilities secret. I had no idea what kind of caveats were involved in the 300 feet rule, which surely had to have exceptions and regulations that ran for several pages, nor did I have any idea whether Amaryllis had been giving instructions to Bethel in order to stay within the letter of the law. But there was one clear time when Bethel had definitely gone above 300 feet, when she was fighting Mome Rath.
There were exigent circumstances,
said Amaryllis. Her lips were thin.
Certainly,
said Hyacinth.
And you are, of course, heroes. But I don't know that the Draconic Confederacy will see it that way. Given that you don't have the formal protection of the Empire of Common Cause, and given that you clearly did violate the Sky Treaty, even if it was under exigent circumstances, as you point out, you're entirely open to a retaliatory dragon attack. The refugees will be taken to Angelson by other means.
Very well,
said Amaryllis.
I don't think there's anything else we need to discuss, but I'm sure we'll talk more in the coming days.
You fucking cunt bitch. You only have to say the word and she'll die a horrible death, said Bethel, presumably into both our ears. The word sent a shiver down my spine. I was certain that she meant it. No, said Amaryllis. We have no deniability right now.
It was a pleasure to see you again,
said Hyacinth, unknowingly speaking over the telepathic conversation.
It's my hope that you'll carefully consider what I've said here today.
I cannot believe that she would tattle to the dragons,
said Amaryllis. She had her arms folded and looked like she was planning to murder someone, which was probably an accurate reflection of how she actually felt.
You know what we should do,
said Bethel.
Have Juniper soul fuck her?
Amaryllis gave her a dirty look.
Enolia would find it.
Even with spirit manipulation?
Asked Raven. I took the question as academic. Possibly, I replied. I think that I might be able to set the two components up so that her thoughts about me were amplified in a positive direction, without changing anything about the underlying soul. The soul contains values, which the threads use as part of, or maybe the entirety of, thought. So if you alter the threads, you can effectively bypass the values, at least to an extent. Ideally, I would, I guess, hard-code something into the thread, but I don't think that's actually possible the way that things are set up, even if that would be the computing metaphor. The real trick would be making sure that there's no thread updating that changes what's in the soul. And obviously, I don't have an in-depth understanding of how the Enolia's soul site works. Plus, it's possible that she has other methods of detecting changes, which we wouldn't find out about after she'd already been soul-fucked.
Possibly not even then,
said Amaryllis.
She wouldn't necessarily know about every security check in place. We could be found out, which would be a disaster.
It's disturbing to me that we're talking about this at all,
said Raven, looking between the three of us.
I agree,
said Solace. She was frowning at me. I'm not saying that we will, or even that we should, just examining what the immediate problems with it would be, I replied. It seems like it's not even a question of whether it's morally acceptable, because it's not strategically viable,
Probably not strategically viable.
said Amaryllis, biting her lip for a moment.
We have no intelligence network in place, no information coming from inside of Angelsin.
We have Lisi, I said. And it might be time for you to speak with your Aunt Rose Mallow.
Do we not have more important things we should be doing?
Asked Solace. She asked it as though it was an innocent question. Amaryllis shot her a frown.
A dragon descending on the Isle of Paran with claws and teeth, which is at least an outside possibility, would be an unmitigated disaster.
Would it?
Asked Solace, again using that same tone, one that seemed curious rather than accusatory. I know you want to help the Locust, I said. We just don't have any real way of doing that. We don't have threads to pull on. We don't have promising leads, or any leads. The only thing that gives me any hope is a loyalty increase, which can't really be forced because the motivating factors have adverse effects.
You don't know that,
said Solace.
It wasn't in the notes that Reimer gave to you.
That was true, though I didn't know how she knew it, unless she'd delved into the game's guts herself. The companion system was a mystery to Reimer, with no real analog in the game he'd played, since the other Juniper had never allowed companion characters or anything like them. Naturally, we hadn't revealed everything to him, given how many secrets we had, but we'd shown him enough of what the game had been revealing to me that he'd been able to identify it as anomalous. I had asked Reimer about the degrees of reasonableness, and he'd said that it was all pretty much bullshit and had been the source of a few fights between us, because the other Juniper has usually been the one determining what was or was not reasonable on the 7-point scale.
My offer to eat the bottle stands,
said Bethel.
We don't know the outcome,
said Solace, glancing over at her only briefly. Based on what we know of the Loci, I began.
You cannot trust what you've read from the Second Empire,
said Solace, shaking her head.
You cannot establish rules for what does and does not work.
Regardless of that, I replied. The books we took from the Infinite Library very much appeared to indicate that even if we were able to disgorge the Locust's entire domain from the bottle without killing it, that still wouldn't allow it to grow and thrive, nor to induct new druids.
Based on experimentation carried out by the Second Empire,
said Solace. She said experimentation like it was a slur, which I could understand given what the Second Empire had done. I want to help, I said. If we had a path we could follow, or a path we could forge, I don't know, if there were something, I would drop other obligations. I was pretty sure that sounded convincing, but I wasn't actually sure that I was being honest. I more or less liked the Locust, even if I was missing a lot of the cultural baggage, even if, as an entity, it might have been created in order to challenge me. And I did want to save it. It was just that it was very easy to say that you would do anything when you didn't actually have to do a single thing, because there was nothing to be done.
Did you ask the Dungeon Master?
Asked Solace.
When you spoke to the god above all gods, did you ask about the Locust?
There were a lot of things that I didn't ask him, I replied. I was trying to stay calm in the face of hostility. Solace wasn't normally like this. I had cleared everyone in our inner circle save for Raven, who had warned me against it on the basis of how many dangerous things I might see there. Solace still had the Locust splattered on her soul, where parts of her had been reconstructed by an alien intelligence with no regards for data structures. But it was part of Amaryllis's questions, and he blew all those off.
Very well,
she said. She stood, letting her cloak flow out from behind her.
I will tend to the Locust. I'm sure that it would be eager to see you, should you have the time.
She blinked out right after that, leaving me no time to say anything in response. Nice of you to facilitate a flair for the dramatic, I said to Bethel, frowning at her.
That was her, not me,
said Bethel, looking me over. Sorry, I said. I leaned back. Not really where I was hoping this conversation would go,
You should give her a break.
said Pallida.
She's only 9 years old, still learning and growing.
She's been frustrated for a long time,
said Grek. Solace had been sitting next to him, and he readjusted himself, looking uncomfortable.
This is her life's purpose, before all else.
I wanted to say that it was clearly insane to devote yourself to one person so much, especially when there were other things at stake, and it was only then that I saw a parallel between how I'd been in the wake of Arthur's death and how Solace was acting about the locus. It was different, wildly different, but I finally saw the thread of similarity that seemed like it had been in the corner of my vision this entire time. But that didn't actually help me, because what had I learned about Arthur? That he'd cracked under the pressure of saving the world a few hundred times, or that he'd been twisted and warped into something unsavory by Erb, that he hadn't been as pristine and perfect as he'd always been in my mind's eye in the time following his death. None of that would help Solace. I couldn't tell her to take off the rose-tinted glasses, even if it were true that the locus wasn't everything that it was cracked up to be. It wouldn't actually help anything. Most likely I was just jumping at shadows, in the same way that Amaryllis jumped at the idea of narrative, and Valencia jumped at anything that looked vaguely like Harry Potter. But it did occur to me to think about whether or not the locust quest might actually be impossible, whether this was all an extended metaphor for letting go of things that were gone. I couldn't see it, not really. I didn't think that the dungeon master would do me dirty like that, and if he was going to, he would have placed in little hints about it, little nudges in the direction, more ambiguous wordings on the quest descriptions. The conversation moved on, as it had to, because there were other things to discuss, things like the plan to get me out of having to sleep once we left the exclusion zone, things like Rose Mallow and the internal politics of Anglesyn. But my mind was stuck on the locus, and the idea that there might not be a way to save it. Chapter 166. Brownian Motion. The Isle of Porin was a grim and grey place. Most of the time it was completely overcast, with a chilly wind even when the sun was shining. When we got back, though, the water mage we'd hired a month ago had arrived, and she'd taken matters into her own hands, leaving us with the first bit of nice weather I'd ever seen on the isle. Amaryllis was eager for me to unlock water magic, mostly so that we could get it leveled and see how it measured up against the others before the big respec. But I begged off, and I guess there must have been something in my eyes, because she relented and said that maybe we should just take a day to relax. I'd wanted more, but I didn't press it. Because my life had become an endless series of obligations, there was something that I had to do first. It's been a while, I know, I said as I walked beside the doe. Sorry, I had the whole week in the temple. Then I wasn't really sleeping, and I don't know. I still wasn't sleeping, and I touched the ring on my finger, which would let me transfer sleep debt to another person. It was usable for 1,000 hours, roughly 100 days of not sleeping, and would be worthless to me after that, but it was what we'd scrounged up, a stopgap measure that punted the problem down the road. I kind of wanted to talk about that, how a vital human function had been stripped from me, but it was a distraction from other matters. I've been thinking about Brownian motion, and how that was maybe something that would help us relate, I said. You see, way back in time, on Earth, scientists noticed that little bits of pollen, or whatever, would have these random movements through the water. In computer programming terms, it was what we call a random walk, just a step in one direction, then a step in another direction, completely random, which gives a little characteristic squiggle if you map it out. Nothing to say that it couldn't be a straight line, but statistically that doesn't happen. I was silent for a bit. Of course, knowing that rule doesn't mean that it's any less random. It just gives some context to what's happening. It's a meta rule. Anyway, they had noticed this about pollen, how it did these random motions that were similar to a random walk, and they had no idea what was causing it, because the pollen, or whatever, didn't have moving parts. Eventually, some scientist figured out that what might be happening was that Brownian motion was the result of that pollen being bombarded by tiny bits of water. It was actually one of the first pieces of evidence that molecules existed. Anyway, I was thinking about that, about the scientist coming up with that theory, and how that feeling of wonder was a little diminished by moving a little step closer to understanding the truth. It was this move from this thing that was unknowable and weird to this thing that was knowable but still weird. I don't know, get it? Solved games aren't any fun. The doe seemed entirely disinterested in this monologue, which was fair because my heart wasn't in it. Sometimes talking to the doe was like this, with an hour or two of me talking about things I was interested in, or that I thought would help us relate, or that I imagined the doe would appreciate, with nothing to even remotely indicate that I was doing anything but wasting our time together. I tried not to be demotivated about it, and I tried not to think about the loyalty ups, but it was difficult, and sometimes, as now, I failed. That scientist's name? I asked. Albert Einstein. The doe gave no impression that she'd heard me aside from a flick of the ear. Almost none of my jokes or references landed with the doe, which I was used to, but maybe I was just in a mood where everything was more disheartening than it actually should be. I had a thought, which was that maybe it was impossible to save you after all. I didn't mean it in a rude way, as though she wasn't doing her part, but maybe it came out like that. I was despondent, that was all, and most of it didn't even have anything to do with the doe. The doe looked at me for a moment, flicked one ear again, and then nodded. What? I asked. Yes, as in, yes, it's impossible to save you. She just gave me a blank look. I mean, I don't know what the hells we would do then, I replied. Cherish the time we have, I guess. I don't know what lesson there would be from that. What moral would be hidden in... I mean, not everything is immoral. Not everything is commentary. But if it were true that there was nothing that could be done, if Solace is the last druid that will ever live, and our ability to keep you going is basically tied to her lifespan, because I'm not sure that we can do the rebirth ritual thing again. I was rambling. I knew that I was rambling. I'm not going to accept that as the correct interpretation for the time being. The doe gave another little nod in my direction, then ate some more grass. That was a lot more input than I normally got from her. Shit, I said. Well, Solace is kind of pissed, as you probably know, and if there is no solution, if this bottle is just effectively hospice, then I have no fucking clue how to break that to her, and I don't think that she would accept it, not that she should. I mean, there's a quest, isn't there? The doe kept eating a particular type of purple grass that she seemed to favor, and I stopped and waited for a moment, because that seemed polite, like when you ask someone a question, but they've just put a forkful of food in their mouth. So anyway, I said, not giving up on that, obviously, just thinking about the possibility that there's no winning move. I do like thinking about possibilities. You know that about me. It actually fits with the druidic mindset a little bit, not being constrained by what you think to be true about the world. That seemed like another point in favor of the hypothesis. I looked out at the lands inside the bottle, at the trees, the animals, the grasses, and the places where invisible wards were helping keep the ecosystem together. We had better instructions on how to take care of the bottle now. When Solace had died the first time, she hadn't seen it coming, and neither had we. But there were preparations in place, contingency plans in case things went sideways in some way for a second time. It wasn't clear that we could use Yakusukasu a second time, not when the first time had been such a tenuous thing, not when the locust was involved, and not given how much permanent damage it had done to Solace. We were still thinking about those things, though, imagining the worst-case scenarios, so that we would have a skeleton of a plan in place when we needed to hit the ground running. Amaryllis and Grack were both big on worst-case scenarios, trying to see the possible failure modes and then pick the low-hanging fruits of preparation. See the problem coming, be a little prepared, and then things won't spiral out of control when it happens. I had sex with Bethel, I said. It was the first time I'd said it out loud. The locust looked at me with its doe eyes, all 6 of them, then bent her head back down to continue eating grass. As confidants went, at least there was little chance that she would spill my secrets. Look, I said, I know that druids have a bit of sex magic, so maybe we have wildly different ideas about what sex actually is, and how it should be done, and with whom, but I thought maybe I could talk about it, and we could see where it takes us. I always pretended that the locust was contributing something, even though the most she ever did was give me little looks that I interpreted however I pleased. That wasn't nothing, strictly speaking, but it was a lot less than I normally got when I talked to people. In this particular case, I was okay with it. I hope you don't mind, I said. The doe gave no response and kept walking along beside me. I know it's not relevant to, the whole. I waved my hand in the direction of loyalty as gained through understanding and companionship. But I don't really have anyone to talk to. No one that I want to talk to. I have lots of people that I could talk to, and at least a few of them that wouldn't make me feel like shit about it. We were outside of Bethel, obviously. I'd taken the bottle to the far side of the Isle of Porin, away from the little town full of diplomats and spies, to a place where we could be truly alone for a few hours. It had actually been a huge logistical problem, since Bethel had reconfigured herself using the bottle's power, and had to not just change all her interior dimensions back to normal, but also find places for all the things that she'd accumulated in the meantime. Solace had been pretty gung-ho about the plan once I'd suggested it, though, and Amaryllis had thought it was probably preferable to have Bethel parry things down anyway. Bethel had grumbled a little bit, but once it was in full swing, she had started to see it as spring cleaning and been much more on board with it. She had given me a questioning look about moving the bottle, but she hadn't actually said anything. I was asking for privacy from her, but I didn't know whether the context was clear. Maybe she just thought I was working through some things, which was, at least, true. I keep coming back to 3 things, I said. First, she lied to me. Second, she didn't listen to me when I said no. And third, it was good. Physically, I mean. I bit my lip for a moment. I had always thought that sex was mostly in the head rather than the body. That was how it was for me, my experience of it. But my head wasn't in it, and it was just... She was reading me, I think. She made this comment about how people were these fumbling creatures trying to view each other with our limited senses, and for her, that wouldn't have really been a problem, because so many of the entids have some sensory component to them. The thought of her scanning my entire body all at once, paying her full attention to how I was moving, what I was doing, augmenting the sensation she was producing with her false flesh, I can see how someone would like it, on a psychological level. But after we'd finished, I was just swimming in this sensation, this unpleasantness, like I had been reduced down to a machine made of meat. My uncle liked to tickle me, not in a gross way or anything, but I hated it, because he would always say that I needed to cheer up before he did it, and I just had no control over it. There was this spot on my body that tickled, and no one gave a shit that I told him to stop, not until I bit him. And I still fucking hate that uncle, because I think about being reduced down to this stimulus and response without any control of what happened. Loyalty increased. 6-eyed doe, level 19. I glanced over at the doe. She was looking at me in a way I chose to interpret as sympathetic. When I killed Mome Rath, I felt like I was on top of the world, I said. And then there was the business with Harold, first at the fake location, then at the real one. But those were at least, if not easy, then something I felt like I had well in hand. I felt competent. But then it was just one thing after another. First, the city being terrorized by the creatures Mome Rath brought with him, then the ruling council being dead, then the exclusion zone, and all this garbage with Article 86. One problem solved, a dozen more created, like some horrible hydra. I couldn't remember what the Arab version of a hydra was, if there was one. Maybe something with dissociative identity disorder. That seemed like a direction I might go. It sucks. It just sucks. All I want is phenomenal cosmic powers with no downsides and all my dreams to come true. Is that so much to ask? I laughed, but it was hollow, and I had to remind myself that was okay here, because Bethel wasn't watching. I keep asking myself if this was how I DM'd, just making everything shittier and shittier, undercutting every triumph with two complications until it's just this vast, grimdark stew. To my surprise, the doe began to use her magic. That wasn't something that she did often, only a handful of times that I had seen, and usually for pretty minor effects. Of course, the doe was magic, was nearly the incarnation of magic. But when I was walking alongside her, it was possible to forget that. In this case, the magic was on the more extreme end of what I had seen, with plants bursting up around her and flowering instantly, a wild, colorful display of life. Most of the effect was centered around me. I took a moment to look at the flowers, and then at the doe, and then more, at the bottle around me. My eyes caught on the giant tree in the middle, which had been behind me. It had gone into full bloom, pink and white petals on each of its huge branches, glorious from a distance. As I was looking at it, a wind swept through the bottle, and I caught a delightful fragrance. "All right," I said. "I get it. There's beauty in this world. It's not all doom and gloom." I took a breath and made sure to inhale more of the smell of flowers. There are things worth protecting. I don't think I ever disputed that. I took a breath and tried to calm myself. That sick feeling had returned a bit while talking to the doe. I could go into my spirit and tamp it down, a bit more than I already had, but for a moment I just wanted to experience it, so that I would know what it was that I would be editing away. It had always been strange to me how much the body could be impacted by whatever the brain was doing. Here, the sickness in the stomach felt like it was located at the bottom of the ribs. Maybe I was just unconsciously clenching muscles there. So my plan, if you could call it that, was to just go on like nothing happened, I said. I would tell Amaryllis at some point when I had some distance from it, but not the others, because it's not really any of their business. Keep calm and carry on. I was still for a moment. I'm not sure that I can do that. I'm not sure that I should. I was always Bethel's biggest apologist when she was scaring people, when she was hurting people, when she was showing us murders or making threats. I was always the one saying, "Oh no, you guys don't understand. She's just scared and confused, lashing out because that's easier, because that's what she knows." I wasn't going to advocate for Bethel's destruction, not on the basis of this, but if it ever became necessary, I wasn't really sure how we would accomplish it. The obvious method was putting up a ward around her. Anti-entid wards were cheap, so long as they targeted one specific entid, so it would just be a matter of having Grok put a ward around her without her knowing about it. That itself would be no mean feat, given that she didn't need sleep and had a huge sensorium that could grow larger without us knowing, and she was easily capable of hiding her abilities, which she'd done in the past. I was pretty sure that Amaryllis had some kind of plan in place, and had since we'd met Bethel, but I was suddenly quite curious to know the specifics. And given that Bethel could and did spy on our dreams, I wasn't sure that even a plan confined to our own skulls was safe from her knowledge. I was thankful that I wasn't sleeping at the moment, if only for that. "I keep trying to see it from her perspective," I said. Sometimes I went silent when I was with the doe, and thought instead of speaking, letting myself pick back up where it seemed appropriate. I keep thinking about whether I would have been capable of it, in her shoes. I don't think I would have. But I come from such a different culture than her, and if I'd been born in different circumstances, I might have turned out differently. Still a juniper, just a different one. A worse one. Back on Earth, there was this time Tiff and I had been having sex. I felt myself grow awkward just talking about it, even though I was talking to the deer. And she said, "Stop," and I just backed away from her almost at once, disengaged completely, because I had this paralyzing fear that I'd done something I shouldn't have, that I hadn't been reading her right, or that this expression of love had gotten deeply and horribly twisted somehow. That was just sort of how I'd grown up, I guess. Maybe the lessons that they taught on the subject were meant for people who weren't me, because they were these big giant hammers being swung at us, and I think all I needed was a light tap. Anyway, turned out that she'd said stop because we were on her bed and she had forgotten to move her laptop, which she was worried she was crushing. It was one of those things that we'd thought would be funny in retrospect, but never actually was. And I think, if I had heard someone say no twice, or 3 times, or whatever it was, I would have taken a fucking hint. We sat in silence for a bit. I tried to relax, but I was thinking about Bethel, then Maddie, then Raven, then Amaryllis, then Tiff, and finally Arthur, or Uther, or whoever he actually was. "People are complicated," I finally said. The doe snorted in response. "I don't really understand why you work through them," I said to her. "I mean, I understand from an outside perspective that there are druids in D&D, and this is one possible version of them, with power channeled through a genius locus, which happens to be movable thanks to shenanigans. But from the internal perspective, I don't think that I get it. You're you. What do the humans give you in return?" Wait, that's probably the wrong question, because it's not actually transactional, and I'm just a filthy capitalist pig. I guess more. Why give them that gift? I'm not sure what I expected. If the doe could talk, she never had in my presence, and while that was a rule, and a commonality of Loci, was that they hated rules, it also felt like it was a spiritual rule, one that was core to her, one that made sense outside the frame of frames, as I was starting to think of it. The doe just stared at me, chewing grass. Maybe she didn't even know why she had druids. That was certainly possible. I really wanted to make a bunch of rapid-fire guesses, but that somehow felt like a betrayal of the locus, who was, after all, a creature of mysteries. "I should tell Amaryllis about the Bethel thing," I said to the locus. "Sorry, my mind keeps going back to it, and I doubt this is anything that you want to hear. Or maybe it is. I know you had a community around you, and maybe they sometimes had to deal with—" I paused and decided that I couldn't succinctly finish the thought, not to my satisfaction. I was in need of a big, complex word that covered everything that had happened, a word of nuance and subtlety that could convey 100 things at once, rather than simplifying it all down. But such a word didn't exist, and I didn't want to go through it all. The choices between Valencia, Grack, and Amaryllis. Maybe all of them eventually, but only one first. Valencia can keep a secret, but I don't know whether she would get it, because she spent the majority of her life until we met being violated to her very core, and without a devil's help, I don't know how much she understands, even if she's been learning fast. With the devil's help, I don't really want to think about what would be going through her mind. And we're not on the outs, not really, but I'm worried I haven't been a good friend lately, and there was that whole poisonous thing with Fen. I shrugged. And between Grack and Amaryllis, Grack would probably understand, maybe, where I was coming from, since he ran away from an arranged marriage, and this is kind of, sort of, maybe a little similar. I took a breath. But he's got his own problems, and I've been trying to let him lean on me as much as I can. And I don't know that he's that good at comforting people, even if he might understand. I took another breath and tried to slow my heart down. My worry with Amaryllis is... It's worries, actually, just a big old heap of them. I'm worried she won't believe me. I'm worried she'll side with Bethel. I'm worried that she'll ask questions that I have shitty answers to, or that she'll make me play it out again. Fuck, she might even see it as the problem it is, but decide that I should just make the best of it, because we need Bethel, and fighting her is, if not impossible, then really, really difficult. And I guess not something that I want to do. I do still think there's good in her. It was shocking to me how quickly my opinion on Bethel had changed. I wish I were angrier, I said. I wish it were rage instead of this horrible, gross feeling. I wish it had been clear-cut. I mean, it was, but I wish I'd fought back more, that there hadn't been an element of pleasure, that I found her truly repulsive, that there was no question that... I don't know. I let out a shaky breath. I'm so worried that Amaryllis won't believe me, or that she'll have a different interpretation. I stopped and sat down in the grass, then lay back so I was looking up at the neck of the bottle. Fuck! The doe lay down beside me and rested her head up against my side. I reached over and patted her, softly. The doe's hair was fine and soft. The texture varied from day to day. I could just edit it all away, I said. It's tempting to just become a different sort of person who isn't bothered by any of it. Or even someone who... I don't know. If I could do it over again and be more willing, be the kind of person who could have enjoyed it or wanted it and had it be fulfillment instead of violation, maybe. But I'm not that person. I weighed what I thought about it and decided against it. And then that decision was just... I was clenching my fists. Just stripped away from me. And Bethel is just flatly stronger than me. I let out a breath and tried to relax, and the doe nuzzled me, so I resumed patting her. For all that she wasn't a great conversationalist, I was taking a fair bit of comfort from her, and from being able to talk without being judged. This wasn't even remotely helping the cause, I was sure of that, but it was helping me to feel better. We lay there in silence, as I tried to keep my thoughts from racing. The Isle of Poran was bathed in sunlight, which warmed it up quite a bit. The winds had died down too, so that heat wasn't stripped from our bodies the moment we stepped outside. I'd come to view the Isle as a nice place, just one where you wanted to go out wearing a sweater, ready to retreat back into the safety and comfort of indoors after a walk. With how much Bethel was feeling like she was unsafe to be in, even when she wasn't physically present, I was incredibly thankful that going outside for long stretches was a little more palatable. Most of the Isle of Poran was made up of rocks and crags, all of them pretty smooth, thanks to some unknown force of erosion. Between the rocks, there were a few fields of short, hardy grasses. And at one end of the isle, pretty far from both the town and Bethel, out of sight of either, there was a beach. I wasn't really sure that it was deserving of the name beach. It didn't have proper sand. It just had a bunch of small, irregular rocks, each of them maybe half the size of a pea, most of them black or gray, technically gravel or something like that. When you walked on them, it approximated sand, but it definitely wasn't actually sand, not in my book. More than that, the whole area with those little rocks accounted for maybe 200 feet of the coastline of our isle, which was small enough that it was barely worth talking about. Still, it was what we had, so it was what we used. Honestly, I thought a lot of us going to the beach was just Amaryllis wanting to play at being American for a day. She was, naturally, the one who organized things, and as I helped her set up, I saw more and more things that didn't really belong on Herb, culminating in a cooler, popped out of sable, that I was pretty sure was exactly the same one that my parents had owned. Inside were different pops, wine coolers, and beers, all of them from Earth. And more than that, all familiar brands. For food, we had hot dogs and bags of chips.
How do you like it?
Asked Amaryllis. She was watching me with a slight smile on her face. Was this for me? I asked.
I know you don't want to go home,
Said Amaryllis.
but I thought that it might be nice to have some reminders of it, if we're taking a day off anyway.
She beamed me a smile. Honestly, as gestures went, I was kind of on the fence about it, but Amaryllis seemed very pleased with herself, and seeing her happy made me happy, so I smiled back at her and tried to get into the mood.
You'll have to let me know the 1,000 little details that I got wrong,
said Amaryllis.
I was really going for authenticity.
No, you nailed it, I said. I pointed at the cooler. Though drinking age in the United States is 21.
Well, that's insane,
said Amaryllis. She was still grinning at me and seemed to be in an uncharacteristically chipper mood, maybe because we were home. I'm having a wine cooler. A day at the beach was obviously a security issue, especially given that we had a few fresh targets painted on our backs. Grok had warded the entire stretch of beach, including what he'd called a shimmer ward to obscure us from sight, which was thankfully one way. No one was wearing armor, but I wore the vambrace that would let me slip into ready mode in short order, and we did bring a lot of our entads, which were close at hand, just in case. I think I finally started to relax when people began going in the water. Grok went first, in swim trunks, and made a ward against water that made it look like a hole had been taken out of the sea. I didn't know how much experience Grok had with water, given that he'd lived underground for so much of his life. But he seemed to take to it, and changed the shape of his wards to make a little bit of a pool set into the sea, one without waves. When he was finished, Solace came to join him, fully nude, and they sat in 2 feet of water together, looking at rocks.
Sorry I couldn't get Solace to wear something appropriate,
said Amaryllis. She'd shown up beside me while I wasn't paying attention. Everyone else was amenable. I looked around and realized that she was right. It hadn't even occurred to me that Arabs' lax nudity taboos probably meant that swimsuits weren't the norm. All the girls were wearing one kind or another. Pallida was wearing a black bikini that showed off her pink skin. Raven had acquired or requested something much more modest and single-piece, which was still as much skin as she'd ever shown. Valencia was wearing a red bikini with thorns embroidered on the butt, which I thought must have been a custom job.
Do you like it?
Asked Amaryllis. I glanced over at her. She was wearing a skirt and some sandals, with a slightly oversized t-shirt that was revealing a pink strap. That had to have been deliberate, given that our unlimited access to clothing meant you didn't have oversized clothes unless that was what you felt like. You're very chipper today, I said, rather than answering her question. She gave a happy little shrug.
Some good news on a few fronts,
she said.
I promised I wouldn't talk shop for this outing, though. And we're home after nearly a month away, back on our own land. Juniper, I know the legal code backward and forward. It's not a crime to be happy.
No, you're right, I said. You're just usually more reserved.
I'm not reserved. I'm focused,
said Amaryllis.
And right now I'm focused on having a good time, because that's what you said you wanted to do today. There's no point sitting around on the beach being dour. If we wanted to be depressed about our circumstances and the myriad threats we're facing, as well as the unpleasant personal aspects of the current trials, we could do that at home, and we could be productive while doing it.
It took me a moment to realize that when she said unpleasant personal aspects, she meant Engelson and her family, rather than anything that was going on with me. I let out a breath. Okay, I said. If you're making a focused effort on being happy, I guess I will too. I looked at everyone in their swimsuits again. Just to be clear, is this meant to be enticing to me? Amaryllis looked me up and down.
Is it enticing?
She asked.
This is standard fare in America, so far as I know. Are you telling me that this is more sexually enticing than just seeing someone naked? Because that was the other option.
It's hard to explain, I said. I don't think that you would understand. It's an element of dress-up, of presentation. I was just asking about intent.
Oh,
said Amaryllis.
Well, no. I didn't think... Is it bad?
Bad in what sense? I asked. I looked away from the others and over to her. She was frowning slightly. I wouldn't say that it was bad in any sense, I guess. I was just overthinking things, misjudging you.
There's some prurient interest,
said Amaryllis, nodding slightly. She was looking intently at the scene in front of us. You know, I got that from when we went to the bathhouse. I expected it here, at least a little. I just thought this would fit in better with your mores, not worse. It's not worse, I said. It's just, when we went to the bathhouse in Baron Jewel, I found that pretty shocking, but I've tried my best to understand that it's herb, and that's just how things are done for the most part. But here it's unnatural, and it is for me. It just makes me feel weird.
Weird good or weird bad?
She asked, looking me up and down. A complex weirdness, I said. I shook my head. Sorry, if we're trying to maximize happiness, I don't think we should be standing around talking about this. Let's just go for a swim, and I'll forget all about it. I'm in my own head. That's part of my problem.
Okay, a swim. Good,
said Amaryllis, returning to her smiling state. She looked down at her outfit, the t-shirt and skirt, and her smile faltered. Well, whatever. She took off her shirt first, then slipped out of her skirt, and finally stepped out of her flip-flops, leaving her in a pink bikini. My breath caught in my throat. She was utterly perfect, from head to toe, with an unmatched grace and power, muscular and feminine, flawless skin, full lips. The thing about Amaryllis was that I was more or less used to her. You know how you can sit in a room with a weird smell, and after about half an hour you don't notice it anymore? Or how eventually words lose their meanings, if they're said enough, instead becoming this little token linked to a bigger concept. It was like that with Amaryllis. She was beautiful, always, perfectly suited to my ideals, and yet it hadn't taken too long for my brain to start tamping down on those thoughts. Maybe it was something to do with how the brain was constantly rewiring itself, or maybe it was just that neurotransmitting chemicals were in short enough supply that you couldn't be in a constant state of shock at the beauty of someone you were rarely far from. But it was relatively easy to forget that Amaryllis was the most attractive person I had ever met. There were always little moments, though, times when something would slip past the giant filter that my brain had been maintaining. My guess was that the brain was just a big neural network, and it had little false positives or false negatives sometimes, so whatever internal mechanism was dulling the impact of her failed, and that led to those flashes. Sometimes it was just that she was wearing something different, or had her hair a different way, or put on makeup, or the light would catch her in a certain way, or she would briefly be in a different position I hadn't seen her in before, or a million things really. I always viewed it as the filter getting caught and having to update itself with new data, briefly reconfiguring and giving me a glimpse of what the brain had been trying to hide. It had nonetheless become easier for me to deal with over time, because I could calm myself down quickly by thinking, it's just Amaryllis, you know this feeling. This was something different, not a temporary chink in the filter, but a great and gaping hole, a whole class of unconsidered stimuli. I had tried my best to refrain from fantasizing about Amaryllis, both because of how unclear things were between us, because I knew that even if she felt some romantic feelings toward me, it wasn't sexual, and because I didn't want to feel like a creep, not when she was my closest friend. For her part, Amaryllis had begun taking pains to not make things worse for me, starting as soon as Baron Jewel, a week into us becoming companions. She would change behind curtains, or when I wasn't around, taking pains to keep concealed, to within her understanding of Midwestern customs of concealment. She wasn't a nun about it, and she wasn't actively dressing to be unattractive, but it was something she was pretty clearly aware of, and especially after I'd gotten together with Fen, the physical attraction was something that Amaryllis had silently tried to make easier for me. The result of that was that I wasn't prepared. I had no built-up tolerance, not for this. So I stared at her, slack-jawed, eyes moving up and down her body. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I could feel a heat rising in me. And, because I had multi-threading, I was thinking other thoughts as well, disconnected from the sheer grace and perfection in front of me. But parallel all the same, thoughts about whether Amaryllis had really not known it would have this effect on me. Whether the Dungeon Master's thumb was on the scale again, whether this was an invitation of some sort, deeply coded, or whether I was just making things up in my mind, thoughts about how I had been an idiot for not actually seeing her as she was. Then more thoughts about the filters that my brain had been working on so that it could continue to function around her. And it took a moment for these feelings and thoughts to have a head-on collision with the gutsick feeling I'd had after being with Bethel. They met like a warm front and a cold front colliding into each other, and the result was a roiling storm, unpleasant and fast, and in the aftermath, guilt and shame tainting everything that I had been feeling. I felt like a predator and a hypocrite, unworthy, dirty, unloyal. "Sorry," I said, once I had regained some composure. "Amaryllis was watching me. I can change into something more modest." "No," I replied. "I'm just awestruck." That wasn't the whole of it. "Well," said Amaryllis, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear in a way that was heart-stoppingly attractive. "I have activities planned. We'll go swimming first." She looked down at herself, then back up at me. "I can change. I don't mind if you find me attractive, but if this is going to be, I'll be fine," I said, trying my best to mean it. She'd been pretty. She would always be pretty. I wasn't going to be incapacitated by it, and I would deal with it the same as I'd dealt with it 100 times before. I had seen her naked a few times. I had seen her give birth, for fuck's sake. I could tamp down on what I was feeling just fine. Amaryllis went down into the water, and I stripped off my t-shirt and followed her, trying to feel good, trying not to let the bad thoughts in. Beached. Chapter 1, 167. Beached. If it were anyone else, I would have felt pretty safe in assuming that Amaryllis was flirting with me. She was touching me more than normal, being closer, more familiar. She had said that she was trying her hardest to have our day on the beach be a happy day, and I didn't know if she was doing all that consciously, in an effort to please me, or consciously, in an effort to please herself, or whether it was just something that she was doing, because that's how she thought she would act if she were more carefree. She wasn't acting, not really, but she was making an effort, trying to be chipper, and it wasn't poisoning the well in the way that it might have. We played a game of chicken fight in the water, with Amaryllis on my shoulders and Valencia on Pallada's. If you've never played, the goal of the game is to separate or knock over the other team, which is done with a combination of shoving and wrestling by the attackers, while the vehicles below attempt to maneuver and hold their attackers steady. Amaryllis had apparently found the game when doing her research and thought that it would be fun, so after we'd done some swimming and she explained the rules, we were ready to go. So she climbed up onto my shoulders, and I held onto her legs, and I kept second-guessing myself about whether this meant something or not. My brain was still struggling with seeing Amaryllis in a bikini, and added on top of that, she was on top of me. Carrying someone on my shoulders wasn't exactly the most intimate of positions, but Amaryllis had deliberately put us on a team, and she wasn't naive. She had to have known that such a thing, back in Kansas, would have been at least a little flirty. Maybe I was worried about it, or overthinking it, because multi-threading allowed me to follow these trains of thought, while some other part of my consciousness was fully invested in maneuvering Amaryllis. Or maybe it was because of all the crap with Bethel, and how I was feeling about it, the way that any hint of sex was drawing my mind in that direction, so that I could relive and reanalyze it all over again. After the third round of chicken fights, we had to stop, mostly because it was getting far too aggressive, more like a sparring match than a game. We hadn't made a rule that Valencia couldn't use her powers, but I was pretty sure that was what decided the third match, because she caught Amaryllis by the wrist and twisted so hard that Amaryllis yelped, which led to escalation with still magic, which likewise had been held back by unwritten rules. From there, we went on to other games. When Amaryllis had said that she had activities planned, she hadn't been kidding. She had pool noodles, super soakers, beach balls, snorkels, and toys, along with a few games for the beach, including cornhole. It was, frankly, more than I thought anyone would ever take to a day at the lake back in Kansas, but other than that, it was surprisingly authentic,
I used the backpack to look through a Walmart catalog.
said Amaryllis. We had gone for another swim, which ended in a race, and left both of us sitting on the beach, catching our breath. I wasn't even aware they had a physical catalog, I said,
Well, not as such.
replied Amaryllis.
But they do have binders filled with PLUs and brief descriptions, and that was enough for me to comb through and find what I wanted. Plus, I was able to get a lot of adverts that depicted what a typical summer was like, and that let me know what to bring. How'd I do?
Not all this stuff is from Walmart, I said.
Well, Walmart, Target. I looked at a few places.
Amaryllis replied.
All as close to your hometown as I could get. The brats are from Ash Creek Meats. I got a phone book and looked up the businesses, which was enough to let me specify something that close.
Wow, I said. Stalker. Amaryllis smiled and gave me a playful swat.
I think that I've done a lot of very general research on America, but little that was specific to the American Midwest, and almost none that was hyper-local, at least not in terms of microculture, which was a real oversight on my part. I got to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, which was nice.
Yeah, I said. I looked out at the others playing in the sea.
Well?
Said Amaryllis. She was looking out at the water, same as me.
Either you're not having fun because there were certain aspects I couldn't change, like the grains of sand being too large, or the water being seawater instead of fresh water, or there's something that's been weighing you down. Usually you're good at shrugging off the big picture things, no offense, and if there's something personal, I don't think I know what it is.
Hey, I said. I didn't want to talk about it, but if I was going to, now was the perfect opportunity. We were outside of Bethel, away from her constant surveillance. The longer I waited, the worse it would be, and it was pretty typical of how I worked that I would put hard things off for another time, but I had really been trying to be better about it. Bethel kind of got handsy with me. I hadn't meant to use a euphemism, and I didn't realize where I had picked up the expression from, not until it was out of my mouth. It was an expression that Fen had struck through in her letter to me.
I see,
said Amaryllis.
How so?
She had always been good at hiding how she felt when she really wanted to. If I was just listening to the tone of her voice, I would have thought we were having a pleasant conversation about inconsequentialities. She propositioned me, I said. Back in Leo, around when I first started classes. She said she wanted to help me with some sexual frustration, and I declined. I was being overly clinical, I could feel that, but it made it easier to talk about. Then she came back with that entad of Oberlin's, and it gave her a physical body, which, I'd said part of the reason I wasn't interested was that she wouldn't really be able to feel anything or get anything from it, so I guess she thought... Well, anyway, she propositioned me a second time, and I said no, and she kissed me anyway, and I tried to push her off, but I really didn't like talking about it. I don't know. I didn't escalate to violence. She's stronger than me, and I don't think she would have hurt me, not in a permanent way, or maybe I'm just saying that. But I also thought she would have taken the second or third no as my answer, so we had sex, and I pretended that I was fine with it, and I've been stepping on eggshells and edited my spirit, and I've been feeling like shit about it, and that's why I'm not as happy as I should be about you trying to make this themed beach outing a success, and it's why seeing you in a bikini is making me a little bit anxious instead of just horny. Not that you would want that, unless for some reason you do.
All right,
said Amaryllis. She still sounded completely normal, but I heard a sound and looked down to see her hands, which were gripping the sand. Her knuckles were white. I'm sorry, I said. I don't want this to change things between us. I know that's dumb to say, but I really care about you. And if you think less of me, then
When was this?
asked Amaryllis. 3 days ago, I replied,
How do you feel about her now?
asked Amaryllis. Afraid, mostly, I said. Hurt, confused, sick, ashamed. I'm worried I don't know. Amaryllis was staring out at the sea.
When I'm finished with her, there won't be a piece bigger than a splinter.
Thank you, I said. It was strange how much I found warmth in the cold violence. I was worried that you would think. I didn't have a way to finish the sentence. None of my worst thoughts had seemed all that realistic, even as I was thinking them. We can't actually destroy her,
Like hell we can't.
said Amaryllis. Her hands were still clutching the small rocks.
I've had plans in place for killing her since we first met her.
The word caught. I don't think she understands. I don't think that she even knows how I feel about it. I hadn't really been prepared for this. I felt relieved that she didn't blame me, but...
And if you tell her, so what?
asked Amaryllis.
You think that's going to solve anything? You think that she's going to agree, to understand that she hurt you? You think that this is going to help her grow and change as a person? Even if it did. Christ, Juniper. She broke trust. And you've been miserable for the last 3 days. I can only imagine. Do you think that you can keep living inside of her, knowing how much she can see, knowing that she might break trust again just because she likes to pull our strings?
I don't know, I said.
Shit,
said Amaryllis. She pulled back slightly and allowed her furrowed brow to relax.
I'm doing this wrong. I'm not. Juniper, I love you and care about you, and I want to support you in whatever way helps you get through this. Let's get that clear, before anything else. I'm in your corner.
I know, I said, but it still felt good to hear.
Good,
She replied.
I don't want you to forget that.
She let out a breath.
You feel responsible? I understand that. But it's on her, not on you.
It's a little bit on me, I said. I could see the places where I was soft when I should have been firm, where I might have led her on, the way my no had been a weak one, the fact that there were pros and cons, not just cons. I should have been stronger.
You said no,
replied Amaryllis.
She didn't listen. So far as I'm concerned, that's where the conversation on culpability ends.
That's a hard line, I said. Amaryllis nodded.
I don't think that we should be talking about criminal justice right now. How are you doing?
I've always hated that question, I replied. I got asked that a lot after Arthur died.
Sorry,
said Amaryllis.
I care about you. You're my best friend. I thought that today was going to lift your spirits, and I didn't realize that it wasn't just malaise.
Sorry, I said.
Don't be sorry,
said Amaryllis.
It's not your fault.
She paused.
Do you also hate when people ask you if there's anything they can do?
A bit, I admitted. Only because there's so rarely anything that they can do.
You'll let me know?
Asked Amaryllis. Can you just lay with me for a bit? I asked. I felt embarrassed asking. I don't want to talk. I just want to feel, I don't know, like someone is there for me.
Okay,
Nodded Amaryllis, answering with no hesitation. I lay down on the hard sand, moving slowly, and realized only after that this was how it had happened with Bethel. I'd been on my back, pushed there by her, and the memory of it came flooding back. But then Amaryllis lay next to me, and I was able to push the feeling away. Her skin was still slightly wet from the sea, as was mine, and I tasted salt in the air. Amaryllis felt soft and warm, and I did my best to relax into her being there.
like this?
Asked Amaryllis. She wrapped her arm around me, so that she was holding me close, and I had my arm around her. Yeah, I said. The brain was a connection machine, linking memories, sensations and thoughts together. And when something big and important happened, or something that it thought was big and important, it made a bunch of links, strong ones, all at once. It was something that I was struggling with, the way that certain small things brought vivid memories back to me, little incidental things, minor notes that had been threaded into this big tangled mass of what being with Bethel had been like. When Amaryllis laid with me, there was some of that, a sympathy between events that shouldn't have existed, not if the brain had been doing its proper job. But I had some experience with coping by this point, with trying to teach my brain that no, not everything was about Arthur, not everything was about Fen, and now, here, not everything was about a single unwanted night with Bethel. So after a minute or two, I was able to relax a little more than I had been, and I let the warmth of the sun dry me out while the warmth of Amaryllis soothed me.
We're going to have to tell the others,
said Amaryllis after a long time had passed. I let out a long, slow breath. Yeah,
I mean, they can see us laying together on the beach.
said Amaryllis.
That alone will probably raise some questions.
Yeah, I said. It's embarrassing. Well, she said.
If any of them give you less than their full, unadulterated support, I'll deal with them, okay?
Her head was resting against my chest, and I could feel the movement of her mouth when she spoke. I was most worried about you, I said. I thought, Bethel is important. Without her, without the time chamber, I never thought we should destroy her, but I did think things might get dicey, and it might jeopardize, your dreams, the Republic of Miunun, the future that Cyprus had built.
Those are problems we'll have to deal with,
said Amaryllis.
They're not inconsequential.
She was still for a little bit, trying to find words.
Sometimes what's dictated by strict utility and what you want in your heart of hearts aren't always in alignment. It's a relief when you don't have to make that trade-off. I want to keep you as far away from Bethel as possible, to keep you safe, to help you work things out. And I'm very thankful that we live in a world where that's possible, where you wouldn't be forced to.
She stopped as her brain caught up with her mouth. Endure it, I asked.
That was what I was going to say, yes,
said Amaryllis.
but you don't. There's nothing that requires it. Nothing that even suggests to me that it would be a good idea.
I don't want to kill her, I said.
I know,
replied Amaryllis.
Is it okay if I get up?
Sure, I replied. When she moved, it felt cold where she had been.
Are you ready to talk about next steps?
Asked Amaryllis.
Because I know you don't want to. But if we're taking action, which I think we are, now is the best time. The Tung are cleared out and in their secondary school, so she can't use them as leverage. There aren't people inside her to hurt. Even the bottle is outside her now.
I need to tell the others, I said with a sigh. I can't just unilaterally decide.
You can,
said Amaryllis.
That's in your power now.
Okay, I said. But I would rather get some perspective. I took a breath and tried to clear my mind, then sat up. The others were still in the water, but I could tell from the way they kept looking over that they were wondering what was going on. I really didn't want to do this, and I could feel myself shirking back from it. Amaryllis stood up and waved them over.
What's up?
Asked Pallida. She had come bounding through the water, splashing noisily to reach us.
I kept asking Valencia, but she refused to tell us.
Because I didn't know,
said Valencia, still making her way forward. She sounded irritated.
I promised that I wouldn't look at Juniper with a devil's insight.
She was looking me over, though, as though she might still be able to figure it out with her unenhanced mind.
Is something wrong?
Asked Raven.
Should we get battle ready?
Juniper, do you want me to say?
Asked Amaryllis.
If you're uncomfortable...
I'd like that, yeah, I said. It felt like a weight was lifted off my chest. Amaryllis would find the words, and all I would have to do was sit there. Grak and Solace were the last to arrive, with him carrying her on his shoulders, and he set her down gently on the sand. Rather than standing next to him, She went to go look at the bottle while the rest of us gathered, close enough to hear, but not really a part of the conversation. All right, said Amaryllis.
3 days ago, Bethel
She glanced at me.
forced sex on Juniper. He's been having some trouble dealing with it, and so far as I'm concerned, she's crossed a line that demands an immediate and overwhelming response on our part.
You're talking about a war against the house,
said Raven. If she had any personal reaction, she was choosing to focus on the practical instead. Most likely that was a habit she'd learned with Uther.
Can she hear us right now?
Asked Pallida.
The question is probabilistic,
said Grack. He was looking at me and giving a concerned frown. His words came out like it was a distraction he was trying to deal with, rather than the meat of it.
I ran a test when we got here and found no NTAD effects, save those that were expected. That does not mean she couldn't have means I wouldn't be able to detect. Pinhole portals could be anywhere. Long-distance viewing would also be undetectable, though the shimmer ward would stop her unless the apparatus were within the ward. There are also more exotic detection methods that might let her discern wards. She would have to have captured an NTAD for it, then kept it secret from us. How likely is that?
Unknown,
said Amaryllis.
She's definitely hidden capabilities from us before. She had a lot of NTADs in her during the evacuation, and she might have taken any of them, though I don't believe we had any NTAD thefts reported.
So she could be listening in on this conversation?
Said Pallida.
She could essentially be standing in the room with us.
She looked up at the sky.
I'm not a part of this,
she called.
I agreed to nothing.
If you're not going to be with us, stand to the side,
said Amaryllis.
I want to hear what you're planning,
said Pallida.
I'm just saying that I'm not making commitments, not when we're talking about the house that's killed a few hundred people for fun, and once told me that I had a nice-tasting pancreas. She's monstrously strong.
She gave me a belated guilty look.
Sorry.
We're not planning on going head-to-head,
said Amaryllis.
Grack, you can ward against her.
It's complicated,
said Grack.
I have said as much in the past.
She'll see any ward against her as an act of aggression,
said Valencia.
She escalates by her nature.
I'd seen a reaction from her to the news of what happened, and uneasiness, but Valencia had routinely had her body taken over by infernals for the vast majority of her life, and I didn't know how much sympathy she would have for me.
Can I request a devil?
Asked Amaryllis.
It's going to be hard for me, knowing what I know, to double think around Juniper,
said Valencia.
I would rather not have to try. It was already hard not to pick up anything before. I knew that something was wrong, really wrong.
She squeezed her fists.
I didn't want to betray trust.
Amaryllis bit her lip.
I understand,
she said. It's okay, I said. Maybe you could. I don't know. Hit me with the full blast, just this once. No therapy, though, not yet. Understanding, not alteration. Valencia's eyes widened slightly, then she gave me a quick little nod. There was no visible change in her expression or demeanor when she ate the devil, not that I thought there would be, not unless she wanted there to be.
Okay,
said Valencia, letting out a breath.
Juniper, I could get a little bit more if we talked privately about what exactly happened, because I can't fully reconstruct the circumstances just from what's been said and from your body language alone, especially because, I'm sorry, I have to tell the others.
I made some minor alterations to my spirit, I said, before Valencia could. Mostly so that I wouldn't have such a strong reaction around Bethel, so she would keep thinking that it wasn't as bad as I found it to be.
Juniper,
said Amaryllis, communicating through tone alone that she wished that I had been more forthright, that I had leaned on her more right from the start, that she felt betrayed by it and saddened.
He just toned things down,
said Valencia.
He didn't remove any feelings. I doubt that he would have told you what had happened if he had done a full alteration. Most likely he wouldn't have said anything if he hadn't done any alteration at all.
I was worried about her reaction, I said. Valencia, we can talk now.
Yes,
she nodded.
I think that would be best for everyone. Mary, you can talk with the others about next steps, a plan for how we would remove her as a threat if we decide it's come to that.
Amaryllis gave a nod, and Valencia walked over to me, slipping her arm into mine and then guiding me across the beach with her, away from the others.
I don't really want to talk about it, I said. It's embarrassing.
I know,
said Valencia.
but if you want my help in resolving this in the way that's best for you, I need to know more. I can operate on body language and implication, but it makes everything more difficult. I understand that you don't completely trust me, and that I haven't done enough to regain your full faith. But if I talk to Amaryllis about what you said, I have to filter through too many people. I don't want room for error, and I know you don't want that either.
I was fully aware that she was using a devil to argue against me, and that applied even if she was attempting to ignore the full breadth of what her enhanced social abilities were telling her to say. I imagined that it was like having a solver open while you were playing Scrabble, one telling you all the best words you could make. Even if you resolved to ignore it, it would still show you things that couldn't be unseen, lines of play you couldn't be sure you wouldn't have chosen on your own. I tried not to care. I explained everything, reliving it again. It took a surprising amount of time, because I had to go back and explain everything leading up to it, all the minor consent violations that had preceded it, my complicated feelings toward Bethel, the ways I imagined us to be aligned and misaligned. Valencia was patient and asked simple questions with easy answers, having me clarify things for her where it was necessary. She had a pleasant demeanor, understanding, and without any judgment.
I'm pretty sure I'm overreacting,
I said.
She wasn't. I'm pretty sure that for her, it wasn't actually,
Rape,
said Valencia.
Yeah,
I said, letting out a breath.
I'm not even sure that's what I would call it.
I hadn't, thus far. I'd kept the word out of my own head.
You would call it that if it were someone else,
said Valencia.
The word has baggage that makes it harder for you to deal with it, not easier, so we can refrain from that word if you'd like. It's my belief that applying a particular word isn't all that helpful, because we're not trying to place this incident in a class of other incidents. We're trying to deal with it in isolation. The semantic arguments that I know you're tempted to make aren't actually important or helpful. But if you were looking at a situation that had happened to someone else, especially a woman, you would call it rape. I think we need to be clear on that, just so that you won't be in such a mindset of denial. Okay,
I said. I didn't like that little bit she'd thrown in there, about how I would have looked on the situation differently if the genders were flipped, but she was probably right that this was how I saw the world, even if that was just baked-in Midwestern values, not what I would say if I had a moment of deliberation.
Was that enough?
Yes,
said Valencia.
More than enough. It was easier to talk about it the second time, wasn't it?
It was,
I said.
Was that aversion therapy?
I don't know the term,
said Valencia.
But generally it helps people to talk about things in a safe, secure environment with someone who loves them and who won't judge them in any way. I hope you don't see that as manipulation.
No,
I said. I think it was helpful. If the brain was a bundle of connections, then thinking about what happened could either build those connections up or tear them down. Maybe I was a bit muddled on what therapy was and wasn't. But what I'd really been fearing was that Valencia would say the perfect words to manipulate me into a different state without me knowing it. Maybe it was therapeutic to talk to her, to hear her soft, gentle, understanding voice. But if that was therapy, then I couldn't fault her for it.
When I explain things to the others, it will only be about Bethel, not about you,
said Valencia.
But I might say some things that won't make it easier for you. Would you prefer to stay here while I talk to them?
No, I said. That was barely even a question.
I think I'm doing well.
More denial,
said Valencia with a sad sigh.
But I would accept that you're doing better than you were a few hours ago.
We walked back to rejoin the others, and once again, Valencia slipped her arm into mine as we walked. I found it far more comforting than I thought I would, but if it was manipulation or a calculated action with infernal help, I found that I didn't care too much. Valencia was there for me too. There wasn't even a whiff of comparison from her about how she had been literally possessed for most of her life, deprived of any autonomy for even the smallest thing.
We've been talking,
said Amaryllis. She was looking me over, but not asking questions.
Grack thinks that he can accomplish the ward, but there are risks involved in trapping her, and it's more complicated than it would seem.
A ward against a single entad is easy,
said Grack.
But she's not just a single entad. She takes on the signatures of the entads that she ingests or uses. I would need to ward against all entads, but I do not have all signatures. She may also be holding entads in reserve. Further, size is an issue, and she is a warder.
It's a bad idea anyway,
said Valencia.
I only said that you should think about it so that you would have something to discuss that wouldn't lead to a conflict.
A conflict?
Asked Amaryllis with a frown.
There are differing views on the personal matter which might have led down a bad path,
said Valencia.
If we're going to have that discussion, then I want myself and Juniper to be a part of it, but I don't think that we want that discussion.
What discussion?
I asked. Even the veiled way she was talking was leaving me on edge.
I think I get what she's talking about,
said Pallida.
I'm 30,000 years old. I've got my own opinions on things, but I'm fine deferring to the morals and ideas of the moment, and frankly, the house scares the shit out of me anyway.
Oh,
I said.
Hey, look, I've got sympathy,
said Pallida. But
you making your case isn't going to have good results,
said Valencia.
Fine,
said Pallida. She shrugged.
Not really a hill that I would want to die on anyway, just had some personal experiences, that was all.
Pallida had been alive for roughly 30,000 years, across thousands of lifetimes. She had pretty clearly seen and done some shit in all kinds of different cultures, among all kinds of species. What, exactly, she thought, on the matter of what had happened between Bethel and myself was left up to my imagination, but we continued on before I could imagine the worst.
So if you don't suggest that we trap her, or kill her, what do you suggest?
Asked Amaryllis.
We talk to her,
said Valencia.
We engineer a situation in which someone, preferably not Juniper, can communicate clearly and fully with her, to explain to her what she's done, and to get her to change. It needs to be done in such a way that she can't simply lash out. But I also think that it needs to be approached in such a way that she doesn't feel ambushed, conspired against, threatened, or attacked.
And how do you suggest that happens?
I asked.
How am I going to go up to her and tell her that she did something wrong in a way that doesn't make her flip out?
Let me handle it,
said Valencia.
Val, she could kill you,
I said.
And we know that you're not as good against her. She's not mortal, and she only shows what she wants to show.
I'm aware,
said Valencia.
But so far as I can see, I'm the best candidate. She can't heal me if she hurts me, and I won't wind up in the hells.
Is that a realistic possibility for someone else?
Asked Raven. Yes, said Valencia. Her answer was simple and to the point.
Again, it's vitally important that we manage how we approach this, unless you really do plan to kill her outright.
I don't,
I said, before anyone else could say anything.
And I don't think that it's good or fair for Juniper to be in a position where he has to defend his assaulter, so that will be the last word on that,
said Valencia.
He's emotionally compromised right now, but even if he weren't, that would be what he would decide on. Trust me on that.
Fine,
said Amaryllis, crossing her arms.
Then what's the plan you would pick if it were entirely up to you?
I would approach her alone,
said Valencia.
I would explain how things had happened, from Juniper's perspective, and in such a way that she would be most likely to understand the implications, with a goal of getting her to acknowledge wrongdoing and culpability, both of which are probably sticking points at the moment.
And then what?
Asked Amaryllis. She still had her arms folded.
Juniper
and Bethel need to be separated, said Valencia.
I don't think there's any way around that. I'm fairly confident that if she doesn't kill me, I'll be able to convince her to relocate. From there, we can keep a line of communication open through a number of means, the easiest being Finch's half of the sending slate.
You think that she'll handle being put into exile?
Asked Amaryllis.
She will if I frame it right,
said Valencia.
It's going to be complicated, but I think I'm the only one who would be capable of doing it.
She was firm and resolute, undercut only slightly by the fact that she was a short girl in a red bikini.
You shouldn't have to risk your life for me,
I replied.
I should be the one to handle it.
I don't have to risk my life for you,
said Valencia.
I choose to risk my life because it's my life to do with as I please. If it could be me or someone else, I would still volunteer. That there's no other option only simplifies things.
I'm worried about you,
said Grack.
Worry won't help,
said Amaryllis.
We're going to erect a ward against Bethel, as firm and secure as we can, and then be ready to teleport out of here at the first sign of things going south.
Hollow. Chapter 168. Hollow. Valencia walked across the Isle of Poran in her red bikini, holding a devil in her maw, thinking through the conversation ahead and all the twists and turns it might take. The first step had been to convince everyone that she was fit to go, which had gone off without any real problems, and only very minor omissions and lies to get there. If they had known how high Valencia thought the risks were, they might have tried to stop her from going. It was, admittedly, unfair to prejudice the group's decision with fabrications and by concealing the truth, but she had a good enough read on the assembled party that she thought they would probably have sided with her anyway. It would just have taken more time to get to that same point. Spending that time would have been worse for everyone involved, especially Juniper. Juniper had warned Valencia early on that having someone like her on the team would mean that various problems would crop up to stop her most powerful abilities from functioning. On the physical side, that meant magics and techniques that could no-sell physical combat ability, or exotic ways of fighting that would make her demonic aptitude less worthwhile, or methods that would stop a non-anima with frightening efficiency. On the social side, that meant people who had extensively trained with the Elongar, entads that could conceal thoughts and emotions, or species whose physiology and thought patterns were rare enough or opaque enough that a devil would still have trouble. Over the course of their time together, they'd run into each of those problems, one by one. Bethel seemed like she would be the hardest. Bethel was unique. She wasn't just a sapient entad, she was a meta-entad, one who could be influenced by the intelligence and pseudo-intelligence of the entads she consumed or borrowed. Bethel prior to her marriage with Ropey was different from Bethel after the marriage, and during the borrowings era, she had been pulling from various entads at various times, some of them with small intelligences of their own, picking entads up for brief commingling and then putting them down again. Valencia knew plenty about that, how a different perspective could suffuse your own, how augments could change the core without it seeming like that was what had happened. Beyond that, Bethel wasn't mortal. Nothing like her had ever reached the hells. No devil had worked to torture a Bethel, and the closest analogues weren't all that close. There were species on Erb that merged and split in various ways, and certainly there were unique biologies and values that mimicked something similar to Bethel, but nothing that was all of her, all at once. There were demons and devils that had dealt with sapient entids while possessing a mortal. But that was of very limited value, given that infernals weren't interested in them, as a general rule, and reliably finding an infernal with that experience was impossible, or rather, very, very difficult, when access to anything like an infernal directory resided only in the memories of the infernals she captured. Even if there hadn't been basic differences like that, Bethel would give away only what she chose to. She assumed human form for reasons of her own, some of which appeared to be practical, e.g., communicating effectively with the mortals inside her, and some which appeared to be affectations, e.g., appearing with a body because she wanted a body. The latter was confusing to Valencia, and it undoubtedly represented some unknown aspect of Bethel's psychology, which was troublesome, given that it would bring a greater context to the picture. The best guess Valencia had was that Bethel did want to be a house, but also desired to take part in the act of living within herself in a way that seemed vaguely incestuous. It was only a guess, though. If she hadn't had a devil in her, Valencia might have swallowed before crossing the threshold into Bethel's vision, or steeled herself for what was to come, or done any of a number of things that regular people did when they were about to do something irrevocable and important. Instead, she just passed through the barrier like it was nothing, and then kept going through the other barriers after that without so much giving a sign that she knew they were there. At this point, Bethel could kill with lightning, and at that point she could kill with cannon fire, and here she could slice through brain with ease. Eventually, Valencia was in through the front doorway.
Bethel?
Asked Valencia.
Yes?
Asked Bethel, appearing right in front of Valencia.
My little one has an infernal,
she said, when Valencia didn't flinch back.
I do,
said Valencia with a nod. Better to get that out of the way now, since the lie wouldn't be believed later on.
Any special occasion?
Asked Bethel, arching an eyebrow. She was in her human form, the one she'd taken to lately, with proper proportions, though it was the illusion rather than the false body. The illusion was always off in certain ways that others found imperceptible, but which were clear enough to Valencia. Most of it was just peculiarities from Bethel, small little details that were there because she liked them, rather than because she expected anyone to notice. The folds of the fabric in her dress were all decoratively done, with a cosmetic flair that you would never find naturally. Her hair was laying perfectly without being tied down, sprayed, or otherwise secured, in accordance with physics, but not in accordance with probability.
There was some drama at the beach,
said Valencia.
Devils helped me keep my composure and work through things.
I thought you weren't supposed to do that,
said Bethel. She was smiling, as she often did around Valencia. They had a relationship of sorts, one which was founded on their mutual exclusion from society, though Bethel was a joyful, if mean-spirited, nonconformist, while Valencia would have taken a hypothetical pill to become human with only minor regrets. In some sense, they were opposites, Bethel holding significant amounts of hate in her heart, and Valencia the target of hate. But it had given them something to talk about on those rare occasions when they spoke to each other. There was also some natural distance between them, given that more than a few of Bethel's magics didn't work on Valencia. There was no thought speech and no spying on dreams.
I don't take in devils often,
said Valencia.
Mary doesn't think that it's good for my development. I try to just be me when I can, but it's not always so easy.
And the nature of this drama?
Asked Bethel, arching an eyebrow.
I wish I could pretend to be eager to tell you,
said Valencia.
Can I take a seat?
Certainly,
said Bethel.
It feels very good to be empty. Juniper had promised that I would be, once we got back to the aisle, but I'd somehow imagined that it was an empty promise, and I have to admit that this spring cleaning has been good. Is the sitting room good for you?
Actually, if it's all right with you, I'd prefer the solarium,
Valencia replied.
I'm not feeling particularly communal. And some clothes, if you could. Your choice. Transport when ready.
Ah,
said Bethel, frowning somewhat.
Amaryllis took Sable with her for all of the earth frippery. It looks like you'll have to walk.
That's fine,
said Valencia.
Walking helps me think. I'll stop by my room, change clothes, then we can talk.
Allow me to speed things up,
said Bethel. The door to the entryway opened up in front of Valencia, and she found herself in the room that had been hers since they'd taken Bethel from the pit. It was, naturally, closely patterned on the dormitories of Hogwarts. Valencia had been very exacting in what she'd asked of Bethel, back when the offer had first been made, and they had gone through a dozen iterations together, with minor tweaks here and there, to make it conform more closely to the picture that Valencia saw in her head. The room was dominated by a four-poster bed with curtains that could be drawn closed, and there were souvenirs on the walls, some of them from Hogwarts, the others from their travels and adventures thus far, including postcards from Parsmont and Headwater, along with a dried rose that symbolized the prison Valencia had been taken from, not authentic, sadly. In a case above the mantel, there was a single arrow, one of Fenn's, in memoriam. The hardest part had been choosing the house colors. Valencia always thought of the houses as being about their best qualities rather than their worst, and choosing house colors was, in a sense, like making a declaration about who she was as a person, or rather, who she wanted to be. She had finally settled on Gryffindor, which was a safe and easy choice, but also the one that felt most resonant. Valencia wanted to be brave and courageous, a champion for those who had no champion. In the hypothetical scenario where there were a pill to become human, this would have been the source of Valencia's regrets, because she was powerful as she was now, and would be powerless as a human. Valencia changed quickly, casting aside the bikini and selecting one of the outfits she'd created for speaking to people about letting Juniper touch them. She settled on a beige dress with a knit sweater on top, a casual outfit that would put a person at ease. Valencia had no idea what it was Bethel would think of the ensemble, if anything, but it didn't hurt to try, and if Bethel was paying attention, it might serve as another signal about what kind of conversation they were about to have. It was better that Bethel was prepared for it, eased into it as much as possible, so it wouldn't feel like it had come from nowhere. When Valencia opened up the door to her room, she was greeted not with the entryway, nor a hallway, but the solarium. Bethel was there, in human form, laying across a chaise lounge. A chair had been arranged next to her, with a small table, on which was set a pencil and notepad.
"This is about me, isn't it?"
asked Bethel. She was looking up at the ceiling, which was painted with all the constellations of Erb's multicolored night sky. The top of the solarium was the only part of it without windows, and it could be opened up at will if the weather was nice, and whoever was inside wanted a view of the actual night sky.
Yes, it's about you,
said Valencia.
"Come, sit,"
said Bethel. She wasn't looking at Valencia, but that meant nothing, because Bethel could see everything inside of her. Valencia walked into the room, not displaying any of the fear she was feeling. She was as perfectly in control of her physiology as any of the Elon Gar, but even they weren't necessarily so perfect that they could fool someone who could literally see right through them. Some of it might show through, and Valencia had to accept that. She sat down on the proffered chair, leaving the pencil and pad untouched.
"Now,"
said Bethel,
"the first question I have is whether you were sent by the group or whether you snuck off by yourself so that you could get time alone with me."
I think we should set that aside for a moment,
said Valencia.
"Of course you do."
said Bethel.
"The second question I have is whether Juniper told you, or Amaryllis, or someone else, or whether you simply looked at him and saw the truth."
He told Amaryllis,
said Valencia.
"I thought he might have,"
replied Bethel.
"hence the mention of drama."
Valencia sat in silence, waiting Bethel out. So far there was no trace of malice, but the body was an illusion. If Bethel showed malice, it was because she had made a conscious decision to show malice. It was difficult to know whether her current disposition was good or bad, whether the weariness she was displaying was an act.
"I wish that I could undo it,"
said Bethel.
"If I had known he would be so weird about it, I would never have fucked him."
What did you think was going to happen?
asked Valencia. A part of her wanted to make that an accusation, but the infernal part wouldn't allow that. Not for a delicate operation, one with stakes, one with a purpose. The question came out calm and curious, a search for understanding. Bethel reached up with her hands and created an illusion, adding to the illusion of a body on the chaise. This one was of Juniper, halfway naked, genitals not a part of the picture, laying in bed.
I needed that,
he said with a happy sigh. The illusion popped like a soap bubble. Beneath it, Bethel stayed silent.
And why do you think that it went wrong?
Asked Valencia.
I didn't understand him well enough,
said Bethel.
I didn't understand how much his personal history would inform his reaction.
He said no,
said Valencia. Again, she had to rein back the venom and the accusation that would have colored the statement if she were reading from a script.
Did you think that you understood him better than he understood himself?
I don't know,
said Bethel.
I suppose that he would have displayed reluctance no matter what, because to him it would be a commitment rather than something transient. But once I was past his defenses, once we were in motion, I thought that he would appreciate it. I had seen it dozens of times before. The way that humans in particular will pair bond, how the act will bring them closer together.
Yes, that does sometimes happen,
said Valencia.
You knew that Jorge and I had sex?
You made no effort to hide it,
said Bethel. This wasn't strictly true. Valencia had made an effort to hide it from the others, who would have said she was moving too fast, or that she was too immature, or any other objections. Valencia had simply accepted that there was no level of scrubbing and scouring that would hide it from Bethel.
I appreciate you not discussing it with anyone,
said Valencia. This line was a test. Valencia had no special knowledge on that score, especially since she had, for the most part, made an attempt to stop using her powers of insight against her teammates following the Fen debacle.
I say very little of what I know,
said Bethel.
Of course, in this instance, it wasn't very interesting to me. Have you told the others?
No,
said Valencia.
Their reaction when I told them I was going on a date was enough to tell me what their reactions would be like when I told them more.
This was a diversion, one that Valencia had embarked on to allow Bethel some room to breathe. The less this felt like it was drilling down to the specifics of what happened with Juniper, the better.
And what were the reactions of the assembled when Juniper told them we had sex?
Asked Bethel. She was bringing it back to the matter at hand, which was a bad sign.
We have to talk about how Juniper understood the encounter,
said Valencia.
Where you and Jorge grew closer, Juniper and I did not,
said Bethel.
Why were things different with your boyfriend?
That left the most fraught part of the conversation simmering in the background. It wasn't ideal, but switching back to the previous subject quickly would require aggression, and at any rate, the groundwork hadn't been laid yet. It would have been better that Bethel got distracted, but so far as Valencia knew, that had only happened a limited number of times in the past under exceptional circumstances. The vagaries of Bethel's mind were unknown. It was entirely possible that she was capable of tracking far, far more than a mortal mind could.
Jorge had reservations,
said Valencia.
He's always had reservations about everything. I'm non-anima, raised in an abusive environment, and I'm more powerful than him in several respects. From an outside view, it's a recipe for disaster. Jorge was smart enough to see that. The firsts, with him, had to be done carefully, tentatively, and with as much of his will and investment as possible.
Valencia didn't like looking at her own relationship like this, but here it was necessary. Her life might depend on the comparison, and she understood Bethel poorly enough that she needed to tell the truth.
You're saying that Juniper had no will, no investment,
said Bethel.
And that's why he's been acting so oddly.
If you want to catch an animal, a trap will do,
said Valencia.
Pit traps, loop traps. These things will catch the animal, and from there you can use superior strength and cunning to keep the animal where you'd like it. Eventually, it will break, depending on the animal, and understand you as dominant. But some element of fear will always be there.
This was a mild lie. A person could be broken and rebuilt more completely than most people knew, but that was infernal business rather than the mortal world.
The analogy doesn't hold,
said Bethel, frowning. but it was a frown of confusion, and while that was projected, it was still a good sign.
I didn't trap him,
Imagine instead that you do things by steps.
said Valencia.
You allow the animal to lead the way. You give it food and shelter. You give it space when it needs some. You allow it to initiate. You respond as if you are as tentative about the arrangement as it is.
and that's what I should have done?
Asked Bethel.
You're saying Juniper was afraid of me?
He said no, replied Valencia.
You pushed on because no wasn't the answer that you wanted, and because you thought that it was a false no, one that was a product of his prudish upbringing and nonsensical moral stances, or his ill-fated pining after Amaryllis, or his sorrowful longing for Fen. You pushed on because you had a human body for the first time, and you were experiencing sexual desire and sexual pleasure for the first time, and it would have been better if he had said yes rather than no.
This was dangerous guesswork,
I would never hurt him.
said Bethel.
He knows that I never would.
There was no doubt in her voice. It was pure conviction, an unnatural iron defense that would never naturally come out of a person except about the most obvious and plain facts. This was, of course, a projection, what Bethel wanted to be heard. Valencia was banking on it being false confidence,
He doesn't know you wouldn't hurt him.
said Valencia.
When you pushed him back onto the bed, he was thinking about what escalation would be like, if he fought harder, if he brought his powers into the mix. If he used still magic, you could have countered it. If he struggled, you could overpower him. If he screamed, you might cut his vocal cords. He had Prince's invulnerability, but you could have wiped it away in an instant. If you had wanted to, you could have unmade the door to his room and locked him in there, never to see the light of day again unless you willed it, unless he did as you told him to.
Valencia's cadence was carefully calculated to have a sense of urgency, which might help Bethel find some empathy. Bethel was silent. She simply stared at the ceiling. The illusion was still alive, still simulating breathing, blinking, and doing the small movements that people couldn't help. As illusions went, it was very, very good. Valencia simply waited, hoping that she hadn't made a miscalculation. She could have gone longer or shorter, and some of what she'd said had been a fabrication, things that Juniper hadn't said, but might have felt.
Like I had yanked a rabbit up by the scruff of his neck and placed him in a cage.
Bethel finally said. The verbalization was slow and deliberate, an attempted framing of the facts.
But he enjoyed himself,
He did.
Said Valencia.
But for a human and most of the other mortal species, physical pleasure is sometimes distinct from psychological pleasure. The fear response and arousal response follow many of the same pathways, using the same internal mechanics. It's unclear to me from what he said whether this was a feeling that grew with time and had been steadily polluting everything, or whether it was true dissociation. The matter is also complicated by his newfound ability to think through two things at once.
Fuck.
Bethel swore. She sat up from the chair she'd been reclining in.
He should be the one here, telling me this.
He's afraid of you now.
Said Valencia.
Over the last few days, he's been thinking of every threat you've ever made against him, every description of murder and torture you've regaled him with. And it's steadily been poisoning his opinion of you even more than it was right after you had sex.
Valencia elected not to call it a rape. That would inevitably bring about a semantic conversation which she didn't want to have, one which wouldn't prove fruitful.
How do I fix it?
Asked Bethel.
What words do I need to say in order to make things right? Or I'll have you do it. You say the words to him.
There are no words.
Valencia lied.
It's going to be a process, and by necessity, it's going to be a long one. I'm going to help. That's why I'm here. But for it to work properly, you'll need to build up trust, which is never easily done. Worse, you will have to place yourself in a position of submission.
I didn't exercise power against him,
said Bethel. The word submission had been a gamble, one that Bethel was obviously reacting against.
I didn't hurt him in the slightest. He had princes on. I couldn't have hurt him without deliberate intent. I never suggested that I would, and I never said that I would.
When people exercise power against you, was it always with a threat?
Asked Valencia.
Sometimes they would tell you to do things, and you wouldn't know how they would react if you said no, even if you said no in a deferential way, even if you had your own good reasons, even if you were perfectly compliant in all other ways.
I am not like them.
Bethel growled. Again, it was with an unnatural force and a completeness of confidence that was too perfect,
Power is the same across the face of the hex.
said Valencia.
Coercion, consent, these are complicated subjects, and I would never suggest that any two situations were exactly equivalent. But the structures of interaction often have recurrent notes, unpleasant melodies that echo each other.
You were sent here to manipulate me,
Said Bethel, eyes narrowing.
I sent myself here.
Said Valencia.
The others urged me not to go.
This was a dangerous point. It was always dangerous. A consequence of people knowing who and what she was. A lie would have served her well here, or a deflection. But Valencia was attempting the long play, not the short one. Not the one that would let her leave to safety.
And what course of action did they propose instead?
Asked Bethel.
It was between destroying you, capturing you, or fleeing entirely.
Said Valencia.
For this one thing.
Asked Bethel.
After all that I've done for them?
She stood up and began to pace. Another affectation, another projection. But that was a good sign, because it meant she wanted to portray her mood. She wasn't shutting down. The moment of danger would be if or when there was no open line of communication.
It was Amaryllis, wasn't it?
Primarily, yes.
Said Valencia.
You've done a very good job of putting her on edge. For her, this is the watershed, the moment that distinguished between being able to live within you and not. She could put up with threats, so long as those were idle threats, and violence, so long as it was directed against the right targets. I wouldn't frame it as her waiting for a reason to act against you. I would frame it as an eventuality that she had hoped would never come.
And yet you're here.
Said Bethel. Her voice was tight.
They're not going through with their initial plans. Amaryllis wouldn't have sent a hostage.
No, she wouldn't have.
Said Valencia.
I'm here to talk. I want to explain things to you in the hopes that with time, we can mend things.
Is there a trump card?
Asked Bethel.
Is there some weapon that they plan to use against me? Some method of killing me that I wouldn't have thought of?
You shouldn't ask me questions that you don't expect an honest answer to.
Said Valencia.
I don't think that's fair to either of us, but the answer is no, they don't have a weapon. Grack can ward against you with difficulty and uncertainty, but you knew that.
I want to talk to Juniper.
Said Bethel.
I want to speak with him.
It will take some time before he's ready.
Said Valencia.
Imagine him as a mouse you caught in a cage. He might come back once he's been let out, but he's afraid for the time being and will be for quite a while, especially if you're in a position of power over him, which you are just by being yourself. And because he's a person, not a mouse, he's feeling other unpleasant things as well. Betrayal, shame, guilt, embarrassment, none of which will be helped by talking to him. Not now.
You're speaking of separation.
Said Bethel.
You're talking about long time scales.
Weeks.
Said Valencia. Maybe months. She was hoping she wouldn't regret that in 2 months' time.
I don't think it was severe enough that reintroduction is impossible. I even think that you could be friends again, but the path forward takes time and care. It can't be rushed, not if we want a good outcome.
You're suggesting that he lives somewhere else.
Said Bethel, crossing her arms.
I am.
Replied Valencia.
More to the point, I'm suggesting that you leave the Isle of Poran.
And this was the plan all along.
Said Bethel.
This spring cleaning, the promise that the Tung would have a place to go for a week, even this time away on the beach, even the locust being removed from me.
No, said Valencia.
Juniper wanted a private conversation with the locust. I suspect that he told it first, before he spoke with anyone else. The tongue were temporarily removed for your benefit, at your request, and everything else was simply kismet.
Only that last part was a lie. Valencia had known something was wrong with Juniper and suspected that it had to do with Bethel, and she was the one who had arranged everything else, acting as deftly and silently as she could to poke and prod Amaryllis in the right ways. It was just shy of being a violation.
Did you think that I would do well, away on my own?
Asked Bethel.
Did you think that I would accept that punishment, even if I accepted that I'm responsible for what Juniper is feeling from moment to moment?
You won't be alone,
Said Valencia.
I'm planning to go with you.
Bethel stopped her pacing and turned to Valencia. She was suspicious, or choosing to display suspicion.
Why?
She asked.
Because I consider you a friend,
Said Valencia.
and I consider this a tragedy. It would have been preventable if I had been watching closely, and more easily mitigated if I had caught it right after it happened, so I share some portion of responsibility. I want to help, and I want you to be my home, even if you can't be a proper home to the others for a while.
Bethel was still for a moment, her face displaying no emotion, and Valencia carefully kept her features controlled as well. Death could come at any moment, and if it weren't death, then it would likely be torture or maiming. Bethel was less likely to be violent to someone who couldn't heal back from it, but she was a killer as part of her self-identity.
He thinks that I hurt him,
Said Bethel after some time had passed.
They all think that I hurt him. It was his choice to be hurt.
Some uncertainty had finally crept into her voice. More importantly, it was displayed uncertainty, an uncertainty felt internally and shown to a second party.
No
one chooses to be hurt, said Valencia, and though that wasn't even remotely true, it was true enough that she didn't think Bethel would argue.
The question is whether that hurt could be foreseen or not.
And you think that I'm culpable?
Said Bethel. Something in the illusion had changed, subtle little differences that together created an impression of malice. Bethel's eyes were more sunken, the shadows around her darker and deeper, and the incidental folds of her clothing created points, almost spikes, rather than the aesthetic curves they'd been before. Her fists weren't quite clenched, but she was showing strain in the muscles of her hands. More than that, the atmosphere of the room had changed, the lighting lower, the atmosphere colder. If you didn't know better, you might attribute that to a passing cloud.
He said no,
Replied Valencia.
Your culpability began when you decided that you knew better.
For a moment, Bethel seemed as though she would snap, but that moment passed, and she relaxed.
You can undo it,
She said.
repair it, rebuild it.
I can.
Said Valencia.
It will be different from before, and it will take time.
Then tell me what needs to be done,
Said Bethel. Valencia nodded. She had to pretend that she knew more than she did, that the path forward was clear instead of muddy, but she'd muddled through this much, half blind and afraid, and if she could do that, she could make it through the rest. That was the Gryffindor spirit after all.
We leave now,
Said Valencia. She finally picked up the pencil and paper from the little table.
All I need to do is say my goodbyes.
End Book 7, The No Sleep Club. Chapter 169, The No Sleep Club. Bethel left behind the egress, but pretty much nothing else. Next to the big metal beam of a ship, pinned down by a rock, was a note from Valencia. J.
We'll be gone for a bit, don't worry. I'll write to Amaryllis once there's some progress on our end. On your end, you need to do your best to make sure that you're the healthy, happy Juniper that you've always struggled to be. Lean on Amaryllis, but don't forget to help her where you can, because she's just lost more assets than she realized she would. I'm sorry that I won't be there, but I'm needed elsewhere. If you see Jorge before he's gotten a letter from me, let him know that one is coming and that I'm fine. Aindam.
I read it twice. There was no mention of Bethel, which must have been deliberate. It wasn't clear whether this had been Valencia's plan from the beginning or not, but if it had been, she had kept a lot from us. I wasn't even sure how they had gotten off Poran, but given the wide array of entids, there were a dozen ways Bethel could have done it. I wasn't really in the right frame of mind for figuring out her movement options with different combinations of entads.
"We're down to 6,
said Grack.
He sniffed.
I knew him well enough that I thought he was probably thinking about the practical implications. He hadn't been terribly close with Bethel or Valencia.
We'll manage,
said Raven.
She can't be gone just like that,
said Amaryllis.
She's not equipped for the long term. She's not equipped to handle herself against Bethel of all things. And if she's staying constantly topped off on devils, then there are going to be repercussions.
She'll manage,
said Raven.
She's stronger than you realize.
She was putting a bit of command into her voice, the firmness that I had heard from her when she was bossing people around in the Infinite Library, but not very much aside from that.
"We're down a time chamber and a base of operations,"
said Grack. "We'll manage," Raven repeated, but her face had lost just a bit of the confidence it had before.
"I want to be realistic about the problems,"
said Grack.
"We have fewer resources than we had before."
"We do," I said. I looked at Amaryllis. "And Valencia has put herself in a position of danger where we can't save her if something goes wrong. I don't think that we can or should ignore that, but it's not actionable. We have a steel mage on site, which means that we should get a home built in the next few days, one that Grack can properly ward for us. Until then, we can get a quick hut."
Skin magic was excluded?
said Pallida. "Oh," I said. The little cobblestone houses that tattoo magic could make had been decoupled from the actual magic in my mind, and it had simply slipped my attention that this was another thing that the world wasn't going to have anymore. Then for the next day or two, we can all sleep in the egress, or if Solace thinks it's prudent, we can sleep in the bottle, though I have reservations about that. Alternately, we can take over one of the existing sites around the isle. The steel mage we'd hired had already made some buildings for us with his team, though I wasn't sure about what the status of them was. The Tuung had taken over the auxiliary school, but the plan had been that they would move back into Bethel after a week or so, because they were teenager equivalent, not full-grown. For now, I would rather keep our attack surface as small as we can.
I have to imagine that we're going to get a visit from the Draconic Confederacy soon,
said Amaryllis. She seemed relieved that I had taken some initiative, though I thought she was probably still on edge about Valencia being gone. I'm not looking forward to it, but I don't think that Hyacinth has the pull necessary to call in a dragon, let alone a dragon strike, especially not when there are so many foreign nationals on our soil. Besides that, I have something she wants, and a visit from a functionary would seem to be the right amount of pressure from her. So far as I know, that's the next thing that we need to watch out for. Valencia, wherever they went, we can't actually do anything for her. Unspoken was the idea that this had all been organized by the dungeon master. In the course of less than a week, I'd been stripped of my two most powerful allies and one of my magics, with little to replace them. It was hard to see his hand in it, though, and I didn't feel like I could preemptively absolve Bethel, not when it had been the two of us alone in a room together. If the dungeon master had manipulated her, it had been by shaping who she was, and that manipulation wouldn't actually change anything, except maybe to engender some pity.
I need to go into town,
said Amaryllis as we watched Grack build up the wards around the bottle. We'd decided on it after some deliberation, most of which was led by Grack, given that he would be the one putting up the wards. There are contractors that I need to speak with, teachers and caregivers who won't be having another stint in the time chamber, money changers, and basically 20 different meetings that I'll need to have. Most of them would have happened anyway, but this is a new wrinkle, and I need to start making new plans. A new wrinkle. I didn't know whether she was minimizing it for my benefit or simply taking things in stride. "Let me help you," I said. "You don't have the time chamber to lean on anymore, and you've been putting too much work on yourself for too long.
June, that's very sweet. But I don't think what you need right now is to bury yourself in work,
said Amaryllis. She must have caught my look, because she followed it with, "Tomorrow I'll have you come with me, if you still want to. Tonight is trial by fire, as I see if I can do this without a week of preparation between every major negotiation and Valencia's occasional insights. I'll have the Tung for protection and support." "Okay," I said,
I'll be back sometime after dinner.
said Amaryllis. Which reminds me that there are logistical challenges we're going to have to address, but it's nothing that bulk teleport won't be able to handle. The economics are a little more grim, though. Bethel had been responsible for supplying a large amount of our food and water, as well as clothing. Most of what we had was in Sable, not Bethel, but our reserves there weren't infinite. "We'll work it out," I said. "I'm willing to help in whatever way I can." We had a quick, awkward hug, and then she set off down the hill. She had, naturally, changed out of her bikini, instead opting for the immobility plate, her old standby, but it was still nice to have a hug.
Are you doing okay?
Asked Pallida. Amaryllis and I had been talking alone, off to one side, and Pallida approached me as soon as Amaryllis left. "Hunky-dory," I replied.
Only asking,
said Pallida. "Yeah," I said. "Sorry, Reflex." I looked her over. She was back in her inky black armor, with her trident in hand. I still had bits and fragments of what Pallida had said in mind, in the context of her 30,000-year history. "This must seem silly to you," I said.
The house seemed like a problem from the moment I showed up,
said Pallida.
Too much power, if you ask me. I'm always at my worst when I have too much power.
I meant more. "I know you have perspectives," I said.
Val was right, it probably wouldn't help you,
said Pallida.
The thing about being Renasim is that most of us have done everything and been everyone. It's sometimes hard to resist the urge to tell people how much worse it was for me at various points. Hells, when I'm going through some shit, it's hard not to tell myself that I've seen and experienced worse. Never helps, in my opinion, to know that this isn't the worst it's ever been. All that does, it make me feel small, like I don't deserve to feel hurt over something that hurt me.
"Okay," I said. I was glad she hadn't gone into details about when it had been the worst. Renasim didn't always have the luxury of choosing which parents they would be born to, and my mind looked in dark directions for just long enough that I resolved never to think about it again. "Thanks,"
No problem,
said Pallida. She stayed next to me, rather than moving away. It feels weird to have this group be so small. "Lisi is in Angelsin," I said. "She was planning to be on the Isle in another few days, though I don't know if that's going to happen now. Plus, Gemma finished her warrior's trial, didn't she?"
Still seems like too few,
said Pallida. Her eyes widened slightly. "Wait, was Hesh?" "He left this morning," I said. "He said he didn't want goodbyes."
Gods damn it, that rat bastard, Pallida swore. I wanted a farewell party. I had all kinds of puns lined up.
"Puns?" I asked.
He's had that necklace for hundreds of years,
said Pallida.
I've been preparing for a few lifetimes. You know, he was always ahead of the rest. Wherever he might be heading, I wish him luck. He's headstrong, the head of our group.
She was speeding up, not slowing down.
Always went in with a cool head, and maybe he would have been fine if someone had given him a heads up. I always said I would avenge him if someone touched a hair on his head, and if his heart ever ruled his head, it wouldn't anymore. I had tons of them, neck puns too, and a couple in Elven, on a list somewhere.
"Well, that was pretty good," I said, "for being off the top of your head." Pallida looked at me as though she was offended by my taste in puns, then burst out laughing. "Good to know you'll be fine," she said. When the wards were done, we all went down into the bottle together, with Solace turning us into leaves part-way through the drop. We floated and fluttered, then landed gently on the grass before turning back into ourselves, having scattered quite a bit in the wind. It was weird and disorienting, but it was certainly a more magical way to go down into the bottle than using Amaryllis's immobility plate, which was our standby when Solace wasn't available. We had dinner without Amaryllis. It really did seem like we had a lot fewer people, all of the sudden. 5 people was pretty much a normal party size for D&D, though our power levels were all over the map. Solace was our cook, which was also a bit weird, since Bethel had been our cook for quite some time. It made me feel awkward to think about how much food she'd fed me, and how much of an opportunity she'd had to screw with what she'd made for me. I didn't think that she would have, since it wasn't her style, but you never knew. And I was the one she liked, the one she cared about, in some fucked up way. Conversation was subdued and focused on light subjects by unspoken agreement. I talked for a bit about smearps, which Solace had roasted for the main course, but my heart wasn't really in it, even though it was the kind of fundamental world-building arcana that I normally loved. Once dinner was done, I went outside for a walk, though the dough was nowhere to be seen. Eventually, I found a rock to sit on, and I watched the sunset through the glass of the bottle, alone with my thoughts, trying to process things. I heard Raven before I saw her. She had dark hair and wore mostly black, and there was something about her cloak that made her a bit harder to see, though I wasn't sure whether that was its nature, or something that she or it was doing with its power.
Doing okay?
She asked. Sure, I replied. I scooted over. There's room on the rock. Raven climbed up and sat down next to me, mimicking my pose, with her arms wrapped around her knees. It's nice to have another member of the No Sleep Club, she said. I suppose so, I said. Enough time had passed that the others were probably in bed. Back in Leo, I hadn't really had time to myself unless I wanted it, which I hadn't. There were always things to do, no matter the time of day.
Even before I stopped sleeping, I was an honorary member of the club,
said Raven.
1,600 hours awake, 800 hours asleep. That's how it is for the L. So when I was with Uther and the rest, I would have 6 hours or so to myself every night. Sometimes a little less. Some of them went to bed late and others woke early. But there was still always a slice of time when it was just me. When we needed a watch, I was the one to do it.
She sighed. It got lonely. And then you would conk out for a month, I said, and miss a bunch of whatever was going on.
Yes,
said Raven.
And obviously there's some give in our sleep schedule, just like a human. But my naps themselves lasted for days, and being short of sleep affected me for months of time.
She sniffed slightly. Uther began tracking when and how much I slept, because he decided that I couldn't be trusted to set my own bedtime, which was probably true. There was some warmth when she said that, but it seemed horribly paternalistic to me. But how did your sleep actually work? I asked. I mean, are you just out hard when you're asleep? How can you actually make it through a month without being interrupted? How do you survive without food?
You invented the L,
said Raven.
You tell me.
Huh, I said. I mean, I didn't actually put that much thought into it. Sorry. If I had, I think my answer would be that the L have a bunch of adaptations that you might find in a human, like new parents waking up for a brief few minutes to take care of their infant, then going back to sleep. But new parents are perpetually sleep-deprived, so I don't know if that's a good model. Maybe it's just brief moments of groggy lucidity before returning to sleep, like a bear in hibernation. And L metabolism pretty much has to be fucky in order to follow the multiply by 100 rule. I doubt that you eat enough to get through a whole month of sleep, because if you did, you would have, BMR times whatever, something like 100,000 calories, which would be what, 28-ish pounds of fat.
You love math,
said Raven with a nod. I'm not sure that I love math, I replied. I love answers. Math helps to find answers, so I like it, at least some of the time. So what is the answer? I felt mildly embarrassed that I hadn't asked before. I didn't even know how she ate, except that she did.
A few of our organs are extra-dimensional.
said Raven.
You can actually kill an L with a fairly basic ward against the unique magic of our species.
Huh, I said. And to use the adapted human analogy, you drink by having lots of sips and eat by having lots of small snacks. Effectively,
Effectively.
replied Raven with a nod. Though we can eat in bulk if we wish to. But what about pooping?
You're wondering about bowel movements and urination?
Said Raven. She sighed. I said. Sorry,
It's okay.
replied Raven.
I've gotten the question so often that I know the particular feel to the silence it engenders when someone is holding back.
We sat for a moment. I'll look it up later, I said.
Thank you.
Said Raven.
And please never discuss it with me.
I nodded at that.
I did end up looking it up later. It wasn't a subject that came up in the Book of Blood, which was more concerned with which species L could reproduce with, the same as humans, how long their sex lasted, hours, what pregnancy was like, really, really long, and other questions that had occurred to Alex Seifriend and been only partly cut out by successive editors. Instead, I found a book in Sable's library that covered all the various species-specific magics in detail, until eventually I got to the entry on L. Apparently, they had poops that lasted for roughly 20 minutes, which expelled a huge amount of waste that needed special logistics that other species didn't have to deal with. This was one of those things that probably would have made me scrap the L if I had thought of it when I was making them, because it was silly and gross, but I had been a young, reckless world builder.
We can talk about something else, I said.
Good.
Said Raven. She looked around for a moment. Can I be candid? Sure, I said. No one watching us anymore. I tried to feel relieved about that, but all I felt was the same familiar anxiety of being watched. Well, the locus, presumably, wherever she's gone off to.
I've been thinking a lot about Uther and whether or not he was a good man,
said Raven. Once she said it, I could tell this was what she'd been trying to build up to. I felt a little bit guilty about all the detours we'd taken to get to this point. There was nothing so annoying as trying to have a serious conversation with someone when they weren't giving you an opening to get down to business. And, I asked, was he?
I don't know,
said Raven. She was still hugging her knees. It made her look smaller. I don't know everything that he did. I don't know why he did the things that he did. Both of those seem like they would be crucial elements in deciding whether he was good or bad. And you'd have to pick a moral framework, I said.
Uther disliked moral frameworks,
said Raven.
And he invented dozens of them. Well, not invented, stole from Earth, then talked about at length on Arab. Knowing that he was from Earth, it's so hard to get a handle on who he actually was. What was real, what was fake, what was an attempt to circumvent the narrative or play to it. I was with him for 30 years, and all I have is guesswork.
I've always thought there was an unknowability to other people, I replied. Raven looked over at me. People are complicated, really complicated, and we only get bits and pieces of them without any of the actual context, even people that you spend time with, a lot of time even, the people you think you know backward and forward. They can surprise you, and they surprise you because you didn't know all of them. It's probably a Pareto's principle thing. 20% of the information gets you 80% of the predictive power, but the last 20% requires 80% of the observations.
I think that might be a misreading of Pareto's principle,
said Raven, looking momentarily confused. But I understand the general point. So far as people go, there might always be hidden things, because people are big and complicated, and exploring every last nook and cranny of them would take eons. She was silent for a moment. What I'm talking about with Uther is different. It is, I admitted. You don't think that it can be abstracted down to being a matter of scope and scale?
Maybe,
Raven replied. Maybe there are always different ways to view the information you have, different interpretations, and with Uther, The distance between those interpretations are simply greater and grander, like everything else about the man. She sighed. I started thinking about Fen. Thoughts of Fen were always depressing, always unbidden. She was, after all, a gaping hole in my life, similar to the one that Arthur had once left. But time had passed since Fen had died, and I was better at coping with death. Also, and it hurt to think it, I hadn't known Fen as long or as deeply. One of the things that I was thinking about was how little I had actually known her, how many times she'd become a different person in my mind because some new bit of information or context was brought forward, sometimes casually, as when I'd learned that she was not, in fact, the same age as me, and sometimes brutally, as with the disastrous therapy session. But it had always felt like I was getting closer to the true Fen, rather than further away. I had no idea how to succinctly say that to Raven, or whether it would be helpful for her to hear. "I don't know you," I said. "That's my own fault. We spent a week together, and I hardly even scratched the surface. You talk a lot about the old days, but it's usually in terms of objective facts, not subjective feelings,"
That's my nature.
said Raven. She gave a small, helpless shrug that screamed of Maddie. Maddie had given me that same little shrug after she'd finished talking about the unsavory looks one of her mom's boyfriends had given her. I was the group's researcher, our historian. I learned to default to facts. "I'm trying to say that I'm sorry I haven't been more of a friend," I replied. I hadn't been trying very hard to get toward the true Raven,
I remind you too much of Maddie.
said Raven. She was looking off at the treehouse again. "It's the mannerisms, mostly," I said. "And I guess I feel like I was horrible to Maddie, and I don't want to be horrible to you. But my solution up to this point has been to keep my distance, which doesn't let me know the true Raven, and doesn't let you know the true Juniper. So I'm sorry for that, and I want to correct it,"
I'd like that.
said Raven. She uncurled somewhat, sticking her legs out across the rock instead of drawing them in toward her. "Can I ask questions then? Personal ones?" "Sure," I replied.
What did you see in her?
Asked Raven. "Oh," I said. "I was hoping for a softball,"
Softball?
asked Raven. "It's a game," I replied. "Or an idiom that was coined for, it's just an easy question,"
And that question isn't easy to answer?
asked Raven. "It's easy to answer," I replied. "I just don't think that it reflects very well on me. Even if I give the longer, sympathetic version, I don't think that it reflects well on me,"
Well, go on then.
said Raven.
I don't think that I have the stomach for lies and omissions, not the second time around. Just tell me.
"Okay," I said. Maddie was happy, enthusiastic. She would listen with rapt attention when I told her things. She made me feel like I was important. She had a curiosity about things, which I found appealing, and she didn't know much, or at least she knew a lot about strange, obscure, irrelevant things, so I was able to sate her curiosity a lot of the time. I let out a sigh. "Okay, now the parts that paint me in a bad light. The biggest thing was that she was there when no one else was. She talked to me. She gave the impression she needed me. And, I don't know, by comparison, she made me feel mature, like I had all these life experiences to share, or like the shallow wells of knowledge I had were somehow deep. She liked me when no one else liked me, and that was comforting,"
Sounds complicated.
said Raven. "Not really," I replied. "We dated for a week, then we had sex, then she dumped me." Raven was silent for a moment. I worried that I had been too blunt.
Can I tell you how it was, from the other side?
She asked. "I don't even know what you mean by that," I replied.
For me, it was about someone older, wiser, more experienced.
Said Raven without clarifying.
A rock that would shelter me from the winds, a solid foundation, a raw protective power. I wanted to help. I wanted to pitch in. I wanted to be wanted.
She was talking about Uther, clearly. I had no idea how to handle that. You were the equivalent to 12 years old. Raven looked over at me. Physically, she replied.
Mentally, emotionally, I don't know.
Still, I said.
I know.
She replied, looking away from me and back toward the house.
It happens a lot with children that they have some knowledge of courtship or marriage and think to themselves, oh, I should just marry my father, without really understanding what it is they're saying. Except I feel like I always knew that it could never actually happen. It was fantasy.
I was silent for a bit. I was feeling uncomfortable. None of my childhood crushes had been real people. They'd all been fictional, or failing that actors. For Raven, it was someone who had been a father figure to her, and more than that, it had been Arthur. Did you grow out of it? I asked.
I don't know,
said Raven with a sigh.
This is making you uncomfortable.
A bit, I admitted. But if this is true, Raven, then bring it on, I guess.
You're imagining a 12-year-old human girl traveling around with a much older man?
Said Raven.
I understand. At best, it's naive and awkward. At worst, it's gross and awkward. What I'm trying to say is that from the inside, it felt romantic, like we were star-crossed lovers.
She gave me a look.
He never showed me even the slightest hint of impropriety, not the slightest hint of anything more than a familial interest.
Which you didn't like, I said, reading between the lines.
I understood it,
said Raven.
Even at the time I understood it, though I understand it more now. I understood all the levels that it was unrealistic and impossible on, and my heart still got swollen at the sight of him.
I feel like we have vast gulfs in our experiences, I said.
Yes,
said Raven with a nod.
But I can make my guesses about Maddie and how she saw you if she was like me. I doubt that you had a good window into the true Maddie.
No, I said. Probably not.
Well then, since we have all night together,
said Raven.
My guess is that she saw you as good and noble as...
No, I said. Sorry, I was a shitheel. I know you only know half of it, but I should set the record straight there. I was a shitheel, and literally everyone knew it. I don't know how Maddie could have missed it.
Maybe she didn't,
said Raven.
Maybe she thought despite it all, you were a good person. She felt all this empathy toward you, and she knew that you were a genius, so...
Sorry, not a genius, I said.
Amaryllis said that you were one of the smartest people in your school,
said Raven. Maybe, I said. But it's real easy to say that you're a genius, and the only reason you didn't get good grades is because you were barely trying. And if genius just means toward the top of a pile of 150-some kids in the middle of nowhere, then it's a less impressive word than I thought. I hesitated. Sorry, if I were amazingly gifted and talented, then that would mean that I was even more of a waste than I already thought I was.
Maybe that was what she liked,
said Raven.
A diamond in the rough? You have that expression.
We do, I replied. And maybe she was just lonely, and I was part of this different world that she was gated from, and then one day I offered to let her into the garden, long after it had already collapsed into ruin.
That garden being?
Asked Raven. I said. Our friend group. Oh, said Raven. What did you think I meant? I asked.
Coitus,
said Raven. She was staring straight ahead. The word came out firmly, with commitment, but I still got the sense that she didn't want to say it.
Oh,
I said. No,
the metaphor wasn't clear to me,
said Raven. I wanted to rush to pave over the conversation, and maybe on another night I would have, but I let my thoughts turn to Maddie instead. I tried to see myself as Maddie had seen me. Then I tried to see myself as Raven thought Maddie saw me, which was a few levels too deep for my brain to handle, at least at that particular moment.
I spent a long time chasing after him,
said Raven, who was apparently having thoughts of her own.
After he was gone, I just wanted to know where he'd gone to.
Really? I asked. If you had known, you wouldn't have tried to follow,
I'd have tried to follow.
said Raven, nodding.
So maybe I'm just whitewashing myself. I pretended early on that my search for him was just about making sure that the world had a savior. As the search went on and there were fewer and fewer people involved, until it was just me.
She let out a breath.
Eventually, I decided that it wouldn't have been what he wanted. If he came back, he would be disappointed with me for chasing after him.
Hence the infinite library, I asked,
Partly.
said Raven.
Partly I was looking for a future where Uther came back.
Easy to lie to yourself and say that it was more the former than the latter, I said. Loyalty increased. Raven level 2. Yes, said Raven, nodding.
And eventually, I started to develop from a girl to a woman, and the feelings took on a different texture. I tried to deal with it in various ways, but nothing really helped that much because there was no one like Uther, and there never could be. And now, I don't even know if there was ever a person like Uther because Uther wasn't Uther.
I'm sorry, I replied. Must have been rough. It felt empty when I said it, and it was the kind of thing I hated to hear, but sometimes there were no good options for conveying empathy. Raven didn't seem to notice.
It was,
said Raven. She gave the same little helpless shrug.
Obviously, I want to find him so that he can get back to saving the world, or so that we can help you save the world. But Uther always said that the personal was a key component of the universal. So I don't think that he would be too upset with me for wanting to find him, just for myself.
To give him a piece of your mind, I asked.
To ask questions,
said Raven.
To know, to understand, to get at the true Uther.
And then maybe your life will make sense, I asked.
Maybe,
said Raven.
Probably not, because it's clear that my life isn't just tied to his, it's tied to yours as well. My understanding of Arthur is that I was the kid sister, a perpetual innocent, knowledgeable but naive, and my purpose was in keeping him grounded, not just by being the person I was, but by being Maddie. And my understanding of you is that I'm symbolic of a mistake you think you made, here to help you get over it, or to make amends that you didn't get a chance to make on Earth, or something like that.
Probably something like that, I said. I ended up freezing you out instead.
I didn't feel frozen,
said Raven.
I was fine with being clinical. It was usually how it was with Uther. Exposition fairy is a term of endearment that's grown more and more upsetting with time. I saw the TV tropes page for it in a pile that Amaryllis had taken from the backpack.
All right, I said. I'll make a note not to call you that. I smiled a bit, but she didn't smile back.
Thank you,
she replied. She cleared her throat.
You know, I'm not sure what you did with Maddie was actually wrong.
Oh, I said. Well, no thanks. I don't need apologetics.
I first had sex when I was 1,514 years old,
said Raven.
I didn't feel taken advantage of or traumatized. I didn't feel like I was unable to consent, which I understand is the issue that gets to you.
But it probably wasn't someone who was in a position of power over you, I replied. And look, I think I can anticipate what you're going to say, which is that my position of power over Maddie was debatable, but I just really don't want to be made to feel better about it.
I'm not even talking about you,
said Raven, shaking her head.
I'm talking about myself and how I think about these things. Maybe that will change how you think about Maddie, or maybe it won't, but it's what's true to me. I'm putting myself out there a little bit in telling you this.
Okay, I said. Sorry, it's weird for me. You have her voice. I know, said Raven. She sighed.
I don't even know how much we're actually alike, looks and mannerisms aside. A part of me wants to go to Sporson and track down my doppelganger on Erb, though she apparently doesn't look like me, even if she had a similar role for the Erbian Juniper. Maybe that would help me understand my purpose in the world.
Well, so far as I know, the Earth Maddie didn't have a whole bunch of adventures all around the world when she was 12, so there are obvious differences, I said.
You wouldn't count the games?
Asked Raven. Oh, I said. I guess that would have been when she was 12, at least in part. Still,
I'm not going to claim that it's a perfect mapping,
said Raven.
but I think there are more points of commonality than you might imagine. Maddie had the internet, I had the Society of Letters. Maddie looked up to her brother, I looked up to Uther. Presumably, she had some female friends that outgrew and excluded her.
I don't know, I replied. If she talked about it, I didn't listen well enough.
I'll ask her alternate,
said Raven. I'm not sure that would be good for her, I replied.
I shouldn't speak to her?
Asked Raven.
In theory, I'm quite a bit like her, but older and more experienced. Would you turn down the chance to talk with an older, more experienced version of yourself? One who could give you some advice on avoiding the pitfalls that you ran into?
I don't know, I replied. I was thinking, of course, of the dungeon master, because how could I not? He was a sadist, though, and if we were, as he claimed, kindred spirits, then I didn't understand how there could be such a colossal gap between us. I guess. And what would you tell her?
Oh, that I have no idea,
said Raven. She glanced at me.
Myself at 1,200 years old, her I understand, because her mistakes are obvious. Myself at 1,500? I don't know how much I could apply to her problems. From what I know of the alternate Maddie, she's dropped out of Angelson's educational system, which possibly maps to my disillusionment with society.
Height of the Second Empire, I asked, after some quick math on the dates.
It's fall, actually,
said Raven.
But the writing was on the wall for a long time before that.
And were your hands clean? I asked.
As clean as any bystander's hands ever are,
said Raven.
I more or less disappeared from the world stage. For me, it was a time of hedonism, I suppose you might call it. Some of the L were targeted by the Second Empire, mostly for their money, but I was spared because the Second Empire pretended to be the heir to the First Empire. And I suppose it would have looked bad for them to steal from the youngest and most innocent of Uther's knights. So I just casually wasted 100 years doing nothing in particular. Some of it was spent pretending that I was working on biographies of the long dead. Some of it was spent pretending that I was searching for Uther. And some of it was spent pretending that I was learning.
Huh, I said. It's hard for me to picture that.
Well, thank you,
replied Raven.
But there was a dark period there where it all seemed pointless. I don't know if that's what she's going through, but if it is, it would probably help for her to hear that it gets better.
And that she'll be leading a library that imperfectly foretells the future in another few months, I asked.
Har,
said Raven, rolling her eyes. She gave me a little smile.
Maybe once Amaryllis comes back down, she'll want to spend some time working out the parallels with me. That's something that we could use your help with, even if you didn't know Maddie that well.
Amaryllis is decidedly not a member of the No Sleep Club, I replied. But, sure, I guess. Even if I don't think it will be useful, it might allow me to spend some time with you.
Said
Raven.
Because you actually want to spend time with me?
Asked Raven.
Or because you want my loyalty score to increase? Or because you want my actual loyalty to increase? Or because you feel obligated?
Can I say something a little bit rude? I asked.
Said
Raven.
I've made it 1,767 years without anyone being rude to me, and it would be just awful of you to break the streak.
Har, I replied.
I'm also not sure how I would be able to handle it emotionally,
Raven continued.
Intellectually, I can understand how I would have to pick myself back up from the despair that would inevitably follow from rudeness on your part. But from where I am right now, just contemplating you being rude to me, it seems impossible that I would recover.
You done? I asked. Sure, said Raven. She flashed me a smile.
You know, I didn't really get to be sarcastic at the library very often.
Too busy saving the world, I suppose, I replied.
Too busy being the boss,
said Raven.
There was always plenty of downtime. People need downtime to be productive.
She had shifted into her exposition voice without seeming to notice it.
Just like they need good social structures and to have their various mental needs met.
The rude thing I was going to say was that you're smarter than Maddie, I replied. Oh, said Raven.
That is rude.
She was quiet for a moment.
I'm also not sure that it's true. I don't consider myself to be very intelligent.
Really? I asked.
I'm a researcher.
Said Raven.
My job is to know things and maybe to make connections from things that I know to other things that I know.
You have such a way with words, I said, smiling at her. It was good to know we could make fun of each other.
Vervain used to say that connection was the most powerful force in the universe, and that it all boiled down to one thing connecting to another thing,
said Raven.
Anyway, most of what made me an asset to Uther wasn't my ideas. It was the information that I brought to the table. Same with the infinite library. I wasn't usually the smartest person in the room. I was the one with the most experience, the one who knew the most. And aside from all that, the most capable fighter with a lot of strong relationships on the outside. All that is different from being smart?
True, I guess, I replied. But Maddie, I can't really see the parallels.
Can't you?
Asked Raven. She turned a bit closer to me.
You told me that she spent most of her time neck-deep in her equivalent to the Society of Letters.
I mean, yeah, I said. But that wasn't scholarship. That was, I don't know, trying to find a place to belong.
And you think that's not what I was doing with the Society of Letters?
Asked Raven.
Do you think that I wasn't writing to these early scientists, philosophers, and thinkers because I was trying to find a place where I belonged? Even then, my role was as a historian, knowing more than everyone simply because I was throwing myself at it with everything that I had.
Okay, I said. But most of what Maddie came up with was weird and alien to us. It was, I don't know, cultures that sprang up around games that we never played, or really poorly written web fiction, or these fourth wall-breaking multimedia projects.
I don't think that I understood all of that,
said Raven.
But for me, with the Society of Letters, I was exactly the same toward the very few friends that I had, or the people who weren't friends, but who didn't really have a choice but to spend time with me. I knew things. And more than that, I liked things, so it was only natural to share all these mental places that I had been, even if it was boring to whomever I was talking to, or I wasn't getting the experience I'd had across to them. I grew out of it. I started to recognize that glassy look when people didn't care about what I was saying, and I got better at conveying what excited or interested me. I'm sure that Maddie would have too.
I wasn't so sure about that, but Raven was talking about her own life, and I was finding myself interested by it, maybe because I could relate. Half my experience of high school had been excitedly telling someone about everything I'd read in The Singularity is Near, or how Alvin Toffler's Future Shock was a prescient work of genius, and really, the medium was the message, though I put down McLuhan 10 pages in and just read a summary. The other half of high school was keeping up with Arthur when he was on a tear through some new-to-us idea. And naturally, all of it got fed back onto the gaming table.
I don't think you can imagine how suited I was to being Uther's knight,
said Raven. I had sat there in silence for too long, and there were still things that she wanted to say.
He wanted to know what I knew. He wanted me to go out and learn things, then bring them back to him. Some of it was a struggle, difficult language, difficult concepts, authors who invented their own terminology, but I adapted, faster than any L could ever have hoped to, and I would come back to Uther with all the shiny treasures I had found. And then, he was like an artisan, taking the precious metals and turning them into something beautiful or useful, a plan or a device, made from the raw ingredients I brought him.
That does sound nice, I replied.
It was,
said Raven with a nod. We both went silent for a little bit. Raven was probably thinking about Uther, and how things had gone sour, how none of it had been what she'd thought it had been, or what it would be like to have it back. I was mostly thinking about Maddie, trying to figure out how she might have lived her life, unknown to me, given this new context that Raven had given me. I was startled out of my thoughts when the rock shifted beneath us. I had a sudden startled moment of panic as I tried to make sense of what was happening, then began burning bones for speed, my go-to when I needed more time to react. I calmed back down at once, though, when I realized that it was just the rock shifting, only the rock, and that the way it was moving was organic. I hopped down and gave my hand to Raven, who took it, despite it being entirely a chivalrous gesture, with no practical help. We both stood back and watched as the rock unfurled itself into a pale white doe. She gave a long, loud yawn, then looked at us with sleepy eyes.
It would appear that the locust isn't a member of the No Sleep Club,
said Raven. The doe does what she wants, I replied. Sorry for sitting on you. Try not dressing up like a rock next time. I gave the doe a small bow, and to my amusement, Raven did a little curtsy.
Should we move elsewhere?
Asked Raven. No, I think I'm done sitting for a bit, I replied. There are things that need doing, skills that got sacrificed that I want to level back up for more sacrifice, mostly.
Do you want help?
Asked Raven.
Or company?
I looked at her and saw Maddie.
I know that today has been difficult for you,
said Raven.
I'm sure you'll be fine on your own if that's what you want. Just offering.
Thanks, I replied. Should be fine on my own, though. Maybe some time to think, maybe some time to process. Valencia being gone, Bethel too.
I'll be by the doe reading if you need me,
said Raven. Raven Masters, loyalty level 2. Raven Masters was always the weakest of Uther's knights, and now she is the last of them. As an El, her life has been stretched out to the extremes. As the head librarian of the Infinite Library, she has seen thousands of futures. Since she was a young girl, though, there has been one constant in her life, Uther Pendraig, who even now, in his absence, defines her. I worked on leveling up skills in the cellar of the treehouse. I had no particular reason to pick there instead of somewhere else, other than that I was feeling like I should go somewhere quiet and dark. A soul lamp lit the area for me as I went through the motions of relearning the skills that I had sacrificed. It was grueling work, and it would have gone faster with Raven there, both for someone to talk to and someone to help with the actual training, but I really did want some time alone, or failing that, some time with someone who I had less complicated feelings about. It was hard not to see Maddie and Raven, and even harder when Raven was making a bunch of comparisons between the two of them. Worse, I kind of liked Raven, so I consulted with the training manuals, fresh new ones, and ran through forms again, watching the awkwardly spaced skill-ups and writing everything down in a journal so that we could tweak procedures if we really needed to. A lot of the relearning penalty could be ameliorated by following different disciplines or skill sets than I had done in the past, which was part of why sparring wasn't the be-all end-all for raising skills back up. If I had sacrificed one-handed weapons, for example, training with a sword would get me less skill than training with a mace, because I hadn't really used maces in the past, and there were differences in technique. Once I was back on track, it seemed to be a little more lenient, though still slower than it had been. And as might be expected, it was a slog. Amaryllis snuck up on me while my back was turned, and I don't know how long she was watching me before I noticed. I put down my sword and wiped myself off a bit, taking a moment to glance at my watch. It's late, I said. 2 in the morning was really late, especially by our standards.
Murm,
Said Amaryllis.
you'll have to forgive me, but I'm very sleepy.
Well, go to bed then, I asked. Unless there's something you need from me. You can borrow the ring and pawn off the sleep debt to someone. It was 1,000 hours per person and could be shared, which we planned on doing.
No,
Said Amaryllis.
I'll be fine. Maybe tomorrow, after I've arranged something with the Tung. We're short on labor, and extra sleep approximates labor, so...
Okay, I said. I waited for her to see herself out, but she stayed silent, leaning against the wall and watching me. How did your meetings go?
Good.
Replied Amaryllis.
I was losing focus toward the end there. I've made my negotiations and delegated a bit to the Tung. It's sooner than I had wanted, but they're all eager to prove themselves, and if they're effectively teenagers, well, they've had a quality education, and the drift hasn't been too bad from what I've seen.
I waited a beat. Was there something that you needed from me? I asked. No, said Amaryllis. She blinked, and it was a slow blink, as though her eyes didn't want to open back up again.
I wanted to ask you how you were doing, but I know you don't like that question. And I wanted to ask you if there was anything that I could do, but I know you don't like that either. So.
Oh.
I said, I'm fine. There's a weight off my shoulders in some ways. People have been really supportive. I shrugged. I'm worried about Val, and a little shook that she's gone, but I trust her. There's a part of me that knows Bethel is out there somewhere, and that's just not a great feeling. Other than that, I'm doing some necessary work to try to squeeze out the last of the utility from the skills that are going to be respected. Amaryllis let out a breath. All right, she said.
I have a request.
Go for it, I replied.
I'd like you to lay with me while I fall asleep.
She replied. Oh, I said. Yeah, sure. But why?
There are some Earth studies,
Said Amaryllis. She paused.
I just think it would be nice. For both of us. All right,
I said. I gave her my best nonchalant shrug. I followed after her as she went upstairs, then waited for a moment while she got changed. I was just a little bit sweaty and tried to clean up, but the last time we'd been living in the bottle, we'd taken our baths in the river with something that Solace swore was as good as soap. There was no running water in the treehouse for me to get properly clean. I could still smell the sea on me beneath the smell of sweat. Amaryllis wasn't wearing anything special, just her typical pajama bottoms and a tank top, which was what she wore to bed every night. She climbed into one of the beds, then padded beside her for me to join her. It was awkward, mostly because we were both making it awkward. I think that there was too much built-up history between the two of us, but no corresponding tension, not really. And given how the day had gone, and how tired she was, I wasn't expecting that this was going to lead anywhere. That was part of what made it awkward. I lay down in bed with her, and she arranged herself so that she was by my side, with an arm draped over me and our legs touching. I could feel the heat of her, and her breath on me. Nights were generally cool in the bottle, which made for a pleasant contrast.
The research paper was about cortisol,
said Amaryllis. She was speaking slowly and softly, mumbling, already half asleep.
Intimate touch from someone you care about decreases cortisol, which means lowered stress, increased immune function.
She yawned. It felt like her list was going to go on, but she just lay there. Sounds like an excuse from someone looking to cuddle, I said, half-jokingly.
What is?
She asked. Her speech was slightly slurred. Never mind, I replied. She gave me a little squeeze, then nestled in a bit more deeply, and it wasn't long before I felt a slight jerk of her leg. It brought back some memories. The first time I had ever experienced a kick like that had been with Tiff, and I had thought that something was wrong with her before looking it up online. Apparently, it was a thing that people did as they were falling asleep, a byproduct of the transition from being awake to being unconscious. We just didn't remember it, because it was in that twilight time when our consciousness was fading. I had gone pretty much my whole life without knowing that was a thing, simply because I'd never slept next to someone. And it was one of those little revelatory moments that had made me think firsts actually did matter, because I was never going to get that discovery a second time. It was still nice to have Amaryllis fall asleep on me, don't get me wrong. I was wide awake, and there was no danger of me falling asleep so long as I wore the ring, but it was nice to be doing nothing for a bit. And it was very nice to be doing nothing with Amaryllis. How was I doing? The storm of emotions was mostly quieted down, not to baseline levels, but nowhere near what I had been the day before. Bethel was gone, and that was such a relief that I could barely believe it, like someone who had been living with an inch-long splinter in their side, suddenly having it removed and thinking, oh, right, I used to not feel like shit all the time. Valencia was gone, and that was, well, not good. If something happened to Valencia, I wasn't sure what I would do, but I had to believe that she would be okay, because if I didn't believe it, I would tear myself up trying to do something about it. She had promised letters, and I was holding out hope for that. Was there anything that Amaryllis could do to help? I looked down at her, resting her head on my chest, peaceful for once. I wasn't sure that I liked her as much when she was putting an effort into being happy, but it had been for my benefit, and that was heartwarming, especially now that the other stuff was at least a little bit resolved. This, now, with her pressed against me, well, I could already feel my cortisol levels dropping, whatever that meant. I wasn't sure how long I was supposed to stay there with her, given that she had to have known that I wasn't going to sleep, but I was willing to give it some time. I ran my fingers through her hair, and she shifted against me, making a little sound with her throat that I interpreted to be happy. After an hour alone with my thoughts, I slipped out from under Amaryllis, letting her turn over and then putting a blanket over her. I wanted to kiss her, but I didn't know if she would want to be kissed, so I held back. The last thing I wanted was to betray her trust in me. It occurred to me that Valencia had said something, a while ago, about how we should all talk openly about the things we were feeling and handle them like adults, instead of speaking in metaphor and talking around the issues. And it also occurred to me that what Bethel had said was an echo of that, how we mortals were fumbling creatures, barely even aware of each other. I shook off those thoughts as best I was able and went back downstairs to keep training, as much as I might have wanted to stay next to Amaryllis. I had responsibilities, after all. In the morning, the delegation from the Draconic Confederacy's Order of Air Supremacy Enforcement came to the Isle of Poran. Amaryllis had been expecting a functionary and dreading a dragon. Instead, we got 2 dragons, on treating with dragons. Chapter 170, On Treating with Dragons. Whenever I came back from a game of D&D, my dad would always ask me whether I had killed any dragons. I found this deeply unfunny, both because I was almost always the DM, and thus not in the position of killing dragons, and because dragons figured into only 1 of every 10 games, if that. I had always thought that dragons should be used sparingly, for special occasions, or when nothing else would do. Maybe it was the name of the game that made me think that dragons were so cliché that they had to be deployed with care. Or maybe it was my dad's incessant question. We'd first spotted the pair circling in the air when we'd exited the bottle around dawn. "Be ready to teleport out," I said. The bottle was next to the egress, but I wasn't sure that we would be able to get it up in the air fast enough to avoid dragon fire if it came to that. I looked over at Grak. We had talked about dragon wards before this, and I had been given the grim news that dragonfire specifically was one of the most expensive single things that a warder could ward against.
"I'll be ready,"
Grak replied. He had his wand drawn in his wooden hand and stood firm.
Gold and black,
said Raven, looking up. Looks like it, I replied. They were circling like enormous vultures in the clear skies above the Isle of Poran. The gold one glinted just a bit, while the black one seemed to swallow light. In Dungeons and Dragons, there were 2 general categories of dragon. The metallic dragons were good and pure, while the chromatic dragons were heinously evil. There were, naturally, about 1 billion other dragons across 100 different splat books, as everyone tried to do their own thing with dragons, either adapting from alternate sources or taking their inspiration from other aspects of the world. You could have time dragons, void dragons, sand dragons, forest dragons, swamp dragons, dream dragons, on and on and on, repeated ad nauseum because dragons were iconic to the game and also in the public domain. In my games, or at least when I wasn't directly pulling from the books, I had always tried something different. Once, I had dragons as beings of magic, no more than the size of a pea if you threw them into an anti-magic field. Another time I had them as eternals, beings that had been around since before the world began and would be around at the world's end, their form and powers a natural outgrowth of that. Sometimes they were alien, their systems of thought opaque. Sometimes they were barely exaggerated humans. Sometimes they were mundane creatures with fire-breathing glands and hollow bones. Other times they were beings of altered reality. My different dragons probably could have filled a whole yellow legal pad. I played around with them a lot, but eventually I settled on an interpretation that I liked better than others, which was, more or less, what got used on Erb. Dragons were big and imposing creatures, aging slowly but eternally, solitary by nature, but occasionally finding friends or allies in the world. They were ravenous when they were small, but as they aged, they began to be sustained by their horde more and more, until eventually their appetite left them altogether. They were intelligent, though not that much more than a particularly clever human, and they were magical, which they augmented by learning what magic's herb had on offer. In a lot of ways, they were just generically at the top of the food chain, having been gifted with best-in-class abilities almost across the board. They had better vision, better hearing, better healing, better defenses, sharper claws, everything at pretty much max settings, or close enough. They got a warder's sight by default, just because, and a powerful resistance to pretty much every magic. In the modern day, they were an endangered species. Dragon fertility was incredibly low. Dragons had no natural parenting instincts, and it took a full century for a wormling to grow to adolescence. On top of all that, the rest of the mortal species were generally not in favor of dragons, for various sensible reasons, including the numerous diplomatic problems. While there hadn't been open hostilities for quite some time, every flare-up whittled away at the number of living dragons. Dragons didn't really care about each other, by their nature, and the Draconic Confederacy, which existed to give them a unified position that could leverage their strength, was uncomfortable to most of them. There had been magically or technologically assisted breeding programs over the centuries, but young dragons were notoriously difficult to control, and these programs usually ended calamitously, whether they were dragon-directed or not. 2 dragons was roughly 0.5% of the total dragon population of Erb. In comparison to Earth, it was like a tiny island nation getting a visit from the aircraft carriers of 2 different superpowers. Except that didn't get at the extent of it, because you'd have to stipulate that if these aircraft carriers did a full launch of their arsenal and began bombing civilians, it was pretty unlikely that anyone was going to do a damn thing about it. My hands went to my bandolier, where I had unicorn bones waiting. Next to them were bones from what we'd taken to calling the menagerie, the most useful of which was from the rats, and would allow me a brief window of being anti-memetic. Per Raven, dragons were resistant to memetics, something the Second Empire had learned to their chagrin, but she had no real clue about anti-memetics. I wasn't about to count on the bone to keep me safe. We waited for the dragons to come down, but after 10 minutes, they still hadn't.
Intimidation,
said Raven.
They'll have seen us by now.
Not a promising opening to our negotiations,
said Amaryllis.
They can also probably hear us,
said Pallida.
A mile up?
Asked Amaryllis. Probably not, actually, I replied. I've been using vibration magic to dampen the conversation from the moment we saw them.
Oh,
said Pallida.
I forgot you could do that without concentrating.
I am concentrating, I replied, somewhat annoyed. I can just concentrate on 2 things at once.
I'm not sure cloaking conversation is a good idea,
said Amaryllis.
They might look on it unfavorably.
She glanced at me.
And yes, basic privacy might offend them. Don't stop, though. Whatever minor damage has already been done.
They'll want us to feel like they have us dead to rights,
said Pallida.
Dragons are easier to deal with if they've got you pinned down and unable to move. It's the only time they'll ever show mercy.
My reading materials didn't cover that, I replied. And it was just a standard precaution against anyone, not just them,
There are vanishingly few people who know how to handle a dragon,
said Raven.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, what are we going to do then? I asked. Wait for them to come to us,
No.
said Amaryllis. She pointed down the hill from us, to the collection of buildings in the distance, which on Porin was just called the village.
Someone is coming,
Entad armor,
said Grak, squinting at the person making their way up. As he got closer, I could see that for myself. It was the most garish orange and purple armor that I had ever seen, like something that you would see in a hyper-stylized MMO, or in a parody of a hyper-stylized MMO. Worse, as he drew closer, I could see that it was cloth armor, with brocade all over it. Whatever it did, I imagined that it must have been powerful, if this was what he was choosing to wear out in public. And naturally, I also paid some attention to his face, which had a few features in common with Amaryllis, and his hair, which was the same red as Larkspur's.
I don't recognize him,
said Amaryllis, speaking softly. The man gave us a little bit of a wave. None of us waved back.
Pendraig?
Asked Pallida.
Looks like a Pendraig?
He does,
said Amaryllis. We stayed silent as he approached. He occasionally looked up at the dragons circling overhead, and I tried not to do the same.
Hello,
he said. He gave a quick, lazy bow.
Amaryllis.
And you are?
She asked.
Oh,
he replied, looking momentarily befuddled.
Dianthus Pendraig.
Amaryllis hesitated for a moment.
Sweet William?
She asked.
Yes,
he said, breaking into a smile. Sorry, it's been what, 5 years?
You look different,
said Amaryllis. For a moment she seemed pleased to see him, and then the warmth faded. She crossed her arms over her chest, causing the immobility plate to clink.
Were you sent by Hyacinth?
No, actually,
he replied. He was still smiling a bit, the smile of someone desperately hoping that their smile could disarm a tense situation.
I'm working with the Order of Air Supremacy Enforcement. I'm one of the violations officers.
So the answer is not directly,
said Amaryllis.
Well,
said Dianthus, or Sweet William, as Amaryllis had called him.
It's complicated.
He looked mildly embarrassed.
I never thought you'd be one of the Vipers,
said Amaryllis.
I'm not, or I don't mean to be,
said Dianthus.
You know that it's complicated in the Lost King's court. I have friends, I have a family, I wouldn't want to see them hurt. I have a wife and a little boy now with another on the way.
Same demand as before?
Asked Amaryllis.
Hand over everything I have to her. Get sterilized, renounce citizenship, and I can walk free?
Dianthus hesitated.
I don't know,
he replied. He looked up in the sky, where the 2 dragons were endlessly circling.
I wasn't told that there would be dragons here. They don't ever come to violations meetings. Usually it's my job to work out the fines for airspace violation, get something signed, and then go back to the head office. I've only ever met 2 dragons.
He looked up to the sky.
I think that Hyacinth wanted me here, but I'm not sure that the dragons were her doing.
He looked back down at Amaryllis.
I'm not sure that she has any actual authority or pull in this matter.
Then just do your job,
said Amaryllis. She glanced at me.
I wouldn't want one of my favorite cousins to be burned to death because of Hyacinth.
Dianthus cleared his throat.
Very well then,
he said. He pulled a piece of paper from his jacket and began reading it, pausing occasionally to look at us.
Formally, I'm here on behalf of the Order of Air Supremacy, a division of the Draconic Confederacy staffed by lesser of the mortal species. On Halig 23rd, 527 FE, an Entad vessel owned and operated by citizens and officials of the unincorporated Republic of Mionon flew above 300 feet without prior authorization from the DDCAN in violation of the Imperial Non-Members Clause of the 501 FE Sky Treaty. Per guidelines, You are charged to pay 50 million obols, to surrender the entad in question, and to commit your republic to voluntary service in accordance with your republic's population and expertise.
He looked up from the paper and cleared his throat again.
We don't have 50 million obols,
said Amaryllis. Yes, said Dianthus.
Well, part of my work here will be in making an audit of the finances of the Republic of Mionon. Fines aren't on a sliding scale, but there's generally been a history of pragmatic leniency in the case of inability to pay.
Secondarily, the entad in question is no longer under our control, and even if it were, it's sentient, meaning that per the laws of the Republic of Mionun, it's considered a full person,
said Amaryllis.
Handing it over would be tantamount to engaging in the slave trade, so we are both unable and unwilling.
Ah,
said Dianthus. He glanced at the big reflective beam of a ship.
Is that not...
No, said Amaryllis.
You may examine it with a warder and make your determination, if you so choose. But the entad used above Leo was another.
Very well,
said Dianthus, clearing his throat.
Do you know where the entad in question is?
No, said Amaryllis. Her voice was frosty.
I do not.
Ah, said Dianthus.
A shame.
He cleared his throat again.
Obviously, we will be bringing in a warder to check over the Isle of Poran and any other likely areas, and it's likely that you'll be asked to submit to personal inspections. No offense intended, cousin.
He gave Amaryllis a weak smile.
And that last condition,
said Amaryllis.
You'll be taking a census of the Isle of Poran and stealing our workers under threat of dragonfire?
I would not phrase it like that,
said Dianthus, looking up in the sky once more.
But you will be taking a census?
Asked Amaryllis.
And will be expected to conscript citizens of our fledgling nation into service for the Draconic Confederacy?
You are,
said Dianthus, nodding.
I understand that it might be hard on you, cousin, but...
There are, at the present moment, 5 citizens of the Republic of Mionun above the age of majority,
said Amaryllis.
5?
Asked Dianthus, looking between us.
That's so few.
Yes,
said Amaryllis.
You can understand how it would be a significant problem to take a fifth of our majority-aged population.
Cousin, I'm not sure you understand the position that I'm in, or that you're in. Cousin Hyacinth wants me to ruin you, and if I don't, she's going to ruin me. This particular violation has gotten the interest of the dragons, and they want to be appeased. And if they aren't, then they'll do more than ruin me. They'll kill me. Then they'll burn this very pleasant little island back down into the sea.
He took a breath.
So you can't say to me that you have no money, that you don't have the entad, and that you have 5 people.
Hyacinth no longer has leverage over me,
said Amaryllis.
I don't believe that you have the leeway to accept less from the dragons, given that...
She pointed to the sky without looking.
They're flying overhead right now. And, sweet William, if you're anything like you were when we were younger, you're a terrible choice to negotiate with me.
Dianthus gave her a little smile.
Unfortunately, I was the only choice. It's not the first time someone got press-ganged.
I can't make a deal alone,
said Amaryllis. She looked over at me, then back at Dianthus.
I'm only one part of the Council of Arches. We're a 7-member body, 3 of whom are missing or dead. We'll need time.
Dianthus glanced at the dragons overhead once more, like it was a nervous tic he'd developed since coming to talk with us.
I'm not sure that you have time, cousin,
he replied. A dragon's time is precious. That's the first thing I was told when I was given this job. Please, say that you'll give the dragons everything that they want, and I can give a favorable report, and we can be done with it. Amaryllis glanced at me.
Thoughts?
She asked. Why are the dragons here? I asked.
That's what I'm wondering,
replied Raven. I nodded. If a guy like Sweet William is the one going around collecting money for violations, the dragons probably don't give a wet shit about air supremacy in the abstract, I said. I looked at Dianthus. No offense. He frowned at me but didn't reply. The money gets collected. Some of it goes to pay for administration, and some goes back into draconic coffers at a small 500th of a share. So they're either here because they have an excuse to cut loose and burn a bunch of people to death like in the old days, or because they have business with us, and the airspace violation is a nice pretext that allows a bit of squeeze.
That's in line with what I was imagining to be the case.
Said Amaryllis.
But what would you like to do?
Oh, I said. See what they want, I suppose.
And if they want to kill us?
Asked Amaryllis. Before I had time to respond, there was motion from the sky above us as two large shapes began to grow much, much bigger. I burned SPD from one of my own bones, being careful not to otherwise show any aggression or sign of movements, and took in the two dragons as they went through their dive bombs. They were going to hit the ground, and they were going to hit very close to us. If they used dragon fire, we were probably going to die unless I could protect us with still magic. I was betting that it was intimidation, but if it was, then we would have really poor positioning after they were on the ground. The other option was to run, though, to effectively abandon Porin and give up our tiny nation for lost. I hated being in this position. Giant, towering, near-invincible monsters with immense power over us, holding that threat above our heads, and with us having to dance to their cues. Well, it was bringing back some unpleasant and very recent memories, both of what it was like to talk to the dungeon master and what it had been like to be inside Bethel. I was burning too much SPD when the dragons came down to flinch at their landing, and I was watching them closely enough that I could immediately see differences between them. The big gold dragon had a 300-foot wingspan and sharp points all across his back, on the tips of his wings, at the joints of his limbs, and covering most of his head. He had a lithe grace to him, though his front arms turned in slightly, giving him an awkward look. He landed with a hard thump that shook the ground, digging his claws down so hard that they cracked rock. His wings had spread at the last moment, blocking out the sun and buffeting us with enough wind that it was hard to stay standing. The black dragon was glistening all over, just a bit smaller than the gold, but far faster, with snappy movements and animated features that made her seem smaller than she was. I was used to big things seeming like they were moving in slow motion, but there was none of that with her, no weight to her, unless she chose to display it. The webbing of her left wing had a few small holes in it, but she was otherwise pristine, contoured and sleek, with scales whose borders were barely visible. She landed just after and just behind the gold dragon, barely seeming to touch the ground or make more than a whisper, and as soon as she was down, she bounded forward under the gold dragon's wing to stand in front of him.
"Announce us,"
said the gold dragon. He spoke so loudly I was sure that everyone across the whole of the Isle of Porin could hear him, and I used vibration magic out of instinct, just to turn down the volume a bit, though carefully, not to his ears. Dianthus was quivering slightly.
Yeah,
he said.
Leaders of the Republic of Mionon. This is Tommel, the wise and mighty, 100 years of age. No less is equal. This is Perisev, the wretched, 92 years of age.
He turned and bowed low to the dragons, then hurried off, back down the path, without introducing us. The gold dragon, Tommel, leaned down, showing teeth, and sniffed the air.
"You all reek of magic,"
he said, voice rumbling through the air. His eyes focused on me.
"And you, the one who killed the great beast."
I gave some thought to all the conversations that Amaryllis and I had about how to talk to gods, dungeon masters, and the other large powers of Erb. It was a combined effort that used irreplaceable resources, I replied.
"Of what nature?"
asked Tommel, moving slightly closer. He was fucking massive. Fully stretched out, his wings would have covered a football field. Up close, I could see that a single one of his teeth was taller than I was. Dragons were fast, even with all their weight, and I wasn't sure whether or not a combination of blood and bone magic would get me out of the way. Maybe I'd be able to avoid his teeth, though he had claws too, and if I dodged both of those, I would probably die to the dragonfire. I could feel my heart beating faster, but it wasn't quite as much fear as I had expected. I had, after all, killed Momet Wrath. I have a limited supply of unicorn bones, I said. I had to use a few of them in the fight. I also have an internal and unique source of magic, which was partially drained and cannot recover. That last bit was something that we had planned to tell whoever asked, partly in the hopes that it would explain away some of the surprising things that I could do, partly because it might make them underestimate us.
Wait,
said Parasev. She moved in closer to us, still using those light, floaty movements, like she was animated by someone who had just learned CGI. It spoke to incredible strength, dexterity, and control, and also probably to magic.
I know that one.
She extended a claw and pointed at Raven.
Yes, Your Grace,
said Raven, bowing slightly.
Uther's Knight,
said Parasev.
the last remaining Your Grace.
Replied Raven.
My,
said Parasev.
And where is the wayward king?
No one knows, Your Grace.
Replied Raven.
No one?
Asked Parasev. She moved marginally closer. The rest of us stayed stock still.
I know of no one who knows, Your Grace.
Replied Raven.
I assure you that I've done everything in my power to find him over the course of the last 500 years and come away empty-handed.
Your assurance means so much to me, little one,
said Parasev.
Tell me, did you have any part in his mass dracicide?
Raven swallowed, a small tell that I barely noticed.
I advised against it.
Mastracicide?
Asked Tommel, looking at his companion. His question was nearly a snarl.
Uther killed 13 in total. Stop speaking in riddles.
13 adults,
said Parasev, glancing at him for just a moment.
But 2,829 wormlings died by his hands.
When?
Asked Tommel, pulling back slightly.
How?
He growled.
Immaterial,
replied Parasev. Her voice was light and airy, but with the tones of an ancient. Tommel glared at her, and for a moment I was worried that they would come to blows, something that we would surely get caught in the middle of.
It is not the time to keep your secrets,
he replied, threat lacing his voice.
Is now the time for ancient history, I wonder?
Asked Parasev, tapping a claw against her chin in mock thought. She looked to Raven.
You were the historian of your merry band. Would you care to give a summary to those less informed?
Parasev was very carefully not looking at the rest of us in a pointed way. Raven cleared her throat.
Yes, Your Grace,
said Raven.
In 17 FE, Uther uncovered a draconic breeding program organized by a collective of 3 dragons whose primary aim, as I understand it, was to unleash an unprecedented number of wormlings onto Ereb with the goal of destabilizing the First Empire and reverting a number of technological, scientific, and magical advancements these dragons found problematic. The wormlings were being raised in an old-growth demiplane with food imported from the elemental plane of flesh by a small clan of star mages. Uther fought and killed the 3 dragons, the first singly and the other 2 at the same time, and was then left with the question of what to do about the wormling swarm.
She took a breath.
It wasn't the first time that Uther had to make a hard choice, Your Grace.
Tommel snarled, then roared up at the sky. He punctuated it with a gout of dragonfire, which was gold, the color of his scales, and bright enough that it left an afterimage in my vision. I was pretty sure that it would have been visible from the shores of the sea around us, to say nothing of the fact that everyone on the Isle of Poran would have seen it. It was directed up and away from us, and Tommel was huge enough that with his neck craned up, His mouth was quite some distance away, but it was still a powerful and uncomfortable wave of heat.
Now,
Said Perisev, softly chiding him.
it's ancient history. You must remember that.
It's an insult to dragonkind,
Roared Tommel. It was deafeningly loud. I was watching them in shocked amazement. And on the other thread, thinking about contingencies, how I would either try to kill Tommel if it came to that, or how I would escape, and how I would protect the others.
So old, and yet so stupid.
Said Perisev, clucking.
This is precisely why the matter hasn't gone further than the select few of us who know how to hold our tongues.
Then why put it forward in the first place? Tommel turned on Perisev, looking for a moment like he was going to attack her, and it was then that I realized this was all intentional provocation on her part, for whatever reason. Dragons were supposed to get stronger with age, which would have given Tommel the advantage, but maybe she was planning something.
You're trying to bait me,
said Tommel, who must have realized it at the same moment that I did. Perisev grinned at him.
Stupid, but not that stupid,
she replied.
I had wondered.
We are not here to play games among dragons,
said Tommel. He sniffed at her.
We are here to ensure that our supremacy is respected.
Look at them and tell me what you see,
said Perisev.
Do you see a small nation trying its best to grow and expand? Even a small nation funded and supported by imperial interests for their own covert reasons. Do you see these people as small, simple creatures with petty concerns?
Tommel glared at her.
I am no simpleton,
he replied, but he looked at us as though for the first time.
You did not read the same intelligence reports that I did,
said Perisev.
That is no fault of yours, for you don't have the same clearance I do. You did not ask, though. You did not wonder. You came here looking to burn and to kill.
Tommel frowned at her.
Then why was I asked to come?
It will be harder to kill 2 dragons than 1,
said Perisev.
Having you with me increases the chance that I will survive this encounter.
We're not dangerous?
I said, stepping forward.
Your Grace.
Raven knows the proper forms of address,
said Perisev.
For her to not use them would be a grave insult, one she knows better than to give. You, instead, come from a land of ignorance, and for you to leave the honorifics off would be mere demonstration of an ignorance I have no particular interest in correcting.
She looked over at Tommel.
Take to the air,
she said.
If something happens to me, burn this entire island down, the foreign nationals included. That was why I had you come. I have 2 early facsimiles of Roklash, and the very first sculpture that Adontis ever did, if you would like some incentive.
Tommel perked up slightly at that, but held back.
If you die, how will I take possession?
They're held in trust by a third party to be given to you in the event of my death, conditional on the destruction of this island,
said Perisev. Tommel hesitated, then looked at the rest of us and flapped his wings once, taking to the sky in a rush of wind that would have knocked me over if I hadn't used still magic. The rest of our party used magic as well, or expended effort, all just to stay on our feet.
That was reckless, Your Grace,
said Raven.
Do you think that I couldn't hold my own against Tommel?
Asked Perisev, cocking her head slightly.
Or are you concerned that the secrets of the past are coming to light?
The latter, Your Grace,
said Raven.
There was a reason that such things were kept quiet by mutual agreement. We both know that the wormling swarm would have been a disaster for all of Herb, even if dragons would have been able to weather the storm better than any other species. There are going to be other dragons like Tommel who see it as a slight against the entire species. Dragons who cannot take things so pragmatically as you do, Your Grace?
Yes,
nodded Perisev.
and Tommel will surely tell others, which will let the secret out, and Uther's reputation will be tarnished just a little bit more. Perhaps then people will be properly ready for his return.
He hasn't returned,
I said.
There's no sign that he's returning.
No?
Asked Perisev.
A new exclusion, an enormous monster, with the involvement of one of his knights in such a matter, along with his most direct descendant.
Fair,
I said.
There are signs and portents, and if you have a halfway decent intelligence service, which I assume you do, you'll have seen a small handful of them. But do you have some proof that Uther himself is back?
A handful?
Asked Perisev, raising a brow ridge.
When Uther Pendrag abdicated from his rule of Arb, we worked for decades to determine whether or not we could have seen his like coming, and how we might determine if he had returned. Every criterion on our scoring guideline but one has been met.
That doesn't mean he's back,
I replied, stifling the desire to ask which one.
No,
said Perisev.
but it does mean that someone like him has come into this world.
She leaned forward slightly, claws tapping gently against the rock as she shifted her weight. I returned her gaze. Honestly, heir to Uther was, well, not literally the worst part of my existence on Erb, but it certainly made the list. It did make some sense. The world had been ripe for Uther, to the point where people sometimes argued that it would have been a time of revolutions anyway, even without him, or that some of the social or technological advances he'd brought to Erb were simply natural outgrowths of what was already there. There were whole fields of historical study devoted to Uther, and obviously there were some similarities to me, and maybe, if you stretched it, some of the circumstances of my being on Erb. It was a connection that I didn't begrudge people for making, even if it was a connection that I wasn't very happy with.
Your Grace, what's the missing criterion?
Asked Amaryllis.
New magic.
Replied Perisev.
Unless that has happened too?
She asked.
Not to my knowledge,
I replied. I felt like this conversation was walking on a knife's edge and wondered how quickly she could kill us. The unfortunate thing about the unicorn bones, aside from how big they were, was that I couldn't really use one preemptively. I wasn't actually sure that my reaction time would be fast enough.
Why are you here?
Sometimes it's instructive to see things with your own eyes,
said Perisev.
We're trying to find him,
I said.
Any help you could give would be appreciated.
And should you find the man who has been missing for oh so long, what then?
Asked Perisev.
We have unfinished business,
I replied. Probably ask him a lot of questions and do some yelling.
He has the secrets to the universe.
Do you know how he escaped the hells?
Asked Perisev, turning slightly to Raven.
Did he, Your Grace?
Raven asked.
So far as I've been able to determine, the only proof we have of that is that the demons and devils haven't spoken of his appearance, which they almost certainly would have.
It went beyond that, naturally. Raven had been thorough. She hadn't just taken the word of the Infernals, some of whom were claiming to have Uther without any actual proof. She had gathered as many entids as she could and talked to as many mages as possible, some from disciplines that had since been excluded, some the last members of species that had now gone extinct. She'd been at the task of finding Uther for 500 years, with some peaks and valleys of activity, but never really giving up entirely, especially not with the futures that the library let her glimpse.
The Draconic Confederacy has a world-class intelligence service.
said Perisev.
We have magic nearly beyond compare and enjoy good relations with the hells. There was, after his abdication, a remote possibility that he had ended up in the hells, hidden somewhere, making a life for himself, overpowering the infernals as he was wont to do. That possibility has been eliminated to my satisfaction.
The bit about good relations with the hells piqued my interest, but I stayed silent.
There are other possibilities, of course, his soul bottled or severely mutilated, but I very much expect that he didn't kill himself. He was always too strong for that.
I rankled at that because it seemed personal, even if it almost certainly wasn't.
But you don't think he's here,
I said.
What do you think?
I think that the world was blessed that Uther Pendraig was only as bloodthirsty as he was,
said Perisev.
Should another come, he would have to be evaluated on his merits, and if found lacking, well, a very many people attempted to kill or control Uther Pendraig during his time as Erb's king, but none ever succeeded, and every attempt at wresting the crown from him met with abject failure in one form or another.
Seems like it would be a poor strategy to take action against him,
I replied.
So far as I understand the history, a fair number of his opponents underestimated him.
I tried my best not to have that seem like a boast or a threat, which it really wasn't, because all of it was true.
And some simply thought that they had seen through his tricks,
replied Perisev with a nod.
They thought that he was the sum of his abilities, a mortal man with a few tricks up his sleeve, which he was clearly not, or not just.
So,
I said, folding my arms across my chest.
Why are you here? If you think that we're some manifestation of the same magic, or magic, then why tempt that power? Just to see it up close?
Oh,
said Perisev.
Well, I had thoughts of killing you,
she said with a grin.
You weren't alive at the time of the Pathists, were you? They were great and terrible mages, capable of supreme manipulations, so long as they stayed on their paths. As a lesser example, the butterfly mages could do something similar. There were always stories, some of them even true, about people who would see the difficulties inherent in fighting a Pathist and lay down to accept their fate rather than fight. What sense does it make to say that you would choose death?
I waited, watching her, wanting to know whether I was going to have to unleash every trick I had available to me.
Of course, I would probably get Tommel to do it for me,
said Perisev.
He's in a killing mood, and was even before we got here. You live by my protection now, and if I were to withdraw that protection, well, history has much to say about the fate of Uther's enemies, but says little on the subject of those who refused to offer him their protection.
She lifted her wings, as though she was going to flap them and take off.
What's your hoard?
I asked. Perisev paused, wings still extended. She twitched one of them for a moment, then folded her wings.
That's a delicate thing to ask a dragon,
said Perisev.
There are those among us who think it unwise to say what our hoards are. Each is unique, with its own focus. To tell someone the nature of your hoard is to let them know what you want. Beyond that, some hoards require maintenance and expertise, and if you knew what materials and personnel the hoard required, you might be able to make a guess at its location.
I'm asking because I may have something to offer you,
I said. Perisev curled her lips back, which had the overall effect of frown. Stories, she said.
Stories,
I said slowly. I worked hard to keep a smile from forming on my face.
Fiction?
Some stories happened, and others did not.
Said Perisev.
I collect them equally.
And I suppose you have copies of all Uther's stories,
I replied.
But if the next Uther were to appear on Erb, then he would be a fresh source of stories, ones that have never been heard before, ones that you could have to yourself, unknown by anyone but you.
Exclusives,
said Perisev, narrowing her eyes.
Yes,
I replied.
From Earth?
Asked Perisev. I froze at that. How many people knew that Uther was dream-skewered? It occurred to me only after that pause that perhaps this was a test, if she didn't know for certain.
I do have stories from Earth,
I said.
A few hundred of them.
Perisev narrowed her eyes.
New ones?
I don't know,
I replied.
I don't have a catalog of every story that Uther brought over.
Give them to me now,
she said.
Else, face Dragonfire.
Her claws clinked against the rock as her posture shifted. Her head was making a straight line with her neck and spine, bracing for a torrent of magical flame coming from her mouth.
I have an Entad that can recreate books from Earth,
I said, standing my ground.
Before you ask the obvious, it's not on this island, and I don't currently know where it is, which in our current situation seems like it's pretty beneficial to me. I'm willing to make a deal with you, but if you're going to try outright thievery, then I can perfectly well die without giving you any of what you want.
She looked me over for a moment, then backed away slightly, sniffing the air.
The same Entad that Uther had?
She asked. Not to my knowledge, I replied. She peered at me with her enormous eyes, looking me over.
It's a bribe, then,
she replied.
That's the thing you have to stop me from killing you, or allowing others to do it.
You're probably thinking to yourself that maybe it would be better not to give me a stay of execution,
I replied.
That's fair. We can make a deal, though, and if you're thinking that I'm the next Uther Pendrig, then you probably know that people who made deals with him usually came out well from them, far more than his enemies, more than his allies, even.
Perisev looked from me to the others, focusing her eyes on us one by one. Finally, she backed up.
10 books, now.
Amaryllis stepped forward with Sable held out in front of her and popped the books out one by one, catching each of them and making a neat stack, which she set in front of Perisev. I was nearly rigid with fear, for the first time since the dragons had come. Amaryllis was too close for comfort, so close that Perisev could have moved in for a bite before I'd had a chance to do anything. Nothing happened, though, and Amaryllis stepped back without incident. Perisev leaned forward and took the books in her giant claws. Given how large she was, it should have been impossible for her to manipulate the books, but her claws were exceptionally sharp, and she obviously had sky-high dexterity. It was also clear, as I saw her read through one of the books, that she was entirely capable of reading small print in a book that was quite far away from her eyes. All in all, it was faintly ridiculous, watching this immense creature manipulate this comparatively tiny book.
What is this?
Asked Perisev, looking up at Amaryllis.
That's the road by Cormac McCarthy,
said Amaryllis.
It doesn't seem to be anything like what Uther stole,
she replied.
No,
said Amaryllis.
That's why I picked it. This is a small selection, largely focused on Earth conceptions of dystopia and apocalypse.
When I looked closer at the titles, I could see quite a few that I recognized, like Fahrenheit 451 and Brave New World, and a few that I only vaguely recognized, like Oryx and Crake and The Wind-Up Girl. I hoped that Amaryllis had actually read and vetted all of them, and that there were no offhand mentions of anything terribly sensitive.
So far as I know, we have access to more books than you're likely to find anywhere else, assuming that you're not willing to assault the Goblin's library,
I said. The infinite library had more, naturally, but I wasn't about to go mentioning them. Perisev hesitated, then began reading through the book she was delicately holding in her claws. After a moment, she looked up at us again. "No," she said.
No, I do not think that bribery is the way. Instead, allow me to give you a quest.
A quest?
I asked, frowning.
These things are baubles to you,
said Perisev.
They are nothings. And if you bribe me with books, then I should naturally demand more and more, until I've made demands beyond your capacity to supply. At the back of my mind, I would always be thinking that I could kill you, that it was the hand of fate stopping me, and if it was only my belief in the hand of fate, why suffer it?
She shook her head.
No, I will take your books as a gift, but bribery only delays the inevitable between us.
Give us a quest then,
I replied.
So long as it's not a gross violation of morality, we can at least make an attempt.
I want you to kill Captain Blue in the Bottle,
she said. She gave me an expectant look.
And when do you want it done by?
I asked.
2 months,
replied Perisev.
Given that we'll be confiscating your travel entad, I hope that gives you enough time.
We don't actually have the travel entad,
I said.
I suppose I'll leave that to the human who ran away to determine,
said Perisev.
I don't intend to stay here for much longer than I have to. And if you have business with Hyacinth Prentice, I think I'll let that human know that I don't begrudge her taking her pound of flesh with the threat of dragonfire as leverage. Obviously, if you aren't capable of payment or compliance, that will be an entirely different problem for you. I cannot, after all, deny my confederates of their fair share.
She flapped her wings once, and that sent her hurtling into the air, with only a mild breeze as a sign of the power she'd used. I could smell her, though, pungent on the air, like a visit to the reptile house at the zoo. She'd taken the books, too, held in her claws in a way that was far too delicate for a creature her size.
Well,
I said as I watched her fly away, dampening my voice so that it wouldn't leave our small circle.
That could have gone worse.
Much worse,
said Amaryllis, looking up at the sky.
You played it cool.
Thanks,
I said.
I was mostly just pissed off. I might have been able to take Tommel, but I don't think that I would have been able to save the rest of you.
Amaryllis stared at me for a moment.
I'm extremely glad that you've gotten better at cloaking your emotions,
she said.
Yeah,
I replied.
Well, it didn't seem prudent to pick a fight, not with 2 of them.
You're not invincible, Juniper,
said Amaryllis.
I'm not actually sure that still magic, even at your level, would stop dragonfire,
said Raven, frowning slightly. I'm sure that we'll find out at some point, I replied with a shrug. Wouldn't be Erb without having to figure out niche magic interactions on the fly. I sighed. We should probably figure out some way that I can properly fly, because we might need it.
You're being a little bit flip about it,
said Amaryllis, frowning at me.
He's got no experience with dragons,
said Pallida.
Raven and I are probably the only ones who have seen firsthand what a city looks like after a dragon has been there. Sometimes when they're feeling particularly menacing, they'll come in and use only a fraction of their fire, so that they actually leave behind piles of char that are identifiable as corpses. Usually, though, they'll just lay waste, and a town that was there one day is gone the next.
That's a fair point, I said. But I'm not going to bow down to dragonkind because I'm worried that they're going to kill me, especially not if I don't have to. Perisev has some understanding of narrative. That's why she's afraid of us.
Afraid of you,
said Raven. More fool her, I replied. If we end up having to kill her, that might be an avenue of attack. At any rate, it seems like we have a 2-month reprieve. That's enough time to hit a few outstanding quests and power up a little bit more, if not gain another level. That reprieve is rescinded if we don't work something out with Hyacinth, but we can take this one problem at a time. I let out a breath that I'd been holding. And I guess completing the first of the 13 Horrors quests is going to happen sooner than I thought. Blood is thicker than water. Chapter 171. Blood is thicker than water. After that whole mess was temporarily dealt with, we had other things to do. It seemed kind of crazy to finish talking to a dragon and then realize that I had a whole day ahead of me, but that's how it was. There were things to do, people to meet, support to give, and plans to make. Before the whole Bethel thing had happened, we'd been discussing closing out a few simple and early quests, if it was at all possible. They had to be approached carefully, though, because we'd run into problems in the past, namely at speculation and scrutiny, which had led into a whole bunch of other shit that had ended up with Fen dead. Some of that was, in retrospect, foreseeable, and I could also see all the ways that a clever DM could have arranged it to be an easier chain of events if it was gotten to sooner, assuming that the Dungeon Master wasn't just shifting things around willy-nilly when they were off-screen. If we'd ended up going there earlier, maybe by having a different outcome with Larkspur, or risking the police by going back to Bostrovino, then maybe Heschnell's group wouldn't have been on such high alert, ready to storm in at a moment's notice. Or maybe Masters himself wouldn't have gotten such terrible news from all his many sources, which would have put him more at ease about both my appearance and what might happen with his daughter. In that way, the encounter might have been designed to scale to my level, or at least to scale based on the amount of time that had passed. In theory, the same could be true for a quest like Through the Lashing Glass, where it would be worse and worse the longer it was put off, but I wasn't sure about whether that would be true in practice. For one thing, the rewards for that quest were, so far as we knew, static, the same as they had been when Amaryllis first proposed the idea to us. For another thing, there wasn't any obvious mechanism for the quest to get any harder, since the exclusion zone was at a relative equilibrium, as most exclusion zones tended to be. It was a hellscape, sure, but it wasn't a hellscape that was worsening, at least not on a human timescale. We were still going to be cautious, though, because there was little reason not to be. Before any of that, though, I had a lingering bit of business that had been set up more than a month ago, learning water magic. It was a bloodline magic, the only one that I had access to, and none of my attempts to unlock it on my own had been successful. On the plus side, it wasn't controlled by an Athenaeum, and hiring a teacher had been as simple as writing a letter to the right person, then waiting for them to come to the Isle of Poran. Unfortunately, they'd been delayed. Then I had gone off to Sound and Silence for 3 weeks, and it was only now that I was going to get the unlock. Not that it was a particularly useful magic, unless I found myself needing to change the weather, or I was in a fight with a lot of water around me. Thankfully, the meeting with the water mage went off without a hitch, and I unlocked the magic with no further complications. Ha 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 ha, can you imagine that? If something had actually gone right for once, if a magic had been simple and easy to acquire. No, instead, I was brought face to face with my mom. The auxiliary school had been created by a skilled steel mage a few weeks prior, with additional work done while we were at speculation and scrutiny to make sure that all the utilities were in place. The plan had always been to move the Tung into a permanent residence once their time in the chamber was finished. We were just moving a little bit ahead of schedule, with Tung that weren't quite fully grown, and before everything had been finished. All of the normal business of Miunan was being conducted in the auxiliary school, given Bethel's sudden and unexpected departure, so I had been given a room off to the side for the meeting. I was reading through some information on water magic, trying to prep myself, when my mom walked in. We stared at each other for a moment. My mom was in her 40s, though I never remembered how old she actually was, and instead, I always worked backward from how old I was, if I had to. Her face was lined, and her hair was halfway to gray. Her hair was the same as it had been on Earth, short bangs and a bob, which didn't flatter her angular face. She was on the shorter side, which I was noticing in people a lot more, given how tall I'd gotten, and she had a slight stoop, like she might need to reach over to something for support, though I'd seen her hike through the woods with that same stoop, so I had no idea why her posture was like that. Her outfit was a blue pantsuit, which were a rarity on Arab, but it was the kind of thing that my mom wore to work most days, which completed the resemblance.
Hi,
I said. I didn't know whether or not she recognized me. She obviously wasn't my actual mom from Earth, but...
Juniper?
She asked, voice catching in her throat, hand raised halfway to her mouth.
Yeah,
I replied. She rushed forward and wrapped me in a hug. She had always been a bony woman, for about as long as I could remember, thin to the point of it being a little alarming. I hugged her back, though I didn't find it warm or comforting. My mom had never really been the type.
What happened to you?
She asked, pulling back but still holding tight to me, looking me up and down.
How are you here?
it's complicated,
I replied. She was crying, and I felt awkward, because I didn't know how to deal with her crying. I never did.
You're alive,
she said, still looking me over. I didn't know if she'd missed the fact that I had grown a few inches, or if that hadn't hit her yet.
You're alive,
she repeated. Yeah, I said.
Your father said that you were going to face trial by adversity, I thought.
She stopped again, to wipe some tears away.
I faced the trial by adversity,
I replied.
I came out the other end.
That's,
she said.
I didn't know you. That must have been awful. Your father told me he filed an appeal. But how, Juniper?
It's complicated, I repeated.
At least some of it is a state secret.
My mom finally seemed to connect who I was to where I was, and backed up to look around, finally releasing me.
Juniper, how are you here? And don't tell me that it's complicated. I'm not stupid.
I finally saw the sour look on her face that I most associated with her.
Fine,
I said.
I met Amaryllis Pendraig in the Risen Lands, and we left without reporting to the host like we were supposed to. Over time, we've been slowly accumulating more people, and we eventually got into a position where we were able to help establish the Republic of Miunun. I'm on the Council of Arches, the advisor on culture.
Her eyes were still wet, but she'd reverted to distrust, which I remembered well. My mom had never trusted me, maybe because I had lied to her one too many times, or maybe because that was just her nature. She never believed me when I said that I was out with friends. She never believed which friends I was with. She didn't believe that I wasn't smoking pot. Pot, that I wasn't autistic, that I wasn't gay, and maybe some of it was just the kind of paranoia that a lot of parents had, but it had been grating. Here, now, there was that same look.
No,
she finally said, shaking her head.
Yeah, Reimer didn't believe me either,
I said.
And I haven't given the whole story to Tom, or Tiff, either, but I doubt that they'll believe even the parts that I did tell them.
I had dutifully written them letters, as I told Reimer I would, leaving out almost everything, and simply reassuring them that I was alive and well.
Look, I could bring in Amaryllis if that would help you believe me, but the fact that I'm standing in this room with you should be proof enough.
You brought me here?
My mom asked, still wary.
That's how?
I thought about that for a moment.
I don't know,
I said.
Coincidence, probably.
I was pretty sure that if Amaryllis had known that I would be meeting with my mom, she would have told me. Amaryllis knew the names of pretty much everyone I had ever known, so either this was a deliberate setup on her part, or it had fallen through the cracks somehow.
Coincidence?
My mom replied.
You're lying to me.
It wasn't the first time that she had called me a liar. It was one of her go-tos when she wasn't feeling like she trusted me, as though calling me out would get me to confess. Obviously, it was a tactic that didn't work when I was telling the truth, but she didn't seem to care much about that. She'd done the same to Dad, which was often the start of one of their big arguments. My mom would accuse my dad of cheating on her, and he would say that he would never, and she would call him a liar, and it would spiral out of control from there, which was the point where I would try pretending that I didn't know English, and that these were just sounds that could wash over me without meaning. Of course, this wasn't actually my mom, it was the Erbian facsimile, and there were marked differences between her and my real mom. This woman had been divorced for 7 years, something that I had always wanted for my parents. She also didn't work at a box factory like my mom did. She was a water mage, which wasn't an extremely prestigious career, but I had to assume was wildly different from working in a managerial position.
I am lying,
I said.
But the truth is classified, and it's too strange for you to believe. I didn't bring you here, though, and I don't think that anyone on my team did, at least not deliberately.
You're taller.
My mom said, finally noticing.
And you have more muscles.
Yeah, I replied.
I've been trying to take care of myself since getting out of the Risen Lands. I know that you and Dad were always worried about whether I was going to make something of myself, but it looks like that's going to happen. We can spend some time catching up if you'd like.
I really didn't want to, but I was putting effort into being the best Juniper that I could be, and it seemed like something that he would have said. Though on second thought, there was a good chance that an extended conversation between us would allow something of substance to spill out, which would bring up the whole dream-skewered thing, which I should maybe inform her of anyway, given that it wasn't exactly a secret. Bleh. Sorry, Mom, but I'm an alternate universe version of myself.
But I don't even understand what I'm doing here, Juniper,
my mom replied.
You say that it's a coincidence, that it's a state secret. Then why was I called in to train someone in water magic?
Oh,
I said.
We needed someone trained in water magic. I was planning to learn as much as I could in as little time as possible. I just didn't imagine that when we put in the request, the person that would end up here would be you.
None of this makes any sense,
my mom replied, shaking her head again.
It does, from a certain point of view,
I said.
I think maybe a higher power didn't want you to think that you had lost your son and wanted me to say goodbye to my mother.
A higher power?
My mom asked.
Goodbye?
It's complicated, I said.
Coincidence isn't the half of it, but yeah, going forward, I think that it would probably be best for you to get as far from the Isle of Poran as you can. There are things happening that might not make this the safest place.
There were dragons earlier today,
my mom said.
There was talk of evacuating the island. Did you have any part in that?
I talked to some dragons, yeah,
I said.
Like I said, it's complicated.
In my ideal world, maybe she would have declared that she was going to stay with me, to protect me. But that had never been my mom, and even if it had been, I didn't really want to see much more of her. I just wanted her to, I don't know, be different. I wanted her to conform to some abstract ideal of motherhood that she'd never conformed to.
Does your father know?
My mom asked. She said father like it was a curse word.
No,
I replied.
Not unless Tom told him, which I don't think he did. Dad might know that something is up, because my friends went to talk to him a month ago, but they didn't say anything about where I was or what I was doing.
I shrugged.
Your father and I aren't really on speaking terms anymore,
my mom replied.
I thought maybe he had hid things from me.
She had her arms folded across her chest.
No, probably not,
I replied.
He probably thinks I died in the trial.
You could have called,
my mom said.
You could have called either of us, or sent a letter. I've been traveling, like I always wanted to. But they have this service to check centrally forwarded mail and...
I'm sorry,
I said, because I had sat through enough momsplaining for one lifetime.
I've had a lot on my plate.
You can always make time for family,
my mom replied.
Mom, do you understand that your life might be in danger?
I asked.
We're doing good work here, charitable work. But there are dragons, and the nobility of Anglesyn isn't terribly happy with us, and I want you to really grasp the fact that this is a life or death thing.
I do,
my mom replied.
Juniper, this is just so crazy to have you go to jail and then be here of all places, and you want to be a water mage.
She threw up her hands.
You never wanted to be a water mage.
Well, I do now,
I said.
It might be important. It might be life or death. I don't know how, but you got here by coincidence or something like it. And if I don't have a good foundation in water magic,
we should take you to a doctor,
my mom said.
I think there's a blood mage down in the village, a magus from what I've heard. I always check first thing when I get somewhere new. If there's something wrong with your head...
Mom, I really appreciate it, but I'm completely fine,
I replied. Also, I'm a Magus tier blood mage myself.
Well, I don't know about that,
my mom shot back. She was fidgeting slightly.
You're standing there speaking in riddles about important things that are happening while not actually telling me anything. And what am I supposed to think?
I know,
I said.
But I don't think it's safe to tell you more. Not safe for me, for you, or for Miunun. That's just how it is. If you need to be convinced, I can bring in Amaryllis, but...
Amaryllis?
asked my mom.
You're talking about that girl you had a crush on. She's involved in this somehow, too?
Yes, I already said she was in the Risen Lands with me.
I was starting to lose my cool a little bit. All I really wanted from my mom was for us to part ways amicably, and it wouldn't have hurt if she helped to unlock water magic on the way, but she was filled with questions, misunderstandings, and all the same mistrust and skepticism that had marked our relationship on Earth.
Look, things have been crazy for me since the Risen Lands. I've put my life on the line a few times. I've been in situations that no one in the history of Herb had been in. And I know that this probably sounds like...
escapism,
my mom replied.
Just like your games, only magnified.
Yeah, I said.
Can you give me a moment?
I rolled up my sleeve and revealed Alvion's vambrace, which I turned to put me into my other set of gear, fully kitted with a bandolier of bones, 2 weapons at my hips, and full-plate armor, along with various other things like my rings and the cloak shield.
I'm very serious,
I said.
Things have gotten strange very quickly for me, but I want you to know that I'm doing okay.
My mom looked me up and down.
Is this what you are now?
She asked.
A soldier?
Yeah, I replied.
More than that, but yeah, I would have liked not to be. It's just how things ended up.
My mom's lips drew into a thin line.
This is your father's influence,
she said.
Are you even listening to yourself?
I asked.
Dad had nothing to do with this. He couldn't have. I haven't talked to him since I came back into civilization, and I don't plan on it.
This was always what he wanted for you,
my mom replied, her face still set.
He was always trying to toughen you up, always trying to make you into a fighter. I remember you came back from sword practice with a bruise across your belly, and he never seemed prouder.
Mom,
I said slowly,
this isn't about you. It's not about Dad. It's not about whatever bullshit arguments you had when I was a kid about how to raise me, or how you hated each other, or just whatever. It's not about any of that.
I took a breath and decided to go with a varnished version of the truth, with caveats elided.
Mom, I love you. I really do. And I love Dad. And I'm glad that you were both there watching over me, but I'm on my own path now. And it doesn't have that much to do with you or with how I was raised. I'm just my own person.
I took another breath.
If you want to help, you can teach me water magic. If you're not going to do that, I think you should get as far away from here as possible, because I don't want you to be hurt.
The caveats would have been plentiful, of course, and I had stopped short of calling my mom, or this version of her, a good mother, because there were limits to how much I could stretch the truth. There had been times they were screaming at each other when I desperately wished I had a sibling, someone who could at least commiserate with me. But it was just me, all alone, with those two people who hated each other and didn't seem to understand or respect me in any capacity. Some of that I chalked up to just normal teenage stuff, but I had friends whose parents seemed to like them, and I couldn't even imagine what that would have been like.
Okay,
Said my mom.
I'll teach you.
Really?
I asked.
I always said that I would.
My mom replied.
Even if you're acting like a different person, even if you're trying to get yourself killed, even if, Juniper, there were dragons out there.
I know, Mom,
I said.
but you'll teach me?
I will.
She nodded.
God's help me, but I will.
My mom was manic-depressive. She was on lamotrigine for it, but every so often, she would go off her medication, or there would be a wild mood swing anyway. The depressive end of things was always easier for us to deal with, because she would shut herself in her room, and Dad would order us pizzas, which we would eat at the dining room table without her. Sometimes, before I was old enough to just go where I wanted to, my dad would send me off to a friend's house for a hastily arranged sleepover, one which usually lasted for long enough to put a strain on those friendships. My mom would just disappear from my life every so often, usually just a day or two at a time, and it was confusing and distressing when I was younger, which turned into just kind of a thing that I accepted when I was older. Picture Juniper at 7, trying to cheer his mom up, or just get her to go outside with him, and not really having the capacity to understand what was going on. Then picture Juniper at 16, staying in the library after school because his mom has been essentially absent. There wasn't much to do for her after she'd been talked into taking her medicine again. My dad didn't get it, and that led to a few fights between them. To his mind, those depressive episodes were her being lazy or melodramatic, and I think because they were so infrequent, he never really had to grapple with that being a part of her. She could go years without an episode, so I guess maybe it was like this totally different person walked into his life. He didn't really like that other person she momentarily became. He would get pissed about her being out of sorts, and sometimes he would make snide comments about it even when she was better, chastising her for the fact that he had to miss a hunting trip, or thinking of the depression as something that was a character flaw on her part. Mom kind of enabled it, because she would apologize for her brain chemicals being out of whack, though she obviously wouldn't have used those terms. Always in terms that validated Dad's understanding of it as something she controlled. Sometimes I could see it, like when she went off her meds, but other times she would just have an episode, and I didn't feel like she should be apologizing for that. The manic episodes were a different story entirely. Mom always got these grand dreams, and she would take these enormous, decisive steps to pursue them. She quit her job twice, hired back later on. She opened up lines of credit and accrued enormous amounts of debt. She filed applications for college, for other jobs, for all kinds of insane things, and she would make major purchases without so much as thinking about them or consulting with Dad. A few times she would just call up a friend and give them a piece of her mind, unloading years' worth of built-up gossip or ill will. If it wasn't something big like that, it was a bunch of small things, all at once, sometimes productively, but usually not, like rapidly switching between doing the dishes, doing laundry, painting the ceiling, scrubbing away scuff marks, and inevitably leaving each job half done. If Dad didn't have a handle on Mom's depressive episodes, then he really didn't have a handle on her manias. They would get into screaming matches when he tried to stop her from doing the things she was convinced that she needed to do, in part because he was never terribly good at talking with much empathy, compassion, or understanding. There was that same framing of her mania as a personal failing, but it was a much worse personal failing because it put us into debt, or caused her trouble at work, or otherwise materially fucked things up in a way that depression mostly didn't. Pizza dinners and that one hunting trip aside. Dad usually dealt with it by leaving her, after first taking her car keys, her phone, her computer, and everything else that would potentially get her into more serious trouble, lessons he'd learned the hard way. Sometimes Dad would take me with, but usually he wouldn't. It didn't happen often, but it always left strong memories. When I was 7, it was an adventure, a long road trip that my mom talked through almost non-stop, with lots of breaks to go look at whatever took her fancy. She sang along to the radio, and I sang too, because my mom had never been that fun before. We were 2 hours from home when she started to flag and called my dad, slightly confused about where we were or what we were doing. He was furious, naturally. Dad always did fury well. When I was 11, I got left home alone with Mom after Dad had taken her keys from her. I tried to talk sense into her, but I didn't do a good enough job because it just riled her up. She didn't like being told no. I tried to talk her out of buying things online, and her good mood turned sour enough that she told me she'd never wanted me in the first place. When I was 13, I had better luck with her, mostly through speaking calmly, even about random stupid bullshit that she thought was a good idea in the moment. I tried to divert her, to manage her, until she came crashing down. That was the year she had 3 episodes, and I thought about running away. There was never any acknowledgement that I had helped, and barely an admission that she'd had a manic episode at all. She would brush off the things she'd done, or said, by telling me that everyone had their off days, and if I had helped her at all, she had either forgotten it right after it happened, or preferred not to give any recognition of it. She would always get more religious after an episode, once she was back on an even keel. She put her time and effort into the church rather than her family. I resolved to stop helping, because what was it getting me? Insults, yelling, resentment, and on one unfortunately memorable occasion, way more detail about my parents' sex life than I had ever wanted. After that terrible year with 3 episodes, there were only 2 more before I left Earth entirely, and for both, I ducked out. The one when I was 16, I came home to find my room had been tossed, and my best guess was that my mom was trying to find something incriminating, which she didn't find, because I was, all things considered, on the straight and narrow. I had no idea what it was like for my herb mom. Chemistry on herb was unsophisticated enough that they almost certainly didn't have lamotrigine. Was my herb mom still bipolar? Was there some herbian treatment that worked better, or worse, or just different? On herb, my parents divorced when I was relatively young, which seemed like a godsend for herb juniper, but I had to wonder about what that was like. There were only so many things that you could change around after all, before you ended up with a radically different person, one with different life experiences, different outlooks, and different values. She wasn't my mom, because there were too many places that simply couldn't match. Then again, there were a lot bigger differences to worry about, like the fact that my mom was a water mage. When I was in middle school, my mom had come in to give a talk about the box factory, since parents sometimes talking about their job was something that we did every once in a while. I don't know whether she was asked or whether she volunteered, but given the decided lack of vigor in her talk, I really had to assume the former. People needed boxes for things, but most places that made things didn't want to be making boxes, so that was where the box factory came in. It was a vital link in the global economy. It just happened to be an unexamined one. Maybe if my mom had any actual affection for her job, she would have explained to us how the work she did was a part of the vast web of dependencies that the world relied on, which I might have found interesting. Instead, she talked about boxes, how they were manufactured, and her job in talking to people about what kind of boxes they wanted from, among the options that were available to them, and working with other people at the box company to make sure those boxes were made. My herb mom was a water mage instead, but she brought pretty much the same level of excitement and enthusiasm to the job.
This isn't going to help if you don't have the talent,
my mom said. I was standing in the water with my pants rolled up, feet on the hard rocks.
We had you tested when you were little. Don't you remember that?
There are false negatives sometimes, right?
I asked, hoping that was true.
I also can't train you in only a few hours,
my mom replied.
I'm not a teacher, for a start. Your Uncle Kirk would have been the one to do it. Even then, it would take months.
Okay,
I said.
I get that.
It's not an easy job, Juniper,
my mom said.
I know you think it is, but it's not. It's hard work, and it's not fun, so don't go making that mistake.
Okay, I said.
Can you just teach me?
I am teaching you,
my mom replied. She had set her jacket off to the side and now rolled her sleeves up.
When my aunt was teaching me, these were the very first things that she said. She said it was hard work and it wasn't fun.
I held my tongue, waiting for some actual advice. I had tried to unlock water magic a number of times after learning that it was on my character sheet, and skimmed through at least one book on the subject. But it seemed like what I needed was a teacher, and it seemed like the reason I needed a teacher was that the dungeon master wanted me to talk to my mother.
Now,
my mom said, finally getting to the point.
Can you feel the water?
Yes,
I said. I was standing in the stuff after all. Really feel it, my mom said. Not with your feet, with your other sense. I said, looking at her. Sorry, I don't really know what that actually means. I mean, I know what it means to have other senses, but I don't know what it means to feel the water with another sense. I could sense my blood and my bones just fine, the vibrations of everything around me, and the changes that could be stopped at my whim. My sense of skin was conspicuously absent. No sense of water either. There, said my mom, pointing to a section of the shore. Do you feel where the elevation changes? I said. I tried to concentrate. No.
Your father and I didn't agree on much,
my mom said.
But we always agreed on trying to instill in you a desire to try hard at whatever it was you did. I don't know how we got that wrong.
That is such a fucking shitty thing to say to a person, let alone your son.
Mom, I am trying. I can't just feel the water.
Then you don't have the talent,
my mom replied.
And that's that. So you can either try harder, or I've taught you everything there is to teach you, which is nothing.
That's not helpful,
I said.
You said that you were going to teach me. So, what does water feel like to you?
It's dash dash.
My mom stopped and frowned for a moment, then held out one hand.
It's a pressure,
she said.
Almost like it's on the skin. Not a literal pressure, but the water has weight, at least when there's enough of it, and you can feel clouds overhead, like they were pressing down on you. If you're by a lake, it's like standing on a handful of blankets and feeling the rock underneath. When you're out at sea, it's firm ground beneath you.
I closed my eyes and held out my hands, moving them slowly, trying to feel the water or to feel anything changing. The air was humid, which was no surprise given that I was standing in the sea and my feet were wet, but I got nothing from it. I had already read that water magic was felt externally, so none of this was actually new. I had spent a couple hours at one of our safe houses, standing in a lake, while alternately trying to clear my mind and thumbing through a book we'd picked up. There shouldn't have been anything that my mom could say that I wouldn't already know.
Sometimes it's oppressive,
my mom continued.
It's not like other senses. You don't get used to the water. You always know where the clouds are, where the nearest lake is, where the wells should be dug, where the rivers flow. Some people have trouble falling asleep because they can't tune it out. There's a sense of water all the time, in every circumstance.
I opened my eyes and looked at her.
I hadn't read that.
My mom shrugged.
You get used to it.
You just said that you didn't get used to it.
I replied.
You learn to deal with it.
My mom said.
You cope with it. You surround yourself with people who understand what it means. Or if they keep not understanding, you cut them out of your life.
That's,
I said.
Is that why you and Dad fought?
Your father and I fought about many things.
My mom replied. She was matter-of-fact about it and using the past tense.
He was selfish, and he added to that by not listening. Especially not when it got in the way of him being selfish.
I tried to mull that over. My real mom had never had a problem with too much of a sense of water, which meant that either Herb Juniper's mom was very different, or there was some parallel that I was failing to see. If water was a metaphor.
Oh,
I said.
Water is weight. Water is obligation. Water is the things that pin you to the earth in ways that you can't escape. It's the bottomless ocean and the clouds hanging over your head. It's depression.
Skill unlocked. Water magic. Achievement unlocked. Watered down.
What in the world are you talking about?
My mom asked.
Just throwing some things out there,
I said.
Trying to make sense of it. Sometimes if you look at things in different ways, it can jar something loose.
That isn't how it works, Juniper.
My mom replied. I could feel the water. The extra sense was there, faint and in the background, but still there. I could feel the slope of the Isle of Paran as it went down into the sea, just as I could feel the seam between the sea and the air. My mom had allowed the clouds to cover the isle once more, and I could feel them too, like a blanket overhead. I raised a hand and tried to move the clouds. Water mages didn't need to move, but it helped them to have a metaphor. I might have been imagining things, but I thought that I felt the clouds move at the motion of my hand, just a tiny bit. Skill increased. Water. Magic level 1. My mom took a breath.
You did it,
she said. Her eyes went wider, and for a moment something like happiness crossed her face. I thought that it would fade away, but it stayed there as she approached me, stepping through the waves until she finally reached me and wrapped me in a hug. It was a better hug than it had been before, still bony but warmer, and I hugged her back.
Thanks, Mom,
I said.
I'm sorry,
she said. She pulled away from me, regaining some composure. It was shocking how short she was compared to me, when we were so close together.
I shouldn't have been so hard on you. It's just that this has all been so strange. And we had you tested. I thought that you were following one of your flights of fancy again.
The word stung. Flights of fancy had been a term she'd used back on Earth. She had sat me down one day, months after Arthur had died, to say that I really needed to figure out what I was going to do with my life. Would I go to college, a trade school? Would I work somewhere? And I had answered that I wanted to do something with games, writing modules or articles, or getting work with one of the big publishing companies, or failing that, doing a Kickstarter or something, going independent. She had only frowned and said that I wasn't taking her seriously. She had said that there was no money in games, and that if that's what I wanted to do, then I had better be happy being poor. She'd called it a flight of fancy. She was right, obviously. It wouldn't have stung so much if she wasn't. I wanted my hobby to be what I did for a living, and the problem with that was that the supply of teenage dungeon masters far outstripped the demand for them. It still hurt to be brushed aside and told that my dreams were stupid and unrealistic.
I'm going to try some more, okay?
I asked.
Okay.
My mom said. She was watching me more closely now. I began using huge motions, trying to sweep the water around, not just the clouds, but the sea as well, and the humidity in the air. Water mages were, in formal terms, macro-hydrokinetics, capable of moving large masses of water around, contingent on there being a lot of water to move. I could see the problems already, how the water was slow to respond to me, how I could only do big swaths at once, how I couldn't really control the water so much as shove it around. But I could also see how someone could get better, gain more control, more precision. I kept getting skill increases, as the game repeatedly notified me about how I was blasting through the lower levels.
How are you doing that?
My mom asked as she watched me.
It's complicated.
I replied.
Complicated and classified.
I waited for her to ask more questions, or to put forward some theory about me being a liar and having trained before, or me owning an entad, the kinds of things that I would have said if I had been in her shoes. But she was simply silent. Skill increased. Water magic level 10. New virtue, Hydromancer. Hydromancer. If you can sense the water around you, you have an intuitive understanding of what the weather will be like and how it can be affected by changes to the water content of the air and movement of vaporized water. I stopped and tried to take that in. The forecast for the Isle of Poran was the same as it had been for pretty much every day that I'd been there, completely overcast with a mild, chilly wind and the occasional drizzles. The clouds were moving on their own, even without my help. My sense of water had expanded as my level had gone up, and it was already out to 5 miles, maybe even more. Water mages had incredible range, which helped to compensate for the fact that they struggled to do anything on the scale of a person, or even an individual building. I kept going, pushing more and more water around, stopping with the clouds for a moment to move around the sea. I could make big waves by moving a mass of water in the sea, but I couldn't do anything like water bending, because my control just wasn't that fine-grained, and for most water mages, would never get to that level. I was tempted to use essentialism to put points into water magic, but it would have been a fairly rash move, given that it had a concrete cost.
You don't need to move your arms,
My mom said.
It's a crutch.
I know it's a crutch.
I replied.
I've read books. I just needed training from someone in person. Aside from that, I don't think it's wrong to use a crutch for this.
You'll tire out your arms,
My mom replied.
Pulling clouds is just about everything that I do. If you can't learn to do the job without motion, you'll tire yourself out before the first shift is over.
I stopped where I was and began moving the water without using my hands. It wasn't even particularly difficult once I'd taken a minute or two to get used to it. I relaxed into a battle stance and put the water magic stuff on one thread while I talked to my mom using the other.
Anything else you could tell me would be helpful,
I said.
What happened to you, Juniper?
My mom asked. She had her arms folded.
I was granted powers,
I replied.
Really, really strong powers.
You're different,
she said.
Yeah,
I replied.
I guess a little. I can do more, but I'm still me. I'm still the son that you raised.
More or less. I didn't like lying to her, but I had no idea how I should break the dream skewered, but actually still your son thing.
Are you okay?
She asked.
I'm fine,
I replied.
Bumps in the road. I'm doing better than I was this time last year.
Good,
she said, nodding. She looked out at the sea and the clouds that I had moved around.
I'm not going to pretend to know how any of this is possible. I just hope.
Her breath caught.
I hope that you do okay. That's all we ever really wanted for you.
Thanks,
I said.
It really is very dangerous here, though. You should probably go. If you have an address, I'll make sure to send you mail.
You were never good about mailing people.
My mom replied.
Never sent cars thanking your grandmother.
I've been trying to do the things that I should,
I said.
I know.
My mom replied.
I can see that.
She paused, frowning.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said.
I'm sorry, too, if I'm not handling this well, or if I was… no ifs. I wasn't the greatest son you could have asked for. I'll own that.
My mom was silent for a long moment, looking at me, like she was wondering whether I expected her to reciprocate and say that she wasn't the best mother either.
I'm not going to stick around,
my mom said.
There were dragons here, and the rumors that I've heard about that facility of yours.
She shook her head.
Rumors about the people here, about what's being done.
Good,
I said.
You're in danger if you stay here. You should also probably stay out of Anglesyn for as long as you can. We have some enemies there.
Juniper, you need to be very, very careful around royalty,
my mom said.
Remember what happened to your grandmother.
I know,
I replied, though I had no clue at all, because neither of my grandmothers had anything to do with royalty.
We're not trying to start something.
I don't know if you're better or worse off now than when you were sent to jail,
my mom said.
Better,
I said.
A lot better.
She seemed skeptical, but she nodded.
I have one other thing to ask before you go,
I said.
It's about the rules for the game I played.
How was the water mage?
Asked Amaryllis when we met back up later on.
I thought I saw some clouds moving out the window. I'm also pretty sure that I've got the sense.
It was fine,
I said. I was watching her face.
I got the unlock, so that's good. I think I'm going to spend some time getting it up to 30 if I can find something that doesn't count as amateur training.
Amaryllis was barely showing any interest in the conversation.
Well, good,
said Amaryllis. She stretched out.
I've been in meetings, and it looks like I'm going to continue to be in meetings, some of which will hopefully allow me to delegate other meetings. By the by, do you have any interest in some meetings?
She was smiling.
The water mage was my mom,
I said. Amaryllis looked me up and down as her smile faded away.
What?
Asked Amaryllis.
My herb mom, naturally,
I said.
Not my real mom from Earth. Close enough that there were only a few tells, one of them being that she's, a water mage here.
I didn't hire your mom, Juniper,
said Amaryllis.
I know,
I said.
I figured that you didn't, because it would be a breach of trust, hugely manipulative, and narratively suspect.
I swear I didn't know,
said Amaryllis. She was holding her hands out like she was worried that I was going to explode, or like I was a feral dog.
I'm sorry I tested you,
I replied.
I just wanted to be sure there wasn't foul play. Trust, but verify.
I didn't,
said Amaryllis. She raised a hand to touch her forehead.
I don't even understand how it could have happened.
I asked her,
I replied.
There was a big storm system moving across Erb, one they needed quite a few water mages to stop. Once it was finished, the woman you'd originally hired handed the job off to my mom, since they were both at the same certification level, and this other woman had some things she suddenly needed to take care of. My mom took her time getting across the sea and has pretty much been staying at one of the hotels down in the village for the last 2 weeks while we were at Sound and Silence. How she didn't learn about me, I've got no idea.
Fuck,
said Amaryllis.
This is a setup, isn't it?
It was,
I said.
It's got the dungeon master's fingerprints. If I know him, he probably made my mom a water mage in the first place, so that she would have some impetus to travel around Erb. And then he put that particular magic on my character sheet in the hopes it would stay there. That would allow him to bring her to me at his leisure.
Said Amaryllis.
And how did it go?
It was okay,
I said.
We didn't work through all our issues in a handful of hours, and working through all our issues would probably require working through all of Mom's issues, which, honestly, is probably never going to happen. But I tried my best to be a mature adult about it. I can't change her, and holding on to all of the stuff from the past never really seemed like it would do much good.
Amaryllis looked me up and down.
You seemed very hesitant to go to Sporsen.
It's not a change of heart,
I said.
I still don't want to go there. I will go there if the quest is going to be short, but we don't know for sure. I didn't want to see or talk to my mom, but I sucked it up once she was here. I can do the same for my dad, or whoever else. There was something Valencia once said to me. It was, that I wasn't allowed to wander off and wallow while the world turned to dust around me. There's work to be done, and I'm the only one that can do it.
Amaryllis stared at me, eyes slightly narrowed.
You know that I've been saying that for essentially the entire time we've known each other, right?
I know, I replied.
Sorry, I don't have a quote from you handy.
I'm just wondering about the change of heart,
said Amaryllis. She tapped her toe for a moment, then stopped.
I've been feeling really powerless lately,
I replied.
The Bethel thing, another visit from the dungeon master, the dragons, and maybe even further back, to Fenn's death. I spent a lot of time learning all the ways that you couldn't bring someone back from the dead.
I know, said Amaryllis. Her voice was soft.
So I've just been thinking, okay, I'm powerless, in some ways, relatively speaking. I'm going to get knocked down. There are going to be these giant monsters and these tidal forces that are going to just be literally impossible to beat. Things are going to happen that I couldn't possibly have prevented, or that I could have but didn't.
I sighed.
I think I felt that most for Mom Rath. This feeling of, holy shit, this thing is so much bigger than me, so much stronger. It's weird and confusing, and it's from out of my nightmare setting, and I just thought that I could either do nothing or do something.
Running away would have been something,
said Amaryllis.
Your options weren't between a fruitless climb up the thing's leg and sitting in the corner in a fetal position.
Yeah, I said.
Sure. I mean, I did single-handedly kill Mom Rath.
I gave a little smile. It was shoddy logic, the kind that I deserved to be called on. Amaryllis rolled her eyes.
I do understand wanting to act,
she said.
Did we ever talk about the later Pendrag reforms?
The ones that came after Uther?
I asked. She nodded.
Not really, but I have been reading a frankly astonishing number of books, and it was mentioned in one of them.
Some of my ancestors were quick to act when they saw a problem,
said Amaryllis.
They would make some decisive action, and sometimes that worked out, and other times there would be problems that would have been obvious if they'd done studies or made surveys or consulted experts. And when the Second Empire came along, for complicated reasons, they continued on with that approach, amplifying all the errors like they were going to die if they didn't.
They were also completely immoral,
I replied.
That probably didn't help.
The Second Empire or my ancestors?
Asked Amaryllis, raising an eyebrow.
Either way, the answer is yes, they were, and no, it didn't.
She twisted her lips for a moment, thinking.
You've been feeling powerless, probably since you came to Erb, maybe even before that. On Earth, your reaction was just to check out, to put in as little effort as possible unless it was something that you cared about, right?
Sure, I said.
Did Reimer tell you that?
Some,
said Amaryllis.
And I've read between the lines. Accurate?
Yeah,
I said.
I don't think that it was about power, per se. I was just in this system that didn't really care about me, with parents that didn't really care about me, and so the easiest thing to do was limp along as a B student while I focused on the stuff that actually interested me. I probably would have been a C student if half of the classes I took weren't subjects that I liked.
And on Erb, you sometimes just defer to following quests, or following orders.
said Amaryllis.
But when you're feeling powerless, you don't feel like doing that. You feel like throwing out the script and getting your hands dirty.
Do you have a devil in you right now?
I asked.
You have to tell me if you do.
I felt a slight stab of guilt at that. Valencia was out there somewhere, fighting her own battle, and I was powerless there too.
And now we're down to jokes, are we?
Asked Amaryllis, raising an eyebrow. Frankly, I'm a little bit wiped, I said. I've got about one big social encounter left in me for the rest of the day, not including this one, and we're, not too far past lunchtime, said Amaryllis.
I was hoping that I could convince you into taking some meetings off my hands.
Well, for you, I said. I shot her a little smile. Are these emotionally heavy meetings? I held up a finger before she could respond. Will these meetings be with people who are doppelgangers of important people in my life? Oh, and also, will I be in mortal or existential peril at any point?
Amaryllis grinned at me. You just have this thing with tempting fate, don't you?
She asked.
No. The meetings that I had in mind were the ones I think I can safely delegate. The first on fishing rights around the Isle of Paran, and what the considerations are. And the second with the Tonglings about their thoughts on launching a second generation without the time chamber.
I can do that, I replied. I assume that I'll need to go in with more information than I have right now.
No,
said Amaryllis.
I picked those because you'll be reporting back to me. They're fact-finding meetings. If you want the responsibility, then you can be the expert on those areas, which means that you'll get more meetings in the future and take over some of the decision-making, because it's really not looking like I can do it all by myself.
I can do that, I replied. I've been ducking responsibility for too long.
Amaryllis looked at me like she was going to disagree, then nodded. I don't necessarily know that I agree with you, but it's still comforting to hear you say. She hesitated for a moment. According to your father, your mother was the one who had the rules that your alternate wrote out.
Ah, I said. Yeah. I took a breath. She burned them.
Fuck,
said Amaryllis.
She screwed her eyes shut and let out a sigh.
From what I can tell, we could have gotten them if we'd gone to Sporsen right when I first got the quest. But by the time we met Reimer, it was already too late, which means I'm not really sure what kind of reward the actual quest will have, if any.
Okay,
said Amaryllis.
She waved the whole notion of a complete rulebook away. Water over the bridge, as they say.
I'm sorry, I said.
Don't be.
She sniffed.
We're going to focus on the future, okay?
I agreed, I really did. But I was thinking about Anglesyn, and the fact that we would probably have to confront her past there sooner, rather than later. Respect. Chapter 1, 172. Respect. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson. We had somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 days before we found a new solution to the sleeping problem, and then a different deadline of 60 days until we killed or otherwise dealt with the Captain Blue in the Bottle problem. I had never been a particular fan of timers when I was a DM, partly because tracking days was a pain in the butt, and partly because I didn't like giving the players clear fail conditions. A clear fail condition tended to make the game less fun for everyone, since a blown deadline was, in essence, a punishment, and good game design was more about positive reinforcement of the fun aspects. Further, time limits could force the party into doing things that they didn't really want to do, just from the fear of missing out or the time pressure involved. That wasn't to say that I never did time limits, because I had done a whole bunch of ill-advised stuff and tried to make difficult things work, but it was something that I shied away from, as a general rule. There were other deadlines looming. We were in Hawk with the dragons over the airspace thing, and the Void Beast was looming. Two problems at opposite ends of the scale in terms of seriousness. It required a lot of consideration on our part, because we knew that whatever we didn't focus on would keep rolling along without us. In a way, the exclusions were nice, because they didn't really do much and would keep pretty much indefinitely. I was content to just let all of the exclusions sit there, being various degrees of horrible, for as long as I could. The time pressure was a pain, because in an ideal world, the respec would be done immediately before a significant chunk of downtime, and putting downtime in right before a deadline was, essentially, procrastination. Worse, we didn't actually know that scheduled downtime would be actual downtime, because stupid random bullshit could conceivably come at us from any direction at any time. For all that, though, we were pretty sure that we knew where all of our enemies and potential enemies were, and so there wasn't really a better time than the present. The last time I had changed my skills, I'd had very little idea what I was doing. I knew virtually nothing about any of the skills, and I was working under the threat of imminent soul-fuckery from Falater, which seemed like ages ago. This time I had friends and allies around me, plus as much information about the underlying mechanics of the system as Reimer could give me, as well as his particular picks for skills and how they had played within the game that this system was, apparently, based off of. "Ready?" I asked. I got a round of nods, then went into my soul. There were a few skills that were Tier 1, never removed from any possible reformulation of the character sheet. Those were Essentialism, Spirit, Bone Magic, and Still Magic, all of which were costless and evergreen. Everything else had been on the chopping block, at least in theory, but there were 40 skills to fill in, and a few of them had been on the provisional sheet for a long time. One-handed, two-handed, parry and dodge made up the suite of martial skills, and there were a lot of magics that were slapped in as well, either in anticipation of unlocking them, or because they had enough potential utility to be worth it. Vibrational magic, blood magic, revision magic, star magic, velocity magic, plastic magic, ink magic, passion magic, water magic, warding, gem magic, air magic, fire magic, and rune magic all made the cut, with a lot of those being wishful thinking on our part. Back when we'd been in Baron Jewel, we had tried to unlock a bunch of different magics, but it wasn't until I'd learned soul magic that I had known that some magics were simply locked off to me by virtue of having not been selected from the get-go. That left another 18 skills, which was where things began to get interesting. Reimer was big on two things: synergies between skills and linchpin strategies. He made the argument that with still magic as strong as it was, and Entad armor working even if you didn't have the skills for it, none of the armor skills were needed, especially if I had blade-bound quality parrying and at least relatively high dodge. Armor was good if and only if there was some kinetic threat that still magic didn't actually deal with. On the other hand, armor skills gave virtues, and medium armor in particular had virtues that made it beneficial to have and level all of the different armor skills, though Reimer hadn't known the full virtue list. The problem with the synergies in general was that Reimer didn't know all of them, and he half expected that I had made them up as needed for different games or just to give non-item rewards. There were a few that Reimer had been able to confirm for certain, like the blade-bound one and the monkish one, and a whole bunch of others that seemed neat, but probably were never going to be used by me, like the skin, bone, blood, pustule one, which I couldn't get now that skin magic was excluded. Others, like the connections synergy, included crap skills that I would have to take and level up as a cost of doing business. Beyond those, there might be any number of synergies to be found, because they simply hadn't played enough different characters to find them all, especially since they tended to play at the lower levels. There were also soft synergies, those that weren't hard-coded into the game, but nonetheless existed through either rules interactions or simply the way that two skills meshed with each other. Air magic and rifles had a soft synergy, because you could make the air less turbulent, which would mean not having to account for the wind. Blood magic had a soft synergy with anything that let me bleed less and regain blood faster. There were a bunch of those, all over the place, ways that X would make Y stronger, simply because of different non-explicit overlap between the skills or ways that an inherent weakness could be shored up. And beyond that, there were synergies that were barely synergies at all, like skills that depended on the same pair of attributes. Rather than being synergies, they were places where a single cost paid for more, and in the optimization balance, that made some skills worth getting simply because they slotted in so well. To that end, Reimer and Amaryllis had agreed that I should probably focus on being a melee mage, with a focus on the mage side of things. The idea was that I would be able to run into combat, unleash a ton of magic while hacking at things with my sword. Reimer wasn't terribly fond of it, I could tell, but that was because he saw it as making the best of a bad situation, the kind of thing you did because you had poor stat allocation from the get-go rather than optimally placed points. The plan was to place all remaining points from every future level into men, angling toward more and more mentally oriented magic. And that meant cutting out social skills almost entirely.
Give the numbers a look,
Reimer said.
It's skill multiplied by the primary attribute in the naive case, right?
Right, I replied. And what kind of DC are we looking at?
DC?
Reimer asked. Difficulty class, I replied. The target number.
We called them TNs,
said Reimer.
Why difficulty class?
It descends from armor class, I replied. Or at least, I think it does. Early editions had THAC0, but not DC, I think.
How did they do skill resolutions without a TN?
Asked Reimer. This really isn't important, but they had different resolution mechanics for everything that you could want to try, I replied. So you'd have fatigue factors, and a percentile chance for drowning based on a table, and other things like that. It wasn't until 3rd edition that everything was put together under difficulty class. Arthur had us play a one-shot of each of the older versions.
That's wild,
said Reimer, shaking his head.
And that sounds just like him.
You were telling me to give the numbers a look, I asked.
Right,
said Reimer.
Right. So, let's compare you against a hypothetical optimized character, even a poorly optimized character. Heck, even one as poorly optimized for social skills as you are optimized for physical skills. An 11 in SOC means they're multiplying their skill by 10, and that skill is going to be 30 or so, which means they get a bonus of 300 against the TN. That means achievable range in the naive case of 301 to 400.
He waited for me to nod.
Right. So you're sitting here with a 4 in SOC, meaning a multiplier to skill of 3, and you cap out at a whopping 9 on that skill. That means a bonus of 27 and an achievable range, again, in the naive case with no adjustments or multipliers, of 28 to 127.
So you're saying that there's a... What? No point, I asked. That it's mostly just down to luck.
Well, no,
said Reimer.
It's down to GM fiat, because the GM sets the TNs, but after the TN is set, then it's down to luck. Wait, did I tell you how our system handled unskilled rolls?
You said there was some leeway, I replied. More GM fiat, which I'm sure you hated. Right, said Reimer.
Because it was inconsistent.
Oh, come on, I replied. Like you would really have liked if I had written everything down as it came up and then ran off that. Well, no, said Reimer.
Because it would have been completely busted, like half the stuff you came up with. But my point is that unskilled rolls had this wishy-washiness to them, where you would try to take into account the character's life and what they had been through, and it was all just so.
He threw up his hands without completing the thought.
I liked the system, but I liked it because I liked the numbers, the idea that it was, a process that was unfolding in front of us, a clockwork.
A simulation, I said.
Yeah,
replied Reimer, nodding fervently.
A simulation. And to circle back some, I think your numbers as they are now are really just about who you are as a person, rather than being explicit roles, except in certain specific cases. Mostly I think that because you're just being Juniper. Maybe a little better than you were, but we could just chalk that up to you getting your head partway out your ass.
Thanks, I guess, I replied with a frown. I'm on the fence over whether the changes that I've noticed were from me just trying more, or placebo effect, or what. I looked down at the papers in front of us. I still think there's an upside to keeping social skills. It cuts off the lowest possible results.
Sure,
said Reimer.
I'm not some moron arguing that there's no benefit. I'm saying that the benefit of getting a bonus of a few hundred on any other check is worth more than a plus 27 on the social stuff, even if you have to deal with social stuff on a regular basis. The range change we're talking about for social skills is basically about taking you from baseline functionality to slightly better than baseline functionality. You're not going to get extreme disposition changes or wildly impressive performances, not on the social side of things.
I get that from a numbers perspective, I said.
That's the only perspective,
said Reimer. No, I replied. There's the arbitration of rules side to think about.
Which happens with or without the numbers,
said Reimer.
Or which the numbers only influence, not control.
I'll think about it, I replied.
Just so you know, I'm probably going to give Amaryllis the same speech, and she's probably going to agree with me,
said Reimer. Yeah, she probably is, I sighed. I was trying hard to view the game layer as being just a game layer, rather than being me. It was hard, though, because the game layer was written on my soul, and though I wasn't the sum of my learnable abilities, it wasn't that far of a stretch. Reimer's interpretation of effective skill had been that it was just the base number, meaning that it would be multiplied by my abilities, rather than by whoever's abilities I had borrowed from, at least for the purposes of symbiosis. Taken that way, my 9 in flattery was really useless, because symbiosis would push me up into the mid-20s. The same applied to pretty much all of the social skills I had retained, so I cut them, as much as I didn't want to, because that was the plan. In their place went a wide array of useful things, mostly those along the same axis as everything that had already been added, taking into account all of the skills that I was planning to keep. Optics went in, because there was a known synergy with gem magic. I took a cluster of mental abilities, because I was going to be pushing men anyway. Engineering, analysis, research, repair, logistics, logic, mathematics, and alchemy, some of which synergized with either magics or with each other. After that, because there was some space, a few additional skills were added, some because I found them consistently useful. Athletics, rifles, language, unarmored, and unarmed combat. 2 skills were for my personal preference, heavy armor and thrown weapons, skills which I could arguably do without, but where my own desires won out. Heavy armor in particular seemed like a skill that was bound to save my life someday, especially if still magic eventually got knocked back down from Grandmaster status. Thrown weapons was also arguable, given how much range I already had, but it had been a part of my arsenal for a long time, a fair amount of ented support, and honestly, I just thought it was cool. That left 2, which went to more speculative abilities. Tree magic and gold magic. Tree magic was contentious, because we still didn't know what it did. Gold magic was even more contentious, because it came with a steep downside. Both were taken on contingency, the former because it might end up being necessary, the latter so that we could break glass in case of emergency. As I went through, taking skills out, I was stripping the ones I'd never use again of their points through skilled trade. 61 went into essentialism, getting me back to the capstone, and the rest went to pushing up skills to higher levels, prioritizing good virtues. Gem magic was also a priority, because it had historically been one of the slower skills to gain levels, and the newfound synergies made it actually usable. And that was that. Dozens of hours of work and argument condensed down into 40 skills. I didn't even necessarily know all the reasons that everything was chosen, because character optimization was never a strong interest of mine, and a lot of the work had been done while I was in the middle of other stuff, especially that week I'd spent in the temple at Leo. It was all decided, and it was just a matter of putting it into practice with no deviations or surprises. Physical 8-7, POW 21, one-handed, weapons 21, two-handed, weapons 21, parry 21, dodge 7, SPD 0, velocity, magic 21, unarmored, 21, unarmed combat, 21, thrown weapons 7, N21, heavy armor 21, athletics 29, vibrational magic, 0 revision, magic men, 1413, Q1 0, ink magic 0, air magic 0, rune magic, 28, engineering, 13 KNO, 24, analysis 0, repair 0, logistics 0, logic 0, 13 was 27, rifles 35, blood magic, 34, still magic, 0, plastic magic, S, OC, 43 HHA 0, passion magic, 17, water magic, 26, gem magic, 0, fire magic, 5 INS 0, tree magic, 39, essentialism, 39, bone magic, 0, star magic, 3 POI, 0, warding 0, optics 0, research 0, mathematics 0, 1, LUK 0, alchemy 4, language 39, spirit 0, gold magic. I opened my eyes and looked around. Done, I said. Any world-ending threats while I was in there?
None.
Said Amaryllis, breathing a sigh of relief.
We're still in the critical moment, though. We need to get you trained up as quickly as possible.
Do you feel any different?
Asked Raven. No, I replied. Not at all. Just a bit apprehensive about it. Raven nodded.
I would be too.
I sighed. Amaryllis is right, though. We want to keep the window of weakest power as small as possible. Time to get training. The next 36 hours were basically non-stop training and unlocks. A fair bit of this had been prepared ahead of time, but there were still moments of exploration and a few wrinkles that cropped up. Almost all of the mundane skills were easy unlocks, especially now that I had descriptions for most of them, thanks to Reimer. Alchemy in particular had been an odd duck, but Reimer's explanation had been that it was just my name for mundane chemistry, and fairly good if you had other skills to pair it with, or a vast hoard of magical reagents. There was nothing like standard potion making in the same way it existed in D&D, but there was more to chemistry simply because of all the magic there was in the world, which we thought was probably one of the reasons that chemistry on Erb lagged so far behind Earth in a way that a lot of their other technologies didn't. I unlocked air magic pretty easily, just by focusing on temperature gradients in the air. I got ink magic after about 2 hours using magical inks I'd made and then consumed according to some bootleg instructions, again courtesy of Finch. And lastly, I unlocked passion magic by sitting there and getting riled up enough that I could move things with my mind. It was 3 new magics in the course of a day and a half, 4 counting water magic, nearly doubling what I had available to me. Air magic gave the ability to separate out air by temperature, pressure, or different kinds of gases, which was a pretty niche ability, but had a couple of serious upsides, and apparently it synergized with water magic, so long as I was trying to act on water vapor. Ink magic was mostly about creating material things from the ether, with raw creativity as its source, capable of creating objects that were like worse versions of entads that would eventually degrade over time. It was kind of useless on its own, given the quality of entads we had available to us, but Amaryllis had firmly believed that creativity was one of my strengths, and being able to produce even a small crop of slowly decaying low-tier pseudo-entads would be a boon for the Tung, or anyone else who went with us. All the training resulted in a flurry of new virtues, naturally, though few of them were exciting. Most were little things, minor superpowers that probably wouldn't ever come up, or which I wouldn't notice if they did. Almost everything from what I was thinking of as the mad science cluster was just in the way of seeing the world around me, or some bonuses in certain niche circumstances. I was well familiar with that style of magic, since it had been something I'd used to spice up magic items. The uncanny ability to know which parts were missing or broken in something that needed repair was nice, but it wasn't going to upset the apple cart, at least not until I had to try reconstructing a power source made by the ancients or something. The trio of research, analysis, and logic did give me the first of my synergy bonuses, which was part of the reason that they'd been chosen, also because they didn't have social components. Narrow expertise. When you first obtain this virtue, determine a subject matter. When using skills within the subject matter, double your effective skill. When using untrained skills within your subject matter, treat your effective skill level as 20. You retain your subject matter even if you lose this virtue, though you lose all bonuses until it is reacquired. We weren't really sure how I would go about picking a subject matter, so as soon as the virtue popped up, I loudly declared my intention, then dove straight into the books I had on hand, just in case it worked like language had, where I would pick up the next thing I put my mind to. There had been a lot of discussion about what subject matter would be best. Subject matter was, obviously, something that had variable scope, because you could drill down almost infinitely into any subject matter you cared to. Reimer had played characters with the virtue a few times, and cautioned that he'd been flatly rejected when he'd tried to be an utter cheeseball. No, you couldn't pick everything as your subject matter. Really, if the virtue had been written properly, it probably would have had the bonuses grow or shrink based on how narrow or wide the subject matter was, but that was neither here nor there. According to Reimer, a subject matter had to be conceptually smaller than a skill, meaning that you couldn't just declare yourself a subject matter expert in one-handed weapons and double your effective skill there. But you could still pick something a level more specific, like swords, if you wanted a protracted argument about how that was totally fair, and if you went a level deeper, like katanas, the DM wouldn't be so grudging about it. There were a few tempting things to become an expert on. Fell Seed was one, because I still didn't know how to beat him. Uther was another, because he seemed to be our eventual goal, the obvious end state of the narrative. Narrative itself might have been a useful subject matter, but I didn't think I could stomach it, and Amaryllis thought that might be the wrong level of meta. There were arguments for all kinds of specialties from a more straightforward standpoint, like looking at which skills I used most often, or which I needed the most help with. We ended up settling on one of my biggest comparative advantages, multi-magic. In some ways, it was a shot in the dark, because we didn't have firm information on how it would be adjudicated, especially since I couldn't exactly make out-of-character arguments for myself. But with the six-eyed virtue in theory making the letter of the rules more lax, and with how many times I ended up using different magics together, along with all the ones that I was going to pick up with the respec done, it seemed like we were going to get good utility out of it. In some ways, it felt like it might help the synergies flow together a little bit better. Once I'd gone through a few mostly useless books on multi-magic to help lock it in, I could feel it settle at once. Vibration magic could change my biorhythms, which could alter the beat of my heart, which helped with blood magic. Vibration magic gave me an edge on stilling waves of all shapes and sizes, not that I currently needed it. Gem magic was essentially kinetic light, and while I wasn't quite at the level where my vibration magic could manipulate light, there was some promise of that for the future, an intuitive sense that it was a thing I might be able to do by combining the disciplines. It was going to take some time and sparring to suss out where the bonuses might possibly apply, but I had a feeling that the expertise had taken.
Back up to speed?
Asked Amaryllis as she sat down beside me. We were sleeping, or rather, not sleeping in the school. The room had a desk, a table, and a large rug, and had probably been intended for something else before I had commandeered it. The biggest problem with Bethel being gone, from a minor annoyance perspective, was that we couldn't just pop things in and out of existence whenever we wanted to, especially because Amaryllis didn't like to let Sable out of her sight. I had a collection of books on the table, but was taking some time to switch it up with physical practice. More than that, I replied. I'm hesitant to say it, but I wish that I had done this a long time ago. I'm not sure what I was so worried about.
Ambush seemed likely,
said Amaryllis with a shrug.
I know you didn't want to give the social skills up either, or the option for putting points into social in the future.
I'll live, I replied. I don't actually think that improving myself is off the table. It just won't be in the form of numbers go up. I sighed. It would have been nice, but we have to work within the system we have, and I guess I would grudgingly admit that working on my social skills without a crutch is, I don't know, character building or something.
Good,
said Amaryllis, nodding at me. She gave me a smile, which faltered slightly.
I do have some bad news. Sweet William is being a complete prick about the negotiations.
Is he? I asked. He seemed nice.
He is nice, but he's got pressure being put against him,
replied Amaryllis.
He's looking after his wife and children, whom he apparently loves dearly, and that's led to him being a pawn for Hyacinth.
She let out a frustrated sigh.
She wants me in Engelson.
The sterilization thing, I asked. Or something else?
There are many reasons,
said Amaryllis.
The sterilization is one, but I'm sure part of it is also investiture of entads. Having the entads bound to me means they're not much good to anyone except as leverage, and there's little in those stores that I really want. But there are also entads that are bound to me, but which I can invest in people, and some of those investment terms are very long, which means that I would be giving my cousins and the henchmen of the opposition a fair bit of magical power.
Ah, I replied. And if you do that, then maybe we don't have to send a bunch of Tung to work with the Draconic Confederacy.
I'm not sure that's an option,
said Amaryllis.
Per our laws, none of the Tung are of age, so they would have to take someone else, but the only proper citizens are either members of the Council of Arches or Esuen.
Esuen's mate, Suno, had died while we'd been in Leo, lasting longer than expected with modern medical experts and some serious magic, but dead all the same, with his soul literally torn apart, as he'd been fated to since the moment she'd exposed him to her scent.
We could alter the law and send off the Tung, but it would be tantamount to slavery, which is a bridge that I'm not willing to cross.
They would volunteer, I said. I didn't know the Tuong very well, but I had spent some time with them in the mop-up efforts that we'd done around Leo, and they had turned out a lot better than I had expected them to, given the conditions they had been raised in.
Of course they would volunteer,
replied Amaryllis.
It would still weaken the fabric of our little nation, because as much as we tried to instill a sense of duty and honor in them, they would see some of their cohort go off for no real reason relating to them. They can't be seen as expendable, because that would erode their view of themselves and lead to a lot of power process stuff that I really want to avoid.
Also, they're not expendable, I replied.
That too,
said Amaryllis. She was quiet for a moment.
Obviously, I don't think they're expendable.
Except in the sense that their lives have less worth than our own, I nodded. Amaryllis gave me a look.
Is this an argument you'd like to have right now?
No, I replied. I agree. I just feel weird about it.
Me too,
said Amaryllis. She looked down at her hands.
It's unheroic. I don't need to be a classical hero, God no, but when I was growing up there were all these stories about Uther and what he did, and it stood in such sharp contrast to everything I saw my relatives doing.
And you're thinking that we're going to Engelson? I asked. Is that wise?
Wise?
Asked Amaryllis.
The real question is whether it's necessary or not, and necessity is dictated by a probabilistic evaluation of whether or not it will help us to accomplish our goals, so...
So it's hard to tell, I asked.
It's hard to tell.
Amaryllis agreed. We don't know the true cost of going there, because we don't know the DM's machinations, and we don't know the specifics of how Hyacinth is going to fuck us. A lot of the benefit here is just in saving the dream of Miunun, which seems like it might be on the chopping block. What? I asked. Really? Amaryllis shrugged. We lost one of the major factors that was going to make it work. Bethel, I replied. I let out a long breath, making a noise with my lips.
Specifically, the time chamber and the ready creation of mundane goods,
Said Amaryllis.
Carve out her spark of individuality with a conceptual knife for all I care.
No, I replied. I don't want her back, not anytime soon, but we can't treat her like she's... I was going to say like she's some kind of monster, but I guess we always thought that she was. We can't treat her like she's irredeemable, or like nothing can ever be repaired, because that's exactly what would ensure that it can't ever be fixed. And if it can't be fixed, then what Valencia is doing is for nothing. Amaryllis gave me a slight frown as she thought about that.
That's fair,
She said.
It's also suspiciously mature of you.
I can say it without getting sick to my stomach, I said. I'm really not ready to see her, and I would rather not think about her, but we can talk, in practical terms, about the impact of having her gone, and I think it would be best to do that without any malice, venom, or disparagement. Amaryllis stared at me for a moment.
Okay,
She said.
At any rate, we're hampered by the loss of the time chamber. The ready access to food, the ready access to water, to clothing, to all the other things necessary for a functional nation.
I'm a water mage, I replied. We can have the steel mage build us a cistern and a collection system. There's not much that we can do about food besides importing it, which I know is going to create a negative cash flow. We can either spend time getting some farms up and running, or we can get the factories up and running, which probably can't be done in parallel with our limited workforce, and it makes more sense to specialize in our comparative advantage, especially since the soil isn't very good on Porin. Amaryllis was watching me.
How much of that is logistics skill talking?
She asked.
You think it's taking?
I'm not sure, I replied. Some, maybe. Anyway, our biggest constraint is money, which means that you need to strike a good deal with Dianthus over the Draconic Confederation thing, which means that we probably need to go to Angelsin and deal with their bullshit. Maybe you'll get your companion quest there. Your proper one, not the whole pregnancy thing.
Which didn't even get a virtue,
Sighed Amaryllis. I think solace was the virtue, I replied. And weirdly, I'd have thought that the Birth of a Nation quest would be your companion quest, but I guess not, which means that if you do have a companion quest, it's probably in Angelsin. Amaryllis nodded once.
It seems likely, unless it's about you and me.
Meaning? I asked. Amaryllis gave an aggressively nonchalant shrug.
Just a thought.
An incomplete thought, I replied. Amaryllis looked me over, moving her lips back and forth as though debating.
Our data set consists of 3 to 5 points,
She replied.
There have been 4 quests marked as companion quests, 2 of which have been completed. One of those got us Solace back, and I think that it was a companion quest in the sense that it was a quest that was explicitly being done for a companion. The other was Grak's quest, which I think might be more typical of companion quests generally, and that one wasn't just about helping Grak come to terms with what happened, it was also about you. Fen's quest is gone, so we don't know what that one was, and we don't have any real idea what's going to get the locus out of the bottle and thriving. But my guess is that the companion quests aren't completely about the companions. They're about your relationship to us, or something that we share in common.
All right, I replied, trying to think that over. With Fen, maybe her unhappy childhood. With the locus, maybe the abstract concept of art, or just abstract concepts in general. With you, no clue. Do you have one? Amaryllis was silent. She cleared her throat a bit, then hesitated before speaking.
If I knew what resolution looked like for me, I would just go ahead and do it. If I could see the path to closure, I would pursue it. I like to think that I know myself, and the places where I'm prone to failure, or to complications. I know the things that I don't like about myself, and I already take as many steps as I think I can take in order to make those parts of myself bearable.
What don't you like about yourself? I asked.
Oh, lots of things.
Amaryllis replied. She looked out the window, then glanced over at me for a moment before returning to looking outside. I had moved the clouds to make it sunny, but other than the shaft of light hitting our aisle, it was dreary. I could feel the water out there, both the clouds and the sea, and very faintly, in small clusters, people who I hadn't been able to feel before cresting level 20.
When I've made hard choices, I've disliked how I felt guilt or sorrow over the way I felt about making objectively correct decisions. And sometimes I dislike that I didn't feel enough. Like some part of me wanted to be overcome with grief, even if that was entirely useless. I hate how sometimes the horror of the world gets washed away, or how a single life of someone I know feels bigger than 1,000 lives that I don't. We haven't lost a single one of the tongue yet, and I know that when we do, it's going to hit me like a punch to the gut, and that feels so arbitrary and wrong. I hate that I want to change myself, warp my mind and soul into something inhuman. There's this Pendraig perversion in me, the same thing that attracted my ancestors toward soul magic. I don't think there's anything magical about being stock human, or that it's preferable just because it's natural, but there's still a risk there, one that I wish I weren't drawn to like a moth to flame. And solace. My daughter in name only. All these feelings for her and about her that are flapping in the wind, unmoored.
But you have all that handled, I asked. Do you have someone to talk to?
You,
said Amaryllis, looking back at me. Her eyes were piercing blue, like she was pinning me in place. But it's not something that we really talk about, I said. I mean, a lot of this. It's the first time you're mentioning it. Amaryllis shrugged.
Then I guess the answer is no. I don't really have anyone to talk to. Or maybe I'm so delusionally self-sufficient that I think I can handle it all on my own. I have you to talk to, but I don't use you as much as I might.
You should lean on me, I said. Or if not me, then someone else in the group. Amaryllis let out a little disbelieving laugh.
Juniper, you're going to be a god, and when you're there, that's when I'll lean on you. Until we get to that point, we're going to do it the other way around. For Jesus' sake, you're getting something from your past dredged up about once a week, with doppelgangers of your friends and family walking into your life as bizarre versions of themselves. I'd say that it's a miracle that you've been holding together as well as you have, but there's a divine being of unimaginable power that's taken an interest in you, and maybe he's just pushing exactly enough to provoke the response he wants.
That's true, I replied. But you know, sometimes two things can be stronger because they lean on each other. You're no stranger to mutually beneficial arrangements.
It's still social and emotional labor I don't want you to have to do,
said Amaryllis, but she didn't have much conviction in her voice. Look, we're going to Anglesyn. You're probably going to get your own dose of past, whether that's Hyacinth, Rose Mallow, old friends, new family, your mom, your dad, whatever impacted you. I have to imagine that it's going to be tougher on you than on me. So I want you to know that you can lean on me, that I'm here for you. Okay, said Amaryllis.
Thank you.
I want to clarify that not only should you know, you should also take advantage, I said. We have a counselor at school, and I knew that I could go to his office if something was bothering me, but I never did.
You had counselors at your schools?
Asked Amaryllis. Yeah, I replied. Is that not a thing here?
Not in Anglesyn,
replied Amaryllis.
The Tung have non-Tung mediators and advisors. I read a fair bit about the American education system, but somehow missed that. And here I thought I was being clever.
I hope you see Earth someday, I replied. No unlock for star magic as yet. And I really doubt that star magic would allow us to visit, but it would be fun to show you around.
I thought you didn't want to go home,
said Amaryllis, raising an eyebrow. I don't, I replied. I like it here, but I'd still want to visit if I could bring you with me. Amaryllis smiled.
Well, if you find a way, let me be the first to know, would you?
Sure, I replied. I looked down at my watch. We have about 10 minutes left before we both have to do other things. Did we cover enough?
We did,
said Amaryllis.
I also wanted to visit and have a break. I hope that's okay. We'll have group time later tonight, assuming that my meetings don't go long and I can make dinner, but it's not quite the same.
Well, I said. I coughed into my hand. I was thinking that maybe we could lower our cortisol levels with the time left.
Oh,
said Amaryllis. Her eyes widened.
Did we ever talk about that?
It was when you were falling asleep, I said.
Then sure,
said Amaryllis.
I mean, I would like that.
She looked around the room for a moment, then reached out with Sable and popped a couch into position. It was a small couch, because a long couch would have run into Sable's size restrictions, but that was fine, because we didn't need that much space. I sat down and Amaryllis laid with me. Once she was in position, I put my arm around her, and she rested her hand on my leg. Her head was resting on my shoulder, making her close enough that I could smell her.
Did I say anything else when I was falling asleep?
Asked Amaryllis. Not much, I said. You trailed off. I think you must have had a speech planned and then decided against it.
I did,
said Amaryllis.
I just decided that I should say what I wanted. The speech was stupid anyway. There wasn't a need for pretense.
No, there wasn't, I replied. I liked feeling the pressure of her body against mine and the heat where we met. We were silent for a moment, and I tried to enjoy myself. I had looked up what cortisol was, but I didn't have a good intuitive grasp on what cortisol felt like, if there was some simple qualia associated with it. The human body was awash with hormones, and some of them you could learn about and isolate as a way of knowing your body. I was pretty sure that I was going to have to get better at that if I wanted to make the most of being a passion mage.
I should get going,
Amaryllis eventually said as she pulled away from me.
Me too,
I replied. I've got skills to grind. Amaryllis seemed like she was about to say something, then nodded.
I'll see you for dinner. I'll commit to making it.
Passions. Chapter 173. Passions. Skill increased. Passion magic. Level 6.
Got another, I said, wiping sweat from my brow. I can't really say that this is working as fast as it should be.
Typical passion mages take a year or more of intensive emotional training to demonstrate their first proper, non-spontaneous effect,
said Raven.
Being able to do what you've done with a few hours of training is, frankly, absurd. Even Uther never went that fast.
Unless he was concealing his abilities,
said Grak. He'd been staring at me as I trained, watching the magic and the most help of any of my audience.
Sure, I replied. Can I get a towel?
Pallida was laying back on a rock with her legs crossed at her ankles, inky armor pulled back to expose her pink legs and arms to the sun. She tossed me a towel overhand without looking, and I caught it to wipe away more sweat. I wasn't sure whether Renasim could tan or not, but that seemed to be what she was doing. I'd have to see whether her bubblegum pink skin would get any darker or lighter. Beside her, Solace was sunning herself too, totally nude, and I tried to avoid looking at her at all, especially because she was laid out like a starfish on the same big rock.
You're using spirit manipulation,
said Grak.
It might be that results are weaker. The text of the virtue was that emotions can be stopped and started at will for the purposes of passion magic without the associated qualia,
I replied.
There was no mention of downsides. That doesn't mean they aren't there,
replied Grak.
So you think that I'll level faster if I use actual emotions? I asked.
Grack shrugged.
I think the rate of leveling is slow. That might be because of your approach. It seems worth trying something else. Okay,
I replied.
So, I need to get angry.
Is anger the easiest emotion for you?
Asked Raven.
Probably,
I replied.
It also seems like it's easy to test. It's how I unlocked the skill in the first place.
So what's your angriest memory?
Asked Polita. She was still shielding her eyes from the sun with her arm.
Per life cycles of the Passion Mages. Using your angriest memory isn't all that wise, I replied, as I tried to think. You dredge it up to get yourself in that emotional state, but the result is usually that you end up wearing the memory down to dust, especially if you keep doing it. Not down to dust literally, but memories change as you access them, which happens to everyone, not just Passion Mages, and you're essentially doing something that on Earth might have been a type of therapy. I let out a breath. Should be fine for grinding up skills, but I want to keep powerful memories in my back pocket, I would think, if the spirit manipulation perk doesn't work how it's supposed to.
So what is it?
Asked Raven. Her arms were folded across her chest. It was hot inside the bottle, not unreasonably so for a summer day, but more than I would have liked for intensive training, especially when everyone else was just standing around. Raven was in her customary black, with her cloak flapping behind her. She seemed unbothered by the heat.
Angriest?
I asked.
A few months ago, I probably would have said something about Arthur, or the injustice of the world. But, well, let me try that.
I tried to capture that feeling, like there was someone whose job it was to stop everything terrible in the world, and they'd been laying down on the job. Worse than that, they had fan clubs and cheerleaders, people who weren't just trying to excuse the incompetence and sociopathy of not helping people who needed help, but people who would explain that this was, in fact, the optimal thing for them to be doing. I thought about Fen dying, and the sheer, boiling rage at knowing there was someone who could have stopped it and chose not to. I punched out toward where I had the target set up, 20 feet away, and blasted a tin can off its perch. A sweep of my hand, fingers clenched up into a claw, cut divots in the tree trunk we'd been using.
Juniper punched a fellow student,
said Grack.
At his high school?
Asked Raven. Why?
He had declared that Arthur's death was part of the divine plan,
said Grack.
It wasn't his fault, I said. Victor, it wasn't his fault. He was just brainwashed. I shouldn't have punched him.
Brainwashed?
Asked Raven.
Figure of speech,
I replied.
It was the earnestness that got to me, though. The way he just...
I punched out again at the targets, willing damage and destruction on them. Skill increased. Passion. Magic level 7.
Skill up,
I said.
Definitely faster this way. Good,
said Grack, nodding.
I'm getting good information on your manifestation. Yeah?
I asked. I punched out again, trying to pour my anger into the telekinetic blasts and still control it at the same time. Being a passion mage, at least at my current skill level, was incredibly difficult, because not only were you trying to stay as emotionally charged as possible, you were also trying to do other stuff at the same time. After another half-dozen blasts, it seemed like multi-threading, at least from initial experiments, didn't seem to work like I had thought it should, with raw emotion on one thread and the targeting and shaping on the other.
Your manifestation is sharp,
said Grack.
It's needlepoint. From my understanding of passion magic, that is one of the better groups. It may change with different expressions or with time. So I should try going wider?
I asked.
I should try area pushing or something like that? I don't know,
said Grack. He folded his arms.
My education on passion magic was minimal. It didn't include proper training procedures. Sorry,
I said.
I know we're flying blind here. I've lost some of the edge.
The anger had faded from me as I talked to Grack and thought about other things, the rage at divinity sweeping away. I wasn't sure that it was still my angriest memory, not like it had been shortly after Arthur had died. There was a different deity now, and it was harder to be mad at him, because he wasn't putting up so much as a pretense of benevolence.
Proper passion mages will maintain their emotional state for hours at a time,
Said Raven.
They're also drugged out of their minds a lot of the time.
Said Pallida.
In the modern day anyway. They do like to party, though.
I appreciate a good libertine,
Said Solace with a sigh.
Well, I think the spirit virtue should work to make passion magic functional for me,
I said.
even if it's faster to level with real emotions or better to use them.
Do you think you might have an easier time with something else?
Asked Raven.
You've been on anger for some time now.
Anger is probably my most powerful emotion,
I replied.
Narratively,
Said Raven, and she kept going as I groaned.
Narratively, passion magic would be a means for you to understand your emotions and have a better handle on them.
I don't think that's it,
I replied.
I think it's magical realism.
And what is that?
Asked Raven, frowning at me.
It's, I said. I paused for a moment, looking at the targets. Basically, it was this Earth thing where you take the real world, but you add in fantastical elements without actually getting the work to the level of fantasy, which usually meant that people didn't acknowledge the magic, and it wasn't systematized. Passion magic is systematized, as much as it can be, but a lot of the stuff that comes from the emotions is stock magical realism, to the extent such a thing exists.
I paused to take in how that was received. Solace and Pallida still had their eyes closed, but Raven was giving me a thoughtful look, and Grack was frowning as though trying to puzzle it out.
Like, look, sadness is related to environmental effects within passion magic, I continued. And in magical realism, you might have someone whose wife died, so he traveled to a cottage where it never stopped raining, which would maybe be remarked on, but only in passing. Or he would constantly be cold, even chilly to the touch, until someone came into his life that restored him to both metaphorical and literal warmth. But in magical realism, you'd almost never make a big thing out of this guy using his cold powers to make money, or scientists coming in to figure it out. It would just be a thing that happens and everyone accepts, because it's a fourth wall, I guess, a metaphor. In the same way that a song in a musical might not be literally happening, but serves as a way for characters to express emotions or ideas.
But it might also have narrative purpose?
Asked Raven.
Outside of magic, reflecting the emotion of a scene? It might,
I replied.
Did it have narrative purpose for Uther?
Debatably,
Said Raven.
Can I have a moment to think about it?
Of course,
I replied.
Take all the time you need. I'm going to work on some other emotion.
I decided on fear, which was one of the most combat-applicable emotions. Fear proved a little bit harder in the abstract, though, because there weren't a whole lot of things that I was afraid of, especially not if they were only in my head, rather than being out there in the real world. I was afraid of deep water, the kind that you couldn't see the bottom of, where something unknown might try to brush against your leg, but I could only feel a tingle of real fear when I was just thinking about it, rather than actually in the water. I had a phobia of needles, but it had never been so strong that I'd been debilitated. I had even given blood once for a high school blood drive. When Fen had needed a transfusion, I'd been so concerned about saving her that my hands had barely trembled, and some of that had probably been because I was doing an amateur blood transfusion. I was happy that my fears weren't like the fears in movies, the kinds that would stop a person dead in their tracks. What finally got me there was Fell Seed. He wasn't just a creature of body horror, and he wasn't just monstrously powerful, he cheated. There were always more tricks he could pull out of his bag, more powers as the plot demanded. That had been his whole thing in my campaign, and reading through numerous books about him from the Infinite Library had shown that was just as true on Erb. We were going to walk into his domain, likely sooner than later, and while we might try stealth, we weren't going to count on that working. I moved as I tried to hold that emotion, and this was easier than with the anger, because here I could multi-thread, my normal movements not needing to take the same amount of time. I didn't have velocity magic yet, but the fear aspect of passion magic was supposed to sometimes approximate something like it. The nature of the increase varied, but in terms of the magical realism angle, it seemed like it was meant to be a magical version of fight or flight, a heightening of adrenal response. I moved my hand through the air and saw it skip a few steps, like it had been overcranked, or like a few frames had dropped. Seeing that was enough for the emotion of fear to fade, even as I tried to hold on to it with more thoughts of Felseed.
We encountered passion mages a few times,
said Raven, as Grok wrote down the results.
Not many people know this, but Montron came from a village near what's now Ink and Ardor. He trained there for a bit, primarily as an anger mage, until he got kicked out, which eventually led to him finding Uther and becoming one of the knights.
She tapped her lips with her finger.
There was something the dungeon master said in your last meeting, which was that tattoo magic had always been for Everett. For Everett. So, it's possible that passion magic was for Montron. We nearly went to war with Ink and Ardor. I'm not entirely sure, though, whether that theory might hold true in this instance.
Huh,
I replied.
You think that passion magic might have been a Montron story, not an Uther story?
It's plausible,
said Raven.
It was the most important sentence the dungeon master uttered,
said Grak. He continued writing as he spoke, twiddling his pen for a moment between lines.
I have been thinking on it. Thinking, what exactly? I asked, looking over at him. Narrative might come from many places,
said Grak.
There might be stories that are not about you or Uther. I mean, yeah,
I said.
I was never under the impression that wasn't true. Everyone has their own rich inner life, as complex and multifaceted as my own. I do not mean that,
said Grak.
I mean a story crafted by an intelligence. Ah,
I replied.
And that's much more in question. It is,
said Grak.
It's empowering, in a way,
said Raven.
Empowering to think that I might have my own story mapped out for me, one separate from your own, woven together but not actually the same.
Do you think that only applies to companions?
Asked Pallida from the rock she was laying on.
I feel like I've gotten a raw deal.
Such is our lot in life,
muttered Solace. She was still starfished out and hadn't moved at all. Krantech had photosynthetic skin, so there was at least some point, but it was something I didn't think I would ever get used to. She was, thankfully, continuing on with aging herself up, and eventually it would be less weird.
Oh, please,
said Pallida.
You only died once.
I've died a number of times for some senses of the word,
said Solace.
Only once in the last year, I'll admit.
Technically speaking, Raven killed me a few times in the library,
I said.
If we're keeping track.
And you killed me once,
said Raven.
I've also died a number of other times, naturally, never for very long.
Wait, does that mean that Grak is the only one of us who hasn't died?
Asked Pallida, raising her head to squint at Grak.
You're slacking.
Knock it off, I said. My voice was sharp, sharper than I had meant for it to be.
Just a joke,
said Pallida. She brought her arm down from her face and shot me a questioning look.
Something wrong?
You know Grak's history,
I said.
I'd rather you not joke about him needing to die.
Loyalty increased. Grak level 19.
I don't imagine she meant it like that,
said Grak, his voice mild.
I wasn't thinking.
Pallida grumbled.
Won't happen again. You never asked if I ever thought about killing myself.
Death is different for you,
I replied.
I would imagine there were dozens of times you killed yourself.
Oh, maybe even hundreds,
said Pallida.
Usually as a kid, though. If you get a crappy set of parents and poor nutrition, it's better to just kill yourself and start over rather than try going through life with severe handicaps. 3 years old was usually old enough to think through it and know for sure whether it was a life worth living.
Jesus,
I replied.
You killed yourself at 3?
A few times, yeah,
Said Pallida, nodding. She reached down to below the rock, where a cooler was set up, and grabbed a beer from inside it. She'd apparently taken a liking to earth beer at the beach, because I'd seen her drinking them on more than one occasion since then. They were a limited commodity now that Bethel was gone. Maybe it was just that earth beer was one of the most exotic things on Erb, even if the manufacturing process was similar.
I mean, it's my life, I'm allowed to kill myself. Sucks for the parents, but if things are shitty enough, I'm willing to kill myself and start over. Fuck 'em. Some people shouldn't be parents. Some kids that I replaced should be fucking thankful that they were never born.
There was something hard in her face. She looked me over.
Sorry if this is crossing a line.
No,
I said.
I mean, it is, but it helps me understand a little better, so…
Good,
said Pallida. She stretched out, then began gulping down the beer.
I'm not complaining naturally. Being Renachim is great, but there have been some bad beats over the millennia. I once spent a full lifetime in a cage, borderline starving, kept shackled so I couldn't kill myself. They even cut out my tongue so I wouldn't try to bite it off and choke on it.
Not sure I have the stomach for this,
said Raven.
I'm gonna do some reading in the tree. Let me know if you need help with training.
Oh, come on,
said Pallida.
Of all the people to be squeamish, you?
I'm not squeamish,
said Raven.
I've just heard these stories before. You probably don't remember because you were in your 60s then.
I was?
Asked Pallida, raising an eyebrow.
What else did I say?
Nothing too important.
Said Raven.
Things you needed to get off your chest. You'll remember in another few decades if you live that long. It's not a conversation we could have today, and not one that I'd have any interest in anyway.
She turned away from us and began walking to the house, her cloak swishing behind her.
Well, damn,
said Pallida.
Usually I don't break out the sob stories. I wonder what came over me then.
What's come over you now?
Asked Grack.
Hey,
said Pallida, giving a shrug as she took another gulp from her beer.
Not to be a whiny bitch, but I've been feeling down lately.
She looked over at me.
You know, I might not be the greatest thief in the world this go-around, but you can still point me in the direction of things that you'd like to have. Might be good for my morale, if you're doing the whole leadership thing.
There's not much I need stolen, to be honest,
I replied.
Unless there are non-bound entads that could quickly solve our impending basic goods problem, or otherwise net us recurring income that could be used to sustain poor Anne.
I could take the jade elk,
said Pallida, seeming to perk up.
It's my white whale.
And white whale in this context is? I asked. I was pretty sure that Arthur hadn't written his own version of Moby Dick.
It's an old story,
said Pallida, waving her hand.
One of those that cribs from a dozen others, stapling everything together.
She saw my look, which read, "Go on," and sighed.
Animalia are really rare, and unless there are some pretty special circumstances, they can only breed with other animalia from the same base species. Sometimes, eventually, they form a little community, like Gemma's got, and a few cycles of reproduction with mild inbreeding later, they can become their own kind of almost species. With me so far?
Sure, I replied.
The punchline is whale animalia?
I don't know if I would say there's a punchline,
replied Pallida, frowning.
But yes, the story is about this whale animalia trying to track down another whale animalia, a white whale, only to find himself perpetually one step behind. Is that enough for you?
No, I replied. What happens at the end?
This is oral tradition,
said Pallida.
The ending is whatever the teller wants, may be different depending on whim. It mostly wasn't about the end, it was about the journey, and even that was different because there were parts and pieces.
All right, I said, rubbing my face for a moment. So this jade elk is your white whale?
Sure is,
said Pallida.
Not in the sense that it's been moving around much, but I've been trying to get it for damn near 300 years. The family that owns it upgrades security like they're worried the world's greatest thief is after it, which, to be fair, I can empathize with. There's nothing quite like taking a run at a job, having to bail out, then coming back a year later to see that everything is completely different.
And what does it do? I asked.
It makes elk,
said Grack.
500 a day.
What? I asked. It just makes them?
Yes,
said Grack.
That's a fortune in meat,
said Pallida with a nod. And since elk are extinct. They are? I asked.
Sure,
said Pallida.
Anyway, it's thousands of pounds of meat, which... Wait, what do the tongue eat?
They can eat red meat, I replied. The dietary profile that Amaryllis had them on was pretty different than in their natural habitat, which was dominated by amphibians and mosses. They have adaptable digestion.
How do you know that?
Asked Pallida. I've been reading through some of the wealth of documentation that the project has produced, I replied. Lots of A/B testing to work the kinks out. It's more interesting than I gave it credit for.
What the hell's is A/B testing?
Asked Pallida. She held up her hand.
Look, never mind. I don't want to know, because I don't care. Do you want me to steal the jade elk or not?
Not, I replied. I get that you might be a little frustrated with your role here, which doesn't include all that much stealing or other stuff that you're exceptionally good at, but I promise I'll be on the lookout.
Good,
said Pallida.
You want me to pick up Gemma soon, though? Or does the whole dragon thing mean you want to stop using the egress for the time being?
Keep it below 300 feet, and we should be fine, I replied. The company line is that the egress is a different entad from the one that everyone saw in Leo, which Warder's sight should confirm.
Mostly confirm,
said Grack. Mostly confirm, I corrected myself. Modulo a sufficiently skilled warder, watching for long enough and close enough, with specialized enough equipment, that they could untangle the entid signatures that a meta-entid would produce.
Your memory has gotten better,
said Grack. Yeah, I replied, smiling at him and rolling my eyes.
I'm not actually sure it's possible to use the egress like that for us mere mortals,
said Pallida.
As in, I think maybe that was just a Bethel thing. Normal operation was to pick a spot and have it land there without really knowing what was going on outside. You don't really pilot it, per se. It's fast and quiet enough that I've never had problems with dragons in the past, but they might have eyes on us. I don't know.
So if we used it, we wouldn't know whether the egress was violating airspace laws, and we wouldn't know whether we were being watched, I said. Maybe we could use some extra senses, but yeah, that's a problem. We'll have to bring it up with Raven and Amaryllis. We have 2 other entads that can take us across the hex, if need be.
These dragons can just fuck right off, if you ask me,
said Pallida.
I've heard it only takes about 20 billion obols to kill a dragon. It's just that no one wants to pay the price for it, especially not when you have to be worried about retaliation.
How the hells do they arrive at 20 billion? I asked. Are they giving everyone involved 1 million obols apiece?
I have no idea,
replied Pallida.
It's just what I've heard.
I imagine that figure includes lifetime earning projections of those who died,
said Grack.
Such calculations were done for Darili Irid. It is an attempt to put a number on lives.
Still, I replied, that seems really high. I guess if it figures in the chance of failure and retaliation, I might be able to see it. I was vaguely aware that government agencies in the United States did similar calculations, which usually came out somewhere in the low millions, if I remembered right. To get 20 billion would mean expected loss of life in the neighborhood of 4,000 people, maybe less, since each of those people would presumably be the product of Athenaeum training, and there were probably expensive entads and other magic items that would go into the operation. Even then, that would mean you could kill all of dragonkind for 10 trillion obols, which seems high.
Don't pick fights with dragons,
said Grack. To be fair, they picked fights with me, I replied. We could get around killing Captain Blue in the Bottle if we could. Off Perisev.
If,
replied Grack.
and it has been 23 minutes since you did training.
Thanks, I said, nodding at him. Cut me off at 20 minutes next time I take a break. I think I'm going to try contentment or love now, just to keep it mixed up and get some feeling for how they're used and what my particular expressions look like. Keep your eyes open. Grack nodded at me, and I saw a subtle relaxing of his expression. I had appointed him as taskmaster, and he'd seemed hesitant about being in that role, maybe because he thought that I wouldn't appreciate someone keeping me on track. I was trying my best to be sensitive to that, and to keep with the deal I'd made with myself. I wasn't sure how many continuous hours of training I would be able to do, but it seemed like I would regret it if I didn't push everything as high as it would go, in as little time as possible. The Blade of the Self. Chapter 1, 174. The Blade of the Self. Optics 20. Clarity. When you hold or touch, directly or indirectly, a lens or prism of any kind, you can alter its properties, e.g., altering focal point, concavity, refractive index, thickness. Any alterations you make will revert once you are no longer holding or touching the lens or prism. This includes biological lens, e.g., in the eye. Alterations must be physically possible. Research 10. Organizational efficiency. When you research anything, you are capable of holding in your head the location of all previous sorted or filed materials, so long as no one else has moved them. No special organizational schema is required for this. You simply know where everything is. Mathematics 10. Arithmetic. You can do simple arithmetic with 2 operands instantly and without thinking about it. You can count any number of objects instantly, so long as you can see them. Alchemy 10. Equivalent exchange. You instantly know the answer to any questions of stoichiometry. Logic 20. Contradiction. If anyone presents a logically inconsistent argument to you, or an argument which is inconsistent with the facts as you know them, you will instantly and firmly be aware of this, even if you do not remember the specifics. Logistics 10. Worst case. Whenever you make a roll using this skill, you cannot have more than 2 degrees of failure. When making a sequence of chained rolls, overall results are still limited to 2 degrees of failure. Repair 20. Parts. When you look at something broken, you instantly know which parts need to be replaced and which need to be repaired, so long as you have some method of knowing that within 3 degrees of reasonableness. Ink Magic 10. Burnout resistance. If you would suffer 2 or more levels of creative exhaustion, suffer 1 less instead. If any effect removes 1 or more levels of creative exhaustion, it removes 1 more than it normally would. Air Magic 10. Currents. In addition to your normal sense of air temperature, pressure, and composition, you are able to sense and manipulate the direction of air movement. This direction is subject to, and must act against, normal fluid dynamics and your normal range. Passion Magic. 20. Passionate. You may split one complex emotion into 2 smaller ones for the purposes of passion magic expression. These can be used in tandem with the normal penalties for doing 2 things at once. Gem Magic 30. In the rough. Uncut gems may be used as though they were cut, with the number, shape, and symmetry of the facets determined by you at time of use. When you hold an uncut gem, you are aware of all the ways in which it could be cut. Gem Magic 50. Fractured Brilliance. You are no longer constrained by the gem for the purposes of determining number of projectiles. Instead, when you use a gem, you may choose to emit any number of projectiles with their properties as determined by the gems, with mental strain proportional to the number of projectiles. Similarly, you can elect to use a gem at lower power with lower strain. Blood Magic 40. Flow Control. Your blood is now configured into a blood mass, which you can independently control, with every drop of blood controllable, so long as it's part of the contiguous blood mass. Connection to your blood does not decay so long as it's a part of the blood mass, no matter how far from your body it is. This virtue does not grant you extra power to control your blood, except as provided by the lack of connection decay. Vibrational Magic 30. Spectra. You can expend breath to apply the sensory aspects of vibrational magic to a wider range of vibrations, including the entire electromagnetic spectrum and everything covered under Warder's sight. Breath cost of these extra senses is based on time used, doubling each minute of use. Engineering 30. Runtime analysis. Without actually running or using a piece of equipment or structure, you can make a number of determinations about how it would perform. These analyses include, but are not limited to, revolutions per minute, energy efficiency, carrying capacity, lift, thrust, wattage, and thoms. You must be able to adequately sense the equipment or structure in use to make these determinations to within 1 degree of reasonableness. 5 days after the respec, I was bumped up against the level 20 soft cap of amateur training in every new skill that I had taken. We were burning through time with abandon, a fact which we were all well aware of given our deadlines. But the 20s brought virtues with them, a lot of them predicted to be good, and getting me into as good a shape as feasible before we tried some pretty dangerous things or new quest lines seemed like it was the better part of valor. But getting into the best position possible wasn't just a matter of watching the numbers go up. There were 2 things that needed doing before I could get out there, both of which had been put off for some time. The first was very local, but required some careful diplomacy on the part of Amaryllis, part of a deal that had been made in the distant past, but whose conditions we hadn't quite managed to fulfill. I sat down with Eswin, the Tung handmaid turned exile, turned matriarch of a sort, in the house that we'd had built for her ages ago. It was a stately place, following imperial fashions, but it was no mansion, and there was something rather quaint about it. She had guards out front, ones we had hired for that purpose rather than Tung, but that was the only sign that she was in any way special. She had her mister tank beside her, though the room was quite humid already. There was no carpeting, given the risk of mold and very little fabric. Essuin's chair was something special, and seemed like it was made of live plants, but as her visitors we got some wooden chairs, which I hoped had been adequately waterproofed. Grak had come with me, mostly because he was our magic expert, but also because he had nothing else pressing when I'd asked if he wanted to come with.
The agreement was that I would teach you the spirit blade technique once the first generation of Tung reached adulthood,
said Essuin, after we'd been through the initial pleasantries. Amaryllis said that you'd reached a revised agreement,
I replied.
I glanced over at Grak. I hadn't expected that we would have to renegotiate.
We had,
said Essuin.
But you were the one who saved me. And so far as I can gather from my limited vantage point, you have a great deal of pull. I wanted you to know and understand my grievances, the same as her, because you might be able to temper her.
Oh,
I said.
Well, go ahead.
I knew that the 2 of them had talked quite a bit, but I'd had almost no contact with Essuin.
Let me know what's on your mind.
When I left the Athenaeum, I was mourning for imperial culture and thinking about how different things were back home,
said Essuin.
Some of my escape was, I will admit, personal, but I was also thinking about the Tung and their place in the world. I was thinking that there are 3 places with Tung, all of them cut off from the world. None a part of the Empire, none of them good places. I had thought, when I left, that I would be helping to make a place for the Tung, creating a refuge for anyone who wanted to quietly slip away from the lifestyle. The male Tung are constantly under the thumbs of the matriarchs, always kept near the point of rebellion, because it's profitable to deprive them and easy to put the rebellions down. I had thought that a place for them to go, a group of allies, would be for the good.
And you don't think that's what's happened?
I asked.
No,
Said Essuin.
clearly not. The hyperbolic time chamber wasn't a part of the initial plans. I had thought that I would have time with them, with my children, but it wasn't so. Now they're grown, almost adults, and I had so little to do with them.
They're not culturally Tung,
I said, trying to help her get to the point.
They don't speak the language.
Replied Essuin.
I come from a dystopia, by imperial standards. I'm well aware of that. But my culture wasn't so offensive that it deserved to be carved out of my children.
I doubt that's what Amaryllis did.
I replied.
She probably just thought, when she was making her plans for their education, that it would take time and effort for them to understand, or that it would be, I don't know. It's hard to put culture into people if you don't have anyone who has actual experience with that culture raising them. We can probably find some kind of accommodation, though, if you'd like.
Amaryllis already offered me the same thing, and I already took her up on it,
said Essuin. She folded her hands in her lap, then took a moment to fiddle with the mister beside her and give herself a few sprays.
She has been scrupulous in her deals with me.
Oh, I replied.
That's good.
She came to every meeting prepared,
said Essuin.
She would have reams of paper with copies for me to look over. She would have answers to every question I would pose. It occurred to me only after the third or fourth time it happened that she was using the time chamber to make her plans. Objections that I raised would be deftly addressed at our next meeting, a few hours later, with action items and a variety of choices for me to consider.
That does sound like her, I guess,
I replied.
I agreed to all of it,
said Essuin.
When I had problems or concerns, she had answers. She was ready and willing with compromises. Sometimes compromises that were in anticipation of arguments that I never made. The Council of Archers could not be replenished, which put a limit on how much power she could have, especially as it became more difficult to attain quorum.
And yet,
I replied,
now you're looking at thousands of children that you don't know, people who share a species with you, but almost nothing else aside from physiology.
Made from nothing,
said Essuin.
Made for some higher purpose by Amaryllis.
And you think that you got the short end of the stick here,
I said, nodding.
I think that if this had been the offer, when you had rescued me, that I would still have taken it,
said Essuin.
The decision was not between this and nothing, though.
I nodded.
I don't know quite what you're asking of me here.
I'm asking for the two of you to know,
said Essuin, with a nod toward Grak, who had so far stayed silent.
I don't have any particular hope that it will inform your votes among the Council of Archers, but it would help me to know that someone out there was apprised of the situation.
I've been talking with the Tunglings about a second generation,
I said.
I suppose I should have brought you into those talks.
Amaryllis hadn't talked about that with me, and I had no idea whether she would want Essuin to be a part of it, but it seemed like it was probably a thing that should be done.
Tunglings,
said Essuin.
The term is Baal. For those who are young, Sojana. For those who are on the cusp of adulthood.
I winced, not just from the faux pas, but because I didn't really want Tung as one of my languages, especially when the Sojana only spoke English. All right, I said.
Sojana, I've been talking to them about a second generation. Not necessarily one born of them, but almost certainly one that they would have a hand in raising. If you have misgivings about how the first generation of Sojana turned out, you should let them know and let us know, and we can work together to make sure that the next generation doesn't lose something important of the place you're from.
You're humoring me,
said Essuin.
No,
I replied.
and Amaryllis knows as well as I do that there's a deep knowledge to cultures. There are reasons that things are done the way they are, and those are sometimes good reasons, even if they're not obvious from base principles. One of the big mistakes that the Second Empire made was in thinking that they always knew better than people who had been following policies and procedures that had been in place for hundreds or even thousands of years, just because those policies and procedures were, in some cases, completely indistinguishable from superstition.
Essuin narrowed her eyes at me.
Okay,
I said.
To give one example, which Amaryllis likes to bring up a lot, there was a village in the kingdom of Belice that was situated around a salt mine. Whenever a miner left, he would throw a pinch of salt over his shoulder. On investigation, no one knew why this was done, only that it was something that everyone did. The miners got it beat into their skull on their first day on the job that it had to be done, that to not do it would be to invite badness into their lives. Not a rule handed down from on high, but a rule that everyone followed, for social reasons.
I was watching Essuin, trying to see whether she was following, or if she knew this story.
So the salt mine comes under new management, as a lot of things did during the Second Empire, because no way was some hick out in a backwards kingdom like Belice maximizing salt production from the mine properly, not without then-modern management techniques, data analysis, and what have you. The new management team is non-local, and they don't really give a shit about the salt throwing one way or another, so they completely ignore it as they drag the salt mine kicking and screaming into the 3rd century. New machinery is installed, new miners are trained up on that machinery, a lot of them from out of town, and the tradition of throwing a pinch of salt over the shoulder is forgotten. 2 months later, a horde of salt golems bursts forth from the walls of the mines, because the compact they'd formed generations prior has been repeatedly and terribly violated.
Amaryllis does a better job of telling that story,
said Essuin.
That's not surprising,
I replied.
I think for her, it's kind of core to her understanding of the world. It's a way of making sense of things. Half of it, anyway. The other half is realizing that sometimes things are done for no good reason, or because things have fallen into a terrible state by everyone following their incentives into a tragedy.
She asked me many questions,
said Essuin.
She asked about my language, my customs, how things were done within the military, what punishments were given for which transgressions, how power was transferred, and endless questions about our habitat, how we built our buildings, what furnishings we had, what we ate, what I ate at Cranberry Bay, the mister tanks, all manner of things. And she discarded almost all of it.
Yeah,
I replied. I sighed.
I understand what you're saying and what you don't like, and I think it's just she was trying to make a culture from scratch and took aspects of her own culture over aspects of yours because she knew her own culture better and because it wouldn't have been feasible to copy the environment of the tung in the boundless pit wholesale, not with everything else that was being done. I'd have to talk to her about it, though.
You haven't?
Asked Essuin. No, I replied.
She spent years in the time chamber by this point. Most of her plans were made without me.
That hurt a little bit to admit, like I was a failure of a friend, or like I hadn't been supporting her enough. I didn't have much interest in the nation building, and frankly, still didn't. But I thought a better version of myself wouldn't have let her put so much on her plate without offering to help.
She told me the story of the salt golems to help assuage me that she truly deeply cared about making sure that the issue of culture was approached with an open mind,
said Essuin.
She made her own plans, carefully and artfully presented. We had a wide-ranging discussion of Tung society and my thoughts on what was best about the imperial approach. and I think the most she did with that information was to adjust her marketing materials.
She didn't incorporate anything?
I asked.
Even just, Tung have different eyes from humans, different patterns that appeal to them, and if you were writing up a plan to raise and educate thousands of Tung, I would have thought that a lot of that would have been actionable.
Maybe it was.
Said Essuin.
Maybe it wasn't. Amaryllis was very good at convincing me that she knew best.
Have you been, when it was here, did you go into the wing where they were raised?
I asked. Essuin shook her head.
I've spoken to some of them. The Sojana. There's an enormous gulf between us.
One you think can't be mended?
I asked.
I've had problems with my own parents, distance between us, and I think that if they were willing to, then, I don't know, maybe we could have repaired it. We'll try. I'll loop you in.
Thank you,
said Essuin. She gave a nod, then frowned slightly and misted herself again.
Talking to you has been more helpful than I thought.
I haven't really done anything yet,
I replied.
Come to the next meeting about the second generation, and maybe you can call me helpful then.
I hope to,
said Essuin. She squared her shoulders.
Now, you came here for a reason. Let me teach you how to form the spirit blade.
That was illuminating,
said Grack as we walked back to the annex.
Yeah?
I asked.
I still can't do it. I'm close, though, I think. I meant about Amaryllis,
said Grack.
I don't really fault her,
I replied.
I haven't been really paying attention to the nation-building stuff, or the education programs, or anything like that. And I would like to get some input from Amaryllis, because I'm absolutely sure that she had her reasons. I guess I'm not even sure that in principle ditching the Tung culture is wrong.
Said Grack. I noticed that he was walking fast to keep up with me, and I slowed down to accommodate him. It was easy to forget that he had a much shorter stride.
I abandoned dwarven culture.
Yeah, I said.
I noticed that you stopped dyeing your braids, and the braid is different. I came back to the old ways after I found out what happened at Darili Irid,
said Grack.
I've been trying different things since we went back there. It looks nice,
I said. I'd never paid super close attention to Grack's appearance, but the lead braids had never really been to my preference. They had made him look older than he was.
Thank you,
said Grack.
I should have spoken to Essuin more. There's still time,
I replied.
You were a good choice to bring along, better than I'd thought. Do you want to talk? About the things that you liked about dwarven culture? The things that you didn't like? If you don't feel like now is the time. There was a stubborn obstinance that the things we had were as good as they could be,
said Grack, switching to Groglear. When we were together, we would switch back and forth as it suited us.
I could see dimly how it would appeal, how ignorance about the wider world might be comforting. Most people only talked about the dwarf hold, and if they had interests outside it, it was just in what they read from the other dwarf holds. I wasn't the only one who got out, but most people didn't want to. Most people didn't care to try.
We kept walking for a while. I didn't know what kind of response that warranted, but my own thoughts had gone to bumblefuck Kansas, where some of my classmates would probably live out their whole lives, maybe with 4 years of college as a brief intermission. I was sure that my hometown had its charms, ones I was mostly blind to. If I had something that I wanted to save from that specifically small-town Kansas culture, it was hard to think of. From American culture? Sure, there was probably a package of things that I would take in building my ideal version of America, but even the thought of that left me feeling like I was an egotistical freak. And Amaryllis had basically done that, and not only had she done it, it had apparently mostly worked, at least so far. Some of that was down to the people who had done the actual raising, and Valencia deserved a lot of credit there, since she had done the vetting. But still.
There was a sense of belonging,
said Grack, continuing his thought.
Everyone had a purpose and a place. The only problems came when people didn't like the mold they were being pushed into. In the Empire, and at the Athenaeum, it's common to feel adrift. There are groups and clubs, but if you miss a meeting or an event, no one will track you down to ask how you're doing or whether you need help. That aspect of Darili Irid, that I would keep. Others too, probably,
I said.
There was a sense of togetherness,
replied Grak.
It was your duty to do what was best for the clan. It was easy to know what should be done, even if you disagreed with it, even if it was wrong. Seems like a dangerous thing to keep,
I replied.
I don't know that I would,
replied Grak.
But you can see how it would be appealing.
I nodded.
Comforting, if maybe a bad idea. There are a lot of things like that. Sometimes it seems like you could fix the whole world if you could hammer everything into shape. Thinking about being a god again?
Asked Grak.
Not sure that I would ever be up for it,
I replied.
But I suppose I'd prefer myself to the alternatives. I agree,
said Grak.
I would prefer you to the current management. What an enormous vote of confidence.
I smiled.
But even if you were ranking people in the party, I'd be what? Third-ish from the bottom? I would put you first,
said Grak. I stopped where I was, and after a moment, Grak stopped too and looked at me.
I'm serious,
said Grak.
That's,
I replied. I was stymied.
Not Solace? I am not sure that I would want to live in a world remade by Solace,
said Grak.
We have fundamental disagreements. I see,
I replied.
And not Amaryllis? She's a bit more, competent than I am. Building worlds is what you do,
said Grak.
Amaryllis could make something slick and oiled, something efficient and sterile. I'm skeptical of her creative ability. Huh,
I said.
The Tung seem to have done fine, though. The Tung are a model of how she would do things,
said Grak.
I would prefer whatever you came up with.
Huh, I replied.
Well, thanks. If I ever become a god, a true god above all others, then I'll carve out a special place for you. Some kind of Grakland. What would it be?
Asked Grak.
Ah, fuck. I didn't prepare for this test,
I replied with a laugh.
I'd put you in one of the biggest cities, one of those places where you can eat at a different restaurant every night and never have to go to the same place twice. Of course, restaurants work a little differently in my version of an anti-hell, because no one has to work unless they want to, and I have to imagine that demand for restaurants outstrips supply of people willing to put in the work, even just the minimal work that would be required in this new world, though autonomous constructs could handle a lot of it, and… Juniper,
said Grak.
So we've somehow solved the restaurant problem to my satisfaction,
I replied.
Supply equals demand, but even with all the people, all the traditions, all the cultures mashing up against each other, you live in a little community, like almost everyone does, a place that has your little core social group, selected for compatibility by an omniscient agent of mine. It's sort of like an apartment building, but with more greenery, cleaner, less built for economy and efficiency. Everyone knows everyone in their commune, 100 people all told, and they have a shared culture of their own. As to what that looks like,
I let out a breath.
For you, specifically, I picture somewhere with a few other dwarves, maybe a plurality of them, mostly Agrioglean, but with a few, not traditionalists, because they would be living in a dwarf hold, and not really neo-traditionalists either, but some new word for people who live as their culture of choice in a community that's wildly different from that culture. Kralikadon,
said Grak. No, I replied. That's not quite right, unless you want to coin it for what we're talking about.
I do,
replied Grak. Well, okay. So you have Kralikadon there, who do some of the more traditional dwarven stuff, but they're Kralikadon rather than Acreoglian, so they would be adopting imperial culture or its equivalent into dwarven staples like Kier, giving you this spectrum to sample from between traditional and wildly different. I took a brief pause, trying to think about this. Your environs change with the times and the seasons, usually keeping some elements the same, matching the moods and wishes of everyone in the commune. It's all recognizably different, but still the same at its core. Never too much at once, only occasionally overwhelming, but then always with time to rest and breathe. You know, the thing that I like most about the game of ranks is that it's always different, but at the same time, there are these emergent properties from the standard rules where you can always find the same common threads. I'd want to make a community like that for you.
Said
Grak.
And you would have the same heaven?
Gods, no, I replied. I would never want so many people around. From what I've experienced of cities, here and on Earth, I wouldn't want to live in one, or be in a position where I had to go into one all that often. No, for me, it would be an island somewhere, or a mountaintop temple, someplace secluded and alone, except for occasional visits from friends, and maybe a companion. Not in a game mechanical sense, but...
Amaryllis?
Asked Grak. I don't know, I replied.
I'm not offended or hurt,
said Grak.
In the interests of letting you know.
In case I was thinking it, I asked. Yeah, thanks. You and the others. Mostly, I'm thinking we'd see each other once or twice a week, a planned dinner together, or a show, or something like that. Maybe in a few years we'll be the people who save the world.
A few years?
Asked Grak. Or less, I replied. My personal power is increasing too quickly for this to last much longer, no matter what the Dungeon Master says. We're not pushing at the end goal right now, but we can't be that far off if we're going up against the upper ends of the scale. Momi Wrath was supposedly on par with Fellseed. I shrugged. I keep trying to figure out how many things there are ahead of us, and I just don't think there are that many. Not unless we want to keep going up the power scale, or unless we want to dick around with side quests.
And if it doesn't end when we find Uther?
Asked Grak. He was giving me a raised eyebrow. It won't, I replied. He's not going to just bust out of his prison of amber or whatever, and then make me a god, or solve everything forever. There will be things to do after that, or at the very least things to talk about. But, I don't know. I learned about Arthur coming here not all that long after I came here, and he's touched so much of Ereb in so many ways. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's not the end. Maybe that's just the real beginning. I should temper my expectations. Replied Grak, but that was all he said, and I didn't press him for more as we reached the main building. I'm sorry I don't always have time to hang out, I said. I've been putting more on my plate lately, and I worry that my friends are going to miss out unless I can find places like this where we can mix business and pleasure. Let me know if that's not enough for you, or if I'm dropping things that shouldn't have been dropped, for you or for others.
I will,
said Grak, nodding. High concept. Chapter 175. High concept. The other lingering bit of business was a bit more dangerous, at least in theory. You see, the outer reaches were mimetic or anti-mimetic in nature, maybe both, and so I couldn't be told what they were or why they were a threat. That really seemed to be ironclad, at least so far as my conversations with Heshnel, Masters, and Raven had gone. All I got was an absolute stonewall, one so firm that I wondered whether it was part and parcel of the effect, or simply a really truly concerted effort on their parts. Uther had protected them from their own personal possession of information, somehow, and Raven thought that was through the manipulation of spirit. But I didn't actually know what he had done, or whether it was dangerous, nor was I really confident that I could replicate his work by simply looking at Raven's spirit and doing whatever had been done there. A further complication, of course, was that Raven's soul and spirit were both torn and scarred, marked and marred by 30 years of conflicts, plus all that time in the infinite library. My own paired informational constructs, as I thought of them, had fairly significant damage, on top of the character sheet modifications, because I had been smacked down with a meme, and it lived on within me, inert but present. Raven couldn't give me a full list of what things I might find if I went in, and warned me not to trust any accounting that anyone ever gave of such things, given that sometimes mimetic or anti-mimetic impediments couldn't be known. Heshnel, even before his beheading, was also not a great target for figuring out what Uther had done to make the outer reaches safe to contemplate. He had been a member of the Guild of the Essential Soul, and of an appreciable rank within the Second Empire, and that came with a host of tame memes that he'd been inoculated against, memes whose inoculations we didn't have available to us, and which we wouldn't have wanted to risk in either case. Some of those inoculations were the equivalent of giving someone cowpox to stop them getting smallpox. Did it work? Sure. Did you get pustules on your hands? Yes, you did. But where pustules on my hands would have been easy enough to deal with, the equivalent of pustules on my soul were a bit more worrisome. And yes, I had an immunity to the spiritual effects of memes, thanks to Spirit 100, but it was pretty specific that it was only the spiritual effects, leaving the door open to soul effects, or worse, effects that weren't noticeable or accessible from either half. Having a mimetic mark on my soul was a boon in a lot of ways, since it was a booby trap, but the protection that it afforded me was also afforded to others. Pallida had never gotten protection from Uther, and Gemma obviously hadn't either. She was born hundreds of years too late, which meant that if it wasn't going to be Heshnel or Raven, it had to be Masters. And that naturally presented some problems.
I killed the last soul mage who touched me,
said Masters, folding his arms. I'm technically going to be using a secret art that's related to, but distinct from soul magic, I replied. I understand your concern, though. I looked over at Raven. It was just the three of us, together in a meeting room of a building that our steel mage had built so recently that it didn't yet have a fresh coat of paint, new windows, or electricity. Contractors would be through in the next few days to get everything into place as quickly as possible, though Amaryllis had been grumbling about the costs and had been asking me some pointed questions about whether I thought the Tung could handle getting into the trades. It had to happen eventually, since you couldn't run a country where none of your citizens were trained in the basics of keeping the lights on and the water running. But I was of the opinion that diverting resources for it now was probably not wise, especially since we didn't have the capacity for sanitizing or vetting the outsider training.
Father,
said Raven.
You agreed. Juniper is very busy, and this is important.
That doesn't mean that I shouldn't express my reservations,
replied Masters.
I don't trust him much. Not after Leo was destroyed. Not after 2 dragons landed on this island. Uther at least had a heroic streak.
Raven pursed her lips.
Juniper has his own sense of heroism,
she replied.
One that wouldn't, for example, ever allow him to alter someone using soul magic?
Asked Masters, raising a skeptical eyebrow. I would, I cut in, if it was to save the world, or even a sufficiently large number of lives. Don't tell the Empire that, naturally, but I don't draw the same lines in the sand that Uther apparently drew.
And you think that makes me more inclined toward trusting you?
Asked Masters. No, I replied. But I'm going to be honest with you. The Arabian taboos weren't drilled down into me from birth, nor were they learned through long, arduous conflicts that everyone promised would never happen again. I'm not going to lie to you about any of that just to make you do the thing that I want you to do. While I want your cooperation, and while it would be a lot safer to try to untangle the information from you rather than Raven, you have every right to bow out. I'll just end up doing it the hard way. Masters frowned at me, then glanced at his daughter. I could imagine what he was thinking, and in retrospect, what I had said sounded a little like a threat rather than an assurance, though I hadn't consciously meant it as that. If Masters refused, I was going to go into his daughter's soul and spirit instead, and if you had his beliefs about essential manipulation, well...
Fine,
said Masters, holding out his hand to me. Probably better if we sit, I replied. I don't know what I'm going to find in there, or how long this will take. I turned to Raven. Amaryllis is on standby in case things go really, deeply wrong,
I know.
said Raven. Don't call for her, or let her intervene, because it will be more dangerous for her than for me, I said.
I won't,
replied Raven. I sat down in a chair and waited until Masters did the same, then reached out to him. He was hesitant, though he'd offered his hand willingly before. He eventually allowed the extended touch. Once I was in, which was harder with the skin no longer magically connected to the soul, it took me quite some time to find what I was looking for. It was a hack job, pure and simple, a mass of threads within the spirit that looped back and forth, bypassing the soul entirely. Normally, there was some interplay between the two, but this was a construct of pure spirit. Where a normal spiritual thread would dip down into the values or memories that were part and parcel of the soul, the spiritual threads that I saw in this cluster connected threads to other threads. The way that things were normally set up, something like, say, a memory of a fight, would have an entry in the values table, a memory in the memory web, and maybe some components in the skills section, or the base social models, or something like that, with threads connecting and pulling from those disparate sources, or pushing down updates to those values. None of that was present. It was just a rat's nest of threads that went nowhere. The big question was why you would do such a thing. Did the outer reaches interact with the soul in some way? Did you need to keep the meme isolated, or would it simply slip off the soul? Looking closely and flipping back and forth between the two layers, I could see that the spirit cluster didn't connect with the memories, skills, or values in any way. I thought that it was pretty likely that it was anti-mimetic in nature, because otherwise the spirit would have naturally made some connections to the soul, but I wasn't confident in that, and I didn't really know why that would be the case, nor what was actually being hidden. If the soul was the database, and the spirit was the program that was constantly running and accessing that database, two analogies that weren't quite correct in various ways, then the thread cluster I was looking at was a piece of the program that had been constructed in a completely different way, bypassing all the normal conventions and procedures and recreating a fair bit of functionality in the process. I'd had plans in place, as the world's foremost, and, save Amaryllis, only, expert on spirit. Investigating and pulling apart the threads to see how they worked was an option, but it was risky, because I didn't know whether something might leak out from the cluster, whether I would correctly interpret what was going on, whether I even could correctly interpret what was going on, limited by either mimetic effects, anti-mimetic effects, or my own lack of understanding, or whether Uther might have left booby traps. I was especially wary of the latter possibility, because it seemed like the kind of thing I would do if I were trying to keep something horrible contained in the heads of my friends and allies. Of course, I didn't know what the outer reaches were, and it didn't seem like I could know, at least without danger, so I didn't know whether it was the kind of thing that warranted a booby trap. I faffed around for a bit, then decided on the more aggressive, but likely safer option, and copied over the entirety of the spirit cluster into my own spirit. When I poked and prodded at my memories of the outer reaches, I found new ones there. Uther stood at the head of the square table, arms crossed. Only half of his knights were there. Everett, idly tattooing himself using a magical quill. Montran, looking bored out of his skull. Alcida, attentive and alert. And finally Raven, whose eyes I was seeing this through. She had pencil and paper in hand, which she was using to write in a book whose design screamed of magic, but her attention was focused entirely on Uther. The memory wasn't that much like a memory. It was absent shades of emotion and thought, strict facts presented as such, though there was also some aspect of interpretation, places where information was missing, and my mind was trying to fill it in. I knew what Montran looked like, from recreations that Bethel had shown me, but his scar kept slipping on and off his face, changing whenever I thought about it. It was, in some sense, like being inside Raven's mental model of this isolated event, with my own models thrown in where things were incomplete. It was, needless to say, more detailed and accurate than any of my own memories.
"We have our next thread to pull," said Uther. "Something different this time."
"Not dragons again?"
asked Everett, not looking up from his tattoo. It was hard to see which one he was doing, and it only occurred to me after I thought about it that it might be a tattoo done for the pleasure of art rather than for utility.
"Sea slugs were the worst,"
said Alcida.
"Please, nothing underwater."
"Different,"
repeated Uther. His voice had changed slightly, and I could see Montran sit up to pay better attention, though Everett spared only a glance, then continued on with this tattoo.
"Well then, go on,"
said Alcida.
"Different how?"
Uther spoke, and the words were somehow swallowed, missing in some way that was hard to comprehend. He was speaking, that was clear, but his mouth was like a smear of paint, similar in feeling to the warping way that the memory was behaving. This seemed like it was Raven's memory, and there were others in the package of memories that I was trying not to get distracted by, but it seemed very much like she hadn't caught whatever it was Uther had said, or like it had been scrubbed from her mind.
"Okay,"
said Alcida after Uther had spoken.
"but I'm not really sure that answers the question. Different how?"
"Repeat back what I said,"
replied Uther.
"That's,"
said Alcida, frowning.
"I wouldn't be able to do it verbatim."
She turned to look at me, at Raven.
"You were keeping notes, weren't you?"
No.
said Raven, looking down at the paper in front of her.
I always keep notes.
"I don't need it verbatim," said Uther. "I need the gist of it, the broad strokes of what I was saying."
"I must have,"
began Alcida. Then she faltered.
"Zoned out."
She stared at Uther.
"Is that what happened?"
Again Uther spoke, and again it was blurred out. I was tempted to skip ahead, to see what the punchline was. It was only a memory, not a movie, a memory laid out chronologically, but one that I wasn't bound to follow exactly in the steps that they happened. I carried on, trying not to get swept out of the flow of things by my own impatience. In some sense, I already knew everything. I was just looking back on pseudo-memories that I possessed, integrating my own understanding of them.
"All right, that makes sense,"
said Alcida. "No," said Raven.
There's some kind of effect.
"Effect?"
asked Alcida.
Your mind wants to slip off it.
Said Raven.
Even now I can feel myself rebelling against the thought, wanting to push it away, to let the topic lie and move on to something else. I think as soon as I started to stop explicitly thinking about it, it would all leave my mind forever.
"The more you speculate, the greater the pressure will be," said Uther. "The effect grows stronger with more knowledge, the ignorance more complete, at least from my testing. I'm ready to stabilize you. It's taken some testing to find the method."
This isn't the first time you've told us.
Said Raven.
"Told us what?"
Asked Alcida. She looked to Uther.
"Why did you call this meeting?"
"I'll tell you once I'm finished with Raven,"
said Uther, moving around the table.
"I don't know how much time this will take."
He took one of the empty seats next to Raven and slipped his hand into hers, then closed his eyes. The next memory was longer, and I skipped forward, leaving much of it known, but unexamined. It was the same room, with Raven and the other knights having the same process that had been done to Raven.
"There,"
Uther finally said, when he had finished with Everett.
"I think that's right."
Are you going to tell us what this is all about yet?
asked Alcida.
I hate when you have to go into our souls. It's unsettling.
Uther took his seat at the head of the table.
I didn't want to have to explain everything multiple times,
said Uther.
But I've had to explain that more times than I can count, so I don't know that I've saved myself much trouble.
I would appreciate a quick explanation,
said Raven.
This has me on edge.
Uther tapped his fingers on the table.
Imagine a farmer, one of those men who works the fields with his family, as his father did before him. Every weekend he makes a trip into town for supplies, or to sell his goods, or to pray to whatever small gods the people in his region pray to. One day, as he's following the road that he's been down nearly every week of his adult life, the same road his father walked down, and his grandfather, this farmer, notices a castle. To the best of his recollection, that castle wasn't there the week before, but it couldn't have possibly been built the prior 7 days. He forgets his trip into town and approaches the castle, but there's nothing fey or ethereal about it. There's no haunting or magic, and when he speaks with the guards, they're quite insistent that the castle has been there the entire time. Indeed, when the farmer eventually does get to town, there are copious records of this castle having always been there, tucked away.
He was shunted to an alternate universe?
asked Raven, when there didn't seem to be anything more to the story.
A good hypothesis,
said Uther.
How would he test it?
He couldn't,
replied Alcida.
Not if the alternate universe was entirely consistent with the one that he'd left.
Or even if it wasn't consistent, he would only have his own memories to check against,
said Uther, nodding.
If he had been transplanted into an alternate universe that was exactly identical to the first, save for the addition of a castle that everyone thought was there for quite some time, there would have to be changes by necessity, because a castle would leave signs of itself in the world, wider roads, generations of staff living there, a quarry that the stones were pulled from, farms that fed the castle, all those things. But the farmer would only be able to know of those differences if he had some observations of the universe that he'd left.
Theatrics aside, what's the point?
asked Everett. He had returned to his tattoo, which was apparently a picturesque scene with a lighthouse.
Someone has been building castles,
said Uther.
Then they've been pretending those castles were there all along.
Castles in this sense being?
asked Raven.
Places where the world surprises us in ways that it seems it shouldn't,
replied Uther. Misremembrances.
To what end?
asked Everett, barely looking up from the tattoo he was still working on. I had no idea whether this was usual for him or not.
They've been creating enemies for us,
said Uther.
From what I can tell, enemies spun from whole cloth, inserted into the world at inopportune times and places.
You're talking about a conspiracy,
said Raven.
I'm speaking of an enemy,
replied Uther.
A cunning one and a powerful one, and no, not entirely opposed to us, else we would be dead, but an enemy all the same.
I suppose you have some specifics,
asked Alcida.
And naturally, some kind of plan.
We find them, then go to them, and engage in diplomacy of one sort or another, by sword or by speech,
replied Uther.
I've spent the last week going through the evidence at my disposal, and I believe I've pinpointed a number of prior incursions, but it would help to have more hands on deck, especially from the more detail-oriented of you.
He gave Raven a meaningful look.
I don't even know what I would be looking for,
replied Raven.
Isolated communities, buildings, or people, things that were left unrevealed through coincidence or happenstance,
replied Uther.
We want to find the castles that we didn't know about, even though we should have.
The metaphorical castles,
said Everett, clarifying.
You think it's not a coincidence?
Said Raven.
You think that some of the times we've been blindsided, it's been enemy action?
Yes,
replied Uther.
The ice wizards would be one example. They were confined to the north by the peculiarities of their magic until they finally discovered a configuration of ice that would let them expand. But there was no hint that they had ever existed, at least from my perspective in Anglesey. Our maps in those days were woefully inadequate, but still there should have been something. I had been looking, searching, to see the scope of the world.
Gods, I haven't thought of the ice wizards in at least a decade, said Montron.
Why are we even talking about the ice wizards?
Asked Alcida.
Because if there were a society that could create the ice wizards from nothing, then they could create something else, wittingly or otherwise, said Uther.
I need to make some notes.
Said Raven.
And I need to look at what you have?
I have nothing but what's up here, said Uther, tapping his head. Notes are subject to the same effect. They fade away to nothing, beyond a certain level of specificity. I've tried a few strategies thus far, splitting the notes apart, writing in different ways, but nothing has worked so far. I would welcome suggestions on that front.
And what did you do to our souls?
Asked Alcida.
Spirits, actually, replied Uther. It's a construct that appears to be immune to whatever effect they're employing to keep people from thinking of them. The construction is novel and took quite a bit of time, but I believe it should keep us shielded. There's a built-in virality to it that should pick up future memories as well.
You were working on this alone for some time,
said Raven.
You should know that we can help shoulder your burdens.
I'm aware, replied Uther. You did help me. You just don't remember.
Huh, I said, pulling out of Master's spirit and back into the real world. Still processing. Your father has some of your memories.
For this specific topic, yes,
replied Raven.
I think it was easier to do this way. From what Uther said later, the original bear construct was built from scratch and given out to the initial 4 of us at the same time. But the later constructs were always taken from someone instead of being recreated. I couldn't claim to fully understand it.
I think I do, I replied. And yes, it seems like a complete pain to do from scratch.
And you understand the scope of the problem?
Asked Raven. Not really, I replied. Wait, there's a place, a physical place, and a society of physical people.
Conceptual people,
replied Raven.
And a conceptual place.
Wait, I said, holding up a hand. No, that's not. I'm missing some memories.
You have as much as I have,
said Masters, pulling his arm away from me.
I was never told everything.
It was P-Space, I said. You ran into some creatures from P-Space, and then physically went there. That's nuts. I'm going to have to sit through those memories and digest them, but it seems like I only have half of what I need here.
So you'll have to hear it through me,
said Raven. She turned to Masters.
Dad, you can go.
I want to hear it,
said Masters.
Better you don't,
replied Raven.
It won't serve you.
I have been standing vigil for Uther for 500 years of my life,
said Masters, standing from his chair.
I never knew half of what you got up to with him, but I have put in my time. There are precious few people in this world that you can truly trust, Raven Masters. I am one of them.
No,
said Raven.
Absolutely not. This is dangerous, even more dangerous than just holding that construct in your mind.
I won't be forced out again,
said Masters.
Not this go-around.
Father,
Raven began.
I was trusted,
said Masters.
Not in the inner circle. No, but I had duties. I had responsibilities. Things that Uther gave to me and me alone.
You were useful,
said Raven, rising somewhat in her seat.
You were long-lived, slow to change, and he needed someone stable, which you were. Leave now.
And if I refuse?
Asked Masters.
Then Juniper and I will talk in private later,
said Raven.
I don't want it to come to that.
You want me to know my place,
said Masters. He walked to the door.
I suppose now I do.
He slammed the door as he left.
Sorry you had to see that.
said Raven.
I really didn't want to bring him into this, for good reason.
Sure,
I replied.
always awkward to see people having a spat in front of you, I guess. Are you okay?
Fine.
Said Raven. Her lips were thin.
Because if you wanted to talk about it,
I began.
You just learned about the outer reaches, and you'd like to divert from that to talk about my relationship with my father? Asked Raven.
Giving me a skeptical look.
I don't have any particular desire to talk about it.
I replied.
But I want to make sure that your needs are dealt with, and if we drop it right now to talk about other things, then I worry that we're just not going to find the time to circle back to it. It's easier not to let things slip through the cracks if you deal with them when they come up.
Loyalty increased. Raven level 3,
I appreciate that,
said Raven.
but I'll make a point of talking about it later. Right now, I want to focus on the outer reaches and what we did there.
And you did actually, legitimately, make a trip to P-Space, which is supposed to be so flatly impossible that I would get laughed out of an Athenaeum lecture hall just for bringing it up.
I asked.
We did hundreds of impossible things.
Replied Raven.
Though technically we didn't go to P-Space, our conceptual selves went there instead. P-Space interactions are common, but usually trivial. Nothing more than a query about whether or not some object belongs to a certain class, or whether an object is actually an object. To get into P-Space, we had to go to the extremes, those entads that allowed for definitional changes, or the creation of new definitions. It was complicated enough that only Uther really understood it. To hear him tell it, it was helpful that we were as famous as we were, because that meant that there was some foundational concept of us to work with in P-Space, though that wasn't typically how P-Space worked, and after a week of preparation, away we went.
I'm missing something,
I replied.
The download didn't include everything. How did you determine that there were people living in P-Space, and how did you figure out that they were the ones behind the castles, he called them?
Schloss we eventually settled on,
said Raven.
That's just German for castle,
I replied.
Is it?
Asked Raven.
And German is?
I replied. It's not really important. An Earth language.
Oh.
Replied Raven, frowning.
I had no idea. Anyway, the Schloss were identified and recorded, and observations were made about them. The biggest takeaway was that there were conceptual signatures you could look for on them, as well as giveaways if you had a good enough information system built up. They didn't represent a wholesale rewriting of history with no limits. They were a bit more circumspect with that, with efforts to fit into the world as seamlessly as possible. Uther was big on threat assessment, and the profiles of some of the Schloss were, well, frightening to say the least. They were easier to see, though, the kinds of things that drew attention to themselves. Eventually, Uther found a crack, and he went in.
Huh,
I replied.
That's non-specific.
I know,
said Raven.
You'll have to find your own path, I'm afraid. Once we're there, though, I'll be able to help you. Uther was learning conceptual combat and conversation from scratch, but you won't have that handicap.
Sorry,
I said.
Back up a second. You're saying that Uther and all his knights became concepts in P-Space, tracked down people who were making countries, or towns, or whatever, out of thin air, with integrations into history, then beat them by hitting them hard enough? Do I have the gist of it?
Yes,
replied Raven.
When you put it like that, it sounds ridiculous, but I suppose any simplification would. P-Space has its own rules, endless concepts that get worn by entities there. It's not a matter of hitting someone hard enough, it's a matter of conceptual adornment and manipulation to change the conceptual adornment of other entities.
She breathed a sigh.
To give an example, the concept of Uther was made up of other concepts, some of which he had to take from others during the course of our adventure there. King, poet, warrior, those helped give him leverage. He picked up conceptual objects: sword, axe, armor, shield. And then he went after the Schloss folk who had been responsible for the creation and engaged them in conceptual combat. It was about forced adornment of conceptual descriptors: wounded, injured, coward.
I see,
I replied, though I wasn't sure that I did.
And are these concepts unique?
Unique, yes,
said Raven.
but there are so many that it didn't come into play all that often. And they could be freely combined by entities, including us, nesting the concepts. In truth, they weren't ready for someone like Uther, someone who was a student of conflict. I'm worried that if we go there, they'll have learned a thing or two in the intervening years.
Well, sounds like a blast,
I replied.
No quest notification, though. There are confirmed new Schloss? Is that what's meant by the outer reaches no longer being dormant?
Raven nodded.
When Uther beat them, he set conditions and built up conceptual frameworks that poked into our reality to warn us if they were trying something again. Hopefully without all the work it took to notice and chase down the Schloss the first time around. We got the warning 20 years ago, but there hasn't been anything that we can do about it. So far as I can tell, the changes have been minor, but if they're actively interfering in our world again, that could end up being a very, very bad thing. They're not people, as much as they could sometimes act like people when borrowing concepts that applied to people.
I rolled my head around, cracking joints as I thought about that.
And, obviously, you've already considered that retroactively inserting things into the world is a dungeon master trick, if I've ever heard of one, and the Schloss folk are in some way similar to collaborative storytellers?
I'd considered the first,
said Raven.
The dungeon master claims not to do that, at least obliquely from the transcripts of your conversations, but you've claimed to do it in your own games. One of our conversations must have skirted too close to the topic of the Schloss because you forgot having it with me, and we weren't even speaking about the outer reaches. The 20-year time frame would also approximately fall in line with notable dates with regards to members of your party.
Our party,
I replied.
And we did actually talk about the outer reaches before?
It came up several times,
said Raven.
But obviously the effect can be strong and gets stronger the more you push at it, at least by Uther's accounting.
I'll patch the others in then, I guess,
I replied.
I'm glad this isn't something we have to deal with just yet. Knock on wood.
Just as a warning, they'll have a memory of this,
said Raven.
If you can find a way to keep the part with my father from spreading, I would appreciate it.
It wasn't that bad,
I replied.
He was being protective, to a level that you really don't need.
Still,
replied Raven.
I'd prefer that our colleagues don't see me treated like a child. I'd have preferred you not see it.
Understood,
I replied.
I'll do my best.
Warrens. Chapter 1, 176. Warrens. Gemma returned to us just in time for our trip to Anglesey. We were, for the first time in a long time, constrained in terms of transportation, as we couldn't use the egress for fear that it would violate airspace in a detectable way, and the teleportation key only allowed 5 at a time. We would have just gone through the teleportation network, but there was no touchstone at Porin, which would have meant a fair bit of travel just to get to one, in addition to the cost. Furthermore, travel by teleportation would have meant that it wouldn't have made sense to bring everyone that we wanted to, because costs scaled with the number of travelers. Instead, we ended up chartering a flying ship. It was less ridiculous than it sounded. Teleportation keys were great, and there were a lot of them, but there were other travel entads as well, some of which were suitable for exploitation in the open market. Obviously, any entity hoping to do travel like that had to deal with various bureaucratic juggernauts, including both the Empire and the Draconic Confederacy, and given the costs involved and the economies of scale, a relatively small network had been created to handle the collective of entities, all those things that wouldn't make sense for independent contractors. As a whole, the system was referred to as the Warrens. As an example, if you needed to go from Sidium to Five Spires, you might be shunted through a magical doorway for the first leg of the trip, travel on foot down the road to the closest tree with a diameter of more than a meter for the second leg, and then step out of a corresponding tree 500 miles in the wrong direction from your destination, whereupon you would need to take a raft down the river to a rusted car whose driver could deliver you to your destination in an eye blink along one of the pathways that his car could follow. The Warrens were slower than a teleportation key and required a lot of advanced planning, which usually involved meeting the restrictions of all of the entities involved, as well as someone with a complete knowledge of the Warrens figuring out the most efficient route. For all that trouble, you would spend quite a bit less time in transit than if you took a train, with less cost than for teleportation keys, especially if you were transporting a lot of people. It was especially effective if one or both ends of your destination were off the beaten path, which was decidedly the case with the Isle of Poran. We weren't doing anything so exotic or complicated. Amaryllis had put forward our requirements to the World Ranging Navigation Society and gotten a package of options back the same day, with one clear winner among them. An airship that was in the neighborhood could take our whole party, along with a select group of the Tung, for a reasonable price, putting us in Kaledich within 2 days. After a bit of back and forth, the airship was scheduled, and it showed up half a day after it was ordered. It came down from the sky with a flourish, spinning more than I thought was probably necessary as it landed in the field. Back on Earth, I'd had a book called The Colonial Schooner, a book for model makers and history enthusiasts, which gave detailed measurements, histories, and crew complements for a small handful of British schooners. It had been my go-to for pretty much every ship-based campaign we'd done, since I could just pull numbers from it when needed, and I was about 90% sure that this flying ship was a clone of the Sultana, though with 4 spinning propellers set within wooden rings, fore and aft, like a quadcopter. I'd gone with the Sultana a number of times, mostly because of its small size, and I was eager to see what was probably a recreation up close. The name on the side declared it, the underline.
"Sorry you're not getting the true Warrens experience,"
said the captain as we went aboard. She was dressed in something that resembled, but probably wasn't, a uniform, with navy blues and a tricorn hat. We were packing light, in the sense that we didn't have any luggage, and heavy, in the sense that Amaryllis was wearing sable. Along with us were 10 of the Tung, half of them assistants, and general help with whatever we needed, the other half a fire team that called themselves, Psy, the Battletoads, a name they had apparently chosen without any understanding of Earth culture.
"The true Warrens experience is in running frantically to your next connection,"
continued the captain as we boarded.
"Not really sure that you're going to find the right bird, or a metal loop that's been placed in the middle of the woods, or some other random thing. Sometimes you've got a contractor in play, and they're going on descriptions that are weeks or years out of date, or there are substitutions that aren't planned. And really, it's a beautiful mess, so I'm sorry to deprive you of that. Name's Bonnie, but you can call me Captain Bonnie."
I've been through the Warrens before,
said Raven.
"Oh,"
asked our captain, tilting up her tricorn.
"The application indicated that you were all new."
I decided on brevity,
said Amaryllis.
You understand that I'm Renasim, right?
Asked Polita as she went up the staircase that had been lowered down. The ship itself was just barely touching its hull to the ground, with the propellers spinning lazily around, not generating lift in any conventional manner.
You think I haven't been through the Warrens?
"I'm sorry, I don't know what Renasim means,"
replied our captain. She didn't seem at all sorry to me.
Well, no mind,
replied Pallida.
But I've probably been through the Warrens more times than I can count.
Probably,
I asked.
Memory is a funny thing,
replied Pallida with a smile.
"Anything else that was left off the official communication?"
asked the captain as the last of us, Solace, stepped aboard. The captain gave her a side eye, but said nothing.
Nothing that I can think of,
said Amaryllis.
I did give an accurate accounting of ages and species for the trips, along with relevant entads for travel. What I didn't get back were many specifics on the mechanisms of travel, or why our entads might be a problem.
There was one little detail that she was leaving out, which was that she was traveling under a pseudonym, but her pseudonym was actually one of her legal names within our little homegrown country.
It's standard operating procedure,
said Raven.
Entad interactions, especially with regard to extra-dimensional spaces, strict definitions, warping effects, and things like that.
I'd still like to know the magical function of this ship,
said Amaryllis, folding her arms.
Reactionless thrust from the propellers, transmitted directly to the hull,
said the captain. She gestured to the masts, which were pulled up and tied down.
When we're in transit, we can unfurl the sails and capture some wind, using the thrust to compensate for how we get moved around and maybe go a little faster. Could shave up to half a day off. It's dead simple. As far as travel and TADES go, nothing to worry about.
And you have a flight plan filed with the Draconic Confederacy?
Asked Amaryllis. That was also not made clear in the letters I got.
No need to,
said the captain.
We stay below their legal limits, with a bit of a buffer. That's where the name comes from, actually. It means that we have to sometimes go around tall obstacles, but it doesn't slow us down too much. We've got warning systems in place. It's nothing to worry about.
I would advise against using phrasing like that for the duration of this trip,
said Amaryllis.
Sure,
said the captain, raising an eyebrow.
Anyway, if you're all set, I'm going to be getting us off the ground. We have 2 stewards to help with meals and making sure that you're taken care of. That's as much of a speech as I plan on giving.
We left the ground not too long after that, and I held on for dear life, even though I was the person who needed it least, given that my still magic was strong enough to stop the entire ship in midair if I wanted to. I wasn't really afraid of heights, certainly not after Mome Wrath, but there was something about the movement of the ship that was making me uncomfortable.
I actually created the Warrens,
said Raven. She was standing beside me, looking perfectly calm, a look accentuated by her mobile cape, which was hanging down as though there was no wind, which was definitely not the case. I looked away from her and down below, where we were leaving the Isle of Porin behind.
Really?
I asked.
How, why, and when?
I spent a lot of time looking for Uther,
said Raven.
I went all over Erb when he disappeared, back and forth. We were only rarely constrained on travel after the first few years, unless it was interplanar travel or somewhere exotic. But after Uther was gone, all his best NTADs more or less went with him, given to his children. I wrote up a proposal for cooperation between people who held travel NTADs during a very, very long trip by carriage, when I had little else to do. I'll grant that I didn't do a lot of the work in setting things up. Mostly I just mailed letters and made introductions.
Still,
I said.
For some people, that would be what they were known for.
I'm known for being Uther's knight,
said Raven. We were flying along 200 feet above the ground, confirmed via the rangefinder virtue, at a pace that would have been rather sedate in a car, no more than 40 miles an hour. The ship would carry on through the night, thanks to one of the crew members, who had proper night vision and could steer the ship. The crew consisted of 8 people, far fewer than the Sultana, which had 25 crew. Enough that flight could be more or less non-stop, crossing 2,000 miles in 2 days. I was anxious about the Anglesyn trip, we all were, but I was hoping that this would be a nice, calm trip where I could get a few things done, in a better environment than if we'd have tried to take a big bus or something, an option which had been discussed.
Let's say that you get to start your life over,
I said.
We solve all the imminent problems of Erb forever. There's no longer a need to continuously stay one step ahead of the various apocalypses, and Uther is not here, but also not needed. What would you want to be known for? What would you want your new life to be, if you weren't so desperately needed?
Raven stared out at the landscape moving beneath us.
I have no idea what I would do if we fixed everything,
said Raven.
No idea at all. Amaryllis and I talked about it once. Neither of us are really built for leisure.
You could take up a hobby,
I said.
Hobbies aren't always leisure. You could do, I don't know, bonsai.
Which is?
Asked Raven.
Miniature trees,
I replied.
Like the microforests of Bashai?
Asked Raven.
I
replied.
Less magical than that. These are full trees that are cultivated to be miniature scale.
And that's a thing that people do on Earth?
Asked Raven.
Something you think that I would enjoy?
I don't know,
I replied.
It's a form of art that I thought might appeal to you, since it's very precise, but with a lot of room for expression. Mostly I think of you using your time talking to people, restarting the Society of Letters for a new age, cataloging and collating for the love of knowing things.
Amaryllis is of the opinion that truly, actually winning would mean that everyone could know everything instantly if they wanted,
said Raven.
Maybe,
I replied.
Immediately putting the entirety of all knowledge into the brains of everyone doesn't really seem like such a great idea to me.
And you would be the one in charge,
said Raven. She was watching me.
That's not really clear,
I replied.
I don't know if I'll just be handed the keys to the kingdom or whether I'll just ascend by virtue of rules interactions or what. If it's possible at all, if I don't die first.
I'll do my best to make sure that doesn't happen,
said Raven.
As for my retirement, I'll figure it out when we get there.
Toward the end of our first day in the sky, as the sun was fading, we caught a glimpse of gold in the sky. The captain stared at it, then pulled out a spyglass to look, and finally lowered it, swearing softly.
It's a dragon,
she said.
We're well under the height limit, and we're legal travelers through the kingdom of Burskell right now. But seeing a dragon is never a good sign.
She turned to the men on the rigging and called out to them.
Steady as she goes.
The sails had been unfurled since we'd left Porin, given that the wind was squarely at our back. That wasn't coincidence, just me practicing water magic.
It's probably Tommel,
I said, squinting. The squint didn't do much good.
Tommel?
Asked the captain, staring at me.
He's a gold dragon, collects either statues or sculptures,
I replied.
He's kind of got it out for us.
Well, I'll be God's fucked,
said the captain.
Got it out for you, in the sense that he's going to attack us?
No,
I replied.
We're in hock to the dragons. I'm pretty sure this is just intimidation.
Well, it's fucking working,
said the captain.
I've half a mind to set this ship down and let you find your own way. Not sure that the Warrens would fault me for it.
I'm confident that he won't attack,
I replied.
He's had better opportunities than this, and if he does attack, I'll do my best to protect this ship and its passengers.
Against a fucking dragon?
The captain asked.
I'd say you don't know a thing about them, but apparently you're in hock, so maybe you know more than I do. I've only ever been near dragons twice before, and never very close.
She paused, then looked at me.
You know, it's customary to give hazard pay in situations like this.
We'll pay half again your fee,
I replied.
June,
said Amaryllis, and though I wasn't looking at her, I could feel the frown in her voice.
That's fair,
I replied, turning toward her.
It is,
said the captain. She was smiling.
It's above normal rates for hazard pay,
said Amaryllis.
And we don't have to deal with inclement weather on this trip, among other problems.
We've gotten lucky on the weather, but that in no way makes up for a fucking dragon. Surely you realize that,
replied the captain.
Traditional hazard pay is 20%,
said Amaryllis.
And the good weather isn't a result of luck. It's because we've been using a water mage to make sure that our path is clear.
40% then,
said the captain.
That's a good compromise. The other option is that I ground this ship and eat the loss of income and leave you to go on your way.
You don't just eat the loss of income,
said Amaryllis.
You risk losing continued contracts with the Warrens, which is how you make the majority of your money, aside from the smuggling that you engage in.
Now hang on,
the captain began.
I don't care about the smuggling,
said Amaryllis.
My companion found your compartments within 5 minutes of stepping foot on this ship. I just thought that I should mention it because it factors into your decision to ground this ship, and I want you to know that I know.
30%,
said our captain.
That's an extra 10 because you should have told us.
Amaryllis wavered, then finally nodded.
30%, because I should have told you.
Good,
said the captain with a nod.
I'll keep her steady and well out of the dragon's airspace. You do your part, whatever that is.
When the captain left, Amaryllis let out a breath.
Sorry if I overstepped,
I said.
You did,
said Amaryllis.
But I understepped. I should have told you what I knew about the smuggling. I was just trying to handle it all myself. And we should have mentioned the dragons, She's right about that.
It's good to know that Tommel is keeping an eye on us,
I said.
That helps to justify doing the trip this way, rather than taking a risk with the egress. What do you think are the odds he attacks us?
I don't have a measure of him,
said Amaryllis.
Dragons are famously individual. Valencia might have been able to tell us if she were here. It seems unlikely that he's going to attack now, though, but that's a reading from narrative, not from some complex understanding of his motives or personality.
You think this is what, foreshadowing?
I asked. Amaryllis nodded.
I don't take that as gospel, obviously, but for lack of anything else to go off of, it's what I would say.
She looked me over.
You're muting this conversation, right? It feels like you are, but it's hard to tell.
I am,
I replied.
I've been keeping the whole ship in a bubble of silence since we took off.
Good,
said Amaryllis.
What does this ship smuggle, out of curiosity?
I asked.
I'd assume something that can't be teleported?
From what we can tell, some kind of contraband creatures,
said Amaryllis.
They probably don't make too much money from it in the normal course of things, and there are none on board at the moment. There's a chance that I shouldn't have mentioned it.
Maybe, I replied.
Good to take away some leverage, I guess.
I guess,
replied Amaryllis.
Worried about Engelson?
I asked.
Obviously,
she replied. She began to tuck a stray strand of hair back behind her ear, but then frowned in concentration for a moment, and I saw the hair move back into place on its own. I didn't actually know how she'd done that, but my guess was that she was making a point of practicing passion magic.
Let me know if I need to punch anyone in the face,
I said.
I've been reading through the family histories that you suggested.
You have?
asked Amaryllis.
I have,
I replied.
Not sleeping makes everything easier. Plus, it's pretty interesting reading when I come across some names that you've mentioned in the past, or those that I've met. I didn't really have that big of a family growing up.
I'm worried about how many of them we might have to kill, if we can't get out of this without just the sterilization and forfeiture of material possessions,
said Amaryllis.
And if we have to kill some of them, I'm worried about the consequences for us.
I'll refrain from violence for as long as possible,
I said.
Let them take the first shot.
I don't think that's wise,
said Amaryllis.
Waiting until you're sure that diplomacy has been exhausted allows the enemy too much leverage and superior positioning.
Okay,
I replied.
Then I'll wait until the point when the expected costs of maintaining diplomacy rise too high as compared to the expected benefits of moving first in conflict.
Good, said Amaryllis. It was maybe the time to ask about her approach to the Tung and how she dealt with them, but there was a glint of light as Tommel shifted his position, and I went back to being on alert, waiting for an attack that, as it happened, wouldn't end up coming. Tommel peeled off from us just before we crossed the border into Angelsin. It was a thinly defended border, such as it was, but it was more than we'd had to do crossing over dozens of other borders along the way, which was thanks in part to Angelsin's special status among the Empire of Common Cause. To wit, their insistence on standing as much apart from the collective as they possibly could. We sat down at a government-run way station, where our captain lowered the stairs and gave us some pointed advice on dealing with the border police.
Answer all their questions as honestly as you can,
said our captain.
They're just here to make sure you're not taking anything across the border you shouldn't, and getting you into their systems so that they can catalog and track everyone they come across. It's nothing to worry about, so long as you're not dumb enough to have an outstanding warrant in Engelsin.
I've been assured that the warrants for our arrest have been cancelled,
said Amaryllis. The captain stared at her.
I'm really hoping that's a joke.
It's not,
I said.
We have papers to show who we are and that we've been legally granted a stay for the duration of our trip to Engelsin.
Fucking hells,
our captain spat.
And you didn't think to tell us that?
We thought to tell you that,
replied Amaryllis.
There are almost certainly spies on this ship, though.
Like hells there are,
said the captain.
These are my crew, personally vetted by me. If there are spies on this ship, then you're the ones who brought them aboard.
Calm down, I said. We'll answer the border guard's questions, then be on our way. We certainly didn't mean to impugn your honor or professionalism." The captain grumbled, but said no more about that, though she did lash out at one of the stewards and told him to clean up and make sure that the ship was spick and span. Not that there was much point. There were 3 members of the border guard, one of them with a warder's monocle, all 3 dressed in a powder blue uniform. They looked over the passenger manifest, then talked with the captain for a bit about where we were going, what we were doing, and things like that. Finally, they came over to me and Amaryllis. We were both in our armor with weapons out, as we'd been for the whole of the trip so far.
"Names?"
asked one of the border guards as he approached us. "Juniper Smith," I said. "I have papers. I'm a citizen of Anglesyn, but it's somewhat complicated. One of our first stops when we get to Khalidwich will be to get the citizenry stuff dealt with."
"Citizenry stuff,"
said the border guard, frowning. "It has to do with the host in the Lost King's Court," I said.
"I see,"
replied the guard. He took my papers, which I'd had ready, and looked them over, blanching somewhat as he saw the signatures on them. He handed them back to me as though they were toxic.
"Name?"
he asked Amaryllis.
Amaryllis Pendraig,
she replied. He stared at her for a moment, then wordlessly held out his hand, which she placed her papers into. He read them without saying anything, but as he went through them, I saw something rather unexpected. A smile began to spread across his face.
"Jody,"
he called, to where the other guard was asking questions of the tongue. When she turned to look, he waved her over.
"What's the matter?"
she asked.
"Guess who this is?"
he said, pointing at Amaryllis.
"How am I supposed to do that?"
she asked, giving him an exasperated look.
"It's Amaryllis Pendraig,"
he replied with a grin. The other guard stared at her.
"Papers?"
she asked. Her co-worker handed them over, and she leafed through them quickly, apparently just to check what they said. When she was finished, she handed them back to the other guard.
How much of it is true?"
I apologize.
replied Amaryllis.
Whatever you've heard about me, I'm not immediately familiar with the source, so I wouldn't be able to say whether or not it was true.
"There was the article,"
said Jody.
"and then the book that was published. Oh, just last week. The radio was asking whether or not you knew about it, whether it was okay with you. It's very raw."
"Do you listen to Caitlin and Eric?"
asked the other guard.
That's a radio show?
asked Amaryllis, who was apparently faster on the uptake than I was.
"It is,"
replied Jody.
"They're out of Khalidwich. Very good. They've been talking about you a lot."
I see,
replied Amaryllis. She gave them a gentle smile that I was sure had to be faked.
I haven't been in Anglesyn for a few months, you have to understand. Maybe it's time for me to set the record straight. If I can trouble either of you for a copy of the book, if you have it, I'd be willing to sign it if you'd like.
Jody was nodding even before Amaryllis was done, and she rushed off to get a copy while the other guard went over to the other people on the ship. Raven was using a fake name, though it was one that she'd legally registered in Anglesyn in order to be able to pass through without drawing a lot of attention to herself. The warder looked us over, making notes on a sheet of paper. I was thankful that Anglesyn didn't have computers, because that information wasn't going into a database. It was going down onto paper, to be copied and sent to the Home Office, where it might end up in an entad that gathered and stored information for fast retrieval. But that was still a far cry from the governmental information systems that I had left behind on Earth. Eventually, Jody came back, book in hand. Amaryllis took it gingerly and looked it over, and I was peering over Hush's shoulder, wondering what was going on. The cover was of a young girl in a conservative blue dress, facing away from the cover, looking out a window with lace curtains around it. Her face was obscured by long red hair. I was pretty sure that it was supposed to be Amaryllis, but the artist had clearly missed a few things, even if he was taking artistic liberties. The title was in curlicue, The Princess Diaries, but just below that, printed more plainly, it said, From the private accounts of Amaryllis Pendraig. Amaryllis stared at the fairly slender book for a moment, taking in the cover, then began leafing through it.
Do you have a pen?
She finally asked, looking up. Her face betrayed no true emotion, just a calm, pleasant demeanor. She signed the front cover with a flourish, then handed the book back.
We'll get you going right as soon as we can,
said Jody.
We're happy to have you back in Anglesyn.
Before you go, can I have my colleague take a look at the book?
Asked Amaryllis.
She has an interest in publishing, and this is the first physical copy that we've seen.
Certainly,
replied Jody with a nod, and a few seconds later, Raven had come over, handling the book and taking a surreptitious copy of it using her entad brace. We were off into the sky not long after, with the inspection having passed, and new worries about what was waiting for us in Anglesyn.
It's Rose Mallow's work,
said Amaryllis. A fake diary to make you look sympathetic, I asked.
It's a real diary,
said Amaryllis. Really? I asked. You kept a diary. That seems like a liability.
There was nothing compromising,
said Amaryllis.
It wasn't fake per se, but I didn't include anything that would have been useful for blackmail or which would have implicated me as a criminal. Not sanitized by no means, but still written with public consumption in mind.
Going back how far?
Asked Pallida.
Since I was 10,
said Amaryllis.
Some sections were rewritten on reflection or redacted.
Well, that's sociopathic,
said Pallida. She was smiling at Amaryllis.
When you were 10, you decided that you were going to keep a diary that would exonerate you.
I had reason to believe that the help couldn't be trusted,
said Amaryllis.
I thought that presenting a proper picture of a young girl might come in handy at some point in the future. Obviously, it couldn't be used as evidence at a trial, but in terms of shaping opinions, well, that's what it seems like it's being used for now.
By your aunt,
said Grack.
It's likely,
said Amaryllis.
It takes a long time to get a book out, so the project would have had to be started almost immediately after I was sentenced.
We'd be talking about a timeline of a few months,
said Raven.
That's incredibly fast by publishing standards, but not unheard of. Depending on who ordered the publication of the diaries, they might have been able to rush it, but reading through, correcting for errors, removing any material that they didn't want leaked, adding in any information they wanted to spread, getting the book to print, then distributing it, would all have to be done on a compressed timeline, though not one that would require magic. From what I know of Anglesyn's current publishing technology and practices, which is a lot, I would imagine that this was put into motion shortly after your time in Baron Jewel.
You have to wonder about what the point of it is, though, I replied. To make for a welcoming public? To endear people to Amaryllis?
We're not a democracy,
said Amaryllis, shaking her head.
Public opinion means next to nothing. You don't get a seat on a council because people feel sorry for you.
There aren't, like, strikes or public protests, I asked.
There are,
said Amaryllis.
But no one is going to organize a strike because they read a diary. If these border guards are at all representative of public opinion, that just means that the opposition hasn't started working yet, and there are things that they're sure to pull out that won't reflect well on me.
She pursed her lips.
I don't understand the play that Rose Mallow is making.
Assuming that it is Rose Mallow, maybe she's a bigger believer in the will of the people, I asked. At any rate, I guess we'll find out soon enough. We're a few hours from Kaledich.
I don't like going in not knowing what all the players want,
said Amaryllis.
Rose Mallow wants to use me. It's all she ever wanted from me. But I don't know how. And Hyacinth has to be planning something more than just having me surrender my entads. Not because that's reasonable, but because it could never be that easy.
We should meet her and her people first, if that's possible, I said.
I unfortunately agree,
replied Amaryllis.
We're on uncertain ground once we land in Anglesyn, legally speaking. But if I take this as a gesture of goodwill from Rose Mallow, or probably more accurately, as an indication that she has some unnamed use for me, then she should be able to shield us from overt legal action.
It doesn't bode well for the terms of your agreement with Hyacinth.
said Raven.
No, it doesn't,
replied Amaryllis with a sigh. Her word was worth basically nothing anyway, I replied.
Should we land this craft?
Asked Grack.
We could spend a day sending letters.
No, I replied. In theory, yes, but the border guard will report that we've crossed in, and if we're worried about legal status, well, I would rather not. Amaryllis pinched the bridge of her nose.
I would really, really rather do the deal with Hyacinth, renounce my claims, and undergo sterilization, than leave.
She let out a breath, then lowered her head and clasped her hands together.
Lord, let me take this sinful world as it is, rather than as I would have it be. Amen.
I wasn't really sure how seriously she was taking the whole religion thing, but it had been a long, long time since I had seen someone sincerely stop what they were doing to make a prayer. If I thought of it as a form of meditation or emotion modulation, maybe that made it more sensible, but it was still weird to me. Still, for her, it might have been necessary or helpful, and I wasn't going to challenge her on it. Not when we were so close to meeting her family, the erstwhile manor. Chapter 177, The Erstwhile Manor. We got to see Khaledwich from the sky, laid out in all its glory. The city predated Uther by hundreds of years, and had probably been settled by humans for thousands of years before it was a city. But when he'd become king, Khaledwich had become his home, and the combination of a clear vision and nearly limitless resources had allowed him to reshape the place to his liking. Beyond that, the apocalypse demon had wreaked havoc on the city, which was exactly the sort of thing that allows for the bypass of eminent domain issues. Not that such a thing existed in a monarchy like Engelsin's, though you had to be conscious of the lower classes revolting. Back on Earth, D&D games had a tendency to drift into things that weren't even remotely related to adventuring. Sometimes the party just wanted to parlay their gold into a spice trading company, and we would spend a session with me trying to desperately graft rules and dice rolls onto whatever it was they were doing. Reimer was always the one to focus most on that aspect of things, but Arthur was, somewhat predictably, about the big picture, with grand ideas that he wanted put into place. Over the years, I learned that there were a few things that were catnip for my friends, and if I needed a break from running a combat or narrative-focused campaign, I could just throw some property their way, or better, a ship, and have them spend a few hours entertaining themselves and arguing at length about how things should look or function. Arthur had always loved castles, cities, and country estates, going so far as to make architectural drawings that he would bring in next session, but, you know, the kind that you do in high school, nothing rigorous. Khaledwich wasn't purely the creation of the boy I'd known in high school, but I could see echoes of conversations we'd had and things he'd idly put on paper. The city had grand, sweeping avenues radiating out from its port, with traffic smoothly flowing around tall buildings and green spaces never too far from each other. It was all done almost exclusively in white, which made it look similar to Minas Tirith, always one of Arthur's favorite fantasy cities. Some of the buildings I recognized straight away, like the reconstructed Grey Chapel and the Khaledwich Castle, places that I had either read about or heard of from Amaryllis. There was a huge library with iconic minarets and Khaledwich's own version of Grand Central Station, where a huge number of rail lines converged from all over the world. Other buildings were large and interesting looking, but I had no idea what they were, or if they were important at all. "It's breathtaking," I said to Amaryllis.
Uther had a flair for design,
said Raven.
Khaledwich has had very few changes in the past 500 years.
Yes, but some of that is due to the laws,
replied Amaryllis.
There have been restrictions on new buildings above a certain height, restrictions on buildings which don't pass the Cultural Commission's strict guidelines, and a number of other ways in which the city has been artificially limited from natural growth.
I'm not sure that's fair,
replied Raven.
Part of his design philosophy was that a city has wants and should be built so as to force those wants down constructive pathways. We shape our cities. Thereafter, they shape us.
Yes,
said Amaryllis.
he had the same philosophy toward government. It's a fine philosophy as it goes, but he simply didn't have the foresight to keep the whole city together without his vision and guidance, such as they were. The same goes for the kingdom, which, I don't think I have to tell you, reached a point of near civil war between his two sons shortly after he left. Unless there's some hidden aspect to that which makes it all sensible and completely vindicates Uther.
Her voice was sharp and pinched, words too fast.
You're stressed, I understand that,
said Raven.
We can talk later, when it would be more productive.
Shit,
said Amaryllis after Raven had gone away. The ship was circling some tall buildings, angling toward the train station, whose roof was dotted with other modes of aerial conveyance, including a few helicopters.
I guess I owe her an apology.
We all know Uther wasn't perfect,
said Pallida.
That was known in his lifetime in case there was any doubt.
There's still a time and a place, I said. I do want to hear from Raven how things went down with Uther's sons, if she knows. It was the very first story that I heard when I got to Erb.
There's a lot of magic down there,
said Grak, who was watching the ground a lot closer than the rest of us.
People. A welcome party.
Shit, said Amaryllis, looking to the ground. The ship had found a spot, and a man on the ground was waving flags to help get it into position, a process that apparently took quite a bit of shouting from our captain,